water. Thank you, Brother Bob, for doing that true. In 1409, a council was convened in Pisa, over here in Italy, up in northern Italy. And the council was there, first of all, and primarily to determine what are we going to do with two popes. How do we handle the situation? And so in the midst of this council, what they did is they declared both seats of the papacy null and void, and by unanimous decision, they elected Alexander V as the pope. The only problem was that the two existing popes, neither one recognized the council. And so now you have three popes at one time. And all three of them infallible, all three of them speaking ex cathedra as God, and all three of them condemning one another to hell. And so you have a period through here, and this actually goes on till 1417, when finally, for the sake of humility, they decide there really should only be one pope, and Martin V is declared as the pope, and finally we go back to a one-pope setting. But you had one pope, two popes, three popes. Take your choice, whichever one you want. And they all hated each other. They were all dividing everything up. Now, all in all, this occupies France, the French territory. And what I wanted you to see, the reason I showed you this, is because England begins to be isolated. Oh, that's good. You people wouldn't believe how good that is. England and France are at war. And again, this area is inhabited by millions and millions of Catholic people. And all at once, France becomes the controlling agency of the papacy. What do you suppose that does to England? I mean, for instance, if you're fighting a war against France, and all at once France becomes the headquarters of the papacy, and 90% of your subjects are Roman Catholics, do you see the problem you get into? What do you do? Well, that deepens the feeling of nationalism among the English people. You say, why is that important? It's going to be extremely important before we're all finished. What happens is Edward III, immediately upon the Avignon papacy, declares that in England, all bishops and priests will be elected by a common vote of the people. First time that ever been done. You see, normally the papal chair, the papal see, determined who would be the bishops and the archbishops in a particular country, who would be the papal sees and prelates in that particular country. But now, all at once, Edward says, we'll elect them ourselves. And further isolating him, because the Catholic Church didn't care for that too much. And so he responds to their response by declaring it treason for an English subject to accept jurisdiction of any papal court outside of England. And in essence, Edward cut off England from the rest of the Catholic monarchies that were down in Europe. You say, why is that important? Because it isolates them. It isolates them. What has this got to do with Christopher Columbus? This is the generation that Christopher Columbus grew up, but this was his heritage. This is what he studied. If he went to school and studied history, this is what he studied. This is what he saw going on, and it just waxes worse and worse and worse until the 15th century when Martin Luther rebels. And this is what's going on. Now, let me give you some characters of this time that will give you some ideas about what's going on in Europe. By the way, these men I'm going to mention all have something in common, and I'll tell you what it is when I'm finished. John Wycliffe. John Wycliffe, up in England, during the Avignon papacy, Wycliffe was an educator. He served on the king's court and the king's council, and he became very disillusioned with the papacy. I would assume you probably would when there are two popes and then three popes. And when he became disillusioned with the papacy, he returned to the scriptures and began to study the scriptures, and they gave him some very interesting viewpoints. As he began to study the scriptures, he started writing, and his writing became some of the most inflammatory statements that were made at that time against Roman Catholicism. As a matter of fact, John Wycliffe is called the morning star of the Reformation. The Reformation actually began with John Wycliffe, not Martin Luther. John Wycliffe began to write. First of all, he attacked the doctrine of transubstantiation as a doctrine from hell. And he used the scriptures to prove it. And that didn't make him any points, I'm sure. And then he secondly set out in the scriptures and proved that there was no distinction between a bishop and a presbyter, or a priest or a preacher. but that the Roman Catholic Church had developed their own system that gave degrees of honor to different men. And of course, he ended up at refuting the infallibility of the Pope, and that just didn't sit real well with anybody. One of the characteristics, or one of the important things that John Wycliffe did up in England, John Wycliffe in 1382 translated the Old Latin Bible into English for the very first time. And Wycliffe, doing so, violated several bans. As a matter of fact, there were in almost every country in Europe, there was a monarchy ban against reading the Scriptures. A lot of people don't know that. You were forbidden to read the Scriptures in your own language. You were forbidden to read it in Latin. And Wycliffe violated an old outstanding law and translated the Scriptures. He did not use the Vulgate, which was the common use of the Catholic Church. He used the Old Latin, on which Jerome had worked and translated the Vulgate. We'll not go into Jerome and his corruption, but Jerome had produced the Latin Vulgate. It did not match the manuscripts that he translated from. Jerome screwed the Old Latin up so badly that when he was all finished, the Vulgate was one of the most corrupt Bibles on the face of the earth. And what Wycliffe did, he went back and got the old Italian manuscripts, the old Latin manuscripts from which the Vulgate had come, and translated an English version of the Bible. And in 1399, when Wycliffe was gone, but what had happened is through his translating the Scriptures, those Scriptures had to be lettered by hand. There was no printing press at this time. All Scriptures had to be copied by hand. And Wycliffe and his followers, they became known as the Lollards. That word means poor priests. And the Lollards began to translate these Scriptures by hand, lettered by hand, and to show you what kind of work they did, of all the work that they did, I think there are around 1,200 copies of that Bible still in existence, even though it was banned by both England and by the papacy and burned by the boatload. There's still, I believe, 1,200 copies of that originally hand-lettered Bible in existence. That shows you how much work they did. And the statement, I believe, was it took 7 years to complete copying one Bible. So that'll tell you what kind of work they were involved in there. Wycliffe organized the poor priests, and he said this. He said that the papacy's desire had become nothing more than silver and gold and empires, and they had forgotten the souls of men. So he sent the Lollards out. He trained them to get a job and work with their own hands to support themselves. And he trained them to go everywhere they could go, find a job, go to work, and do nothing more than preach and pray to the people that were there. He taught them they were not above the people, but if they wanted to be great, they had to be the servant of all men. And these priests went out. They made such a marked influence on England that when, let me get his name here, King Henry IV, 1399, took the throne. He was an ardent papist. He was trying to return the papacy's power to England. And the first thing that he did was issue a ban against the Lollards and call for their excommunication and extermination. And from then, for 150 years, the Lollards were legal game. In other words, they could be killed without a trial. If you found a Lollard, you could have him burned at the stake. And thousands of them were. In 1414, he continued by placing a ban on the reading of the English Scriptures. I'll read it to you. Reading of the English Scriptures is forbidden upon pain of forfeiture of land, cattle, life, and goods from all heirs forever. In other words, if you were caught reading the Bible in 1414, you could lose your home, your land, and everything. Even your heirs could not inherit your possessions. It's kind of unusual why somebody would want to keep the Bible away from you. Strange, I guess. But Wycliffe dies. Wycliffe is condemned to death by the Roman Catholic Church, but they can't get to it because there are too many Lollards around, too many people that support. There's actually almost a revival going on in England. And so Wycliffe dies in church after preaching a sermon, preaches his last sermon and leaves this world. He's buried, and in 1413, after he's been dead and buried probably 20 years or 30 years or so, in order to get their full revenge, the Roman Catholic Church has his bones dug up, and they are burned, and his ashes are scattered on the Thames River. I mean, I got him finally, you know, they had to get him. And in 1415, his books are ordered burned by the Papal See in Rome. Any book of John Wycliffe, if you're found with it, is punishable by death. And his books are called to be burned. You say, what's important about John Wycliffe? I'll tell you something about him in a minute. Over on the continent, While this is going on in England, over in Bohemia, which now would be Austria, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, that area in there, there was a fellow by the name of John Huss. And John Huss was teaching at, I believe he was in Prague, if I'm not mistaken, at a great theological university in Prague. And while he was there, someone gave him a copy of a book. It happened to be the writings of John Wycliffe. And when Huss read those writings, he took a Bible and began to compare that Bible with what Wycliffe had said, and he became one of the most ardent anti-papists in that area of the country, and began condemning the actions and the activities of the Catholic Church and of the popes in particular. And of course, he was excommunicated and threatened. His life was threatened. He was excommunicated in 1410. And he was burned at the stake in 1415 by Rome after being promised in writing that if he would attend a council, which was to try and patch things up, he would be granted and promised safe conduct both to the council and home. And that's a public document that you can read, signed by the Roman Catholic Pope, promised if he'd come to the council to help iron out the problems, he would be given free passage both there and home. When he gets there, the first thing on the agenda is the trial of John Huss. The next thing on the agenda is he's burned at the stake. That was what they desired the whole time through. But because of his stand, two groups arise, actually three groups arise in this area of the country. First of all, the Hussites. The Hussites being those that were taught and followed and understood the teachings of John Huss. Another group that was there are called the Waldensians. The Waldensians. And Bohemia was one of the capitals of the Waldensians. Another one is the Bohemian Brethren. Three groups. You say, are these Protestants? No, there is no Protestant yet. There is no Reformation yet. You say, why are you telling us? Because I want you to understand your roots. You did not come out of the Catholic Church during the Reformation. You say, what do these people believe? I'll give it to you in just a minute, but it's remarkable that most of you believe pretty much the same thing. Another fellow that you need to understand who he was Girolamo Savonarola. And you want to write that down? Too bad. Just write Savonarola. All right. Savonarola was born and raised in Italy, northern Italy. His lifespan was from 1452 to 1498. So Savonarola was alive at the time of Columbus. Savonarola was trained as a Dominican. And up in northern Italy, another strange group up here, you have the Waldensians. In southern France, you have the Albigensians. And you say, who are these groups? These are groups that are really causing great problems to the Catholic Church. If you wanted to compare what they all believed and what they all had in common, you'd have to call them Bible believers. The Waldensians, the Albigensians, the Cathari, which was an arm of the Catholic Church, the Bohemian Brethren, the Hussites, the Lollards, they had some things they disagreed upon. But the keystone of all that they believed and the keystone of their opposition to the Catholic Church was that they believed the Bible was the supreme authority rather than the Pope. And these groups number probably up into the 50s or 60s of thousands of people. And so Savonarola trains a Dominican, moves and he's up in northern Italy. Up in northern Italy, he becomes exposed to what some of these people are preaching. He listens and reasons, and before long, Savonarola becomes the most ardent anti-papist in all of Italy. Reminded you, he's a Roman Catholic priest. And that's what these men have in common. They're all Roman Catholics. John Wycliffe is a Catholic priest. John Huss is a Catholic priest. Savonarola is a Catholic priest. I'm not condemning anybody's religion. This is what they did. Martin Luther's a Catholic priest, a Roman Catholic monk. The problems of the Catholic Church came from within the Catholic Church. Savonarola begins to preach on the evils of the priesthood and the papacy. And of course, as close as he was to Rome and Avignon, he just literally blasts the thing and puts it out for everybody to see. The Waldensians, the Cathari, the Fraticelli. Okay. Fraticelli, which is Italian for poor priest. This was an offshoot of the Lollards. these are the groups that were up there in northern Italy. Pope Alexander VI attempts to silence him by offering him a cardinal's seat in the Vatican. The documents record how that he offered him a seat as a cardinal in the Vatican if he would just cease and subsist with the preaching. If he just stopped the preaching, they'd make him a cardinal. His reply to that was, "I'd rather have a red hat of blood than to set on set with the papacy in Rome." He was condemned to die and condemned to be burned at the stake. When they bound him hand and foot and led him to the stake, the papal prelate stated that he said this, quote, "I separate thee from the church militant and the church triumphant." Savonarola looked at him and he said, quote, "Not from the church triumphant, that is not thine to do." Savonarola stated that without God's presence, you see, the papal infallibility here was in question. Obviously, with 2 and 3 popes, people began to wonder, well, who's the big dog on the block? And when they returned to the Scriptures and found out that papal supremacy had no bearing at all in the Scriptures, they began to argue against it. The thing that got Savonarola in trouble was he stated that without God's presence, the Pope was merely a broken fool. Well, that upset him. It really did. And got him so upset that they burned him at the stake. In 1492, under papal decree, the Jews were banned from Europe. They're commanded to leave all their possessions. They're not allowed to take anything with them. They have to leave the European continent. That's what Columbus was fighting with, trying to get his ships. The reason he couldn't get the ships that he wanted, he took the Mina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. The reason that one of the ships, the Santa Maria, was not the ship that he wanted. He wanted to take what was called a caravel, a fast ship, a light ship. The Santa Maria was not a caravel. It was a heavier ship. He could not obtain another caravel because the Jews were literally being thrown out of the country with nothing. The ships were packed with Jews, literally with nowhere to go. And they were thrown out as heretics. They were declared so by the Inquisition. The Inquisition was founded by Dominic, who has now been sainted by the Roman Catholic Church. Dominic was responsible for probably 15 times more deaths than Adolf Hitler ever caused in his life. If you ever read the account of the Inquisition, which began first of all in Italy, then went to Spain, France, the Inquisition was called for by the popes to cleanse heretical blood from the purity of the Catholic Church. That's a quote. That was the purpose. And during that period of time, you could be imprisoned, tortured, whatever, only upon accusation of crimes committed against the church. And one of those crimes was not submitting to the authority and the supremacy of the Pope. Saint Dominic founded it. That's where the Dominicans come from. They were the runners, the fellows that established and ran the Inquisition. It was established in 1254, and it operated in Spain until 1820. The Spanish Inquisition was not forbidden by law until 1820. That's not that long ago. On October the 23rd, to give you an idea of how far-fetched this thing was, on October the 23rd in 1641, 150,000 Protestants were killed in Ireland in one day. 150,000. You hear about the trouble in Northern Ireland. Made out to be an English and an Irish problem. Ian Paisley has been denied a visa to the United States of America. Ian Paisley is a member of the British Parliament. He's called a Catholicator. You say why he's called a Catholicator? Because Ulster was founded as a protected haven of Protestants. That's why you have, there's no such thing as Northern Ireland. There's Ireland and there's Ulster. The press changed it to Ireland and Northern Ireland to make you think they ought to all be linked together. Kind of like North Korea, South Korea. There is no such country as Northern Ireland. It does not exist. There is Ulster and there is Ireland. Ulster was established by William of Orange as a haven for the Protestants who were being murdered by the millions. And again, if you don't believe that, check out history. And amazing, people get upset and think you're kind of angry and upset. I'm not. I'm giving you factual quotes. I can prove everything I'm saying this morning. October the 23rd, 1641, 150,000 Protestants were killed in one day. Why? In an attempt to purge heresy from the purity of the Catholic Church. And you say, why are you giving us all this? I want you to see what kind of condition Europe is in. You know, we kind of get the picture of people living in little houses with thatched roofs, you know, and little plants going around the outside. Europe is a great place. Columbus sailed looking for the West Indies. For instance, the historian Lawrence states that in Spain, between 1480 and 1498, 8,000 people were burned at the stake alone. Burned at the stake. And 90,000 more were punished with imprisonment, loss of limbs, and torture. From 1499 to 1506, there were 1,600 people burned alive in Spain alone. From 1507 to 1515, that's a period of 8 years, 2,536 people burned alive at the stake in Spain alone. To purge the heresy. The totals for Spain during these periods of time were 150,000 people burned at the stake. The historian Dowling states that during the period of the Inquisition, more than 1 million Waldensians were executed in France alone. 36,000 people were burned at the stake in Holland. Why are you saying all this? Because when you begin to study American history, you hear about all the bad guys over here, you know, killing Indians and how you don't hear this stuff. This is what was going on in Europe.
That a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump.
You hear about Salem, the settlement in America. Somebody tell me what happened at Salem. Witches trial. You might know how many witches were burned in Salem? If I'm not mistaken, there are less than 30 witches burned in American history. But you hear about all the mean guys that burned witches. Did you know that there were 30,000 witches executed under the Inquisition in northern Italy? 30,000 declared to be witches and executed in northern Italy. Why don't you hear about that witch purge? Why isn't that in the history books? I've got a history book in my office that they teach kids out of right now. You'll find several pages about the burning of witches at Salem and what an atrocity it was. What about the 30,000 in northern Italy? History's been tainted for a long time. By the way, Lawrence is a Roman Catholic historian. Dowling is a Catholic historian, and I'm Protestant. So if the figures are padded, I would assume they're padded down. All of that gave rise to the condition that exists in Europe at this time. Suffice it to say, extreme turmoil. If you're a Roman Catholic, you're watching 2 and 3 popes argue back and forth as to who has the supreme power. You're watching the popes exercise their dominion over the civil governments of Europe. You're watching the Roman Catholic Church issue excommunication after excommunication. You're watching people begin to be burned at the stake who disagree with the Roman Catholic Church. So if you're a Roman Catholic, at best there's massive confusion. What's going on? If you belong to one of the other groups, the Cathari, the Fraticelli, the Waldensians, the Albigensians, you're hiding, trying to save your life. This purge was nothing like what Hitler did in Germany. Nothing. It was a dozen times broader and more extensive than what Hitler did in Germany. And yet not a mention of it anywhere in history books. Columbus grew up, born in Italy, was raised there, was trained by some Roman Catholic monks in a monastery whose viewpoints seem to be somewhat at odds with the Catholic Church, strangely enough. Whether they were Cathari or no, I do not know, but Cathari was a whole bunch of priests that organized themselves against the wickedness of the Catholic Church. Christopher was raised in that era, and At an early age, Christopher went to sea for the first time and became fascinated with seafaring and sea voyages. Columbus became convinced that the world was round. He used the most modern map in existence in his day, and from those things and his own calculations, he calculated that the earth was spherical in shape. He sat on the shores and he watched the ships leave, and he said himself that the thought dawned on him for the first time. He believed by divine revelation. Columbus always maintained that his beliefs were divine revelation. And he said he sat on the cliffs one day and watched as the ships would leave, and he noticed as the ships would journey that they would disappear. But they didn't just disappear, they sank.
To avoid fornication, let every man have his own.
In other words, he could see the whole ship, and then he could just see from the deck up, and then he could just see from the yard arm up, and then he could just see the top of the mast, and it caused him to realize the earth was round. And as those ships left, they weren't actually sinking, they were just following the curvature of the earth. Columbus took the maps of his day and began to calculate, and calculated, I believe, to within 150 leagues, the exact distance that it would take him to find landfall traveling to the west from Spain. Which is pretty interesting. He was only 150 leagues off, and most of his calculations were wrong. If you go back and look at Columbus's calculations, he's like most of us adding up the grocery bill or balancing our checkbook. He made some real blunders. And then the map that he was working with was flawed. And so really, the fact that he ended up just 150 leagues off is not just good mathematics. It's actually, the direct involvement of God himself. Because Columbus had messed up, the cartographers had messed up, the map makers had messed up, and yet Columbus ended up 150 leagues from his destination. Columbus set sail in 1492. I said before, first of all, Columbus had appealed to the King of England. Why England? I don't know. But Columbus had gone to England and appealed there to the court that he would like to be outfitted, believed that he could find a passage to the Indies. And of course, at this time, the only way to get to the Indies where the spices and the tea, the silks, all the finery of the world could be found was overland. Nobody had realized you could sail to the Indies. The only routes were the trade routes that went across the European continent and down through the Middle East and over that direction to arrive at the West Indies, which opened up the door for a lot of marauding and a lot of terrorist attacks, if we can use that word. But very rarely did a caravan get all the way to the Indies and back without being raided several times. And so when Columbus offered to the King of England an opportunity to sail to the Indies by traveling west, the king took it under consideration. He gave it to his scientists, the most knowledgeable men in England, who considered what Columbus had set down on paper and laughed him to scorn. And Columbus was basically ridiculed as a buffoon by the scientists in England. Columbus then went to Portugal, same story. He was laughed as being a maniac by the scientists. You say, why are you saying? I just want you to remember where science came from. The scientists believed the earth was flat. Finally, he went to Spain, where he knew a friar that had been the confessor of Queen Isabella herself. And this fellow presented the plan to Ferdinand and Isabella, and they thought he was crazy. So did all their scientists. But one stroke of luck occurred in Columbus's favor, and that was the defeat of the final Moorish outpost in Spain. For the first time in 1,700 years, the Moors had been driven out of Spain, and Spain now was its own country once again. At that defeat, Columbus appeared, and Ferdinand and Isabella had decided they wanted to do something for God. Columbus showed up. Columbus' statement was, Columbus really was looking for a route to the Indies, but if you read Columbus' writing, his desire was to take the gospel. I find it quoted about 17 times. That's what his desire was. And he presented that to the king and queen of Spain, and they provided him with the funding necessary to set sail for a long voyage across the ocean. traveled on. A day or two later, they found their dreams floating on the water. Gave them hope that they would fix it. On October the 12th, 1492, 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 hours before the day, Bob was the mast of the Pinta out of the plane. And slowly headed up for the first time, navigated the Atlantic Ocean, and arrived at a small little island right down in the one of those beautiful places they'd ever seen, and as the sun came up, they took the longboat and rowed ashore. Upon arriving on the shore, Columbus prayed these words: O Lord Almighty and everlasting God, by thy holy word thou hast created the heavens, the earth, and the sea. Blessed and glorified be thy name, and praised be thy majesty, which hath deigned to use us thy humble servants, that thy holy name may be proclaimed in this second part of the earth. The word Christopher means bearer of Christ. And Columbus had landed on an island with a name that San Salvador. If you have any doubt as to what Columbus believed, look what he did. San Salvador, the holy Savior. Columbus set up on that island there. The natives met him. They were friendly. They were a beautiful people. I won't go into all the things that he wrote about the people that are there. He set out to explore the rest of the area. One thing that happened to Columbus, one problem Columbus had, is probably no different than you and I, and that is he was Jewish. And Columbus began to notice some of the natives on that island were wearing little rings of gold in their ears. After all, one thing to go back to England or back to Spain and state that you had discovered a new land or had found a passage, he still believed that really till the day he died it was in Indians. He never did know he discovered a new country. But he believed he had found the Indians, and what better way to go home than to say, I found a passage to the Indians, and look at all the gold that I found. Began to ask, and the Indians said, well, it comes from an island, comes from another place. So Columbus took one of the ships and began to go a-sailing. Now, remember this. What's going on in the 14th century in Europe? The argument is over papal dominion and who represents it. Now, I want you to know that. Because that's what Columbus has behind him as he comes looking for a new world. Columbus stands at San Salvador. He leaves there on a voyage and journeys all over to the island of Cuba. He traverses the whole northern part of the island of Cuba and decides that he will turn north to see what he can find, not knowing that 90 miles to the north of where he was the largest and the greatest nation that was ever to be discovered.
Chapter 10.
When Columbus set sail, bearing to the north, all at once the wind direction changed, and the headwinds blew him to such an extent that he could make no progress to the north. And he had to abandon his voyage to the north. You say, why are you saying that? I just wondered who controlled the wind. Somebody kept Columbus from getting to America. Why? I believe, and I'll show you next week, because of what Columbus would have brought to America in 1492 from Europe. Papal dominion. And God would not allow it to be so. You say, oh, that's stupid. Not so stupid at all when you consider the fact that Cortez and Coronado came behind, Spanish explorers came behind Columbus, went ashore here, and came up the west coast and killed millions and millions of Indians looking for gold, and established Roman Catholicism in Mexico, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere. They came on up the coast of Western America, established San Diego, Los Angeles, Spanish names. Which part of the American continent was poverty-stricken until the gold rush, cold war. Settlers across October 26, he landed at Cuba. His efforts to go north were thwarted by strong headwinds that drove him back. He turned back. He landed at the island of Espanola. Espanola is right here. On the island of Espanola, he founded the first colony called La Navidad, the Nativity. While he was here, one of the Pinzon brothers decided he was going to go looking for gold and just sailed out of the harbor with the net. It was gone. Now they were down to 2 ships. Another tragedy was while they were there and establishing this island, the Santa Maria caught the tide and was hung up and sank right in the harbor, which left them with 1 ship. And the decision was made then to leave 39 men behind. And Columbus would take 38 men on the other boat and attempt to return to England with the news of what had happened. On the way back, by the way, they ran into the Nina. They hadn't found any gold, but they followed them back into Spain several months behind. But they left the country, headed back for Spain. A year later, when they returned to La Navidad, they found of the 39 men they had left behind, every one of them was dead. And the stories began to unfold of what had happened. No more had Columbus sailed out of sight than the 39 men who were left, desirous of gold, began to persecute the Indians, to kill them, to rape, pillage, and steal. So much so that the Indians turned and rebelled and executed them all. To give you an idea of what took place, in 2 years after Columbus established the colony at La Navidad, there were 300,000 natives on the island of Espanola. 2 years later, there was 100,000 left. 4 years later, 20,000 were left. The Spaniards killed 280,000 Indians looking for gold. That's why I don't believe God allowed Columbus to set foot in America. God kept America preserved. Columbus's men left behind them smallpox, which was to be the scourge of the Indians. Millions and millions and millions of Indians died from smallpox. But they returned to England and they carried something back to England other than gold. They carried syphilis, which would almost eliminate the European continent. So they traded off, one for the other. Columbus's 3rd trip, he discovered the island of Trinidad. On his 4th trip, he returned to Espanola and sailed on over to the countries. He followed the coastline of Honduras, Guatemala, right down through there, searching for gold. And I maintain the problem with Columbus was the fact that he lost sight of what he wanted to do, and stated so in his later writings. He got preoccupied with the finding of gold and forgot the souls of the Indians that he went to reach. Cortez, 1519, would follow the footsteps of Columbus and arrive on the Mexican soil. First man to set foot in Mexico City, where he captured the king of the Aztec Indians, Montezuma, 2 of the greatest Indian nations that ever existed, the Incas and the Aztecs. You can attribute the extinction of both of them to Spanish conquerors. Cortez took Montezuma as his prisoner, executed him, controlled the country, and destroyed the Aztec culture. Pizarro in 1531 would land in Peru and do the same thing to the Incas. He killed the chief, he took the chief captive, and told them if he wanted their chief back, he wanted a room filled with gold to the very ceiling. They provided it. And then he garrisoned the king while they were watching and destroyed the country. Coronado landed and set foot, as I said, up through Texas into California looking for the 7 cities of gold. 1513, Ponce de Leon landed in Florida, the first Spaniard to land on the American continent, looking for the Fountain of Youth. He attempted to establish a colony, but could not do so. The people that he put there were either died with the fever of the marshes and the swampland, or were killed by the Seminole Indians, who were ferocious, and the colony was lost. In 1562, French Huguenots, remember they're the dissenters from Europe, now the dissenters are starting to come. the anti-papists. They established a colony at Beaufort, South Carolina. More of them follow and establish a colony at the mouth of the St. Johns River down in Florida, which is right around St. Augustine. The colony in St. Augustine is massacred by Spanish conquerors later on. Every man, woman, and child in the colony is killed. You don't read that in textbooks. The Spaniards were out for gold, and they died. We got to close, and I got a lot of stuff to go here. All right, let's close right there. We'll close with the French Huguenots beginning to arrive in what we now call continental America. No Spanish conqueror was allowed to thrive in the continental United States. You tell me why. I maintain to you that at that time they carried with them the seeds of papal dominion that God was not allowed to occupy this country. And I'll show you that next week. Yes. Columbus was not, no. Columbus was, like I said, he was one of those Catholics that was confused. You can find places in his writings where he abhorred some of the vices of the Catholic Church and the Catholic papacy. But he was, where else do you go? If you renounce Catholicism, you suffer being burned at the stake. And it was a Roman Catholic king and queen that had given him his money to come to America. He certainly was not going to turn against the church when he was funding his exploration. And he claimed all the lands he found for the king and queen of Spain, which meant all of them were under their dominion, thereby being under the dominion of Roman Catholic Church of Hungary. All right? Okay, we'll take a break. Next week, we'll be back at it again. verse that we have chosen for our study, those of you that are here perhaps for the first time in several weeks, we are not spending a great deal of time in the scriptures. Now I want to preface all that by saying that's not because we don't emphasize the importance of the scriptures. We do, but we're in a class here that involves the teaching of American history. And I don't know that any of you are here for the first time this morning, but if perchance you are, there are some biblical foundations to our country that have been all but eradicated by whoever, and we spend hours on trying to determine who's doing it, but they have been removed, and Americans for the first time in probably their history are not learning their history. And so we decided to go back and look at the biblical foundations of our history and try to lay those things on the line. Psalm 33:12 said, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance." And as we begin, let me just preface a little bit this morning by saying there's something strangely unique about this nation. And you'll hear much said on the media about why this part of the world became so affluent. I hear, commentators say from time to time it was because of the abundance of resources in the New World. But the truth of the matter is the New World is not unique as a total. You take the countries of Mexico, you take the countries of Bolivia, Brazil, Ecuador, Venezuela, you go to South America, you take all the countries of the Mexican Peninsula, you go to Canada. None of those nations are any different from the European poverty you find in Europe. It is only one nation that is different. And if one nation is different, you cannot ascribe it just to the natural resources, because South America has as much resources, Canada has more resources than the United States has. Why is it that this little cluster of states here on the mainland of North America became the paramount nation in the history of all the world in this eon of time that we know about? And that's what we're trying to discover. Now, several weeks ago we began, and if I get a couple fellas here, I don't know if I've got enough of these or not, but I've got about maybe just one to a family, and then if we got any extra, you can pass the rest of them out. These are just maps, all right? I don't want to... some people had asked me, if they could obtain a map so they could get an idea of what we were talking about again. And so I just ran these off. If you want to sketch in what we're going to show you this morning, you will be much enlightened. As I said last week, and not to, again, antagonize anybody, but much of the history books leave out what's going on in Europe at the same time America is being explored. And it is that of the rise of the papacy to its height and to its really the most prominent position of power that it had held in all of its history. And we talked about the fact that when Columbus discovers America, Martin Luther is 10 years of age. The Reformation will not begin, as far as Luther is concerned, until 1519. About 27 years beyond when Columbus discovers America. So if you want to find out what's going on in Europe and the position, the political background that these explorers are coming from, you have to study English history or European history. And you find most textbooks completely obscure what's going on in Europe at this time, because it is indeed an embarrassment to primarily the papacy. And we talked about it last week. There are literally millions and millions of people being executed all over Europe at this period of time. There are dissidents in the Catholic Church. We talked about the Cathari. The Cathari is an order of priests. You don't hear much about it because they were eliminated. They were obliterated. The Cathari were dissidents. They settled in northern Italy. They were friendly with a group by the name of called the Waldensians, who up in the northern area of Italy there. I'm trying to think of what they call that, Tyrol, up in Tyrol. We were there a couple years ago up in the Alps, and the Waldensians hid out up in the Alps trying to escape the persecution that was on them. Suffice it to say this, the papacy by the late 1400s had its design on the control of Europe. And if you, again, study history, you'll find that to be so. Several of the English kings had balked at the papacy's power because of the 100 Years' War between France and England, and the papacy seemed to be siding with the French a little more, and so the English balked, and when that happened, the papacy put out what was called Unum Sanctum, which is Boniface's papal bull that stated that there is no salvation outside of the Catholic Church, and that if you did not believe in the supremacy of the Pope, then you are condemned to hell forever. And that's basically what that papal bull said. Now, he issued that trying to get the King of England to knuckle under. He wanted his power reestablished there, and it backfired on him because Philip the Fair, who was the King of France, when he read that, he wasn't about to have anything to do with that. He wasn't going to buy into that either, so he had Boniface put in prison, and Boniface died in prison. And we went through last week the 70-year exile of the Roman Catholic papacy, how that it was existed at Avignon, France. Brother Kid has been to the palace of the Pope there in Avignon, France, where the papacy actually existed. Was not in the Vatican, was not in Rome for 70 years period of time, and they ruled from there. We're not going to go through all that, but I just wanted to bring you up to date as to what is going on. When Columbus set sail for America, with Coronado, when De Soto, when Cortez and Pizarro, and some of these men we're going to look at, when they came to America from that background. And the papacy's rule of thumb had been this: if you can't control them, kill them. Now, I don't mean to sound cruel and unkind, but the facts of history will back me up on that totally. That's the philosophy that they had, and that's why people were dying in Europe. You say, why is that important? Because you're going to see that's exactly the philosophy that was brought to the New World. And we have, as we come across here, we talked a little bit last week about Columbus and the Spanish influence. Of course, the Spanish influence comes down into the southern part of what we call North America there. Columbus lands in 1492 on the island of San Salvador. He explores several of the Caribbean islands during the next 8 or 9 years. He makes 4 voyages to the New World. He establishes a colony at Santo Domingo called La Navidad, and one of his ships sinks while he's there in the harbor. He has to leave 39 of the crew because the Pinta and her captain had journeyed off in search of gold, so they only had 2 ships left. One of them sank in the harbor. He had to leave 39 men there to establish a colony. And so 39 men are left on the island there of Santo Domingo, and they establish a colony in that area. He leaves, Columbus does, and heads back to England. There are 300,000 Indians in population on that island when Columbus leaves to return to England. 16 years later, there are 20,000 of those Indians left. You say, why? If you can't control them, you kill them. And when the colony was established, word first of all came that if you want to know what the Spanish were interested in, they were interested in gold. You read the history of the Spanish conquistadors and the Spanish explorers, they're all looking for gold. They want wealth. You say, why? Because in 1519, when Martin Luther gets stirred up, and because of the problems in the papacy, they're about to launch what's called a counter-reformation. And you hear a lot about the Reformation under Martin Luther. You never read about the Counter-Reformation. I've been in the cities of Frohnleiten, Austria. I've been in the city of, I'm trying to think of the name of Rothenburg, Germany. Just two cities that I've been in personally where in the Counter-Reformation, the armies under the control of the Roman Catholic Pope killed every Protestant, man, woman, boy, and girl, child, killed every one of them in the cities. I've been in both those cities. That's the Counter-Reformation. They needed money to fund that. And they're looking for gold. They're searching for gold. Columbus comes, and when he lands, some of the Indians have little gold earrings and jewels. Not an abundance of gold. It's not there. But Columbus's inquisitiveness gets the best of him. He asks about the gold, and they tell him, well, it's on this island. The Indians had a desire to please the white man. And you're going to learn some things. As a matter of fact, when we get on over here to where Montezuma and the Aztec Indians are located, you're going to find out that the Aztecs for years had believed that someone from God was going to come as a messenger to their people, and their own tradition told them that he was white-skinned. And they had never seen a white man in their life. But their own religious tradition told them that a white-skinned individual was going to come and tell them of the true God as a messenger from the true God. So the Indians had a desire to please the white man. Obviously, the white man possessed things the Indians didn't have. He was still kind of elementary in the use of guns, but he had gunpowder, he had guns, he had techniques to build, he had techniques to farm that, although by our standards they were primitive, by the Indians' standards they were miles ahead of where the Indians were. And the Indians had a desire to please. So really, they told Columbus, well, there's gold on this island. And they'd go to an island, wasn't any gold there? They said, well, it's gold on this island. And they weren't trying to run him around as much as they were just trying to please him. They knew that gold pleased him, so they kept telling him there's gold somewhere. And Columbus ended up on his voyage on the island of Cuba, which is here. We mentioned last week that Columbus in his diary records that as he left the island that they had named Cuba, and again, understand, Columbus never knew that he discovered a new world. He died not knowing that. He thought he was in the Indies. He thought he had literally sailed all the way around the world and had landed in the Indies, and he was concerned about finding the mainland of China, where Marco Polo and those before him had explored. So Columbus set sail from this island that the Indians had called Cuba on a course of north, intending to go to the mainland of what he thought would be China. And in his diary, he records that he no more than cleared the island before the headwinds of the winds changed and became headwinds and literally drove him off his course to the north. He could not proceed to the north and had to turn and head back out into the Caribbean. You say, why is that important? Because I firmly believe that God would not allow the papist, Spanish method of operation to come to this country at that point in time. God kept them out. You say, why? The philosophy was, if you can't control, kill. Now you say, well, I just don't believe that. Well, you go down here and look at the history of this large body of land down here called South America, you find America down there for me. You come in through here, Columbus was in Costa Rica, he was in Honduras, he was along the coastline there of El Salvador. As a matter of fact, Columbus, when he went to Costa Rica, finally found some gold. On one of his last voyages, he found a pretty good quantity of gold, and Columbus wrote back and said that he had discovered Solomon's mine, King Solomon. He found out where Solomon got his gold, and he became so possessed by gold that two of his ships actually were worm-eaten and had to be discarded. They nearly starved to death before he got back to England, and Columbus died for this honor. Now, I'm going to say this because I don't want to discredit Columbus. Columbus may have been a saved man. Some of the things that he wrote, he was not a good papist. I know that. He was not a blind follower of the papacy. He was a dissident. And yet when he came to this country, he had to have somebody to finance his expedition. And that became the king and queen of Spain, Ferdinand and Isabella. And so he set sail for them. And when he said he was coming to this country and he talked about his love for God, the God that he loved was not the same God, or at least was not represented by the same religion that Ferdinand and Isabella was, because they were devout papists to the day of their death. Their country had ended the conquest of the Moors, one of the last crusades. They had kicked the Moors out of Spain. Columbus comes, and that's basically where we got to last week. Columbus made 4 voyages, settled La Navidad. I talked about 300,000 Indians on those islands, and within 2 years, 100,000 of those Indians had been killed. 14 years later, of all those 300,000 Indians, only 20,000 of them remained. So the idea of what's going on, you can get an idea of how they resulted in what happened with the Indians. 1500, a fellow by the name of Pedro Cabral from Portugal landed in Brazil. Portugal, at the same time Spain became a great exploring nation, Portugal had been a great nation as well. Portugal, however, had chosen to find a route to the Indies by going south around the African Horn and on to the Indies, and they had put all their money into discovering that route, mapping that route out. So Columbus actually appealed to King Henry VII of England and asked for money, and Henry turned him down. He also had appealed to the King of Portugal for financing of his expedition, and he was turned down there. It was only then that he went to Ferdinand and Isabella in Spain. But what had happened is, after the Spanish discovery here, the Portuguese actually were better explorers than the Spanish were. The Portuguese had a jump on them because they'd already been around the Horn of South Africa, and they knew where they were going basically, so they set sail over here, and a great feud erupted as to who gets what. And so the line of demarcation was drawn up by the Catholic Church, and they said that Spain can have everything on one side, and Portugal can have everything on the other side, which basically goes to show you who thought they were controlling the New World. It wasn't Spain, and it wasn't Portugal. It was the papacy that drew up the line and said, well, you can control this, and you can control that. Well, who actually controls this thing? So the Portuguese came, they began to settle a bit in South America, although they're limited as to how far they can go because of this line of demarcation that was established. In 1513, Ponce de Leon makes the first Spanish landing on the American continent. Ponce de Leon actually had been exploring down in the islands. He had been on the island of Puerto Rico, and while he was there, the Indians had told him that there was a fountain that if you tasted of it, it would make you young forever. And you say, what were they doing? Well, I don't know if they were still trying to please the white man or just get rid of him. I'm not sure at that time. But anyway, Ponce de Leon sails north, and he makes landfall in Florida. And that's 1513. 1492. 1513, less than 25 years later, they are beginning to move into America. But they can't make a settlement. Ponce de Leon runs into 2 things that he hadn't planned on. One is called the mosquito. And the mosquito eats up basically most of the food that he's got, nearly kills all of them, and another one is called the Seminole. Now that's not the football team. That's the Indians that had lived in that part of the country, and they heard the white man was coming, and they were ready for it. And they were not about to let the Spanish settle in that part of the world. And they literally kept the Spanish influence, at bay. They literally had them surrounded. They couldn't do much of anything there as far as establishing a colony was concerned. 1513, the same year, Balboa sails for Spain, and Balboa comes here to the Isthmus of Panama and fights his way across that thing. Takes him a year or better, and when he gets across that thing, he was sure that he was going to find the Indians. They still believed they were right at them. And it was one of the most discouraging discoveries that was ever made. Because when he plowed his way through and came out on the other side over here, he found an ocean that was even bigger than the one they just crossed. He was awfully discouraged, and so was Spain, Portugal, and even England, because they were sure the world was not quite that big. And they were right at the point of discovering a passage to the Indies, only to find the Pacific Ocean stood in their way. So Ponce de Leon establishes no colony. Balboa crosses the Isthmus of Panama about the same time, and realize this again is still before the Reformation. And you're dealing with all of the turmoil in Europe that preceded the Reformation. There are hundreds and hundreds of people who just want to get out of Europe. There are dissident clergy and dissident priests that just want to get out of England or out of Spain and Europe. And so it's not hard to get a crew to come to the New World at this point in time. A lot of people just want to leave. Spain begins to make its roads down in here into this area. In 1519, 6 years after Balboa crossed Panama, 1519, Magellan, who was Portuguese but was sailing for Spain. See, the feud was going on. Magellan sets out on what is to be the first around-the-world voyage, and Magellan heads out, and instead of coming to the islands, he heads south around the tip of the Straits of Magellan at the southern tip of South America, rounds the corner, and heads out, and finally ends up in the Philippine Islands. He never completes the voyage. He's given credit for being the first explorer to go around the world, but he actually dies in the Philippines. And he doesn't make it all the way around, but it is his name that stands out with those that first sailed around the world. Now, that was in 1519, the same year that the Reformation started. Also in 1519, Hernando Cortez came to America on a Spanish expedition, and he cuts across the Mexican mainland there and finds for the first time the city of Montezuma. Some of you were Marines and you sang the Marines hymn. You never knew where the halls of Montezuma were. That's where they are, Mexico City. Montezuma is the king or the ruler of the Aztec people. The Aztec Indians and the Inca Indians have for years been a blight on Europeans. We just went through what was it? I can't remember what number it was, but the celebration of Columbus's discovery of America in 1492. We just went through 92, and almost all of the things that were written were negative. And if you read any of it, you know how mean the white man was because he came and how he destroyed the Indian. But I want you to know that was one philosophy that came out of Europe. It was not the white men in general. That was the philosophy of the papacy. They never said that, but that's where the philosophy came from. And when Columbus came to this nation, when the explorers came to this nation, that's the philosophy they brought with them. They found two of the most advanced groups of Indians that ever existed, as far as we know. One called the Aztecs, the other called the Incas. And when Cortez makes his way to Montezuma, Montezuma is the king of the Aztecs, and literally goes in there, befriends them, takes advantage of their friendship to gain great quantities of gold, and then begins what later would become known as genocide, the extermination of an entire race of people. And as far as we know, there is not one full-blooded Aztec remaining in the world today. They were all executed. Why? Because they were a proud people of Indians and they would not be controlled by Spaniards. And if you can't control, you kill. They were executed. Several years later, 1531, Francisco Pizarro, crosses here, journeys on down to Peru, and in Peru he finds the second most advanced nation of Indians that were ever discovered, and they're called the Incas. And when he sets up with the Incas, he operates in much the same procedure that Cortez did. He captures the Inca chief or president or ruler, whatever you want to call him. His name is Atahualpa. And he captures that fella, and he tells the Indians, he said, I'm going to hold him, but you can ransom him.
which is from heaven.
And you can ransom him by bringing me, and he mapped off a room, and he said, I want this room filled with gold to the ceiling.
Not for that
And it took them less than 48 hours. People were wealthy. Remember, the Spaniards are after gold. When he realized there was that much gold to be had, he took the king out in the presence of all the people and garroted him, strangled him in the presence of all his people, and thinking that his people then would submit and become subservient to the Spanish rule. When they refused to do so, the Incas were destroyed. There are some people running around who are descendants through other channels of some of the Inca people, but no such thing as an Inca civilization remains to this day. There are tribes of Indians that still remain in America. And yeah, there were a number of Indians killed in America, but never to the extent of the Aztecs and the Incas under the Spaniards. 1531, Pizarro attacked and killed the Incas. In 1539, and again, see, we're dealing in a very short period of time, less than 50 years. 1539, De Soto comes to America, Hernando de Soto. And De Soto comes to Florida, which has a struggling little colony, but they just can't seem to go anywhere. De Soto launches out from Florida and heads west, and he's the first man, as far as we know, to lay eyes on the Mississippi River. He extends the exploration over to that area and claims, of course, the Mississippi River. Nobody, for some reason, can get to the coastline of this country. The coastline remains basically untouched. Now there are people exploring it. We're going to look at some of the English explorers that have been up there. Nobody can do anything up there. You say, why is that important? Well, I don't even need to mention it. You're going to see how important the east coast of the United States becomes in immigration and settling in industry and commerce in a little while. But God will not allow that philosophy that says if you can't control, kill,
Then we are ambassadors for Christ.
to inhabit this country right here. Why? God's got his hand on this for a reason. And I think as Christian people, when we're all said and done, you're going to realize that God did here in this country what he never did any place else in the world. And the sad part about that is that you and I are fixing to let it die. That's the saddest part, is we're fixing to let it die. The Spanish explorers, basically, when the little area outlined in red here shows you the amount of land that Spain literally controls. Now, we talked about 1531, 1539, and 1540. Francisco Coronado heads north out of Mexico. And he heads north out of Mexico, and he has with him a great number of dissident Catholic priests. Remember, the Reformation's going on. And the best thing to do if you're a dissident is to get out of Europe if you can. And so he has some dissident priests with him. And basically, I'm going to say this. You've got two classes of men. You've got men that are hungry for gold and some of them that are upset with Europe. And they begin to come up through here and they begin to establish little missions along the way. Some of those little padres. You say, well, who are they? They were dissident Catholic priests, unhappy with what was going on in Europe. And I'm going to be honest with you, some of those men probably led native Indians to Christ more than you and I ever will know about when we get to heaven. We talked about, you say, well, there's a difference in philosophy between the Catholic Church. I know that, but you read the writings of Savonarola, you find Savonarola, when you want to get to heaven, you had to repent of your sins and trust Christ as your Savior. The doctrine of the Catholic Church, and its great, vast difference from what we believe today, came about right around the time of the Reformation, because Martin Luther nailed their carcasses to a door, and they had to take some militant stands to get rid of Martin Luther. But this is the conquest of the Spanish explorers. Notice they're all the way over into California. Now that's by the year 1540. Just to give you a little idea of some of the other things that are going on, in 1497, I'm going way back again now, just because we're going to deal with another nationality. In 1497, Just 5 years after Columbus had discovered the island here, John Cabot had come to Newfoundland. John Cabot was an Englishman. And based on, actually, John Cabot was the first white man to set foot in America proper, as far as we know, at least the first explorer from the European continent. Cabot was an Englishman. So he did give England a little bit of right to make some claims in this new world, although England, by virtue of Columbus and the Portuguese, literally didn't have any choice at all. They weren't allowed to claim any land because the papacy said they couldn't have it. But Cabot had been here, and Cabot had explored the area of Newfoundland. That's why it was called Newfoundland. They weren't nearly as complex as we are. They went to school, they didn't learn big words. What they said, they knew. And so they asked him where he'd been. He said, I've been to Newfoundland. And it was called Newfoundland, and that's what it's called today. Also, in 1534, the French had gotten into the activity. Now, what you had with some of these Spaniards, you had some Dominican priests. And the Dominicans they were not as reactionary as the Cathari were. The Cathari, honestly, could almost be classified as Bible believers. Now, I've got some of the writings of the Cathari, and they were pretty rough. The Dominicans were maybe just a little more liberal than the Cathari, but nonetheless, they were upset with what was going on in Europe. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Martin Luther was Dominican. And the Dominicans came with the Spanish in through here. But what happened in Europe was there needed to be a loyal, strong order of priests. And that order was founded by Ignatius Loyola. And they were called the Jesuits. The Jesuits were termed as the Papal Army. They were the strong arm of the papacy for years. And when the French began to explore this country, they brought the Jesuits with them. In 1534, Jacques Cartier had sailed up the St. Lawrence River, down the St. Lawrence River, and established the colony of Montreal. Several years later, 1608, Samuel de Champlain established a colony in Quebec. But for some reason, they couldn't preach it. They ran into a nation of Indians called the Iroquois. And you see all the Wild West shows over here. You've been greatly influenced by television. Don't ever talk to a Texan. But you're going to get a whole picture of American history that really is not quite accurate. You want to know where the Wild West was? You live in it, basically. There were 4 Indians and white wars in Toledo and Detroit, and they had assaulted the place to the west. You talk about wars that took place right here. You've got the nations of the Iroquois up in New York. And they were not about to have white people. And they held the front. Basically, up here to this area around the St. Lawrence River on the Great Lakes. Years later, Marquette will come in from northern Michigan, just about 5 hours from here. Marquette will establish a mission there at Sault Ste. Marie. All of that area settled by Marquette with the Jesuits. And the Jesuits' intention was to stop the spread of Protestantism. That's what their goal was. To stop the spread of Protestantism. So you've got Jesuit Catholics here, you've got Jesuits up here. If those guys had ever got together, they would have been hail Columbus. But there was a buffer in between them that nobody could penetrate. And nobody could establish a colony. By 1580, less than 100 years after Columbus discovers America, King Philip II, who was now King of Spain, succeeded to the throne of Portugal. In other words, he ruled both countries. And when that took place in 1580, King Philip II basically ruled more of the known world than anybody that's ever lived. The not only got all that Spain had, but got all that Portugal had discovered in Africa on the Cape of Good Hope. It was all his. And when the Counter-Reformation was launched, he had promised his support to the papacy. And it was King Philip of Spain that instigated a lot of those mass executions. You have the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, where Huguenots, an entire town of Huguenots, are executed in one day. The whole city is killed, and the Roman Catholic Pope strikes a medal. Yes, everybody participated and gave him a medal that ensured them everlasting life. That's how, again, I want to be guarded because I don't want you to go out here and hate. That's not what I'm trying to teach. But I am trying to teach something that hasn't been taught, unfairly so, to you. You need to know you're there. There is a great move to pull everything back together under one umbrella. And I think it's funny that the Jews say we'll never forget what took place at Auschwitz. We'll never forget what took place at Treblinka, and rightfully so. But you Americans have forgotten where your heritage came from. And you need not to forget that. And there's King Philip dedicates all of his utilities to serving the Counter-Reformation. And he gets his eye on a place where they're having a little bit of trouble. And that's a place called England. English people have always been a little strange. I guess they are probably the height of arrogance. And like because of their isolated position, they've always felt a little bit intimidated. Their existence was up there on a couple of islands just off the coast of the mainland of Europe. And they were intimidated because they did not have the large body of land. The weather in England has always been kind of rough. And what it is, I'm not sure, but they're a rough bunch of people. And that's going to be seen in the next few years. Again, they've been fighting. I mean, the English basically have been at war since about the 12th century with somebody. They just, fought. They were a lot like the Germans, the old German saying where in case of rain, the war will be held in the auditorium. This love to fight. And the English were like that. Now, I'm not trying to be very deep, but I want you to understand these things. If you're taking notes, you can put these in your notes. They're basically three households that govern England. You have the House of Tudor, T-U-D-O-R, several monarchs that rule from the House of Tudor, and following that comes the House of Stuart, and then following that comes the House of Hanover. When the American War for Independence is fought, it's fought against the monarch from the House of Hanover. But the other two are equally important. And as I said before, Columbus had appealed to King Henry VII to gain some financing for his expedition. He failed to get it. Now, other than that, you probably would never know who King Henry VII was. But you do remember who came after him. Who was King Henry VIII. And King Henry VIII was probably one of the greatest thorns in the side of the flesh of the papacy that existed. And the reason was he just was an obstinate fellow. And remember the unum sanctum of Pope Boniface that had divided English loyalty because nobody could claim to rule England. And yet the papacy had done so. Well, Henry VIII was kind of an amorous fellow. And he had the same problem that Solomon had in that he wanted to take many wives. And the papacy was with him on that. Now, I'm not trying to make him out to be a cream white, he was a rogue boy, he was there. But Henry VIII decided he'd marry one, he didn't like her, and so he'd want to divorce her. Well, that was a no-no to the papacy. And so when King Henry VIII wanted to divorce his wife, they said no. So he came up with another idea, which was to execute her. We probably are fixing to find out that's much cheaper in modern day America. But King Henry VIII decided, well, hey, if you want to be divorced, I'll bump them off. And so he begins to kill them, and of course the papacy objects to that, rightfully so. But when the papacy tries to exert their authority and control in England, that is the straw that breaks the camel's because Henry VIII is not going to have the papacy ruling. And so the Pope excommunicates Henry VIII, and Henry VIII in turn excommunicates the Pope. Henry VIII declares that as long as there's a church in England, I am the head of the church in England. Henry VIII never ended any Catholic doctrine, never attacked any Catholic doctrine. Henry VIII basically was a Catholic, but I told you last week the issue was papacy. And the greatest blow to Protestantism, I believe in freedom, believe what you want to believe. Honestly, dude, I think the Catholic people, I have doctrinal disagreements with, but I believe they have a right to believe what they want to believe. My main point is when a religion states that they have the right to rule the affairs of the world, they've kind of got my attention. And of course, supposedly they've all changed. Vatican I and Vatican II made that change, and of course it's kind of unusual why now, for the first time in American history, we have an ambassador in the Vatican, if they're not political. I still am opposed to the papacy. You say, why? I just look at history. I just look at countries where they still are in control. I don't want that in America. Okay, now please, again, understand, I would never, somebody want to ship all the Catholics out of America. No, that's not what I'm talking about. In fact, the first Catholics came to the Church of Maryland, came out of England because they couldn't work in England. They came here my opposition to the papacy. Now, in the House of Tudor, you got King Henry VII. 1509, King Henry VIII causes all kinds of problems. Because for the first time in English history, there is a solid break between the Catholic Church and the Church of England. That's where the Church of England came. It basically is the Catholic Church under its monarchy. There were not a lot of changes. There are a number of disciplines during this time. Several groups that come to the forefront. One of them is a group called the Puritans. The Puritans are a group of people who believe that they can purge the faults and the doctrinal errors of the Church of England from within. They said, well, you know, there's some problems in the Church of England. There's some doctrinal problems that need to be straightened out. But we believe if we stay in here and fight the fight, we can say they were called Puritans. Then there was another group that said, nope, anybody that acknowledges any head of the church other than Jesus Christ is wrong. Be it the Pope, be it the King of England, there is no head of the church save Jesus Christ himself, and they're called the separatists. Because they never linked up with anybody, wouldn't join with anybody. King Henry VIII causes all kinds of problems. When Edward comes to the throne, Edward is kind of the right word. He's kind of a Gerald Ford type of thing. He was there, but you really didn't know a lot about him. You think about, what did Gerald Ford do?
In journeying.
Right? I mean, wasn't it bad? Certainly he wasn't indicted like the rest of them. I mean, nobody ever said anything bad about him. He was a good man, as far as I know, good president. But what did he ever do? He didn't do a whole lot. And Edward is along that line. Now, Edward leans a little bit to trying to undo what his father had done. You see, Edward was, he was his father's son. However, he was also his mother's son. And his mother still maintained very strong ties to the Catholic Church. So when Edward comes to the throne, he tries to, extend the right hand of fellowship and say, oops, come on back and let's forget this all happened. And but not a lot changes. It is not until 1533 or 1553, I'm sorry, that a woman rules England, and her name is Mary, Queen Mary, and she's called Mary, Queen of Scots. And by the time she's finished, her name is Bloody Mary. And she's called Bloody Mary because she begins the Counter-Reformation in England. And her goal is to eliminate every Protestant or every dissident in England and to restore the throne to the papacy. desire to return the crown to the papacy, and through history she'll be known as Bloody Mary. She probably killed more of her subjects, her own people, than any monarch that ever reigned on the face of the earth. And what happened was a strange thing. These Protestants and dissidents were an unusual group of people, and Rome was just going to school. They were just learning. But they were finding that the more they persecuted them, the faster they grew. And at the death of Mary, Queen of Scots, Queen Elizabeth comes to the throne in England, and she is the first English monarch to declare she is a Protestant. She is opposed to the Vatican, she is opposed to the papacy, and she establishes for the first time that the Church of England is not Catholic but Protestant. Now that upsets some people in Europe. This is in 1558. Remember, by 1580, King Philip runs most of the world. He's an ardent papist. He's looking for something to conquer, and so the English Isles loom before him. He has several advantages. Number one, he has the backing of the papacy. Number two, he has the backing of all the other countries in Europe over which he rules. Number three, he has the mightiest fleet and army in the known world. His conquistadors are the ones that went down here and conquered the Aztecs and the Incas. These are trained veteran troops. And Philip says, we're going to do something. Now, Queen Elizabeth, she has some ideas of her own. And although her fleet is really inferior, she has but a few ships. She says, you know, these Spaniards are bringing all this gold back. We could get some of it. And so you have, they're called pirates. You know, they became the bad guys. You know who the pirates were? They were English Protestants that plundered Spanish gold ships. Captain Kidd. You know, that's English. Bluebeard, I can't remember what his name was. They're English men, they're pirates. And they began to attack these Spanish ships and plunder them. And that further upsets the problem that we've got over in Spain with Philip. They began to plunder, and they began to take what they could get. And Queen Elizabeth, I think it was Drake that fixed to sail around the world. He was the first Englishman to go all the way around the world. And when he began to leave, she told him, she said, Sir Francis, I would sure like to be avenged of the Spanish. And so he sets out, and I don't know how many ships he sent, but when he comes back to England, he has a ship loaded down with gold, compliments of the Spanish government. And he becomes known as a pirate, brutal. It's amazing, again, every time you read history, when Protestants are involved, you find about the brutality. When the Papists are involved, there's no mention of brutality. You hear about the dirty, mean pirates, but you don't hear anything about the conquistadors that are raping women, burning villages, and killing Indians to get their gold. 1588, Philip decides now is the time. He collects 130 Spanish galleys, 30,000 and sets sail for the Netherlands, where he is going to take on more troops and invade the Netherlands. And in 1588, before he ever got to the Netherlands, the English come shooting out of the English camp. And in a surprise attack because of the fog, the same path of his fleet. The rest of them, deciding to regroup, turn tail and run, and when they do, they come into one of the worst maritime disasters that ever took place, one of the greatest storms that ever occurred, and sank over a quarter of the rest of the fleet that were in. When it is all said and done, Philip said, I sent my forces to fight with England, not with the wind of the Almighty God. And Philip recognized that God had defeated him. They never got to the Netherlands. They never picked up their troops. They never invaded English soil. And from that moment on, the Spanish Empire was done.
For do I now persuade
She never regained
or
prominence.
do I seek to please
And
men?
Queen Elizabeth became the focal point in European history, the Protestant queen.
But I certify you, brethren, that the gospel which was
Queen Elizabeth reigned from 1558 until 1603,
but by the revelation of Jesus,
and she established the Protestant philosophy in
how that beyond measure
England. So now you've got the Spanish in the south, you have the French in the north, and you have a Protestant nation in England.
what it means not to be separated from
And so guess what's going to happen? The English are going to come to America. Now, I don't want to be one-sided, because the first Englishmen that came over here were gold-hungry thugs. I mean, they've been taking gold off Spanish ships. They'd been seeing the French return. The French never got much gold. I'll tell you what they got. They got fur trade. They had been seeing the wealth being pumped out of the New World, and so the English aristocrats founded what's called the Virginia Company. Now, in 1585, let me go through this verse because it needs to be said. It's part of American history. In 1585, Sir Walter Raleigh had left England. This was before the defeat of the Spanish Armada.
then
1585, he had come to a little place called Roanoke, North Carolina,
and I went up by revelation,
and he had established a colony at Roanoke
which I preach among the
with the idea of making an English establishment.
reputation,
If you read the writings, you'll find that they told tales of the Indians carrying pots of gold that contained emeralds and diamonds.
and that because of false brothers.
So I'd say white people were coming to the New World. They really weren't concerned about the Indians other than getting what they had. They established a colony there at Roanoke. It became known as the Lost Colony of Roanoke. John White was placed in charge of that colony as governor, and in just a few months' time, the people were on the verge of starvation. And so it was decided that White would return to England and equip another rescue party that would come back with provisions to take care of these people. And White left. And when he left his daughter, and he left his granddaughter, who was the first person ever born on American soil. Her name was Virginia Dare. And that's Virginia was named after Virginia Dare. He was never to see them again. Because when he returned to England in 1586, the Spanish were at war with the English, and that was to end in the defeat of the Spanish Armada. It was 2 years before he could return again to the colony. When he returned, they found no skeletons. They found nothing, not a trace of the English settlers. They ruled that there could not have been a massacre, for there would have been certainly skeletons left behind. They found nothing. They found carved into a tree 4 letters, C-R-O-A, which stands, I guess, for the Croatan Indians, and they assumed that maybe the settlers had gone there, or the Indians had attacked. They never knew. They never found a trace of them. They were gone. That became known as the Lost Colony of Roanoke, and that was in 1585. 1588, Drake defeats the Spanish Armada. But in 1606, now I stress that because I want you to realize how many years there are between 1492
of Jesus Christ,
and
in
1606.
Jesus Christ, that we might
There's 100 years plus that have elapsed,
the law,
and God still has held
justified.
this part wide open.
Justified by Christ.
You say, what's interesting about that? This is going to become the mightiest nation that ever existed on the face of the earth.
For if I build
And 100 years after the New World is discovered, nobody lives
I
there.
through the law am dead through the
The
law.
French
I might
can't
live
come south.
to God.
The Spaniards
I
can't
am
get
crucified
north.
with Christ. Nevertheless,
It's hedged in.
Yet not I, but Christ liveth in me.
It's time for us to quit.
I now live in
May the 14th, 1606.
Son of God, who loved me.
Group of individuals landed 40 miles up the James River.
For if righteousness come by
And they landed there at the colony that was to be known later on as Jamestown, named after
foolish Galatians,
King James of England. They established Jamestown, and of course in their charter, in the Virginia Charter, like all documents, I guess, they're a little flowery. They said, we're going to go and take the gospel to the Indians, and, it's our desire to convert them to Christianity. And you not only want to read the documents, but you want to see what else they do with those documents. For instance, this group that came was 144 strong.
ministereth to you.
And with 144 people, they brought one preacher with them. And in their own documents, the only reason they brought him was because they used these words: he could be controlled.
And it was accounted to him for
They just wanted a preacher with them, but they wanted one that if they told him to shut up, he'd shut up.
the children of Abraham.
And so their great conquest to win the Indians to God started with 144 aristocrats or gentlemen. And one preacher coming to this country. They brought no women with them. They brought no families. 144 men landed at Jamestown. From the first moment they got off the boat, they were in trouble.
All are under the curse.
The Virginia Company had organized a charter and had set up a council to run the affairs of Jamestown. There was one man who was with them. His name was Bartholomew Gosnold. And Gosnold was an experienced explorer. In other words, he had been here before. He knew some of the hardships. And when they landed, I believe the place was called Cape Pleasant or something like that. And they liked it real well there. Gosnold told them, listen, this is low-lying land. It's subject to flooding. There is no fresh water here. We would be better to move inland and find a high ground and establish our colony there. They said nothing to it. We like it just fine right here. It was May. It was beautiful. Springtime. Beautiful springtime there along. And they said, we're staying right here. The only problem was when summer came, they found they were in a swamp and malaria began to set in. And they, like I said, they were in trouble. The other problem they had is one half of them were English aristocracy. They were gentlemen. You say, what problem was that? Well, what that means is an English gentleman does not do any manual labor. So from the day they got off the boat, half of them refused to work. They had come to this country, after all, to find the gold. And they got off the boat, and along with them was a fellow by the name of John Smith. You're going to know that name from Pocahontas and all that. We'll talk about all that later on. But some of these guys, out of that 144, 40 of them decide they want to go exploring. So before anything's built, 40 of them just head for the bushes. They're going to find something. And they leave the other group there, half of them who won't work, to establish this colony. As I said before, they're in real trouble before they get started. By midsummer, they landed in May. By midsummer, there were only 5 men capable of doing any manual labor at all. The rest of them were sick to the point of death. The following winter, with only 2 weeks' supply of food left, John Smith, who brings the tale of American heroes, set out to trade with the Indians. If you read more of what John Smith did, he actually went out and executed Indians and stole their food. So much so that Powhatan, one of the Indian chiefs, captured him because he had killed 2 braves, and he was tried and sentenced to be executed, and Pocahontas came to his rescue, so they say. I mean, that sounds a little fishy. But Pocahontas came to his rescue, and for some reason, eventually John Smith finds his way back into the Jamestown colony with that story, how Pocahontas...
But yeah, Zello's freaking dumb anyways. I just don't get Zello. I don't get later people are and all that crap. I tell you what, I had a girlfriend here on Zello. She was bisexual. She went by the name of, she was an Indian, American Indian, that lived in Utah.
Heir of God through Christ.
is where she is. Her name is Heaven, and she basically turned her back on me and stabbed me on my freaking back and said, "Well, I'm not interested in you anymore. I just started going out with a girl again." And I'm like, really? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, yeah, I wasn't ever gonna meet the girl anyways.
Now I got on 20 seconds. Somebody in their goddamn feelings and shit is set on 0 seconds. What the fuck?
That's red rum for you. He got in his feelings. He say he don't got no feelings, but he does.
There, now I'll fucking talk.
Now come on, red rum. Come up with something new. Fuck boy. You're wearing your emotions. You Chinese said you can get my emotions. Where is my emotions at there, red rum? What is emotions? I don't got no emotions, Red Rum. I'm trying to teach. But I gave him yours, though, Red Rum. Big time.
I'm kidding after our channel. We just got better things to do than talk to y'all two people. Just saying. I'm going back where I was talking.
What the hell? Now Nifty Daddy's in here. Woohoo! Sorry.
I'm in your slides. Fuck the key down.
Just shut up, Jethro. Nobody wants to hear you. Go back and chat with your little fucking roasting family, Jathayan. And you really need to change that polish on your fucking feet. Goddamn, are you a homo or bisexual? What are you? I have no idea.
How the fuck did I get an admin in this fucking channel?
Either G-Unit probably did it, which is Red Realm on his other account.
Marco, key down. What's up, Mona Lisa? Again?
Just because I don't like you doesn't mean that you don't get a fucking admin. My personal likes doesn't involve you not having a fucking admin.
Yeah, that's fun. I like that. Just saying. I like that. That's the first time I've ever heard you say that.
Oh, he does that all the time. Just saying. He sounds like a real fucking faggot, doesn't he?
Oh, gotta get back to work. Talk to you later. Bye.
Oh, man. Well, Calvis, I will talk to you later. I'm gonna go back to eating my popcorn with peanut butter and chocolate on it. Yep, yep.
Yeah, he does. You know, he's really a dick sucker is what he is. He's gay. He actually admitted it to me one time that he was gay.
And Mona Lisa, you see this motherfucker here tapping out like a little fidget flop. You had to bring up somebody else's past, but you know, Red Rum, you don't got shit on me.
You got shit on me either.
For one.
You better stop bringing up my uncle in your mouth too, let him die in peace, you motherfucker.
You don't call me a faggot, call me queer, call me whatever. You think you'll get my feelings? I'm gonna laugh in your fucking face. I'll wipe my ass with your feelings.
You will? Oh, really? No, you are. You're a piece of shit. Plus he has herpes, Apollo, so nobody's gonna touch him. Just saying.
I already know what happened to your uncle. Everybody knows what happened to him. I bet you do too.
Okay, if you don't know what you know about me and his uncle, you know what happened, then what happened then? I know.
Yeah, I know he has herpes. Oh man, he's got STD too. Ew. Really? Oh man. He's bad. He's a bad motherfucker. Hell no. No bitch is gonna want him with the STDs.
Wait. He said what happened to her, not what happened to him. What the fuck? Did I miss something in the translation?
I like listening to two losers talk about me on their channel, trying to make me famous. I mean, glad to see y'all feeling so much. Glad to get the information, but y'all have fun knowing yourselves and get what the fuck is out. I better things to do.
Yeah, you missed something there, Mama Lisa. I said her uncle. Then I said no. What happened to him? Sorry, Red Rum.
I wasn't talking about you. Red Rum said her instead of him.
Oh, no, we're not making you famous. It's quite the opposite. But go ahead. Go back to your little bitches, and yeah, leave. Goodbye. Ciao.
Well, everybody knows that her uncle Al was a fucking diabetic. You know, he wasn't taking his fucking insulin and pills, correctly. That's how he died. He was in a diabetic coma correctly. Everybody knows that shit. Everybody happens to him.
Hey, Angela, go listen to your message I just put over there in your solo.
Wow, you know a lot. That's not how it happened, you dumb fuck. You died in your sleep, you dumb fuck. Because you overdosed yourself, you dumb fuck.
So much you don't know.
Because his wife was a diabetic. You got the story mixed up, you dumb fuck.
See, Red Rum, you don't know a goddamn thing about nobody. You say you do, but you don't.
You died. Let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 7 days before my birthday.
Dang.
Well, that's what Donnie told me. I mean, I'm just going by what the man told me.
Oh, he tapped out, Apollo. He tapped out. You know, this is how I seriously know that these people are brainwashed, or maybe they have like a brain injury, because yeah, he's going right now to the big hitters and saying, oh, they're talking about me. I don't care. I really don't fucking care.
See, you gonna buy somebody else's whole shit.
See, I told you, it was about Donnie.
About Donnie. It's all Donnie this, Donnie that, Donnie this.
And that's who it was the time. Donnie. It wasn't nobody else's time. Because you even tried, everybody tried. But that was back in the day. This is now.
What about now, Red Rum? The fuck, boy? See?
I'm 43 years old, and my child done with the dumb body, dumb shit, man. My taxes are past due, for which I can't help that I can take you.
She picked me right over you, fuck boy. She said you're a nasty having ass bitch. Who wants to be with your fuck ass?
That's what I felt like you were a child molester.
10-4. So, you never told me how old you were, but that being said, I know you don't want to say it up in here, but you can tell me in your solo. I think you're around my age group. I mean, I can kind of tell by your voice and all that stuff that you're around my age group.
Now, for one, I ain't no fucking child molester. I mean, that's fucking wrong. I had a charge of the bitch fucking lied on him, and I took that shit back to court and proved I didn't fucking have sex with her. So get the shit right. So yeah, I did 2 years for something I didn't do. So you want to know the fucking truth? You want me to keep it 100 with you? That's what the fuck happened. So you don't know shit about me, and I don't know shit about you, and I care less no shit about you. No, I don't want you. I mean, you're not my type. I mean, I'm glad, whoever got you, can put up with your fucking bullshit, because that's what you are all about. You're all about that drama shit, all about that immature shit. You're childish as fuck. When I put you on blast, you get off in your fucking feelings and be emotional about it. And you want to sit here and try to say, I'm this, I'm that. One, you don't.
I'm 95. I'm 95.
What up, Angela? How you been? Happy New Year. Been Shaggy, what's going on? I haven't, I was upset you closed your channel.
Yeah, 95. Yeah, okay.
Hey there, how you doing? Oh no, well it was cloned by, what's her name, Private Eye Security, or Secretary, so it's all good. Yeah.
See, listen to you now, I know you. But you got caught on your shit again, there, Red Rum. You try to say you,
Regards, I've been with fucking Creeper for 3 years and it's all count, and I haven't done shit, so you know what? Back the fuck down and get the fuck off my goddamn list before you have it.
Oh, jeez. Unbelievable. Well, nobody's gonna go to it. I mean, I don't know, you had it going good a little bit there. You should have just left it alone. I wasn't on Zello much over the holidays. You know, I took some vacation time. You know, I ain't gonna get up on here when I'm spending time with the family.
I don't want your dirty pussy. Shit, they probably got fucking diseases all over it. So they just can't do no wash out.
I don't blame you there. You know? Spending time with family, and family comes first.
I'll tell you something, you wrong. Ain't shit on that pussy. That pussy clean as a motherfucking fat dog. Fuck, boy. Clean as a goddamn girl. You cannot fucking say you didn't want that pussy. Oh, okay, all because OG Creeper got up in that pussy. And you trying to say you don't want it. You trying to say I got disease or something. I'm gonna tell you something, fuck boy. I don't got disease like you do.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. And yeah, King. No, I had a lot of shit going on. My father died over the holidays, and yeah, I just people on the channel were not good. So not you. I'm not saying you, but anyhow. It's cloned, so I probably think you're in Private Eye Michelle's clone channel. But yeah, it's all good.
I mean, guys know what she is. I mean, probably that fucking comedian, fucking gonorrhea, I mean, whatever, syphilis. I mean, ain't no telling what that bitch is. You know, I don't fuck with dirty bitches.
I don't know if I am or not. I got a lot of channels open. A lot of them I don't even mess with. Yeah, Chad was telling me about that. I left you a little solo. I don't know if you got it. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. We all experience those kind of losses, though. Been there, done that one.
Oh, you don't dare fuck with dirty ass bitches, but you fuck with your own self,
right? I'm
right?
going out with you though, right? That's a lie.
That's a lie. You show Mother St. Louis a dirty ass bitch.
Sorry, but I've been clean even up on the goddamn street. I don't give a fuck what you said.
No.
I went to the doctor every fucking day, went to the hospital almost every day, because I had seizures out there. You really think, hello.
Nice try there, Red Rum. You basically explaining yourself what you got. You got gum disease or something there, Red Rum?
Yeah, it's been hard. It's been hard. But I know we all experience it. Life and death and anyhow, yeah, I'm just glad you can just go ahead and do that. But anyhow, I don't really care.
No, I ain't got shit. I get tested on the monthly. So, you know, I fuck with top-notch bitches. High-class bitches. You want to set, a couple pictures of them? You might get, jealous and leave and work my pussy. I can't do that.
Let me tell you something, fuck boy. You probably going on Google to get them fucking bitches, do you? You gonna go and get fucking bitches pictures and jack off on because that's all you can get. That
That's
what
why
it
people
is.
leave this town because all you guys are talking about is my nasty pussy. That's what they. If I have so much nasty pussy, then why is Cripper still with it?
Creeper don't date them nasty bitches, fuck boy. Let me tell you that right now.
Yeah, well, she's got a lot of enemies on the app. A lot of enemies I wouldn't want to have. I mean, the kind of people that mess in your personal life. So I don't think that channel's going to go much of anywhere.
Well, I mean, but you are though. You're dating a nasty ass bitch. You fuck with the low class, find your high class bitch. How many times a day that she wash her pussy? None.
Oh, I know, King. I know. I hear, like people say, I hear everything. They don't think I do, but I do. And, it's all good. I could care less. Maybe one day I'll make another channel. And then somebody won't steal the name of the channel, like, within a friggin' hour. Yeah, congratulations there, Michelle. Yeah, congratulations.
This bitch right here is jealous of Creeper. He's so jealous of Creeper he has to get down dirty just to call me dirty, thinking I'm dirty and he's dirty.
See, you don't know about normality. That was my fella. I can hear it in your voice.
And he's not even one to fucking speak to, not even walking up to. Fuck you, Red Bum. You kiss my motherfucking ass and go rotate on it, you fucking dog.
Hello? Hello? Lincoln, you there? Hello?
M&T said wrong.
You go back down to the Luciana's room, you go see what the fuck happens to you.
You gonna get fucked up.
Yeah, when I came back on, I looked for the channel. It's like closed. It's like, I was gonna, pop in and say hello to you. Been looking to hear you key up and stuff. I'm glad I finally caught you, but, I would say I hope you have a good New Year, but it sounds like it's already off to a rough start. Well, I'm sorry for your loss.
What the fuck is all that shit? The fuck?
Why you running? I mean, look, I gave you a fucking admin, you got that shit for life. I'm not taking your admin, I'm not blocking you, I'm not bouncing you. You're choosing to leave, okay? That means you're tapping out. You're saying, well, you can go back to the honors room, Man, once you stayed up in here, why you leaving?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it happened. It's done. It's over. And, a lot of problems here on Zello. A lot of problems. Snakes in the grass and so forth. But, I'll let you know if I make another channel. Most definitely. You're a good guy.
For one, fuck boy, I ain't leaving nowhere, fuck nigga. I ain't running like your fuck ass. You run like a motherfucking scotch on chip, motherfucking goddamn slapping your mama with fucking. You ain't worth my goddamn time. You so fucking lame. You lame as fuck. You think you top dog, but you're not. You're low class, fuck boy. Now, take your little puppy fuck ass and think of whatever you want to think.
And I'm still gonna go after fucking goddamn,
Raise the way, girl.
Yeah, that's it.
There ain't nothing you can do, nothing you can do.
That's all this is about. And you gonna sit there and go this far and say that I'm better than that, and you're gonna turn me down that I'm a nasty word? You don't make no damn sense.
You don't make no sense at all.
No sense at all.
Yeah, I tell you, it kind of sucks when you lose a parent. I just recently lost my mom about 3 years ago, 2 years ago, something like that anyways. But we lost her due to vaping. She was vaping CBD oil, and some of the stuff that she was doing said not for consumption. So with that being said, She didn't read the labels on the bottles and all of that crap. And so that's what she died from, was vaping. I don't vape anymore. I still got the vaporizer for the vape and all that crap, but I don't do that shit anymore. After my mom died, I just basically just put it down. I haven't even touched it.
I bet you are though. Everybody knows you on here. They know what you used to do. You used to hit everybody up on this app, lady. I mean, not only me, everybody. Using everybody's solo back in the day. I mean, you trying to say that you ain't a nasty whore, but you are. And I'm calling you out as I see it. I don't care who you run back and tell. I mean, go ahead and tell anybody. You Chino, I mean, anybody what I said. I give no fucks.
What about you, fuck ass? You so much Gatorade thirsty.
I ain't fucked you, never fucked you. Never been with you like that. Never would, and even have fucking phone sex with your ass. I don't believe in fucking phone sex. You don't, fuck.
Hey, Red Ron, what about that time when you video chat her and asked her to have phone sex, fuck boy? Have video sex, huh? You're a nasty fuck.
Yeah, well, I've been through that a year and a half ago. I lost my old man. It's a tough go. You know, unfortunately, the longer we live, the more loss we're going to experience. You know, shit happens.
Well, the sad thing is my mom died when she was 62. She just got Social Security.
No, I never asked her anything like that. I asked her what her Facebook was, and we talked on Facebook, you know, and then I asked her, you know, what her account, you know, and all that was. I think she said it was Lena Rose or something like that. I mean, something like that. And she tried to give me some dude's email that she had it under.
Yeah, that's, I'm sorry for your loss, there, Apollo. I know, like, people try to, you know, I can't even imagine, like, what is the, what are people, retiring at 67? Like, just like, what do you have, like, 11 years to, live or something like that? It's crazy. But anyhow, I understand. I'm just, I'm still, you know, it's a week in, and I'm still a little bit upset. I mean, I'm upset, of course. But anyhow, yeah.
Fucking Donnie's.
Oh, that was
I was with Donnie Curry for almost 11 years, you dumb.
Nice try. Stupid fuck. You think you know Lena? You don't know shit. You know a goddamn thing about
I know
Lena.
Donnie for 11 years. I've listened to 2013. 2015 to 2016, 17, almost 18.
Now, nice try there, fuck boy. Get the fuck over it. You not
Hey,
willing, I am.
I already been with fucking 3, 4, fucking 5 guys in my whole life. If you want to get technical. Really?
Now, call that a hoe? That ain't no hoe.
I can tell how many guys I've been with in my goddamn head.
Matter of fact, my dad, man, he's almost in his freaking 70s, and he snowboards. He don't ski. He snowboards. And there's a lot of young snowboarders that are out there that are just sitting down on the ski slope, and man, I tell you what, they're sitting there, they're looking at my dad, and they're like, what the hell is a 70-year-old man doing snowboarding? God, this guy must be tough. And I said, yeah, that's my dad. He's a tough man. He wakeboards too. Hell, he went wakeboarding back when he was 60 years old.
No, you told me your body count was 10. I said, what is your body count, Lane? You said, I've been with 10 people. That's what you told me. You never remember telling me that?
You making up shit now.
See, I was with my baby daddy, my first baby daddy for 3 years. I was with my second baby daddy for almost 10 years, and I was with fucking with Donnie on and up for 11 years. So you tell me who the fuck I'm a slut?
You the slut puppy fuck boy.
Hell.
You can't even count how many women you've been with, right, huh? Oh, that's right. They ain't women, guys. You've been
And
with.
meeting people off the application. It's only been 3.
No, come on, Red Ron.
3 people off the application. That's
Cody.
Cody, dumb fuck that I was with that raped me, and then Kramer. 3 people. That's it.
Oh my god, he's a badass. Oh Jesus. So he's doing all that, the snowboarding, and good for him. Yeah, keeps them young. Doesn't matter the age, keeps them young.
I mean, like you tried to yell that Cody raped you and all that. Cody didn't fucking rape you. You fucking gave the pussy up to him. He already told me what you tried to do to him.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. Just like I do some things that people don't even realize that somebody my age would be able to do. They thought I'd be a young kid still, doing the things I do sometimes. But, you know, I just turned 30 years old here, September 2nd. So, I mean, it's always good to keep yourself young and all that stuff. Makes you want to live more.
Dumb fuck, I couldn't never get pussy up to fucking Cody. I was talking about Eric Sears, you dumb fuck.
See, you putting somebody's name in your Bible.
I never said anything about Cody raping me. I said fucking Eric Sears did, you dumb fuck.
Nice try on that.
And he's the one that killed Cal's baby.
Nice try, Red Rum. And Red Rum, what about this? You trying to say you didn't have kids, but then you turn around and say you had kids. This is why you don't become there.
Because you're not around kids.
You're not around kids. You're not allowed around kids, Red Rum.
Oh yeah. And 30 is young, so always remember that. And oh my god, that's what we have to do. We have to keep ourselves going. You know, exercise, eat healthy, all that. That shit. You know, we just have to. We have to live a good life.
Don't go quiet, Red Rum. Get back here, pussy.
No, ain't nobody going quiet. I was listening to your fucking kid. No, I don't have kids. But I mean, it doesn't mean the people that I'm staying with don't have kids. I mean, so I don't need all that drama here. But if you want to, meet me somewhere in Nashville or like you said, Gallatin, I can meet you somewhere up in, them 2 places. But you ain't gonna fucking come up here. Hell, you ain't even got the gas money, like Lost Anatomy said. And like I told you before, he even told you that. You say you're in fucking Kentucky. I'm like 2 hours away from you. And they'll probably cost you like, about $40 in gas.
Yeah, 10-4. I'll tell you, my ex-girlfriend, I always told her, I said, look, I used to be your age, and I always thought I knew everything. Well, I'm getting to the age now that 30 years old, I'm starting to realize now that, I don't know everything. So, that being said, I'm kind of changing my mindset on things and this and that and the other. And a lot of people are telling me I'm not wet behind the ears anymore.
I mean, I can meet you in Thompsonville, Kentucky. So, I mean, how far are you from Thompsonville?
Well, Apollo, not one person knows everything. Not everything. And, don't be hard on that yourself with that. We don't know. You know, we have to live life every day and experience life, and you know, some things are harder than others, and yeah, we do the best that we can.
See, Red Rum, you want to backpedal like a motherfucker again, stupid fuck. You said you have kids there. Keep on backpedaling, Red Rum. Keep on fucking goddamn me so scared not to drop that green dot. Cause you know I'm gonna beat the fucking dog shit out of you.
You're gonna beat the dog shit out of me? Nah, nigga. I be beating the fuck out of you. Meet me in Thompsonville, Kentucky. How far is that from you? You never answered my question. How far is that from you? Or you wanna meet in fucking, let's see, Central City, Kentucky. Or you know where Kentucky Downs is, the casino? How far are you from there?
Yeah, it's in far on that. So, how come you don't have a Facebook anymore?
Because I don't want to. Because I just, you know, the most, what I had to do was, these people, like, it was all people from who I graduated with and so forth, and, you know, suggestions for, oh, does anybody know where you can find, tomatoes? I'm being, you know, dramatic, but, where's the best tomatoes? Like, I just got sick of it, I really did. You know, I just have my kids in my personal thing, and that's that. Yeah, Facebook is really, it's like done. Like, it's like so done.
Listen to you, fuckboy. You don't got no way to nowhere but on that goddamn bicycle. You can't go nowhere. You gotta get to pedaling. How many days will it take you? It's about a day and a half on a bicycle. You want Red Rum? You better get to pedaling.
Start it up.
Because you ain't about that life. That's why you want to drop your goddamn green dot. You can't get him out there. I don't got no. See, Red Rum, you trying to bring up a win. That ain't gonna work. I don't got no feelings. Fuck, boy. But you try to say you cannot get a reverse bullying, but you are.
Yeah, that's a smart move if you're gonna stay dabbling in this app, because, you know, people find out your real name, they'll be looking you up and blasting your personal information all over the place. It's much better off.
Yeah, I mean, when I do come, I'm gonna bring Donnie with me. Cause he's gonna want to see Lena anyways.
Oh yeah, 10-4 on that. You know, one thing is, I made my Facebook where it's hard to find. I don't even put my face on Facebook. I put something else where they don't even realize it's me.
Oh, you gonna bring Donnie with you? See, you gotta have backup, fuck nigga. That's a
Go
tap
get Donnie
out.
right now. Go get Donnie right now. We'll put this test right now and see who was you. You go get Donnie. Go ahead, go get him.
He said Donnie would be wanting to see you anyway.
He's been wanting to see me?
Yeah, he's what Red Rum said.
Oh, okay.
Okay, whatever.
Oh yeah, I understand. That's what people will do. Because they have no other life. But you know, to expose people, and it's really terrible. It really is. It's sad and it's pathetic, and yeah. I just have like a private thing with my kids, and it's the best thing. It really is. Yeah, Facebook was good. It had its fun. And, yeah, it's basically done.
You stupid fuck. See, you name dropping like a motherfucker. Keep on name dropping. Stupid fuck. What is it? You gonna bring Donnie? Donnie was already scared of it, for one. Donnie ain't gonna do shit.
Almost 3 years ago. I was
For what? 3 years ago, since you don't. Now, why don't you go get him? Stupid fuck. Come on. Gotta have backup.
So far on there, I don't blame you there. The only reason why I have Facebook is to keep up with my family and my high school friends. That's it. Other than that, I don't do anything on it. I don't even go message anything on Messenger. Now, the one person I keep up with and that I do talk to on Messenger every now and then is my exterminator. He messages me on Messenger, let me know when he's coming, and all of that good stuff. He'll send me pictures of beer. We became really good friends. Him and my dad became really good friends. Matter of fact, my dad trusts him really well now that my dad's starting to show him some of the guns. We let him come over here and sight in his guns when he needs to sight them in, and all of that good stuff. And we may be fixing to go do some hog hunting here after we get back from Colorado. He's going to get his guns and stuff ready and all that stuff. And we may go hunt some hogs here on the property.
Because you ain't shit. That proves a fact right there. You can't even fucking whip nobody's ass.
I'm gonna let you keep believing in it, okay? You keep talking that shit on here, but when you get in person, you're gonna be shaking in your fucking boots. You're gonna be hiding behind the fucking door. You know, I wish I never said that shit to real room. It's actually here in person. See, niggas like you, they talk big game on the phone, but not about it in real life. The same with fucking Lena. She talks all that shit over the phone, but if fucking crazy white girl came up there to fucking whoop her ass, she'll fucking run and hide just like you.
You know what, fuck nigga? I never really hide from nobody on this motherfucker, for one. And I already know you ain't about that life, cause I already know you see me, fuck boy. You'll run the other motherfucking way any goddamn ways like you did with King. Yeah, I'm name drop. And Mama Lisa's in here, she hears me. Now come on, pussy. What happened between that? When you got ran the fuck off. That's right, your fucking nightmare about to ready to come at you again. You keep on, Red Rum. You must get killed.
Okay, what I'm gonna do it then? What you gonna do with your fucking water again? You're gonna shoot water at me?
Is that what you got? A water gun? That's what you're trying to say? That's what you're gonna bring with you? Fuck boy. You ain't gonna bring a goddamn thing. But you try to say you ain't gonna bring Donnie with you though. So he can back you up. So he can jump in, right? Fuck nigga. 2-on-1, I'ma tell you something. You fuck. You gonna run again, fuck nigga. Like you did once before. You ain't shit. You ain't nothing but a lame fucking goddamn pussified ass bitch. You bobbered all fucking dressing heaven ass motherfucker. Get your fuck ass out of here, man. Oh, that's right. This is your channel.
Now look at that. Look at that very clearly.
Fuck nigga, for one, I can't see the goddamn history. Whatever the fuck you posting, go and post it. I don't give two fucks.
Typical. He always does the scream and run, doesn't he? Knock and run. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus Christ. I just came back from listening to others that are super low audio and whatever, and then I get that booming through, and I was like, yeah, could have left that as missed messages. Wow, that just about tore the speakers apart.
I don't see nothing but you post. Fuck, nigga, like I told you. Keep on posting. What you don't get in your thick ass skull, I can't see the history.
You scared, you know. You ain't trying to, you backpedaling now. You see that motherfucker in the fucking back, in the fucking history. Go look at it.
Basically, you are a motherfucking dumbass, motherfucking retard, reject ass son of a bitch up in this motherfucker. I done told you twice, I cannot see in the goddamn history. You dumb fucking fuck ass motherfucker. Faggot fuck. And there ain't nothing you can say. I don't know nothing about a whole nother motherfucker.
Well, I'm liking this LiFePo battery. Lithium phosphate. Lithium iron phosphate, whatever, anyway. Yeah, no, it's a good one. $80 I spent on it with delivery. And then it turns up in this little box and get it out the box. It's like, is there actually anything in this? It's so light. Freaking unreal, but yeah, record charge time on it and that. I think within 2 hours it'll be charged with that one 150 watt panel that I've got. I've got two of them, so I think I could hook the second one up, but no, I just want to give it a slow charge the first time around. Straight away, you could tell the charge controller was really impressed with it. Just like, yep, cool, good stuff. Good investment.
And you think I'm scared of something? Like you said, I'm scared of something? I don't know what you got and what you got in posting my history. Where have you got? Don't let me find out you got it in your home inside your house with you though. If you're saying you're talking the way you're talking. Fuck nigga. That tells me you are scared. You scared as fuck.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it at all. But you're saying you can't see it. But you can see it. But I'm gonna repost it, okay? I mean, so turn your damn notifications on or whatever you got blocking it.
Fuck nigga, my notifications on. But I ain't on regular fucking Zello, you stupid fuck. But you can't get your thick ass call. Oh, that's right, because you're a retard fuck. You don't understand it. I better talk slow so you can understand it.
I didn't know you were on the regular Zello. So once you log out of that mod and log into regular Zello, then I reposted fucking whatever I was posting.
Fuck nigga, you don't tell me to fucking log out and get on regular something. Fuck nigga, I do it on my motherfucking time. What about that shit? Stupid fuck. See, you didn't know I was on regular mud. What I'm speaking of, I can't see the notification. I can't see it in your fucking guy wherever you posting. What that's telling me, Red Rum? Oh, he must be on the mod. See, you don't comprehend. You's a fucking retard fuck. That's when I had to get down, step down your motherfucking level so you can hear it, so you can understand it.
What happened to Chad? He's not on here anymore? Maybe he had to go to sleep. I don't know.
Well, it ain't about me comprehending anything. I didn't know you was on the mod. I didn't know you was on that Obama phone or whatever you was on that government assistant phone that you're on.
Hey, am I on the Obama phone? Ever been on the Obama phone? See, one thing you never know, fuck me. I pay for my own phone bill. I don't use that Obama phone shit like you do. I can't help you, man. You can't afford a cell phone bill. Stupid motherfucker. You had that Obama phone. That's why you're trying to explain yourself. Because you can't get on it.
Nigga, I got the iPhone 12. I got a $700 phone. I bet yours cost what? No, it was free because they gave it to you. Obama's been good to you.
Fuck nigga, I never been on the Obama phone. Sound like you have though. You trying to say you on iPhone 12? Motherfucker, I'm on a Galaxy phone.
A Galaxy phone. There's a lot of Galaxy phones. I mean, what version? What year? What year did it come out?
Yeah, I don't know about old Chad. I don't even know why in the heck he's even going after me. Michael told him to lay off of me. I don't know if he will or not.
See, I'm gonna put you on a pedestal, man, you know. Y'all fucking broke as hell. You got fucking government assistance. Yeah, you know, get all that free shit, man. I mean, hell, stop living off the government, man, and go make $1, man. I mean, shit. You know, all these taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for your phone bill and your food stamps and your living. I know you got a fucking house on the government too, probably. You live on fucking Section 8, ain't you?
Everyone, not everyone, but a lot of people have gone to the dark side. They really have. You know, these roasting channels, they're, my god, why would you want, like, I got rid of everything. I don't understand. Like, I really don't understand. It's not what I signed up for when I came on to Zello. I just wanted to be, talk and have fun and so forth, but, yeah, people have gone to the dark side, just saying.
See, you know, you want to bring all the food stamp shit. See, nigga, you one thing you don't know. I don't use food stamps. Fuck, nigga. And you on that goddamn bomber phone shit. That's what you on. That's what you use. Government shit. That's what you do, right? Fuck, nigga. Now keep on with your goddamn excuse shit.
Well, the thing about it is, you know, you say that I won't lean in all there. No, I don't want lean. You know, why would I want something that, you know, she can't be faithful to? She's a cheater, you know. I mean, every guy that she's been with, she fucking cheated on. I mean, she's probably cheating on you. You know, not letting you know shit about. I mean, but you gonna find it out one day. When you catch her cheating on you, I mean, you gonna say, really, you know, you told me so, man, how that bitch was.
And I'm just, mocking, the herpes guy who's not on here anymore. So yeah, big tough guy with the herpes. It doesn't matter. I am done with these people. They're all sick. They've been reported, and we'll see what happens.
We need to get the clock. The charge controller should be switching over the dump mode, I reckon. Pretty much ready as it is. Now I'm just going to find something actually to put on it's charging all to the microphone. Charge. So not today.
You know what, fuck, boy, I don't got time for your bullshit over there. You keep on thinking your bullshit. Think I'm on fucking government system shit. I ain't on no government system shit, fuck, nigga. I get my own money, fuck, boy. Go back to you.
Anyway, I don't have time for this. I gotta call me goodbye.
Stupid ass motherfucker.
Of course, I just sent you a picture in your, solo there. You know, it's a picture of, some deer that I just got on my, on one of our game cameras tonight. One of our sailor cameras that we have out in the woods. I believe there's a buck in there, first year deer. And then, there's some doe that are in there too.
Fuck, nigga,
He ready to fight, yeah.
nigga, when you put up your fucking green dot, I'll be on the fucking way. Like I told you, I'm in Kentucky. Fuck, nigga. You fuck.
I don't give a fuck if you're fucking in Nashville. I don't give a fuck if you're down the fucking road. I mean, you ain't gonna be about shit. You know, you're gonna talk that shit over the phone and not, you know. I mean, I don't give a fuck if you fucking 2 doors down. You think that's different because you're in fucking Kentucky? I was like, because you think you're so bad. Oh, you gonna get rid of him shaking in his boots? No, I ain't shaking my boots either. Fuck you, man. Get up out of here with that dumb ass shit, nigga.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah. But yeah, it's wait, is it still doe season or buck season? Oh my god, I'm so tired. It's over with, I think. But yeah. I know you have those cameras and you go out and put the feed there and so forth.
Yeah, that's not the fun part of it. I've got to go out there and I've got to go fill up the protein feeder and do all that crap. That's what I've got to go do. But you know what? I don't mind doing that because they need feed anyway. That's our herd is what that is. And we're going to get a better wildlife habitat and all that stuff, so hopefully we'll get more deer. Yes, it'll take time, but it's not just that, it's improvement on the property. If this place needs to be improved for generations to come, because my dad is my grandpa, he's first generation. He's gone now. So my dad is second generation. And I'm third generation. So once my dad passes away, I'll get the property and everything. Yeah, I understand I gotta pay taxes and everything on it, but I don't care. I'll just be glad to have something that, you know, my dad will to me.
He said, I'm in Kentucky, you don't fuck. Man, dude, let me tell you something. When you fucking actually, you start actually, you know, being about your shit, that means start running your mouth like a bitch on the hill. And post your address. That's how you gotta do. Well, hey, I'll be in Nashville. Let me tell you something. You ain't gonna show up though. You know why you ain't gonna show up? Because you're all in that pussy.
Yes! Oh yes it can be happy about that. Oh yes it can be happy about that. Because it's sitting at 13.7 volts and you can be happy about that. Yeah, even with the USB charging the Bluetooth microphone for the Enrico T320. Not bad at all. Because that was the problem before with the Cactus batteries, that there was just no way known it was going to do that. But no, it needs a little bit of oomph from the battery side of things, even though the solar cells were, the solar panel I should say, was well and truly doing the job, but it wasn't happy. Just no, it didn't want to go charging anything on the USB. It was just like, no, piss off with that. No, until you hook a decent battery up to me, forget about it. It's like, no. This thing straight off the bat, actually it fired up straight on load dump while it was charging. It was like, no, turn that off. It wouldn't have mattered. Sitting quite happily at 13.7 at the moment, probably peak up to 13.8 I reckon. Which is good. Not bloody bad. I'm happy with that. I definitely getting more of it.
Can you please put your green dot up so I can be on the light, you dumb fuck?
You put my green out there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I put it up. And I had my bitch whip your ass while I'm whipping his ass. How about that? Fucking. Man, that bitch look bad. Yeah, we done tapped out like a little bitch. We left the channel.
Oh yeah, I understand, Apollo, and yeah, of course, things are handed down when an elder passes and so forth. So yeah, I'm waiting. You know, I don't expect anything, but my dad's will is gonna be read, and you know, I don't even want anything. I really don't, but I really want him back. But yeah, he passed away, so there's that.
Now you see who tapped out, right? You see who tapped out. And you thought I was gonna tap out and make my own channel. Nah, bitch. Now y'all see who fucking tapped out. See, you know, this motherfucker out here, he's on all kinds of dope, just like fucking Lenny is. You know, they do dope. I mean, there's some drug addicts. You know, they stay up all night doing fucking whatever they can get home. They can talk shit. I mean, you talking shit to me. You know, I'm in Kentucky. You're fucking next door. Shit, what that means? I mean, think I get 2 fucks if you in fucking Kentucky?
Oh yeah. Understand that much. Sometimes I want my mom back too, but you know what? I'm glad she was a good mom. I'm glad she gave me everything I could ever ask for. And you know what? I have some of her ashes, which is mixed in with my her sister's ashes, which is my Aunt Stone. My mom always called her Judy, but I called her Judy, and she would get mad. That's when I started calling her Stone, and then I told her, I said, her name isn't Judy. That's what I tell my mom. I said, her name is not Judy. Her name is Stone, and she died due to cancer. So I'm glad I have some of her ashes mixed in with my mom's ashes. And my sister wanted me to take some my mom's ashes and Stone's ashes and dump them up in Colorado, but I ain't gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna do that because my dad even said that I don't even think it's even wise to do that. I mean, you could fall. It's a glass jar. You could hurt yourself. You could even lose it off the chairlift. I'm not gonna do that. Not at all. You know, yes, that was her favorite place to go and all of that stuff, but I'm not gonna take that risk. I'm not like that, but my sister may be, but that's on her, not me. And plus, you know, the thing is, my Aunt Stone's ashes are mixed in there as well also, and my Aunt Stone's never been to Colorado. So why in the heck would I dump some of her ashes there along with my mom's ashes? I mean, that's not right. You know, I understand my mom's been there, and maybe I would do it if it was just my mom's ashes, but it's my Aunt Stone's ashes as well also. She's mixed in there. And I'm sorry, I'm not like that. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not naive like that.
Oh, I understand, Apollo, and yeah, so my dad, we had to, like, you know, my brothers lifted up the bottom part of, when he was in the coffin, and he had a dog named Lucky. Oh my gosh, the dog, he was a horse. He was so big, but he was a baby. Like, he would never hurt anyone, but he died from cancer. So yeah, my dad was buried with his ashes, and I think that is like so happy. But yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
And you know what? My sister called my dad and said, I'm gonna go and I think I'm gonna stab myself. I don't know what to do. I'm sitting here crying because Mom passed away and this and that and the other. And my dad told her, my dad said, look, there's times to sit there and mourn and all that stuff and cry and whatnot. And then we just gotta forget. I mean, we're not gonna never forget about her, no, but we just gotta let things go and let the past be and bring in the new. That's what I've always learned. I've learned that in church. Even the Bible even says you gotta let the past go and you gotta bring in the new is what you gotta do. Yeah. It was kind of hard, with me and my dad at first. It was a mess when she passed away. She didn't do it well. So, what happened was the truck, my mom's truck, when she passed away, her truck automatically became mine. It wasn't in my name. As a matter of fact, it automatically became in my name. My dad went to the DMV and tried to, put her truck in his name. And they gave him a form and I had to fill it out. And they told him, they said, well, this truck can't go in your name. It was willed to, Mr. Alexander. And he goes, well, that's my son. He goes, that must be your son because it was willed to him. They said, I don't know why, but it was willed to him. And they told him that she never did a will. And it automatically became mine. And the property down the road automatically became mine and my sister. And I definitely didn't really, I want stuff to do with it, but I didn't want it in my name because I didn't want to pay the taxes on it. Number one, I can't afford the taxes, and Candace can't afford the taxes on it. That's my sister. And so, the thing is we signed it over to him because, it should have went to my dad in the first place. It shouldn't have went to us. So I had to sign the truck over to him, and then my dad had to go get a lawyer to get the property signed over to him as well also. So we had to sign paperwork in front of the lawyer to get the truck signed over, or not the truck, but the property signed over to him. Because here in Louisiana, if you don't do a will, then basically what happens is the kids automatically get this stuff when your parents pass away. And that's a dumb law here in Louisiana, but that's just the way it is.
Because, as advertised previously, what I want to do is set up an alternate 12-volt rail around here. An EG, run the laptop, run the fibre optic main NDB router, whatever you want to call it, that converts the light signals into Ethernet. That's 12 volt power. Anything else that's 12 volt. Including, not limited to, possibly PC or PCs, because I've got the 12 volt DC to DC converter. Only problem is running a Xeon chipset. The moment it starts getting ramped up, we've got a bit of a problem. So supplying enough current to it. That'll be the main issue. So that'll be the last thing to be put online when it comes to that. That and graphics cards really bloody chew it when they start working hard, so that seems to be the main issue. So I want to try and keep it down to low current draw devices at the moment, and then once it's more substantial with capacity, then I can start bringing on the Xeon, I reckon. Not that I've got it running hard at the moment, but when it starts using up all of its threads, or cores I should say, yeah, it becomes an issue. That and the graphics card running hard, and it's just like, DC to DC converted, didn't want to know about it. It's just like, no, I can't supply it. Which is fair enough. It is not rated for that. It is rated for like 250 watts. Top. You were just trying to dish out like 650 or whatever the heck. And it's just like, nah. Not happening again. I wish there was a bigger one. But, of course, the way around that problem is to actually send 12 volts straight into the case. Do not try this at home, people. Do it in the workplace and get fired for it. No, I'm kidding. But and this also, yes, could be done with Bitcoin mining setups. As a matter of fact, the riser cards and all that bullshit. The 12 volt rail on them and whatever could easily be substituted, rather than e.g. going out and getting kilowatt bloody server power supplies, for example, to power these damn things. That's where I think people are stupid, completely bloody stupid, because a lot of these Bitcoin miners have got no idea about power supplies, and they think that I've got to have this bloody switch mode power supply in there, and if it goes bang, well, I'm completely cooked. And it's like, no, as a matter of fact, you're not, because, well, it's only got a 12 volt rail, a 5 volt rail, and a 3 volt rail, I think, and all of which can be supplied by, I said, DC to DC converters. Well, the low current draw side of it anyway, for your ATX connector and shit. But anything that's heavy current draw and whatever, just supply it straight off the main 12 volt rail. Don't even bother putting it through that. Just get a bunch of I don't know what the connectors are called, the 4-pin ones that typically go into your motherboard and your graphics cards. And usually you've got one or two of them, case depending as to how much it's needed. I have no idea what those connectors are called. But yeah, needless to say, you can sacrifice them from old equipment like power supplies that go bang, and it's like, thank you very much. Yeah, put the appropriate plug and socket on one side, or wire it straight, or whatever you're going to do, and voila. Yeah, and that's your 12 volt side taken care of, whether it be by solar or any other means for that matter. It surprised the hell out of me when when Red Panda Mining was all bummed out because his $50,000, no word of a lie, Bitcoin mining ASIC machine shattered its power supply. I think he's finally got a replacement, but he was on the verge of, like, do I give this away in a competition? Do I sell it? What do I do? I said to him, just get another 12 volt power supply. Get a linear one, whatever, switch mode, doesn't matter. Power it that way externally in the meantime. You think the dickhead did it? Nah. It's like you've got 2 tabs on where the said power supply would connect to. How hard is that? You know, find out which is your positive, find out which is your negative with the multimeter. Whammo, that's it, you're in business. Hook up said leads or even test. No, actually at that amperage you probably have to go straight to the board. Probably have to solder it to be on the safe side because yes, you'd be pulling a good 10 amps. But yeah, he didn't want to do that, he was scared. And it was just like, mate, you're an idiot. I would not have had that damn thing out of commission for as long as he did. He was like months offline. And I told him, look, just go get a bloody bench power supply that can do 12 volt. Make sure it's regulated, no cheap shit of course, and hook that up to it, you should be right. I never got a response back from it. And it's just like, oh well. Probably because he didn't want to void the warranty and whatever, but it's like, who cares? The internal power supply for the thing has already shat. Who cares? You know, if you're unfortunate enough to manage to stuff it up any further, just blame it on the power supply blowing initially. Oops, did I say that aloud? Of course I did. That's what you do. It's like telling people how to do insurance rules, isn't it? But no. I'm kidding. Yeah, it's much of a muchness. How are they going to know that that didn't happen as a result of their lovely switch mode power supply going bang and taking everything out of line with it? You know, they don't know. That's just it. So you can get away with that. See, that's what I mean. People that have no electrical knowledge when it comes to that, stupid. Sorry, I have to say that, stupid. Because when you are told by somebody like me that actually knows, let alone like the rest of the audience who might know, not all of them, but those that do, please pay attention to it. We're not just there for head count and pretty looks, okay? When we tell you these things, you can actually trust us. If you don't, fine. Go check with somebody who is, e.g., an electrician or a technician, and you will very soon discover that yes, indeed, that is correct. Because they're not usually in the habit of using odd bod power supplies. That proves more of a nuisance for them doing that. So we're talking standard rails here. What the hell? You know, it gets me. It really does. No, I don't want to do it. I'll void the warranty. You've already voided the warranty by taking the bloody power supply out of it. The moment you undid that case, you voided the warranty. Who cares? No. Like I say, a fool and their money are soon parted, and that was a classic example of it. Because this guy, when you see his setup, and just like Linus and others, they have got boxes and boxes and bloody probably pallet loads of bloody graphics cards. It makes you sick. Half of the world's damn Nvidias are sitting in their safe storage. Secure storage, I might add, and with good reason, because each one of those is worth how many $100, even thousands of dollars each now. Freaking ridiculous. Just to do stupid bloody blockchain rubbish. It's annoying, but you know, people that could have decent graphics cards and whatever, they're having to do without in most cases. There's a massive weight on to get top of the line cards because of these freaking idiots. As I keep saying. So the fact that he had this A6 miner worth, like I said, 50 grand or whatever it was, tens of thousands of dollars, offline for that amount of time, bad. He was just lucky, I think, that the company in question basically donated that to him, I think, you know, just for endless promotion. I don't know whether he actually spent any money on it, because if you did, you'd be wanting that thing bloody working. And power supply shut itself. Oh, sorry, you know, we can't do anything. Send it over and we'll fix it. Meanwhile, you're waiting probably up to 6 months or something. I don't bloody know. Otherwise, yeah, whilst you're sending that one back, they should already send a replacement, of course, to keep you in business. You know, for that amount of money, holy shit, they'd want to have a turnaround system like that. But no, too bad, so sad. You know, that's their attitude, and it's like, oh, you bastards, mate. You absolute bastards. Charging the price of a deposit on a bloody house for this stupid little bloody box that in most cases I think takes, I think at best a year or two to pay itself off, and that's flat chat sucking your power dry in order to do so, and yeah, doing a stack of bloody work, so to speak, which is still at your expense of the electricity bill unless alternatively powered. So yeah, it's just ridiculous. There's no way known I'd have that thing out of action for as long as he did. It was just like, mate, you're gone in the head. But because he's got that many other mining rigs set up, like he basically got like a warehouse full of them just about. Oh well, doesn't matter if that one's offline. I'll substitute that with a rack of whatever. You know, he can do that, bastard. But freaking incredible how this one little thing, and actually you might remember Mr. T actually showed the box in question, and yeah, I can verify what he's saying spot on, that yeah, those things are worth that. You can see it on YouTube. Check out Red Panda Mining, I think that's the name of his YouTube, the bloke in Canada, and he tells you all about this stuff, as many others do too. He's not the only one, of course, but it's ridiculous. These A6 machines and that are just dedicated boxes with fans on each end, and that's all they do. They've got like a little onboard computer, like a Pi or whatever, that it's attached to the appropriate risers and whatever, and it's mainly the same power that's inside multiple graphics cards. It's all especially micro-sized and cut right down so that you're not having to use, say, a computer motherboard, riser cards, cables, this, that and the other, and then setting up a mining rig that has, say, well, however many cards in it, which proves a nightmare, because that needs separate powering of those cards and this, that and the other, that leads to go back to the computer, to the PCIe risers, and I mean that's probably the low end of the equation price wise, but it all adds up. It's big money. So yeah, to get that to pay itself off, not easy, especially with probably our power prices, and I say yours and mine, so yours technically should be cheaper, I believe. I think has depended that you've got solar and this, that and the other. And that's the same here, because whilst you think, oh hang on, but solar should be cheaper, no. No, because half the time you wind up getting charged at the rate, well this is what people say even though that's not meant to happen. You get charged at the rate of consumption at the same that you do for exporting said power. So if you're getting charged say 17 cents a kilowatt hour, which is not the case anymore, this would be a bad, would be a bad thing in a lot of cases, even though your actual peak power and whatever could go in excess of that, I would argue here. I've seen it up around 20 cents and stuff like that. Double check, but because we're a lot of the time we are renewables powered here in this state. A lot of wind energy. Every day we got a whole heap of solar, be it rooftop, and the arrays are getting there. They're not anything to write home about just yet. I think a lot of the stuff is still experimental, like what Houston and others were invested in. Lincoln mentioned it. Solar thermal plant that we've got that actually is replacing Port Augusta Power Station. Plum Energy or something, I think you mentioned. I think that's the mobbing question. Our former treasurer just happens to be now in on that, strangely enough. But it has potential, put it that way. Not that we've heard a word about it, so I do wonder whether it's fallen flat on its face, but it's certainly been proven elsewhere in the world. I don't see why we shouldn't be able to harness it as well. But it's, very complicated, maintenance intensive, and if using liquid salt, for example, molten salt, Jesus. Yeah, that's where you need to have, in a lot of cases, natural gas on standby. Because if that molten salt bloody goes solid, you've got problems. Big, bad problems. It's just going to solidify, as you can imagine, and everything comes to a grinding halt. And most people think, oh, well, you just reheat it and be alright, but I don't think it's that easy. It'll actually do damage. But otherwise, I think they're using steam or boiling hot oil virtually or whatever to use as the medium for heating. I think it's just conventional boiler technique, heating up said boiler. That way I'm producing an absolute shit ton of thermal energy that way, which I think is brilliant. Focusing all of that energy into the spot that they do, and it must be a real challenge actually to get those mirrors to all track into the same spot. They've virtually got to dial each one by one. And it must get harder as more of the light energy gets focused. Sorry, I need to go to bed. It's amazing when you see the photos of them off in the distance, and you can see all of the light rays heading up to the main tower. It's just like, wow. Holy shit, yeah, you know, you got how many times the sun's energy being focused into there, that's just freaking unreal. Enough to burn a hole straight through bloody, how many inch thick solid steel. You know, you could get a railway track and probably melt it in seconds. I wouldn't be bloody surprised. That's just some unreal energy right there. Frick's sake. And to be able to concentrate that safely and stuff, yeah. Real bloody issue. You wouldn't want one concentrator to be out of alignment, and I think, yeah, obviously aircraft and that have to be advised of such things in the area, and don't fly anywhere that's going to be possibly in the range of a beam. Ugh, sorry, because you're bound to get burnt out of the sky. You know, like a grasshopper with a magnifying glass. Oh. Now to take over the world. Yeah. But yeah, an awesome amount of power, that's for sure. Jeez, they are really going for it in there. No, not keep it good. No, I'm staying clear of there for the moment. No real particular reason apart from, well, same thing happened again, and this time it wasn't my doing. Literally, the channel just vanished on me, and I'm like, oh no, not again. Shit. I have to explain to the green guy why I've lost my bloody badge and deleted the channel again. Fucking hell. Sorry for the swearing, but no, it pissed me off. That happened the other night. It was just like, what? I didn't bloody delete that. What the hell? You stupid bloody thing. So, rather than pester green guy about it, I just thought, oh well, I'll sit out for a bit. Plus, I think it's a good thing because, yeah, not that now is anything to really go by, but yeah, things are slowly but surely getting more busy, so might even be returning hopefully back to the workforce or something, so it's best I get prepared for that. In the meantime, it gives me more time to do things around the house, etc, etc. So, and of course, spend more time running amok with my Glaswegian friends, because it's been a while. It certainly has been. I've missed them, in all sincerity. Yeah, even though the arseholes are something else to bloody deal with, but this is frustration personified. I wound up getting bloody badged up by one of my enemies, virtually mortal enemies, earlier today. And it's just like, oh no, why'd you have to do that for? Well, you just wanted me to have to say thank you to you, scumbag. It's just like, no, it's not fair. Nah. I would have preferred to have stayed debadged in that case. Oh well, beggars can't be choosers. And it was just like, oh well, alright. If a ceasefire is what you want, that's what you'll get. You know, I'm not gonna begrudge them of that, so I think they realise that it's better that at least we not be fighting. They can fight with everybody else, but having me in on the fight is not a good thing. Because they just know I will not let up. And it was actually amazing that I did this time around, sort of thing, that I just thought, no, I'll give them breathing space. I'll go Bombay, but Carlito, for example, and that I couldn't give two rats ass about. I knew he was going to get torn a new one by everybody else. Apart from the fact that chances are he already has or will be getting a visit from undisclosed organisation that he shouldn't be in any way speaking of. So that's that. And he knew I was speaking the truth about that. And it's just like, yeah, I'd be extremely careful if I were you. The Banditos are an interesting mob. Strangely enough. Yeah, and I know they've all got the same rules when it comes to the Hells Angels, Banditos, blah 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 blah. Don't speak of the club, which I've just gone and done, but it was only for demonstration purposes. Otherwise, no, they don't like that at all. Least of all said members doing that, and that's why usually you know that, well, no, you're not patched. Because if you were, you'd shut your mouth. Not just about your club, but any other club as well, because it's like ham radio going on about politics. Unless you want to start wars, shut it. Just don't talk about it. And that's their rule of thumb. Fair enough too. I know they've had that many battles and conflicts and whatever over stupid shit like that, let alone turf and the rest. At least in that sense they smartened up a long time ago. But it was just like, no, you're not to talk about us. So that would, the same thing would apply to the mafia. Oh, you can't speak of it, the same sort of bloody hocus pocus at the end of the day. The fear factor. It's like, well, if you're not to speak of it, how do you address it then when it comes up in conversation? Oh, well, it shouldn't be. Why are you speaking about that for? Freedom of speech mean anything to you? No, of course not. No. Not groups like that who crusade allegedly for such things and are completely the opposite themselves. Yeah, don't worry about that hypocrisy. Don't let that trouble you. Oh, I certainly won't. They're a funny bunch. Funny old fellow is Humphrey. He's a really amazing old bear. What a funny old fellow is Humphrey. Yeah, I'll say. Next. Alright. Wonder if me do the Bluetooth do-balacky's gone and blown up. Got the panel in just the right spot. Battery should be charging up nicely. Happy, joy. God, I should have bought one of them soon. Fancy that. The thing is remembering to unhook it when the sun goes down. Yeah, that proves useful, doesn't it? Otherwise, said charge controller winds up chewing up bloody battery power, and it's like, don't need it to. I mean, it uses stuff all. Only powers like maybe 2 LEDs or whatever. The other one's for showing how much is in it, energy-wise sort of thing. Which, yeah, they can flatten small capacity batteries fairly fast. So, yeah, you are wanting to shut that off. And there is no more charging. Ugh. Least of all having USB or whatever dragging current out of it as well if it's on load settings, so thankfully it doesn't have anything LCD or whatever. It does have a slight microprocessor, if you can call it that. Be a bloody like a PIC chip or something, I suppose. But yeah, just a better idea to power it down and just remember to hook it back up again for the next day. Otherwise, yeah, probably an auto shut off when obviously the supply card to the controller isn't enough from the panel that it just shut off. No voltage cut out. Oh, thank you, Mr. Noisy Trucky. Always a pleasure.
Well, in my opinion, everybody, and I still have to do a will. You know, I have 3 kids and so forth, and yeah, if it happens, you know, I don't have a lot to do with them. I mean, they'll get money, whatever, but, yeah, I'm not sure with my dad, because my mom is still alive. I don't know what's gonna happen, and I really don't care. I'm not looking for anything like that. I mean, they had a house, and since my mom's in a skilled nursing facility, I don't know. Anyways, I'll be right back.
10-4. Well, I don't know the laws in Pennsylvania, but like I say, here in Louisiana, the stuff automatically became mine and my sister. So with that being said, me and my sister had to sign a bunch of paperwork to sign that property over to my dad, which should have been his in the first place. And it never did become, and it became his after we signed it over to him, but when my mom passed away, it automatically became mine and my sister. So with that being said, yeah, it's just, I don't get it. But that's Louisiana law there for you. And I told a lot of people that, hey, if you haven't done a will, you know, I told my neighbors this, I said, if you don't have a will, I would get one. You know, just for your own good and just for your own sake. Because the husband doesn't automatically get it. That's the way it should be. But it ain't like that here in Louisiana. So, you know, the husband of the wife, like my dad, when the wife passes away, the husband should get it. Or when the husband passes away, the wife should get it. And with that being said, it ain't like that here in Louisiana.
Two minutes, bro. Just having a fight. Just having a fight right now, bro.
What's going on, Jake?
Oh, not much. I just have a really bad headache. It won't go away.
No, I can't get my mother a star. Sorry, Angie got her feelings.
What's the matter? What's the matter? What happened? Jeez. What's up, pound cake?
What you bouncing me for? You your feelings?
I had no part of it. I just came in the room to say hi.
Pussies.
What? Oh boy.
He was sitting here going after Angela earlier. So he gets what he gets. I wasn't in here, so I don't know what happened. I normally don't get on very much anymore because of the drama.
Shaggy, get out of your goddamn feelings, pussy ass bitch. Fucking pussies. Yo, you like that? Look at me. Look at the tap out pussy. Having fun, Shaggy? See, that's why you had Angie pull my shit, pussy.
Uh-oh.
I didn't do anything to get my shit pulled. Angie and you are both losers, and y'all fucking. I'm gonna keep coming back, pussy. I'm gonna have Chad give me admin.
Oh, crybaby want a bottle. You want some milk? Oh, little crybaby wants some milk.
Pussy. You starting this ugly shit. You really are. You know, pull my shit when I wasn't even online. Come back, I ain't got no moderator start. You cry to Angie to have my shit pulled so you can play with me like this. Cause you know feeling.
Fixing to lose your fucking moderator start, Shaggy. Stop, Shaggy. Shaggy.
What the fuck? Shaggy and his feelings.
Wait till I fucking get a hold of Shaggy, or Chad. I'm gonna have your fucking mod star removed.
Nah, he had Angie pull mine because him and Angie are in their fucking feelings. I want their feelings.
Yeah, you damn right. I'm glad I did too, because you don't deserve it, dumbass. Yeah, I haven't been on very much, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, how do I not deserve my moderator start? Fucker, bitch ass nigger. I mean, what the fuck? You know feelings, you ain't heard both.
Yeah, Private, I haven't been on very much. Can you tell me what's going on? Can someone tell me what's going on?
I can't tell you shit cause he ain't gonna get out his goddamn feelings so I can get to you long enough.
There, I'll tell you exactly what the hell's going on there, Jake. He started going after Angela. Which is not nice. I don't appreciate him going after Angela. Angela's my friend. But he's prohibited for talking until further notice. That's right, he can just sit down there and he can be a freaking bitch boy. Be that stupid idiot that he is. We can talk all the smack to him, and with that being said, he can't talk back. He can't be a smart ass. Wait, what's going on, Shaggy? He started going after Angela and calling her all kinds of names and all that crap, and started saying she's a liar and whatnot. And then I didn't take away his moderator star because I can't, but she did. And so yeah, I got her to take away his moderator star because he doesn't deserve one. You know, you don't start going after women. I'm sorry, that's just wrong. Unmute him. Can you unmute him? Unmute him. What, you want to go after him?
Wait, hold on. I was downstairs. And what's your deal there, Michelle? What's going on? Don't you have bigger fish to fry with people saying shit about you? Like, why are you worried about this channel?
Yeah, really. I mean, you know, but yeah, Angela, Jetro down there, yeah, he's prohibited from talking. He's in timeout. He's being a bad boy. He came up in here and started calling me and you a pussy.
No, he's the pussy. He has herpes, he's bisexual, which, who cares? But, yeah, he has all his friends backing him up. Like, who the fuck, what man paints your nails pink and, fucking, blue? Like, oh my god. How embarrassing.
Well, you know, that's what a damn nigger would do. They would paint their freaking nails pink and blue. Maybe he's a freaking nigger. Or no way. He's a wannabe nigger is what he is. He thinks he's black, but he's not.
He's going to get his backup through. And what's your problem there, Michelle? You, cloning with my channel?
She said she's gonna go get Chad. And be a little crybaby.
Here we go again on my own. Oh, look at. Hello there, Jethro. Herpes, blue and pink nail toe person.
Yeah. That's what faggots do. They paint their freaking nails pink and their toenails purple. You know, you should paint them the gay pride color. Yep. The color of the gay pride flag.
No. Okay, go right ahead. You should go back to Crazy House or whatever you're on, Michelle. I think Trucker Steve is calling you out. Okay? Just Cyan.
Oh no, just let him talk. Just let him. I want to know I want to know what's going on. This is why I don't come on very much anymore.
Oh, he's allowed to talk now. He's not prohibited anymore. But he wants to be a damn pussy. He don't want to key up. Because he knows he's gay.
I ain't no goddamn pussy. Pussy who prohibit bounce motherfuckers. I ain't no fucking pussy, bitch, boy. And Angie went after me first, started calling me queer, paint my nails and every fucking thing else. She's one up in her fields along with you. But I'm out of this fucking bitch. Just saying, I got a fish to fry.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What you and your friends have done to me in the past days, no, you shut the fuck up. Take your seat and just shut the fuck up. You fucking herpes infected fucking faggot.
He's not even up in here anymore. He left.
Yeah, he's gonna be. Hold on. He's gonna be gone really soon. Josiah. All of these fucking stupid roasters, they're all gonna be gone. People think I'm dumb. They think I'm stupid. But no. I have connections, okay? And Michelle, come on, key up to me. What do you want to say to me? I heard you were being called a fat pig and all this shit by people. How's my channel going, by the way? That you cloned. Oh, you have bring Hell's Betty in here. She's about as hick can be.
Wait, somebody cloned your channel? How? That's not even possible. Unless they put a 1 or 2 in there.
No, it is. I deleted my banter over bullying channel, and with fucking 5 minutes, she had my channel up there. Yeah, that's what she did.
Yeah, it is a possibility after you go and delete your channel. Somebody can come back and they can clone them if they want to.
Wow. That's crazy.
There you go, Max, whoever you are.
It's a bitch move, is what it is. A bitch move.
Yeah, you got that right. I don't understand why people do it.
Matter of fact, I'm not even up in that frickin' dating channel anymore, and it wasn't really going anywhere. Dating channels on Zello, I mean, they kind of suck. Damn.
Let's see, what these people don't realize is that they think I'm stupid. They think I've been called Down syndrome, all this shit, this bullshit. But, yeah, I hate people behind the scenes handling all this shit. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't think you're stupid. I think you're pretty frickin' smart if you ask me.
Yeah. I would say that all the haters need to suck my dick. I'm tired of the bullshit.
I don't blame you there, Jake. I'm tired of it too. You know, that's the reason why I brought Angela back up into my contacts, because I'm tired of all the freaking crap. And sometimes we all just need somebody to talk to.
Jesus said unto them, Verily I
Well, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. But, Michelle, so what is the deal? Because I know you have a lot of problems on other channels. Yeah. But thank you for cloning my channel. I really appreciate it. Not?
Yeah. Angela, you know, you're a very beautiful young lady. You're very beautiful. I've seen your photo. And I hope you're not mad about that.
Oh, no, Jake, no. I'm ugly. According to most of these fucking... I'm sorry for cursing, but most of these people, you know, I have Down syndrome, I have crooked eye, and all this shit. And everybody lets them say that. Like, it's actually funny, because there's one person on this app that knows what I look like. They've seen me, and yeah, and congratulations there. And I know who told on me. In another channel is a snake in the grasses. Yep.
Well, I beg to differ. Angela, you ain't ugly. Let me tell you something. You're beautiful as all get out. I was going to say something else up in here, but I ain't going to say it. Because I don't want people to go after me and you. No, thank you.
And thank you, but it doesn't matter if somebody is good looking or somebody is, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. It matters about their heart. It matters about how they feel about people. Like, I really could care less. But these people are just sickening. And yeah. But thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I just don't like it when somebody goes after you. That's wrong. Especially somebody like you, you know? I mean, come on. Who in the hell was not like a beautiful woman like you, you know? I mean, I sure in the hell do.
The people that are insecure, they're just sickening roasters, and I really don't understand. I really don't understand why these people that have their sky worn or whatever, and their weather things, and they try to be like professional, and then they're still on these roasting channels. I don't get it. I really, really don't get it. But yeah, I'm taking names and I'm kicking ass. Yeah, it's happening. Literally, it is.
Yeah, well, I had a run-in with John Grant, John Craig, and all those assholes. So I got rid of their channels, but they said that they're gonna report me to Zolo. I'm still on here, and I'm still on the weather community. So, yeah, I like to kick some ass too. That's why I don't get on very much like I used to.
to. I really don't have time for the bullshit.
Well, you know, I'm a Skywarn Storm spotter, and to tell you the truth, I don't act like other people do on frickin' Zello. You know, I get invites to these damn roasted channels all the time. Yeah, I may go up in there, but when people start going after me, I just turn them off. I just go up in there just to have fun. And I'm trying to be nice, but when people want to go after me, I just turn them off. I say, fuck y'all, I'm leaving. I don't have time for the frickin' bullshit.
Oh my god, and of course Apollo and Jake, let me know who's going after you, because I'm back in contact with somebody that will help. And yeah, this is totally, it's ridiculous. It really is. Zello has to remove these disgusting channels. They really do. And I don't understand. The weather community flows into roasting. Yeah, these people have been reported, and it's really disgusting. But yeah, let me know. I will have my person get with you and so forth.
Yeah, his name is Smooth. He's on Roaster's Paradise.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Just ignore him, block him, whatever you have to do. You know, these people are on this application. I was trying to tell, like, my 18-year-old, I was trying to say, because he was like, Mom, what's going on? I had a person that I got back in touch with, and I'm like, no, this is what they do, 24 hours a day, 7 a.m., 7 p.m., 3 a.m. They don't have jobs. They're just Zello famous. I love when people say that. No, they're not. I would really love if this application was shut down, because people are fucking idiots.
Yeah, 10-4 on that. I just don't believe how people would just go after women anyways. I mean, you're not even supposed to be going after women. You're supposed to be nice to them. You know, I tried to be nice to Michelle, but the thing is she turned her back on me, so I don't really give a damn anymore. And people told me to add you back as one of my contacts, so that way I can start going after. They told me to go after you and all that crap. But you know what? I didn't add you back for that. I added you back because I actually do like you, and because you're a damn good person. You know, I'm not about going after somebody. I'm about actually caring for somebody, you know? That's the thing about this application. It's gotten worse. You know, it was good back whenever I got on here, but it's getting worse.
Oh my god, really? Apollo, somebody told you to come back on and add me. Can you let me know in solo who did that? I won't say anything, but yeah. It's getting bad. It's really getting bad. It's crazy. I just don't get it. I don't. I don't even know what else to say. I'm just. I came on here. I'm a nice person. And all this shit has happened, and these people are disgusting. They really are. And I'm just waiting for karma to hit them. Because karma does come back. Full circle. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. I'm not gonna say anything. But that is funny. That is great information. Oh, I will do what I have to do with that. You will not, Apollo, you will not be named on that, but yeah, that person is being scared to death, and oh my god, so funny.
Yeah, why don't we go talking solo? I know what you're gonna say, but let me go. We can go talking solo if you want.
Yeah, this is my other account, just to let you know, Angela.
10-4.
What happened to the paradise? There's too many roasters in there.
Good stuff, good stuff. Oh my god. This person is gonna go down. He's gonna go down. Pussy ass.
There, go look at my picture.
My goodness. Wow. That is crazy. So I'm under a winter advisory until Monday. Wow.
Oh Lord, I'll take care of something. Anyways, what's up?
Not much, just chilling like a villain.
Oh, son, you don't talk so much goddamn shit about me. You have talk so much shit. Tap out prohibiting me from talking. What the fuck? Shaggy, you're a pussy.
Hey, I didn't say anything. I just got on the channel, it's me. I'm on my backup account.
No, he's calling Shaggy Apollo a pussy. But he's the pussy with the herpes and the pink and blue toenails. That's what he is. He has no game. He's not anything. And just let him go and take his, what is that medicine? I forget what it is. I don't know. Because I don't know anybody that has herpes, but it's, oh my god, I just remembered. Valtrex, like, you take that every day, or, like, what's the deal there in Jethro?
Oh, so you will sit here like John Mello and talk about my herpes, try to make me more famous than I already am. It's out in the open. I have general herpes when I do. You think you're hitting my feelings, you're not. I'm not the fucking pussy. I don't prohibit and bounce motherfuckers when they're in the middle talking people. I mean, fuck, that's a pussy ass mood.
I'm not bouncing or prohibiting anybody, and I really don't care. But you want to say shit about me, you want your friends to say shit about me and my children, yeah, I'll come after you. Of course I will. But good luck with that, herpes on your cock.
They're grown adults, yeah, I'm friends with them, but I do not tell them what to do. Like, I don't tell anybody what to fucking do. They're adults, they make their own fucking mind up. They do what the fuck they want to do. I do not control no goddamn body, not a fucking soul. Just saying. So don't put the blame on me. I mean, you don't start this fucking shit, dramatize this. I got bigger fish to fry, just saying.
Didn't I just say that before? Bigger fish to fry? Stop repeating what I'm saying there, herpes man.
You know, Jetro, you really seriously need to think about what the hell you're saying, dude. I mean, damn, you're going after a woman. You ought to be ashamed of your fucking self. You know, why don't you go hit yourself upside your fucking head about 15 times. Maybe that'll knock your ass fucking straight. You dumb, stupid idiot.
Hey, you know what? I think it's because no one's talking.
He doesn't know if he's coming or going. He really doesn't. He's got his roaster friends who think he's funny and whatever, but behind his back, they talk about him and say what a friggin' homo he is. And that's the truth. That really is. I've heard it. Jethro, so be careful who you think your friends are, because they really aren't.
Hey, how's it, love? How you doing? I'm here. I'm back again. My name's Calvin. I'm from South Africa.
Hello, Calvin.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, what the fuck?
For a building that's been so noisy all day long, it is very quiet right now. They must be exhausted. They all went to sleep.
Yeah, I just wrote you something in your solo.
Okay, yeah, I understand the sun's going down that side and it's starting to come up my side. I'm looking over the ocean at the moment and waiting for the sun to come up. Yeah, it is, okay, it's not going to come up, but it's cloudy. Just corrected it. But there's a little bit of blue sky, or it's a little bit of clear spot on the horizon, so maybe I'll see a little bit of the sun coming up. But yeah, I'm here in Port Shepstone, South Africa, not about 150 km from Durban.
Oh, here you go. You're back again. Let me say this again. I had to repeat myself. I don't like to repeat myself, Jethro, but you think you're so cool and you think you're funny and all this stuff, and you act like you're like, I don't even know what you think. You act like a woman, a man, whatever. But people talk about you. They actually make fun of you behind your back. So yeah, watch who you are friends with. Just I am.
I hope that you have a wonderful day today.
Hey, and you too. I don't think we've met. Yeah, like I say, my name's Calvin. Yeah, you have a wonderful day too. Take care, be safe, and catch up later.
I don't care, this made me famous. It's funny. You ask me, I don't care who talks shit about me. I don't fucking care. I don't care who don't like me. I don't care. I don't. The one beside me will tell you how I am on this app is how I am a real person.
Wait, did you just say they make you famous? Famous on Zello. I'm gonna say this again. For everybody that's listening, this application does not make you famous. If you put this on your resume, people will make fun of you. You sit on here day and night. God damn. Is this what you want to be known for? No. You're not famous. Nobody is famous on this application. Jesus Christ almighty.
Hell no, nobody ain't fucking famous on this damn application. I mean, holy shit. He thinks he's fucking famous. He's out of his damn frickin' mind. Hell, I'm not even fucking famous. What the fuck?
Oh, he left again. Maybe he's trying to get people to come in and defend him. You know, or else he has to take his, what is that? Medicine, Valtrex, or whatever it is. For the herpes, yeah.
Tell you the truth, when I was actually going out with my girlfriend, now she is my ex, I actually liked you a lot better than her.
When they saw him, they worshipped him.
Because you know you cared about me more than what she did. I mean, yeah, she'd buy me groceries and everything and whatnot, but if she really cared about me, she wouldn't be hitting me like she did.
Well, I'm sorry that it didn't work out for you with your girlfriend, and No, I'm a real person and I care about people. I'm trying to find this, herpes man, woman, whatever the fuck he is. Who the actual fuck would put their toenails in the channel and, like, think that they're great? They're painted blue and pink.
That's disgusting. That's something that a frickin' gay person would do, you know? Blue and pink. Ew.
I'm just done with these shitheads. I really am. I'm really done with it. I didn't come onto this app to be a nasty person. I truly appreciate everyone. Well, not anymore. Maybe a little bit rough, but yeah. Anybody that talks about my kids, I don't care how old they are, but yeah, anybody that talks about them, I will come after you and I will fucking hunt you down. And if Jethro's back in here, bring your fucking person that said they were gonna kick my daughter in the stomach and make her abort her baby, because this is what the shit is gonna happen right now.
Yeah, they shouldn't be talking about your freaking kid. Nah, that's a no-no. And you know what? Let me tell you something. If you were living with me right now, Angela, I'm just saying, if you were living with me right now, and if your kids were here, you know what? I would love your kid just as much as you love them. I don't care who they are. You know, just like if I found me somebody that had kids. Hell yeah, I'd be like a dad to them, you know?
Well, thank you, Apollo, but, no, I want these people. I want them to come in here, and I want them to say the shit that they're saying, on other channels, and, yeah, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get real worse. They don't even know what's gonna happen. Well, it's already happening, but anyhow, bring your fucking friend, they're epic in here. Bring him in, because he is going down. There's been reports, thrown out about him. He's, fucking going down.
And hell, I mean, if you want me to make you and me a channel, I mean, you can bring your contacts up in there, and well, you know, you have to make you administrator and all that good stuff.
Well, okay, but yeah, this guy, well, that Evan, well, he's already a fucking loser. A good person, a good friend of mine. Unless he made another channel, and one day he made 2 different channels. Okay, yeah, alright, but yeah, bring Epic in here. Hey there, where is she at? What's her name? Michelle. Bring him in here. Let him talk shit. Just more information for me, to get him, oh, fuck. You know what? I'm so sick of this shit. I really am. But he's gonna go down. And, he's nothing but a mess boss.
Yeah. And, Apollo, if you make the channel, can you invite me too? Apollo, are you gonna make the channel?
Yeah, I am. Just hold on there, Jake.
Alright.
I'm done with these roasting channels, and I'm done with everything. Michael sold his soul to the devil, just like Chad did. They sold their souls to be popular on roasting channels. But yeah, these people are going down one by one by one. I know where people live, I know what they're doing, and yeah, this is gonna happen. It's gonna happen really quick. And yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like when you get law enforcement involved, or talking about kids, it's stupid. Who was talking about kids? Let me find out.
Oh God. Look at. Why are you bringing these people in here? Why not? Because these people are going down. That's what's happening. One by one, by one, by one. But yeah, enjoy your roasting channels. And it's not going to happen for much longer. Just saying. Michelle, why was that guy, Tucker Steve, calling you a fat bitch and he has all the recordings of you saying stuff? Because you're a snitch? Is that what you are? That's what I heard. I heard today from a really reliable source. And thank you again. I'm going to say thank you again for cloning my channel. Take me off your contacts, please, right now. I know you're listening. I know you are. Oh, look who's back, Jethro. Did you take your medicine? Your Zaltec? Or whatever the fuck it's called.
I don't take no Zaltec.
Okay. God damn, I hope you feel better. Where's your friends? Where's all your heavy hitters? Where are they? The people that protect you. Where are they?
I don't keep up with them. I'm not writing a book.
Oh, the fuck you don't. That's what you do. I don't understand how all these people like you. I really don't. Like, who likes a person? Like, anyways, I'm not gonna say it's not my business, but yeah. Go get your friends, bring them in here. Let's play.
I don't keep up with people. I do my own thing, they do their own thing.
I can't understand you. But yeah, where are your friends? Come on. Y'all wanted to come at me and do all that shit to me, and bring them in here. I'll do all that shit to them.
Are you the night owl now, Freedom?
I do not control people, what they do, what they say. I do not control anybody but my children. Okay? You know, I'm a parent. Just saying. I don't keep up with people. I talk to them through the application. I don't know their phone number. Understand?
I'm just a wacko, Tonya. Who knows with me? My life is flying all over the dang place, trying to keep up with it.
It's kind of quiet at nighttime around here.
Yeah. My allergies. I usually get to bed at 9 or 11. I'm in bed now. I got my blankets all ready. And I'm sitting here, plus my phone is. Maybe I can ready for sleep.
Oh, I understand. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm a parent too. But when your fucking friends say that they're going to, my daughter is ready to give birth, and they Epic says he's going to find my daughter and he's going to kick her in the stomach until she aborts the baby. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a real big problem. And yeah, Zello knows all about it. So yeah, congratulations. I hope you love being friends with him.
Do you guys have like regular beds or do you have cots?
They are, they look like a military type of thing, like a bunk bed. They're not too bad. It's better than when I was at the other place when I was sleeping on a 2-inch mat on the floor. That was not good.
Well, go find Epic. Don't come to me about it, go find Epic. I don't control what Epic does. I don't control what anybody does on this application. Just saying.
Hi, Frito. Sorry to get back to you. Hello, madam.
Hey, Wacko. Yeah. Do they have like 1 or 2 people per room or how's that work?
I'm not going to find that piece of shit, that drug addict. I don't look for him. But he will never, ever get away with saying what he did about my daughter and her unborn baby. So yeah, I will keep saying it over and over and over again. He's a methamphetamine piece of shit. And that's your friend. Yes, I am.
Normally they don't bring stuff to you that were COVID and stuff, or let you test it sometime.
Hey, Jake, check your channel invite.
They have a curfew, so if you're not back by that time, then you can't stay the next night.
The same is my brother and my sister and
And I think people that should really look and see who they're friends with, because these are the people that are totally rotten, and they try to run, and they do. People are afraid of them, and it's yeah, they've been reported, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see. You don't wish death upon my unborn grandson. No.
That ain't bad. Usually when somebody was born, sleep all night.
accept your invite.
So long as you move me to the bottom box, thank you. I like the night. Like I say, I don't control no emotions right on this episode. They do what they want to. I mean, seriously, Epic knows a lot about me. A lot.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why you kissed his ass? Was that really the methamphetamine user? Yeah. No, he's not getting away with it. He's not getting away with what he said about my daughter and her unborn son. Nope. This is getting really serious right now. So let him know that. And I know where he lives. So, yeah, let him know that.
Yo.
Yeah. What's he doing, dude?
Well, you can let him know that. I'm not a messenger. When he's on the app, you can tell me yourself. I'm not a messenger. Just let you know.
It is 55 over here.
Oh, really? You're not a messenger, but you're sucking their asses. You have their asses in your mouth. So yeah. And just let them know. The message from me. Angle call me. Like, what do you call me when you have all your friends? Angle eye? Isn't that what you call me? Yeah. Well, he won't be around much longer. I'm just saying.
Well, it's supposed to get like 12 of my entries now you take
Never mind. 51. 51. I keep pretty much round up to 50 degrees.
If we get snow Sunday, I'll send it to you.
Yay.
Sucking their asses. No, I'm not sucking nobody's ass.
Y'all probably never see snow.
So you won't get my mother to start back to me because you're going to let your husband Shaggy bounce me out of the channel and pull bitch moves.
I've seen snow. I've been to Colorado before. I went to the Christian group in Colorado, but our group we got kicked out. But yeah, we went to Colorado. It was fun.
That is your future husband, right, Shaggy?
What's up, man, Lord?
He's a loser anyways. Ain't got nothing else for him today.
What the fuck are you even talking about? Future husband? No, nobody's my future husband. Okay, so you shut your mouth, you take a seat right there down in the bottom, and you go get your fucking, people that you think that you are so tough with. Okay? You should be ashamed of yourself, you really should.
Hey buddy, to make you feel better, I got some wedding I got some gummies. They're like pomegranate, and I got some wedding cake for you. It's a good cake, has some good frosting on it too.
Are you gonna pick me up for my birthday, bro?
You don't get her when you go that far yet, okay? I mean, damn. I'm not her freaking future husband. Holy shit.
Well, you have some second up for you. Nobody demands me to do a goddamn thing on this application. I do what the fuck I want to do, by the way, Angie. So, yeah. I mean, fuck you, know.
Oh, this is the best stuff I ever had.
Well, I see that you came back, you little tap out bitch.
Y'all want to go to the let's go to the music channel.
No, he doesn't. He takes orders from all these people. Oh, what's her name? Garcia. Um. Fucking. Who the hell else? Besides. What's his name? Epic, and he just takes orders from people, and he makes fun of people. That's what he does. But you know what? The time has come where this shit is gonna stop. So you take your seat down there on the bottom, you fucking stupid ass.
See, I do what I want up in here. And I'm mad if you get mad about it or not. You got your feelings. This might not be the place for you.
Nah. But anyway, so I don't take orders from nobody, and I'm like, Shaggy, your husband, keeps bouncing me out of the fucking channel because he's a pussy. Keeps doing it, I'm gonna keep calling him your husband. I don't give a fuck about feelings, like I said. Oh, shit.
Wow, you have a totally different voice than when you're on with those roasters. You are totally different. You different fucking asshole. And shut your mouth. Take your seat, shut your fucking mouth.
You don't pay my bills. You don't pay my shit. How you gonna tell me to shut the fuck up? And by the way, am I any different in person on and off this app? I'm the same person on that, right?
Yeah, it looks like the Jetons are calling you. Better go answer. You know, aliens are calling you.
Look at this Cracker Jack still fucking jabbing about the same old shit.
How come you're not inviting your heavy hitters in there? How come? How come, Jethro? I mean, come on, really.
You need some love and PYT, you young thing, and I'll take.
Cause he's a pussy. And he calls me your freaking husband because he's trying to get up underneath your skin there, Angela, but hell, I just let him do it. I just basically take it in one ear and out the other.
No, I enjoyed hearing you say you take that for your wife. I don't know where they're at. I mean, I don't control them. How many times I gotta tell you, you controlling woman, really? Where are you?
Oh my god, he's so different on this channel. He's so different. My god, Jethro. Like, get yourself a backbone, okay? Jesus Christ almighty.
Yeah, and you can call her my wife all you want to. It don't bother me none. Hell, that's a fucking compliment.
No, I'm my normal self. Like I said, I am no motherfucking different on and off this fucking application. I am me on this application. I am who the fuck I am on this app. I'm much of a fucking asshole on this app as I am a fucking person. I have no filter in real life.
Oh really? Why are you calling me Angla Queer Eye for the Angla Queer Eye for the queer guy or whatever your fucking master Epic does? Yeah. No. I don't have any kind of problem with my eyes. I don't. You people are assholes. You really are. You're fucking assholes.
Oh, so you're asking me to stir up drama, so you queer eye for the straight guy? Oh, that's nice to know that you're queer eye for the straight guy. I lose my ears right now. I didn't fucking know. I mean, you know, you want to start on me earlier. I've just been me.
You know, sometimes words hurt, but I don't give a shit what you say. because I know who I am. I look in the mirror every motherfucking day, and I know what I'm like. Okay, so stop sucking all those people's asses. Okay, and get yourself a backbone.
You know why he sucks ass? Because he's freaking gay. He can't help it there, Angela. Just saying. I don't suck ass, I suck pussy. Unlike queer frickin' Jetro, the one that paints his nails blue and pink. Ew. What a fucking queer motherfucker.
Oh, he's gone again. Maybe he's trying to get people in here to support him. I don't give a shit.
I don't care either, and I don't care if he calls you my wife or calls me your husband. You know, I just don't really care. I mean, yeah, me and you both know that we ain't husband and wife. I mean, hell.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. I'm waiting for them to come in. Oh, and by the way, anybody in here has been Hotel 2022. That little gay bastard, Evan, whatever his name is, Edward 1, deleted a channel again. Yeah, we're staying on it. Me and somebody that I'm not gonna say.
Hey, go read what I just wrote you in your solo.
Well, thank you, Apollo, and I appreciate that. Yeah, these people, they're going to one by one drop. They will. What he's doing right now, he's going to his superiors and getting people. But I really wish they would come in here. I really do. I can't stand it. I've had a hell of a friggin' couple weeks, and I am sick of it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'd be sick of it too. You know.
Yeah, baby nonsense is what's going on. Baby nonsense, and oh God, I'm getting tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. I have had it with this. Well, I'm not on here all day, all night, and I'm only on here for about 4 hours, 3 hours maybe every day. But I am definitely. I have to go to sleep. I'm on baby watch with my daughter, so anyways, anytime now.
And far on that.
I'm gonna go on busy. If any bullshit happens, let me know. But I probably won't hear it anyways. But yeah. Thank you, Apollo, for coming on here, and yeah, Michael, he went to the dark side, so did Chad, went to the dark side, but it's all good. I don't give a shit what these people do.
Yeah, 10-4.
Good night, everyone. A sweet dream.
Damn, the two pussies fucking left at the same time. I got tired of hearing her goddamn mouth. Why would the fucking tell? Try to tell me what to do. Bitch, please. Pussy, where's your wife? Where's your wife? You know what, fuck it, Ted don't care. You gotta send nephew come over there. Not your pussy. And Shaggy's a pussy. Won't have his wife give my moderator star back to me. I find I am bad, man. You having fun, pussy? Pussy. Pussy.
It was right out here at 4 p.m. trying to do his business, stop talking shit. Hard out here for a pimp. You know, G. Craig ran that bit of bitch.
Shaggy, why do you keep bouncing Jethro?
Nah, man, it ain't only that. I mean, the people's trying to, you know, hustle and flow, you know, the movement. But she can't hustle, you know, like a big old pimp like me and DJ.
Look, he's a freaking asshole, and I don't appreciate him going after Angela. And basically, saying that he is going to, kick Angela, or kick her daughter, basically, until her daughter gives an abortion to her own freaking baby.
See, DJ had all the snow bunnies. Yeah, they had all the snow bunnies. And he, I know you seen that part where he made that song, you know, then he tried to get his shit out there on tape.
And Jethro really wouldn't fucking do it, dude. Like, seriously. I mean, come on. Jethro, you shouldn't even say that, dude. That's wrong.
Well, he didn't necessarily say it, but he was letting, you know, his heavy hitters say shit like that. Now, that's wrong. You know, I care about Angela. You know,
but it ain't only about that movie, though. You know what I'm saying? It's all about keeping it real and keeping it 100. You know what I'm saying? You know, it ain't all about, you know, everybody said, I'm leaving. Okay, well, bye then, bitch. Where's the bed? You stay up in this motherfucker. And then, hell, you text me any damn way.
Wait, you need to go back, because you just said that he said it. And then when I just said something to him, you said, well, technically he didn't come out and say it, but he's heavy hitters. Him and those people, like, he can't tell them what to do or say, so you can't blame that on Jethro.
Still wrong what happened, because thing is it's Jethro's fault. He should have told his people to quit going after women.
First off, I came in here and have been talking to you nicely. So, don't start raising your voice, because I'll raise my voice right back to you. I don't care. And literally, please, stop bouncing him. Okay? I am asking you nicely to stop bouncing him. Like I said, he can't tell them what to do.
Exactly, Christy. That you cannot tell me what the fuck. Well, I'll fucking listen. No,
Stop bouncing him. Let him talk, dude. Let him explain himself. Damn. How would you like if somebody took your star away and started bouncing me?
Saved his life. I don't believe he ever went back to see Pal Hatton, however, after that, so I don't know if that's actually true or not. But Pal Hatton captured him and released him. I'll give you a little idea about what went on in Jamestown. It was 20 years before they ever planted their first crop in Jamestown. You say, where'd they get their food? They stole it from the Indians, or they brought it back from England. And it was a devastating existence of what went on there. In 1608, which is the second winter they were there, right in the middle of the winter, right in the dead of winter, a fire hit Jamestown and burned everything but 3 houses to the ground. And I'll read you some of the statistics here, but you see more and more people were coming because England was still publishing, they were still publishing the flyers and the ads that said, boy, there's gold to be had and beautiful land. And the problem was every time a ship would arrive, it would arrive with sometimes 20 or 30 more inhabitants, and they would have less than a week's supply of food with them. And so again and again and again, the rations were cut in half at Jamestown. Let me tell you a little bit about the death toll. In The second year, okay, I told you after the first year, I'll give you that, 144 of them arrived, and after 1 year, 38 of them were left alive. The second year, others came, but in that year, 9 out of every 10 people that existed in Jamestown would die. That's a 90% death rate. They had no fresh water. They were infested with malaria. They had no food, and they wouldn't work. Kind of sounds like modern America. 9 out of 10 would die. A few years later, I'll give you some of the other statistics and we'll press on next week then. But in 1619, 1,200 new inhabitants came to Jamestown, and that same year, 1,000 people died. In 1621, a total of 1,580 came, and in that same year, 1,183 died of diseases, and that same year the Indians had enough and they attacked and killed a third more of the settlers. Suffice it to say that by 1609 of April, a fellow by the name of Gates, the word had gotten back to England that these people had literally they were starving to death. A man by the name of Gates was dispatched to solve the problem. And Gates and his men were shipwrecked in Bermuda for 9 months. They called it pleasantly detained. When Gates arrives at the Jamestown colony, he finds 60 survivors of all that have been there. And first thing Gates does when he gets off the boat is to get on his knees and thank God for safe passage, and then orders everybody to church and has his chaplain preach to them. He makes it mandatory. Matter of fact, it is a hanging offense not to go to church twice a week. Wouldn't that be wonderful, Brother Thorne? A hanging offense not to go to church twice in a week. But again, as I said before, I'm not trying to write these fellows off as completely different than those that preceded them. They weren't. They were gold, money-hungry thugs. And proof of that can be seen by the fact that in 1622, after the colony finally began to grow, there were 10 plantations operating in the Virginia colony with 1,200 settlers, and in 1,200 settlers they had finally brought 3 preachers to this country. They had no intention of winning anybody to God. And so that first colony at Jamestown doesn't fly. All it did was incite the Indians to a frenzy, because they were the ones that were the brunt of the white man's atrocities. It is not until 1620 that a group of individuals that we'll look at next week land in Plymouth Colony on what is to be, miraculously, the only place along the coast of North America where white men could have landed and not instantly been attacked by Indians. The Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, which was unowned Indian territory, and I'll tell you why next week. All right, take a break.
How many baskets?
going to be in just a moment passing around some sheets that we should have actually done this about 3 or 4 weeks ago when we started, but we wanted to be able to keep track of our Sunday school classes. All the other teachers did a good job in getting names and all that good stuff. I have not yet done so. So we're going to try to do that today, and as this paper comes around, just put your name and phone number on there so we know who's in my class. Now, some of the teens are in my class this morning because Brother Sandiford is very sick. So teens, don't use sign it if you're in Brother Sandiford's class, all right? If you're in Brother Sandiford's class, just pass it on. If you are indeed in this class for American history, then you go ahead and sign it, and we'll have track of what's going on. Our key verse that we've been utilizing is Psalm 33:12. I hope you'll memorize that verse. It would be a good verse for you to memorize. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people whom he hath chosen for his inheritance. The scripture has much to say to not only individuals, and certainly the theme of the scripture as far as on the individual basis is salvation in Christ Jesus. But the Bible has much to say to nations. It has much to say to kings and princes, those that rule over nations. And there is a way as a Christian for you to have the blessings of God in your life, and there's a way as a Christian for you to have the chastisement of God in your life, depending upon how you live your life so as to please him. You walk contrary to what he has for you and wants for you, you'll receive the judgment or the chastisement of God in your life. If you walk as pleases him, you'll find that he blesses you and blesses your life. The same thing is true concerning a nation. And our scripture here said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Now that's not just by mouth only. You live in a nation who certainly when they run their mouth would have you to believe that that was so. But when you examine the lifestyle of this nation, you find that just the opposite is true. This is no more a Christian nation than communist Red China is. No way. This nation professes perhaps Christianity, but the Lord talked about those people that with their mouths said they loved him, but their hearts were far from him. And that's the condition we find ourselves in. We're finding more and more of that to be true as we look back to our history. And so we're concerning ourselves with the history of this nation. Hopefully today we'll be able to move through the period of time that you and I know as the landing of the pilgrims in this country. We have covered the conditions of Europe, and I believe part of the problem in teaching history is that I have not found, with the exception of one history, I have not found another volume or another set of history books. I have Philip Schaff's 8-volume set of church history. I have several different histories. Nobody's willing to let you know what's going on in Europe just before Columbus comes to America. And there are several excellent books, and I have a book here that I've used extensively, but at the same time, nobody's willing to tell you what's going on in Europe. And people say, well, it doesn't make any difference, but you're going to find that the atrocities of pagan papacy in Europe, and I don't mean, again, to sound anti-Catholic, but the atrocities committed by the papacy prior to Columbus's coming to America ought to cover 10 or 15 volumes, and yet they are not. I mentioned the fact that the Jews believe that the worst thing that could be done for the history of the Jewish people is to let the world forget what Hitler did in the World War II realm. But I want you to know that what the papacy did prior to this country's founding was 100 times worse, conservatively, than anything Hitler ever did. And you say, well, people say, well, you just hate Catholics no more than the Jews hate the Germans. You see, you just got to keep some things fresh in your mind, because the only thing that men learn from history is that men don't learn from history. And one of the greatest quotes about history is that people are condemned to repeat the mistakes of the past and don't remember. And we need to remember that. I'm going to give you some examples. We're finished with the Spanish conquest. We talked about Coronado and Cortez and those men who were really papists from Europe and came to this country trying to bring and establish papacy. And I gave you some ideas about how they went about doing it. If people don't agree with you, kill them. And that was the rule of thumb in Europe at this time. The Spanish Inquisition and all of those things going on. Anybody that disagreed with the papacy was executed or else imprisoned or suffered bodily harm and danger. This is a footnote in a book that I was using, and I didn't read this footnote till the other day, but said an ethnological study now underway in Southern California indicates from aerial surveys and extensive examination of ancient growing fields and watering systems that the population of northern Latin America at the beginning of the 16th century, which was the time the Spanish began coming to this country, was between 85 and 115 million. A reliable census taken a century later by Spain's administrators in the New World fixes the population at 10 million. If that's true, that means that the Spanish conquistadors and the Spanish Catholics that came into this country killed somewhere between 75 and 105 million people in 100 years. Now, just wanted you to know that. I said you ought to remember that. That's not a Christian, that's a university in Southern California doing that work. And of course what they're trying to do is to blame all that on Christianity. If you remember back just a couple of years ago, we celebrated Columbus's, whatever the centennial was, for his, and they began to talk about how the Christians came to this country and brutalized the Indians. Well, those people, those kind of Christians weren't our kind of Christians. Our kind of Christians didn't show up till around 1620 in this nation. But it'd be hard to convince them of that. And when they talk about Christianity and the atrocities of Christianity, that's usually what they're talking about. And you need to be aware of that. Now, last week we moved a little bit into the area of the Pilgrims. I want to go back and make one more point with the fact that as the Spanish came to the New World, God somehow or for some reason regulated their discoveries in this part of the world. They came to the Caribbean. God allowed them to get into Mexico and Central and Southern Central America. They were able to establish colonies throughout the area immediately south of the United States of America. Eventually they were able to push up into Florida and even across into California from Texas, but they were not able to put a colony on the eastern seaboard of this country, though they tried. The French attempted to come across to the New World, and of course we talked about their explorations of the Hudson Bay area and the St. Lawrence Seaway and the establishment of colonies at Quebec and Montreal, and yet the French for some reason were prohibited from coming south, and they could not establish a colony on the eastern seaboard of this nation. Now, people say, well, that's just the way things worked out. I, as a Christian, don't believe things just work out. I think God has a hand in them. And God did not allow, although Columbus came here almost 150 years prior to the Pilgrims landing at Cape Cod, for 150 years, and by the way, the sea explorations up and down the coast of this country were extensive. And yet no one could land or place a colony there. And we talked last week about Sir Walter Raleigh and his attempt during the reign of Queen Elizabeth to establish a colony at Roanoke, and of course that was back in about 1586, 85 when they landed and tried to establish a colony there in what is now North Carolina. The people got very hungry, nearly starved to death, and the governor of the colony set sail back to England, hoping to bring relief to those people. When he returned to England, he was just there in time for the Spanish attempt at subjugating England, and of course the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 made it impossible for him to return until all of that had been done, all that had taken place, and it was 2 years before he got back to the colony of Roanoke. When he returned, he found no trace of any colony whatsoever. And to this day, that is referred to as the lost colony of Roanoke. No one knows what happened to them. There were no writings left. There were no remains of any of the settlers. There were no bones. Nothing. Absolutely nothing remained when they returned, save 4 letters carved in the tree, which was, some believe, an inference to the Indian tribes that lived nearby, whether it meant that they had gone to live with that Indian tribe because of starvation, or whether that Indian tribe had attacked them and killed them, nobody knows. There was nothing to indicate one way or the other. Now, the next colony to come to this country came several years later, and it was under the control of what was called the Virginia Company, which was an English company that decided that they wanted to establish a colony in the New World along the eastern seaboard. That colony was founded at Jamestown, and that became the first English colony in the United States of America. And we went all through it. We'll not go through it again, but the point I wanted to make is that even though the English came next to the eastern seaboard, God did not allow them to get a firm footing here. They struggled. We talked about last week how that nearly all of them perished from starvation. The Jamestown colony was one of the biggest fiascos in English history. Those people there, I'll read to you in just a moment how things transpired, but I pointed out to you the fact that in 1609, the people in Jamestown were near starvation, and the company had, from England, had dispatched a fellow by the name of Thomas Gates to the rescue. They had heard in England what was going on, that starvation was rampant. They sent Thomas Gates. His admiral was a fellow by the name of Somers, and they left England with 9 ships, 500 plus passengers, food, supplies, bound for Jamestown, and ran headlong into a hurricane in the Bermuda Triangle. One ship was sunk immediately, another one turned back and fled for England and turned home. Gates' own ship took 10 feet of water in the hold, and it was all they could do to keep the pumps running, and they ran aground on an uninhabited island down in the Caribbean, and of course they were marooned there in what a fellow called Paradise for 9 months. And the rest of the ships that remained had been so tattered and torn in the hurricane that they were dispersed. The fleet was just knocked everywhere. And rather than try and find one another, they all just kind of limped into Jamestown the best they could, which was wonderful news for Jamestown because there were 400 seasick survivors that came on the ships, and they brought with them no food. Jamestown was already on the point of starvation, and 400 more people arrived who were sick from being on the sea for so long a period of time, and all of their supplies had been ruined, or the biggest part of them destroyed in the hurricane and the water that encountered the ship. And so 400 more people are added to the list of those that are already starving. Gates and Somers are able to take their ship, again I said had 10 feet of water in the hold, they're able to beach that ship on the island and actually got all of the supplies off of the ship without any harm, and even were able to break the ship or dismantle the ship. And they spent the next 9 months out of what they had taken off and dismantled from that ship and the things on the island, building 2 new ships, and eventually got into Jamestown, but it was almost a year later before they were able to get there. But God preserved Gates and Somers, and they had all the good supplies. Everything was fine with them. They were able to save most of their supplies, and so they were there on that island while 400 people with no supplies worsened the conditions at Jamestown. Peter Marshall, in his book, The Light and the Glory, I'll read to you what he says about this time in the history of Jamestown. He said, "Thus did the Virginia colony enter the dark of its soul, the time that would soon be known as, quote, the starving time. All the livestock had been consumed, the hogs, sheep, goats, and a few horses, those that had come over on the last ship. Every bit, even the hides themselves. Next went the dogs and cats, and the rats that had once thrived on their corn, and any field mice they could find, or little snakes. But the hunger continued unabated and now became ravenous. They dug up roots of trees and bushes and gnawed on them. And every bit of shoe leather on the plantation, every book cover, every leather hinge or strap or fitting was boiled and eaten. The colonists grew so weak that many, lacking the strength to move, froze to death in their beds. And still the hunger raged on. There are accounts of cannibalism that took place, accounts of them digging up their own dead to cook them and eat them. One man was convicted and executed for killing his wife and in order to feed himself. And he had already killed her and begun to eat her when they caught him. And he'd say, well, that's barbaric. That's what happens when there's no God and man's at his worst. God was not blessing the Virginia colony here for some reason. In May of 1610, Gates and Summers arrived to find of all those, including the 400 and some odd people that had lived there just prior in the winter, 480 when these seasick people got there was the population. Out of 480 that went into the winter, there were only 60 survivors when they arrived. Everyone else was dead. And Gates and Summers arrived on the two ships that they had constructed, and they immediately began to abandon the colony. They were going to take the people back to England and, just let everything be gone. It was all they could do to restrain the people from burning what was left of the city to the ground. They were ready to just burn it to the ground and get on the ships and leave, but for some reason Gates and Summers would not allow them to do that. And just before they were ready to set sail, another ship sailed into the harbor. England, having heard, or the Virginia Company, and back in England, having heard that Gates and Summers had been lost at sea, had no idea that they were still alive, had dispatched another governor to the colony. And his name was Lord de la War, D-A-V-E-L-A-W-A-R. And he had come from England, and he arrived just as they were ready to up anchor and sail back to England. As far as I know, most everybody's already on the ship, ready to go back. And he sailed into the harbor, and of course, when he comes ashore, we talked about the fact that he had Gates' chaplain immediately begin to preach, and he stays for about a year and kind of puts things back together. Upon his going back to England, Sir Thomas Dale becomes the governor or the ruler of the Virginia colony there at Jamestown. He's a very, very strict disciplinarian. As a matter of fact, as I mentioned to you last week, it was a hanging offense not to go to church twice daily. He was just tough in that light, and as a matter of fact, his rigid discipline began to improve the conditions of the colony for the first time in its existence. They began to improve. The story of Pocahontas. How many of you ever heard of Pocahontas? Okay. Her father was Powhatan, chief of the Indian tribe, and of course the early settlers of Jamestown, John Smith to be specific, had gone raiding. They killed a number of Powhatan's Indians and stolen their corn, and of course they tried to trade with them, and as long as they had stuff to trade, when they didn't, they just kill them and take what they wanted. So the Powhatan was a very patient Indian chief. As a matter of fact, if you read the accounts, he's probably one of the most patient Indian chiefs that the American people ever dealt with. He just kind of let it go. And although several times when they had enough, they came in and attacked. One time they killed a fourth of the settlers that were there. They did keep them in their place. But during this period of time, when conditions began to improve, was the time that John Rolfe, who was a member of the Jamestown colony there, he decided that he wanted to marry Pocahontas. Of course, that was the first wedding between an Indian and a white man in the New World. He married Pocahontas and took her back to England. Her name was changed to Rebecca, and she went back to England where she was saved, the story tells. She accepted Christ as her Savior and became a Christian. She fell in love with England. I guess who wouldn't after living in the woods all your life? She fell in love with England and didn't want to come back. She never wanted to come back to America. The Virginia Company felt like it was in the best interest if, they were trying to get people to come to America. They felt like it was in the best interest of her to never able to return to the New World. Her husband, John Rolfe, returned to the Jamestown colony after her death, and he brought with him one little item that was about to become the staple of the American way of life. He brought tobacco from England, and he introduced back into the Jamestown colony the crop that was to be the cash crop for years and years and years and years. So the Jamestown colony began to cultivate and develop into plantations. The Virginia Company, of course, went bankrupt, had several name changes, and eventually there were 10 private owners that divided up the holdings of the Virginia Company, established 10 different plantations. I mentioned to you the last week that here, after we come through all this time of improvement, after all these years with 10 colonies, there were 1,200 people, and among 1,200 people there were 3 preachers. And that'll give you some kind of an idea as to what was going on. For 20 years after the founding of the Jamestown colony, they did not plant crops because of the aristocracy. The English gentlemen believed it was beneath their dignity to plant crops, and it was 20 years before the first crops were planted in the English colony at Jamestown. The first women and children to arrive were in those 400 that arrived with Gates and Summers, or after the fiasco of Gates and Summers. That was the first women and children that had come to the Virginia colony. Now, I said all that to say this. I want to show you what God was doing in not allowing the Jamestown colony to become established. And realize by the time Rolfe and these events take place, by the time the colony begins to get on its feet, the Pilgrims are coming up into Cape Cod. It's not, they're not established before. As a matter of fact, it's a couple of years after that the actual Virginia ordinances are passed and the Virginia is established as a self-sustaining colony. The first charter of Virginia, and I read these things to you because I want you to see something. In April, this was written April the 10th, 1606, and I'll just read a part of it. It says, after much to do, says, "We, greatly commending and graciously accepting of their desires for the furtherance of for the furtherance of so noble a work, which may, by providence of Almighty God, hereafter tend to the glory of His divine majesty in propagating of Christian religion to such people as yet live in darkness and miserable ignorance of the true knowledge and worship of God, and may in time bring the infidels and savages living in those parts into human civility." Now that's King James wrote that in his charter for these men that came to establish the colony. This sounds wonderful. I mean, he seemed to have a desire that these people be one to God, that the Indians be preached to, and the only problem with that is when they came, you remember initially, they brought one preacher with them. And they only brought him because in their own quotes, they said they could control him. They had no more concern for winning the Indians to God than, anybody in this day and time seems to have. Their desire was to establish a colony. Now, they wrote with flowery language. As a matter of fact, the second charter of Virginia, which kind of amended the first charter after all the fiasco, people starving to death. This one was issued May the 23rd, 1609. It recited all of the first charter and then added some, and this is part of what was added. "And forasmuch as it shall be necessary for all such our loving subjects as shall inhabit within the said precincts of Virginia aforesaid, to determine to live together in the fear and true worship of Almighty God, Christian peace, and civil quietness." He said in order to do that, he gave the rulers of the Virginia plantation, Virginia colony here in Jamestown, authority to make rules and to punish evildoers. Why? He said because they had to learn to live together in the fear and true worship of Almighty God, Christian peace, and civil quietness. That was James's own estimation of what he wanted in the colony there. That charter went on and concluded with this, quote, "And lastly, because the principal effect which we can desire and expect of this action is the conversion and reduction of the people in those parts under the true worship of God and the Christian religion, in which respect we should be loath that any person should be permitted to pass that we suspected to affect the superstitions of the Church of Rome. We do hereby declare that it is our will and our pleasure that none be permitted to pass any voyage." Again, I said to you, you need to be aware of what's going on in Europe with the papacy. The second, or the amended charter to the Virginia colony of Jamestown forbid any papists to come into the Virginia colony or to pass through it. Alright? You say, why is all this important? Because when you get to Thomas Jefferson's writings that state there should be a separation between church and state, I just want you to know what he was talking about. That statement was not construed until 1962 to mean that the government should take an anti-religious stand. As a matter of fact, before that time, in several Supreme Court decisions, it was decided that this country was to be a Christian nation with Christian principles. We'll look at all of those as we come through. That did not change until 1962. And when Jefferson writes that he deemed there to be a separation of church and state, he was referring to a particular church that historians are not going to tell you about. But I'll quote to you so you can tell you yourself. I've spent a lot of time with Thomas this week. I read all week. I'll give you one example that I memorized. Jefferson said, I do not believe there would ever have been an infidel if there had never been a priest.
Standing where it ought not, with him that readeth understand.
You think I'm rough. You wait till I read to you what Thomas Jefferson said.
And let him that is on the housetop not go.
You say, what do you mean separation of church and state? Those men did not want to exist in this country what existed in Europe, and that was the papacy running the government. And therefore they established the separation of church and state. That did not mean that religion could not be used in government. That did not mean the Bible was not supposed to be in schools. That did not mean children were not permitted to pray in school. That meant that the papacy did not run this country. That's what it meant. We'll get there sooner or later. But all those things having been said, and all those documents been written, John Smith wrote and exposed what he said was going on in the colony. Now, back during the time when everybody was starving, the Virginia Company couldn't get anybody to come. They were always trying to send new settlers over. That's the way you keep a colony going. And word got back to England about people starving to death, got back to England about Somers and Gates being lost at sea, and disheartened the people. So the Virginia Company published an account called A True and Sincere Declaration. And if you read that document, they state that the main goal of the colony was, quote, first to preach and baptize into the Christian religion, and by propagation of the gospel to recover out of the arms of the devil a number of poor and miserable souls, etc., etc. So that's what they told the people of England their first and primary concern was. They only had one preacher over there. And none of the English people were even going to church because they were aristocrats. And so, again, what I wanted you to see is what they were professing is not what they were doing. As a matter of fact, John Smith said this, quote, making religion their color when all their aim was nothing but present profit. John Smith lived in the colony, and his statement was that they had made religion their color while their whole desire was present profit. And so the English colony was not established until about the same time that the Pilgrims arrived in this nation. And though they were here years before, as early as 1585, they failed to establish any type of a lasting colony. And again, I believe the reason, I just don't want you to believe that because they were Protestants, God was blessing them. That wasn't so. Because the English were Protestants, and they couldn't get a colony established. God would not allow the papacy to become entrenched in this nation, nor would he allow the greed of an English aristocracy to come over here and prey on the Indian people. He wouldn't let them be established. Back in England, with the advent of King James I, came the end of the reign of the Tudors in English history. And again, I point out to you 3 families that rule in England. The Tudor line of kings. Of course, in that line you have Henry VII, Henry VIII. You have Bloody Mary, Queen of Scots. And you have all of those there, and the struggle is with the papacy trying to restore it and then kicking it out and restoring it. But with the reign of the Stuarts, the papacy was finally kind of pushed completely out of the picture, and the Anglican Church was established. Now, I pointed out to you the fact that when Henry VIII broke with the Roman Catholic Church, he did not change the doctrine of the Catholic Church. That was not his goal. He just wanted to be able to live like he wanted to live. And so what Henry VIII did is he declared himself to be the head of the English Catholic Church, or the Anglican Church. He still espoused all the beliefs and all the teachings of Roman Catholicism, other than the fact that the Pope was not the big man on the campus there. He wasn't allowed to run the show. The Pope excommunicated Henry VIII. Henry VIII excommunicated the Pope, and actually it came to the point where Henry VIII ran the Roman Catholic clergymen out and established his own clergymen there to back up his desire that England be its own ruling body, its own church. After the death of the line of the Tudor family came the Stuarts. The first of the Stuart kings was King James I. King James I was, in all points, a Protestant. That proclamation that I just read to you was written by King James. It was King James' desire that no papists be allowed into the Jamestown colony. He protected his realm and established that. But realize that not a lot of changes have taken place in the English church. It is still by and large Catholic. And in 1519, at the beginning of the Reformation, of course, John Wycliffe had written in England years earlier, and he had been in rebellion to the papacy. He had written a number of doctrinal statements, or written a number of biblical things contrary to the papacy. When Martin Luther rebelled in 1519, Wycliffe's writings again began to circulate. They had influenced John Huss, and later on they had influenced Martin Luther, and now they began to circulate again, and some changes began to take place in the English church. Some changes began to unfold there that were brought about largely by Wycliffe's followers. Anybody remember what they were called? They were called the Lollards, or the poor priests. And they were called poor priests because they didn't build big fancy churches and live in expensive palaces and wear gold around their neck. They just went and preached on the street. And changes began to unfold in England. There were 2 groups of people that appeared at this time that will shape for us the history of our nation. The first was the group called the Puritans. It was not the Puritans that landed in this country at Plymouth Rock. You need to be aware of that. I've read several accounts that said the Puritans established a foothold in this nation. That is not true. The Puritans were a group of people who were Anglicans in religion. They were members of the Anglican Church, and their belief was that they could purify the church that existed then by working from within. And so their desire was to purify. They were called Puritans. And the Puritans made their attempt to establish inside the Anglican Church a system of reform and to bring about the changes that they felt were necessary to bring it in line with biblical principles. Now, they were a biblical group of people. I don't want you to get me wrong. And what they wanted to change in the Church of England were good changes. They wanted to bring it in line with the Scriptures. But they wanted to work from within the church system. There was another group that said can't be done. They said it can't be done because you can't work under a system where the king or the pope claims to be the head of the church. And this group maintained that there was one head of the church and that head was Jesus Christ and Him alone. And anybody else that claimed to be head of the church was infringing upon the authority of God Himself. And this group became known as the Separatists because they separated from the Anglican Church. Now, the Puritans initially did not see a lot of persecution in England, but the Separatists did. The English people turned on the Separatists and raised huge taxes against them, levied huge taxes against them because they wouldn't support the English church or the Anglican church. They were imprisoned, they were jailed, and they became the brunt of all of the English persecution that had once been levied against the Catholic Church. Now they've got their own system established. Now they turned on the separatists. And the separatists, your pilgrim forefathers, were not people that came from England to this country. Your pilgrim forefathers left England and went to Holland because they were being persecuted. You fellas didn't know that. You're really of Dutch origin. Your forefathers left England because of the persecution, and they sailed to Holland. They lived in Amsterdam for a while, and then they moved on to a little city called Leiden. Leiden in Holland. Their pastor was John Robinson, and John Robinson, this was called the Scrooby congregation. They had left that place in England where the persecution had come. The whole congregation packed up and left, and sailed to Holland and established a place to live there. They had one of the deacons or the elders in the church was William Brewster, and those names will become famous later on. But in 1607, the separatists left England and went to Leiden because they could no longer live in England without persecution. They stayed in Holland for 12 years. And they lived there and raised their families for 12 years. And after 12 years, they decided they had to leave. They decided it was time for them to leave Holland. And several things led to that decision. William Bradford, who also would become famous in the history of the colony at Plymouth, wrote in his books and gave 4 reasons for their decision to leave again the place where they had placed their homeland. First of all was the hard life that they were having to live. You see, the persecution wasn't completely gone, because they were persecuted in Holland as well as in England. It just wasn't as bad a persecution. But the problem in Amsterdam was that they were foreigners. In Leiden, they were foreigners. They were not Dutch citizens. Therefore, they were persecuted for that reason. And the life that they lived had become so hard that even though England had thrown out the separatists, told them to leave, they were not coming anymore to Leiden because the life was so hard that those people lived. They preferred rather to stay in England under that persecution than to come to Holland and undergo what the people at Leiden or the congregation at Leiden was having to go through. Secondly, he cited their aging. Their hard work and rigorous life, Bradford said, was prematurely aging their number. They were growing old in a hurry. Not only were they growing old in a hurry, but they realized that if they were ever going to do anything about trying to find a place where they could establish and worship God freely, the time was then. They weren't getting any younger, I guess is the way he looked at it. If they were going to do it, the best time to do it was then. And of course you could realize that in 1607, the Virginia colony is publishing all their little statements about the Virginia colony. And what would appear more attractive to a bunch of people trying to find a place to go and just be left alone than the Virginia colony? And so they were influenced by that. But the third reason that he gave was the fact that their children were being drawn into the worldly ways of the Dutch people. Their children were being pulled and tugged into the worldliness and the fashion of the world of their day, and they were not able to educate their children and give them strength beyond strength according to what they needed to withstand what was going on in Holland. They were being swayed to live a licentious type lifestyle, and these people decided that if they didn't get out, they were going to lose their children. And the fourth reason was, having seen and heard what was going on in the New World, the Pilgrims realized for the first time that they had an opportunity to be involved in evangelistic work. And they wrote in their reasons for leaving that their desire was to be able to win people to God. And that was one of the 4 reasons that caused them to leave Leiden and sail for the New World. Their departure from Leiden occurred July 22nd, 1620. Now, the reason we're told they came from England is because they were English citizens. but also because when they left Leiden, they went back to England to acquire the ships that they needed to come to this country. And also because they were sailing under a charter from the Virginia Company that gave them the right to settle in the Virginia area of this country and establish their colony. They left Leiden and they came back to England, to Delfshaven, July the 26th, 1620. There they found the first of the ships. There were two that were going to bring them to the New World, and the name of this ship was called the Speedwell. And when they got there, they were informed that there were a number of other people that are also fixing to embark to come to the New World, and so scarcely a third of them would be able to come. They were just going to be added to the rosters. It was not all just pilgrims that came to this country. As a matter of fact, the other crowd became known by the pilgrims as strangers. And they were not separatists by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of these people were the same kind of people that had gone into Jamestown. But the difference this time was that the pilgrim influence was going to pervade all that they said and did. And they went to Southampton from Delfshaven, went to Southampton where they found the second ship they were to travel in, which was called the Mayflower. And those two ships then were chartered to bring these people to the New World and to the coast of America. It's interesting note that we talked about Christopher Columbus being the fellow that first discovered the New World, and the word Christopher meaning Christ bearer. And the fact that Christopher Columbus in some of his writings seemed to express that his desire had been to evangelize the Indians. It was not the way that it turned out, because his hunger and thirst for gold, and also that of the crew that he left behind, actually resulted in the mass murder of more of those Indians than anybody could care to count. But the interesting note is that the captain of the Mayflower was Christopher Jones, another Christ bearer to bring the pilgrims to the New World. God chose another Christopher to bring them over. They departed for America August the 5th, 1620. And they were barely out of sight of land before the Speedwell developed trouble. They had to turn around and come back, and they spent another several weeks. As a matter of fact, the Speedwell tried several times and finally just abandoned all hope of sailing with them. And so they were on their own. It was only the Mayflower that was to head to this country. There were 102 pilgrims on board the Mayflower, and their area quarters, I checked the other day, was about the size of half of our gymnasium where they lived for the entire voyage, 102 of them. So we had 167 the other night down in our guests during our dinner in the whole gym, and it was rather crowded. But there were 102 of them in the area about the size of half of our gym. All of their provisions, all that they owned, their children, their sleeping quarters, everything was there with them. They were between decks on the Mayflower. There was an area there that they had been given in which they resided. They suffered, first of all, with seasickness, and that's easily, anybody who's been seasick understands that. They were not permitted to open the hatches because of the condition of the storms at sea. So they had no fresh air, and of course they were down there where the bills grew ever fouler and fouler as they made their trip here, and the stench and the smell right there among them, and they lived in those kind of conditions. The crew began to taunt them. There was one interesting story that I read about one of the fellows who made fun of them because they had gotten seasick and taunted them, and they prayed for him, and he fell overboard and nearly drowned, was brought back on board, and as a matter of fact, later on in the voyage, he became the first fatality. The first one buried at sea was this fellow that had openly made fun of the pilgrims. But they made their journey, 102 pilgrims, 66 days at sea. And they arrived on November the 9th after coming through several terrible storms that had blown them off course. And they arrived at what is now Cape Cod up in New England. And if you ever look at a map of the United States, matter of fact, I think I gave you one last week. If you look at a map of the United States, Cape Cod's got that little horn that circles around out there into the Atlantic Ocean. And they arrived there November the 9th in 1620 and sighted land. Again, they had been at sea 66 days and existed that way. They were actually 100 miles too far north from where they were supposed to be. And realizing that, they talked to the captain, and the captain decided that they could sail south and arrive where they were supposed to be. But when he tried to maneuver south, he ran into strong headwinds. Remember those? Back from Columbus? He ran into strong headwinds that made the navigation of the eddies and the rocks along the coastline impossible. So he called them in and made the statement to them that he could get them where they were supposed to be, but he was going to have to put out to sea a day's journey before he would venture heading south because of the currents and the shoals and all the things that made navigation difficult. The Pilgrims by this time had been at sea long enough. And they met and prayed, and of course the Pilgrims were one group of people that seemed to ever acknowledge God in all things that took place. Kind of like Christians are supposed to be today. And they sat down and discussed among themselves and said, you know, maybe the reason we can't go south is because God doesn't want us to go south. And had they gone south, they would have been associated with the Virginia colony. We've already talked about what was going on there. So they decided that it was the providence of God that had brought them to Cape Cod, and there they were going to establish their colony. And they decided to find a suitable area to establish that colony. They, on that day, sat down. When they realized they were in Cape Cod, something came to the forefront, and that was this, that they were not in Virginia. They were not in the area controlled by the Virginia Company. Therefore, their charter was null and void. They were in an area controlled by the New England Company, but they had no charter with the New England Company. So literally, they were there on their own. In other words, they had no authority for building a colony. The problem that they confronted and faced was the fact that, as I said before, only about a third of them were from the congregation of light. Most of them were strangers, just settlers coming from England. How do you govern when you're the minority? You had the charter before that gave you the authority to do it, but now you're not in the area covered by that charter. And that's where the Mayflower Compact was born. You ever heard of the Mayflower Compact? That was the first form of government in this country on the eastern seaboard that ever worked. And the Mayflower Compact stated that they would hold elections and elect their officials, and they would make laws as they were necessary for the well-being of the colony, and that all would have a part in that government. It was a democratic, participatory government that they would establish. And it was established under the Mayflower Compact. So they decide to land and establish their colony. The Mayflower Compact is signed November the 11th, 1620. Now, if you think for a minute, they're ready to get off the boat November of 1620. You might tell me about the timing for establishing the colony. Not real good. Why? November is the beginning of winter. And these people really couldn't have picked a worse time to come and establish a colony. They arrived. Of course, the Mayflower would stay with them through the winter. It was not to leave. Actually, they had an agreement that they were supposed to send goods, that they were, in other words, they were here actually as kind of sharecroppers. That agreement with the Virginia Company was given to them so that they could produce here, that they could hunt, whatever it was, but they were to send their goods back to the Virginia Company in trade for their lands that were here. Eventually, there's a big fiasco comes out of this. There's a lot of accusations and a lot of things that the Virginia Company declared to be so that never were so. A lot of money they said the Pilgrims owed that they never did owe. And we'll get into that later, I think. However, I'll just say at this point, the Pilgrims paid every dime that anybody ever said they owed them, even though there was nothing to prove and there was never anything established that said they owed anything. They paid every dime that the Virginia Company made claim against them for, paid it all. And there were a couple of real unscrupulous guys running the show at that time, and later on were just kicked out because of their, less than honest attitudes. But first effort that they made was to send 16 of their company ashore. 16 of them went ashore, and came back and they had found metal of some type, a metal container, and inside that thing they found 36 ears of corn. And that was a sign from God to them that God was going to bless them. Little did they know that corn was going to become the staple of their diet. They had never known corn before. They said it was rather hard to eat. I guess they didn't even cook it. I don't know. But it was rather hard to eat, but it was very nutritious. And so they took that again as a sign from God. December the 6th, a few days later, some of their own had been sent to explore the inner coast of the bay. And again, Cape Cod sticks out, and they had gone, actually their first established colony is going to be over here on the land side rather than out on the peninsula itself. And they had sent a group of their own people to explore, and on December the 6th they first run into Indians. First time they saw any Indians. And these Indians were called Nausetts. They found out later on. I'll explain that to you. They really didn't care too much for the white man, and they began to shoot arrows and all of this kind of stuff. And of course Miles Standish, who was not a separatist. Miles Standish was one of those strangers that had come, and but he had been a commander in a war. And so he was in charge of their defense, and they rushed out into these Indians, fired their muskets, and scared them off, and that became the first little skirmish that they ever had there. That was on December the 8th, and they made a decision then to establish their colony at the little place they were going to call Plymouth. And they called it Plymouth because Plymouth was the last place in England they had left before they came to the United States of America, or to America at that point. And so the colony was established there at Plymouth. Now, to give you some kind of an idea of what takes place, we talked about the horrible death toll down in Jamestown. The death rate ran as high as 90% in Jamestown. And it was not a whole lot better here for the Pilgrims. In December, we just talked about them landing at Plymouth in December. 6 of their company died. In January, 8 more died. In February, 17 more died. In March, 13 more died. I've read some books that really indicted the Pilgrims for being money hungry and lusting for adventure. And I want to tell you something right now. When people are dropping dead like that, they take all the money hunger and all the lust for adventure right out of you. They kind of portray the Pilgrims in a light that, if you study the history, could not have existed. I'll tell you right now, you take a congregation this big, it's about the size of the Pilgrims, and you figure next month 8 of us are going to die. And then the following month, 6 months, 6 will die next month. The following month, 8 more will die. Then the following month, 17 will die. And then the following month, 13 will die. Wouldn't you figure you'd be looking for another church? Now, these people were dropping dead. As a matter of fact, out of 18 wives that had come by March, 13 of them were dead. And there were actually only 3 unbroken families that remained in the colony. All the families that had come had been broken with either the death of a husband or a wife or a child. Only 3 complete families remained in the Plymouth colony. Now you say, why'd you say all that? Because you need to realize what they went through to establish what they established in this country and why they did it. They wanted a place where they were free to practice and propagate their own religion. They wanted to raise their children aside from the influence of the world, and they wanted to win the Indian people to the Lord Jesus Christ. That's why they did it. That's in their own words. That's why they came to the country. That's why they died. In March, a very strange event that was to forever affect the colony of the Pilgrims occurred. They were just beginning to enjoy the first thaw and warm weather of spring, and one of the fellows from the lookout station called that there was Indians coming. And actually he said Indians coming. And when they all gathered together and they were ready to fight, one Indian came walking right into the middle of the colony, walked right down the street that existed there in the middle of the colony like he owned the place, and walked up to the group of settlers that were there, and he said, "Welcome," in pure English, and really stymied them. They didn't know what in the world was going on. He spoke their language. and they came to find out his name was Samoset. And Samoset would become one of the most influential men on the colony with the fellows that he would bring them in contact with. Samoset was an Algonquin Indian chief. And a strange thing had happened to Samoset. His village was up in Maine, what now is Maine, up in that area of America. But Samoset had met some of the English explorers that had come down the coast and had landed there near his village, and he had become familiar with them. And Samoset loved to travel. He was a traveling Indian. And he'd get on the ship and go with these guys, just sail wherever he was to go. And he just recently had been dropped off here by a sea captain that had been on a voyage. His name was Captain Thomas Dermer, and Captain Thomas Dermer had dropped him off there near the Plymouth colony, and he just walked right in. And he began to communicate with the Pilgrims. The first contact they'd had really with the Indians, and of course that they could understand. They began to talk with him, and they began to ask him questions. One of the initial questions that they wanted to know was, who were these Indians that tried to kill us? And they also wanted to know, why was it that when we established our colony here at Plymouth, did we find fields that had been cleared as though ready for planting, and yet they've never been planted? Who cleared them? Who does this land belong to? Who owns these fields? And who are these Indians that tried to kill us? Well, Samoset had the answers for most all those questions, and he began to teach them some things. He told them that the land they were on had belonged to the Pawtuxets. The Pawtuxet Indians had lived there in that area, and they actually were one of the tribes in the area that hated white men more than any other tribe in that area. Matter of fact, they had killed a number of white explorers who had landed there and dared to venture into their territory. They were a brutal, savage people. And they were told that they had lived there, and that just a few years before the Pilgrims had come to America, a disease had swept through the Pawtuxet Nation to such an extent that every Pawtuxet Indian had died. None were left alive. And these Pawtuxets had all perished, and they had perished with their fields cleared, ready to plant, but nothing was left. Because of the death of the Pawtuxet Indians and the circumstances under which the whole tribe died, the rest of the Indians were afraid to go to that land. They kind of considered it a sacred land. And so nobody literally claimed ownership of the land. No Indian tribe had gone and claimed it for their own. It literally belonged to nobody. The Pilgrims had in essence landed at the only place in North America where nobody was going to contest with them on the land they lived on. If they had landed anywhere to the north or anywhere to the south, they'd probably been butchered. But God in His providence had them land at Plymouth, where nobody would mess with them at all because nobody wanted that land. He also told them of another group of Indians called the Wampanoags. And the Wampanoags were a tribe that were not too far from where they were now living, and their chief's name was Massasoit. And if you again know anything about history, you've heard the name Massasoit. He was the chief of these Indians, and he took them actually to meet Massasoit and wanted them to establish a treaty. As a matter of fact, the Pilgrims established a peace treaty with Massasoit that lasts for 40 years. I'll tell you what kind of people they were. Contrary to John Smith and the company down south that were killing Indians, they established a peace treaty that exists for over 40 years' time duration that the colony's in existence. While they're down there, they meet a fella he's living with these Wampanoag Indians, and his name is Squanto. I've never heard the name Squanto. All right, now we're getting into some history you know all about. And Squanto, actually, more than Samoset, was going to influence the Pilgrim way of life. But I mentioned Samoset because without him, they never would have met any of these other people. It was Samoset, the traveling Indian, that took them to meet Massasoit and helped them to establish the peace treaty there. And while they were there in the Wampanoag camp, they met a fella by the name of Squanto. Squanto was an unusual fella in that Squanto in 1605, years before, and I remember now it's 1620, 1621, in 1605, Squanto, who was a Pawtuxet Indian, had been taken from his village by a captain voluntarily, so they say, back to England. And while he was in England, he had been taught the English tongue, and what their desire was to discover who lived where in the North American continent. They figured the way to do that was to teach some Indians to speak English and then find out. And Squanto had been taken back to England. He had been educated in the English language and in many of the English ways. And he had then been returned. In 1614, he had been returned to his village there, the Pawtuxet village. And in 1614, another fella came through and kidnapped, I believe he kidnapped, 20 Pawtuxets and 7 Naussets. Remember, the Indians that attacked them were the Nauset Indians. That's why they hated the white man. 7 Nauset braves and 20 Pawtuxets were taken prisoner and taken back to Spain and sold into slavery by a Spanish ship. Remember the Spaniards. And the only difference was that Squanto was the only one in the bunch that spoke fluent English. And he was pretty smart about European ways, so he didn't remain a slave very long. He found an Englishman going back to England and attached himself to him, got back to England, stayed a little while in England, and eventually came back to the New World. But when he arrived in the New World this time, he found his village deserted and not a trace of anybody that remained. Remember, the Pawtuxets had all died. You heard the story of the last of the Mohicans. He was the last of the Pawtuxets. He got very discouraged. He wandered out into the wilderness, had no purpose for living, he said. He just wandered and actually lived alone in the woods, and Massasoit had recently kind of taken him under his wing and allowed him to live there with the Wampanoag Indians, but still, Squanto was not happy. But they say that when Squanto found out that these pilgrims were living in the village where he used to live, and that they were English people, he adopted them as his own people. And it was Squanto then that moved in with the pilgrims. He taught them, first of all, how to catch fish. The story said they had caught 1 cod the whole time they'd been there. They were not real good fishermen. And Squanto began by going down showing them how to walk barefoot in the mud and squeeze the eels out of the ground, and then pick them up and cook them, and they said that they were fat, good tasting. So they learned to eat eels, but Squanto showed them how to get them. And then Squanto showed them how to fish and catch fish. Matter of fact, said they didn't fish, they harvested fish after he showed them how to do it. And not only that, Squanto told them how to plant corn. So much so that by the next year, they had enough corn to get them through another year. They, unlike the Virginia colony, planted enough food to get them through. Now, I'm going to have to end this morning, but I'll end this way. By the next year, their harvest had come in. They had fish. They had game. God had blessed them. Squanto had literally taught them how to survive. And the governor of the colony had called for a day of Thanksgiving. And they invited, of course, Massasoit. They invited him to come and to participate in the festivities there of the pilgrims. They're just going to eat a meal. And Massasoit didn't really understand. Of course, you know, he partied in his own way, I guess. And so when he shows up, he brought 90 people with him. Okay? Which was a real shock to the pilgrims because they thought they had enough food to get through the winter. And now once 90 people show up. But he didn't come empty-handed. He brought with him 5 dressed deer, and they say over a dozen turkeys and everything that they could have. Matter of fact, the festivities went on for 3 days. And they celebrated there a time of Thanksgiving because God had blessed them to such a great extent. Now, we'll end up there for this week, and next week we'll conclude with the pilgrims and look at some of the other colonies that are established. But the pilgrims now are in America, and they are deeply religious and devoted people. All right, we'll take a break.
The stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error high, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, a weary world rejoices for yonder grace, a new and glorious morn. On your knees, oh, hear the angel voices, oh, night divine, oh, night when Christ was born, oh, night divine, oh, night divine. True, he taught us to love one another. His law is love, and his gospel is peace. Chains shall you break, for the slave is our brother, and in his name all oppression shall cease. Sweet winds of joy in grateful chorus praise be with all our hearts. We praise his holy name. He knows our needs. To our weakness is no stranger. Behold your King before him lowly bend. Fall on your knees, oh, hear the angel voices, oh, night divine, oh, night when Christ was born, oh, night divine, oh, night, oh, night
Was the son of Enos. It was the son of Seth. Was the
33:12. How many of you have memorized that so far? All right, let's get busy now. You've had 4 weeks. This is our key verse. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance. Now, bring you up to date very briefly. 2 groups, 2 nations, 2 nationalities attempted to settle what Columbus discovered. First of all being the Spaniards. The Spaniards' rule of thumb was the rule of thumb of all of Europe at this point in time under the papacy, and that was if you can't convert them, kill them. And again, I don't mean that as a cruel or an unkind statement, but simply as a statement in fact that all historical evidence will back up, and anyone who disagrees with that simply is ignorant of historical fact. I pointed out to you the fact that last week that by estimates of a university in Southern California, that somewhere between 70 and 105 million Indians were executed by the Spanish Papists in a 100-year period of time. That's about 60 times more than Hitler killed. That's more than those people have ever hoped. I mean, they just wiped them out. Just wiped them out. And that was the rule of thumb. For some reason, the Spanish cannot move their colonization north into the main continent here of the United States. You find the French came. We talked about Champlain and those individuals that came the northern route and migrated down into what is Quebec, Toronto, and those areas along the St. Lawrence Seaway and the Great Lakes. They couldn't move south for some reason. They were held to the northern extremes of the North American continent. And then we talked about the 1595, the establishment of a colony at Roanoke, which is now in North Carolina, by really, to be honest with you, English aristocrats who had no concern for any work. They decided they wouldn't do any work, and that colony ceased to exist before 1588, 1590. The Spanish Armada during this period of time is defeated. I hope you've got all this. I'm very briefly trying to skim through to where we are now. Spanish Armada is defeated in 1588. Upon the return to the colony at Roanoke, it is discovered that it has been abandoned. No one knows to this day what happened to them, where they went. They simply ceased to exist. And so they're gone. And then you've got another group that comes and attempts to establish that same area, the colony at Jamestown. And this is where the aristocrats come. And the aristocrats come, refuse to work. They will not work. Let's see here. There is a Canford Escort. License number FQV721. Your lights are on. Don't worry about it. They won't be on by the time church is over. But if that is indeed yours, there's 2 or 3 more classes you probably need to hit. Okay? The English at Jamestown settle, and over the next period of several years, they literally are starved into oblivion. We talked about the problems that they had. They maintained that they were coming to this country to bring the gospel of Jesus Christ. But truth of the matter is that they bring one preacher with them. They refuse to go to services, and when they do, the services consist more of a fight as to who gets to sit in the particular rows, you know, because of the aristocracy who believe they had their own pew and the things like that. And there was never any evangelization of the Indians. As a matter of fact, they did some killing of their own. We can't lay all the blame at the feet of the Spanish. We can't lay all the blame at the feet of the French, although no one ever even could hold a candle to the Spanish for their methods of execution. John Smith, of whom history tells us much, was one of the fellows that loved to go killing Indians and was a formidable killer of the Indians in that area. The chief principal Indian name in that part of the country was Powhatan. Powhatan was a very, very patient man. And history will attest to that fact from now until there is no more history. Why Powhatan didn't wipe out the settlers at Jamestown is a miracle. If I had been Powhatan, I'd have had all their scalps hanging outside my tent, although I guess the French hadn't taught these Indians how to take scalps yet. By the way, it was the white man that taught the Indian how to scalp. It was the French, civilized, Christianized people from the continent of Europe, where they learned their torturous methods there. But Powhatan was very patient. John Smith went raiding several times, killed Powhatan's braves, stole their corn, took things away, even kidnapped his daughter Pocahontas at one time. And so the English were not above a little bit of bedevilment on their own. But God never blessed the colony of Jamestown. They could never get established. And although the colony later on begins to flourish, it was about this same time that the people we know as our forefathers, the Pilgrims, came to this nation and settled in a little place called Plymouth. We talked about that last week. Plymouth is right inside that bay up there. I don't know if you can even see that or not. Is that a little better? Right inside that bay there. And the Plymouth colony is founded by pilgrims. Now, several weeks ago, I pointed out to you the difference between pilgrims and Puritans, and I'll continue that this morning because we're going to look now at the founding of another colony, a colony that has been ridiculed. I'll be honest with you, as we go through here, you're going to find out that whatever present-day historians are ridiculing usually is a mark that it was used of God. Somebody told me the other night that they had just seen a documentary on public broadcasting concerning Washington and some of our fathers of our nation, deriding them, ridiculing them, and making fun of them, talking about all their flaws and all their faults. Granted, I'm sure they have some, okay? But you're seeing now a change in the historical perspective of this nation toward its founders. And the reason is because the mark of Christianity is indelibly etched on the founding of this country. And they cannot get away with that Christianity or those Christian principles without ridiculing or mocking or making fun of our forefathers. I said last week, if Washington and Jefferson were alive today, you'd be in the middle of another revolution right now. There's no doubt in my mind. And you say, well, I don't believe that. Well, you need to read what they wrote, find out what they said, and then look at what you got. But at this time, back in old Merry England, remember there was a difference between the Puritans and the Pilgrims, okay? The Pilgrims were called separatists. And what had happened is that the taking of the throne of King James I in England, the Puritans or the separatists as they existed they were not appreciated, but under King James, the Puritan philosophy was tolerated. And so it was the separatists, again, back to Henry VIII and Henry VII, problems with the papacy in Rome, and Henry VIII, of course, being famous for the break with Rome and establishing the Anglican Church. His establishment of the Anglican Church was in opposition to the Pope's refusal to allow him to divorce his wife. What a reason to blow up a nation, or blow up but he did it. Thank God that he did it, because he established the groundwork for Protestantism in England. He rejected the Pope, excommunicated him, he excommunicated the Pope, and they just had a wonderful time back and forth until Henry VIII declared that he was now head of the church in England. He never changed doctrine. He was Catholic through and through in his theology, but he did not allow or did not subscribe to the supremacy of the Pope. And because of that, he placed himself as head of the Church of England, and he allowed the people to continue to elect their own clergymen, or to at least have a say, although not freely and thoroughly. And the separatists believed that no one was to be head of the church save Jesus Christ. And so the separatists separated themselves from the Church of England. Now, you say, well, good for them. That probably meant they had better sailing. But you need to recognize for a minute the fact that England was a church state. One of the greatest things that plagues the American consciousness is what it means to live in a church state. Because you never have. And because of that, you as an American are very naive in your thinking toward what a church state must be all about. But if you want to look at church states as they exist in the country, probably the most powerful church state that exists in this hemisphere is Mexico. The countries of Central America, you say, well, they have problems with their natural resources. That's a lie. They have more natural resources, or as many as the United States has. I mean, do you think the Spanish people are more ignorant than white people? There aren't any racists here, are there? I mean, you don't think the Mexicans are less intelligent than we are, do you? Then why is their country so far behind our country? Say they've never had an opportunity. Why haven't they had an opportunity? You say, well, because their government never gave them an opportunity. Who controls the Spanish government? When you look at a church state, you're going to find that the church that's in control usually degrades that state to a serious, more than serious, even less than that, a situation where they can't even function. I'll read you some of the quotes of Thomas Jefferson on Central America and what caused the problem in Mexico and Central America. Jefferson had a real insight into it. As a matter of fact, Jefferson said if he went in and liberated those people in Mexico from their church, it would take several generations before they'd ever learn to function. Thomas Jefferson said that. Wherever a church state exists, you'll find Europe is eaten up with it. Europe is eaten up with a church-state system, so much so that when the Eccles family arrives in Italy, they're going to confront a situation where the church state exists. You say, well, boy, wouldn't it be wonderful for everybody to belong? About 98, 99% of the Italian people do not attend church more than twice a year. And that's where the seat of their church is. They don't go. I heard more negative comments about the papacy while I was in Europe going on tours than I ever heard in America. I toured Salzburg, and I heard the story of how the Archbishop pinned himself up in the castle of Salzburg and watched people starve to death. And they were trying to kill the rascal, and he closed himself up in his fortress and wouldn't let them get in. I mean, they despise the papacy, and yet they exist under that system. Why? It's part of their government. They can't separate it anymore. And therefore, when you're born in Italy, you're automatically born into the church. Now, you have to go through confirmation and all that, but your national religion is that of the papacy. And all those countries believe in religious freedom, but they also believe you're not allowed to proselytize somebody from another religion. You want to see the danger in that? You've set up a church state, and automatically you can't witness to anybody. Because when they're born into a particular church. And if it's illegal to proselytize, it's illegal to try to talk to anybody about their church. So the church that's in control of the government controls the country. And no one else has a way to establish any type of foothold whatsoever. Brother Bailey talked to me last Sunday from Greece. I forgot to tell you last Sunday night. They had their first Greek fella ever saved in their services last Sunday in Greece. Walked the aisle, got on his knees, and got saved. That's illegal. You say, why? There's a church-state system in Greece. You say, well, what'll happen? Hopefully nothing. Nothing's going to happen to that fellow. He's going to heaven when he dies. But that's enough grounds for the government to enter in and close down that church and run the missionary out of the country. One fellow. Why? They can't stand the criticism. You know, if what you believe is right, you wouldn't think you'd get upset if people want to criticize you. Truth is truth. You can't hurt truth. No lie ever affected the truth for more than a few years until the truth was discovered about the lie. I mean, you can run around hollering, the sky is falling all you want to. The truth eventually wins. So if what you believe is the truth, why are you worried about people criticizing? Now then, back in England, King James dies in 1625. The great mark of his reign is the book you hold in your lap this morning. The King James Version of the Bible. And maybe, I'm not sure yet, maybe next week we'll go into the translation of that book just for a one Sunday brief visit to show you the remarkable nature that brought forth that book. As you study history at this point in time, you have got to begin to see the hand of God in all of this. 1492, the Spaniards start to work in the southern. Why don't they get up into this part of the country? Do you know if you're sailing a ship from Spain bringing supplies and goods, don't you know it'd be a whole lot easier to hit the east coast of this country than it would be to find one of them little islands? That's a navigator's nightmare to try and find an island down there in the midst of several hundred islands. And especially in the days when there wasn't Loran and Arnav and all that other kind of stuff. Why is it that they couldn't get up here? Why is it Ponce de Leon has run out? God put the most fierce tribe of Indians that could exist right here and right up here. New York and Florida. The two doors, the Spanish and the French tried to come in. Down south, you've got the Seminoles. Brutal people. They were the only tribe of Indians never conquered by the white man. Tough birds. They got down there where them gators were. And them Spaniards couldn't catch them. Gators can handle that Spanish armor pretty well. Up here, you've got the nations of the Iroquois. The Iroquois hated the French. So much so that when the French and Indian War comes, all of the Indians in North America form an alliance with the French to get rid of the English. The French even fight a war here to get rid of the English, who are now on the coast. All the tribes of Indians join up and link up with the French because they've been trading with them for years, except the Iroquois. And it was the Iroquois that had kept the French from getting down here on the coastline before. The Iroquois despised the French. They fought with the English in the French and Indian War, and by the way, in case you weren't aware of it, the French and the Indians lost. The English and the Iroquois won. But God, you have to know that it was God. You take the two mightiest nations in continental Europe, Spain and France, and they can't establish a foothold on the coastline. Let me ask you a question. If you come into this nation up in St. Lawrence, Newfoundland, all that snow and ice, wouldn't you want it to move a little further south? Why do you suppose they didn't? They couldn't. They couldn't. And then here comes the English with dollar signs in their eyes. A new enterprise. And God won't let them get established. First at Roanoke, and then at Jamestown. Why? Why is it that when the Pilgrims get here, God begins to bless them? And they establish a foothold on this coast that nobody else is able to establish. It has to be God that's working. Now, at the same time God's working here, He's working in Europe. And I've talked to you how that I have yet to find a volume of church history, with the exception of maybe one, that deals with the impact of what went on in Europe with the settlement of this nation. Shortly after Columbus discovers America, you're dealing with a Reformation in Germany. Martin Luther, John Huss, all of those fellows who are rebelling. You're dealing with the Spanish Inquisition, which was a means to bring the Catholics back into the fold. But the Reformation had too deep-rooted itself, and they've got a war on their hands. Now you're dealing in Europe about the time the Spanish and the French are settling this country with counter-reformations, where the papacy's sending armies out to kill every Protestant that they can find throughout Europe. I don't find any historians dealing with any of that. Don't you imagine that had something to do with people wanting to come to this country? I mean, for instance, if they pass legislation tomorrow, and they may do it before it's all over with, and put a bounty on the heads of Bible-believing Protestants, don't you know if there was another country halfway around the world, I'd be willing to go and take my family rather than to risk torture and imprisonment here? Why don't the historians use that as maybe a means why people were willing to come to this country? The colony of the Pilgrims we talked about last week, and we talked about how they came to this country and how they established the nation in 1621, which was the year after they established their colony in 1620. In November, which was exactly a year, the first ship came from England. Now remember, the Mayflower had stayed with them. The Speedwell, which was the other ship, which was to have brought the Pilgrims to America, could not come. So only one ship came, which was the Mayflower, the larger of the two. The Pilgrims had established their colony there on the inside of that little peninsula, and they had named their place, their colony, Plymouth Colony. They named it after the place they left from in England, which was Plymouth. The Mayflower stayed through the winter, and remember the terrible death toll for the Pilgrims, much the same as it was in Jamestown. Out of 18 families, only 3 families were left intact. I think 17 or 13 of the wives, I guess it was, passed away, died in that first winter. There was a sickness that seemed to accompany every boatload of settlers that came to this country for years and years and years. And I don't know exactly what it was, whether it was rickets or scurvy or what it was, some of those ongoing diseases that tended to plague people in that day, smallpox, there was no cure. You were dealing with a very, very deadly situation when you came to this country. It wasn't like there was a hospital on every corner. There were hospitals. All they had was the medicine they brought with them, which most generally was consumed on the voyage itself over here. So they arrived in this country with no medicine, no hospital, and many times no physician. And they relied on the Indians. The Pilgrims established. We talked about them meeting Squanto and the other Indians that really saved their lives. These tribes of Indians. 1621, another ship arrives. It is the first ship that arrived from the time that they've been there. Remember, the Mayflower left in the spring. On board this ship, 35 more colonists are to arrive here at the Plymouth colony. Among them is Thomas Cushman. We'll talk about him in just a moment, who is one of the original pilgrims that sought to come and was left in England for a specific purpose. But when they arrive, 35 more colonists, the colonists that live there are dismayed to find out they don't bring any tools. They didn't bring any new clothing. They didn't bring any supplies whatsoever. They didn't bring any food. So there are 35 more mouths to feed in the Plymouth colony. Now remember, they had an abundant harvest the year before. But as they began to look at what they had to get through another winter and the 35 more mouths that they were going to have to feed, the Governor Bradford and the others who were in charge of the colony immediately decided they would have to be on half rations or they would starve to death. So they immediately went on half rations. Now on this voyage was Thomas Cushman. I mentioned Thomas Cushman because I wanted you to understand the background behind the Pilgrims coming to this country. You didn't just pull up stakes and get a boat and go halfway around the country. It costs a lot of money to make those voyages. Matter of fact, probably costs as much to make those voyages by their standards as it does for you and I to make those voyages by our standards. You can pay up to $1,100, $1,200 for an airplane ticket. If you figure you're going to be taking not just an 8 or 9 hour plane flight, but a 72-day voyage, it's going to take a lot of food. A very expensive venture. When the Pilgrims had decided, the Separatists had decided to leave Leiden in the Netherlands, they had contracted with then the Virginia Company. The Virginia Company was nigh to bankruptcy. They gave them a charter. They gave them a right to come and settle, but nothing more. They couldn't do. The Virginia Company had backed expeditions financially. They could not do that. So the Pilgrims had come up with a fellow by the name of Thomas Weston in England. Thomas Weston was a wealthy English businessman. And he had put together recently a group of individuals who were kind of entrepreneurs. They financed things in an attempt to make some money. And Weston agreed to take care of the Pilgrims and to get them there. And their agreement was this. He offered them one share in this new colony for each adult 16 years of age and up. In return, they were to give him 7 years indenture. What that meant was they were to literally be sharecroppers. They were to farm, and they were to raise crops, and whatever it was, whatever business venture they involved themselves in for 7 years, Thomas Weston was to reap the fruits of all their labors. And that was in payment for his paying transportation and outfitting them and all of that type of work there. You see, it didn't just come for free. And so they agreed to that, and the idea was that if you wanted extra shares, you could buy them. Some of the Pilgrims had a little bit of money. They sold their homes and things like that in Holland, and you could buy some extra shares, but it was one share for each adult 16 years of age and up in exchange for 7 years of indenture. We don't believe in slavery. Your forefathers were all basically slaves. And the planters, in exchange for their work here, were given 2 days a week for themselves. At the end of the 7 years, they were to divide all lands by shares. In other words, if you had 2 out of 100 shares, you received 2 1/100ths of all the land. And they were to divide by shares with the idea that all gardens and homes that had been built on the property by the planters would remain the property of the planters. In other words, the homes belonged to the people that built them. Everything was to be exchanged. And that was the agreement that the Pilgrims arrived at. Now, Thomas Cushman was one of the fellows that put that into operation. Thomas Cushman was one of their own number, but Thomas Cushman was allured by the sights of London. Remember, one of the reasons for their leaving Holland was the fact that the world was having such an effect on their children. It would be wonderful if the world could only affect children. But the world can have an effect on adults as well. And Thomas Cushman, he got the lights of London in his eyes. And he kind of enjoyed the prestige of dealing with these wealthy businessmen. And he kind of put it in the minds of the Pilgrims that I'll be your liaison here. And so when the Mayflower headed for America, Cushman stayed in London as the liaison for the Pilgrims and the firm of Weston, who literally was in control. Just before they set sail, Cushman had, without telling anybody, changed some of the provisions of the agreement that they had made. And didn't tell them because Weston and he felt it would be better to wait till just before they sailed, when all their money was gone, to tell them what had happened and to tell them here are the changes. They would not agree to the changes. And there was a great argument over what was going to be done, and they went ahead and left. But they promised this before they left. Quote, if large profits should not arise within 7 years, we will continue together longer with you if the Lord will, end quote. That was to be their undoing. Because what they had in essence done is opened the door to a perpetual indenture. Not 7 years, but as long as Weston and those that ruled his company sought to keep them under indenture. They arrived in the United States. They didn't plant any crops. They arrived in November, remember? There weren't any crops to be planted. They weathered through the winter, the majority of them sick, many of them dying. It was all they could do to erect a few makeshift shelters in which they were to live. When the Mayflower returned to England, it returned empty. Weston was irate. And so he sent back Thomas Cushman with an ultimatum for the Pilgrims, accusing them of being lazy, accusing them of not wanting to work, accusing them of spending all their time arguing rather than planning. And with an ultimatum, Cushman returns. And the leaders basically, by Cushman, who is really an expert salesman, are forced to capitulate to these demands made by Weston. Cushman reasons with them that if you fail to sign this new agreement with Weston, then you are in essence cutting yourself off from any supplies or any funding from England. You are literally on your own and you will die, which wasn't true, but the Pilgrims were afraid. And so they signed the agreement. That agreement would take them 20 years to clear their debt. In that provision, they were charged interest rates sometimes in excess of 30 to 50%. As a matter of fact, their original debt was only 1,800 pounds British, and it took them 20,000 pounds to pay off that 1,800 pound note. The Pilgrims were very much taken advantage of. And through the efforts of Cushman, they were forced to capitulate to this agreement, had to sign of it. It took them until 1800 to retire that debt. Actually, before all things were closed and settled. In 1622, with additional mouths to feed and more houses to build, remember these other colonists had just arrived. You couldn't just get off the boat and say, well, let's buy a house. There wasn't any to buy. You got off the boat and had to find some family to move in with and to live with. And if you've ever seen a log cabin, have you ever been down Cage Cove and you've seen those log cabins? Just huge palatial mansions. As a matter of fact, they're probably not as big as this small little square area here of the platform. Sometimes maybe as big as a large master bedroom was the size of the whole cabin. Families, sometimes 2 and 3 families cooped up in one house in order to exist. And because of the additional workload of having to build some more houses for people to live in and the additional mouths to feed, by the winter of 1622, the Pilgrims were existing on a ration of 5 kernels of corn per day per individual. Now what are you saying, preacher? I'm saying God's at work again, because there's no way we can live off 5 kernels of corn. They did. They did. When they made it into the summer or into the fall, the spring, I'm trying to find the right season, of 1623, planting season again arrived. After coming through such a harsh winter, the prospect of going out to plant in the fields just didn't arouse much interest. Obviously, and rightfully so. You see, these people weren't farming for themselves. sharecroppers farming for someone that lived in England. There wasn't a lot of interest in doing the work, and William Bradford, who was governor of the colony, Miles Standish, who was in charge of defense, and some of the other leaders of the colony, got together and began to try and work on a solution. How in the world can we get our people interested in producing? The idea was this. I know what we'll do. We'll introduce capitalism. And capitalism was first introduced into this country by the Pilgrims in 1623 in the spring. And the ruling was this: if you will assist in planting of the crops that must be planted for our legal responsibilities first, we will take remaining lands and parcel them off so that each family has its own parcel, and all of the crop or all of the grain that comes from that parcel belongs to that individual that took care of that parcel. The results were that it produced an astounding interest in planting. Everybody wanted to work for themselves. Much is said about capitalism and how terrible and how bad it is, so much so that we've believed it, and so much so that communism is alive and well in Washington, D.C. today. This nation is more of a communist nation than it is a capitalist nation today. And if we get health care, it'll be 100% communist nation, just like Russia. But those people wanted to make their own way. They weren't looking for a handout from England. They weren't looking for somebody to send supplies and ships. They said, hey, you keep your stuff, just let us make it on our own. They didn't want welfare. They didn't want Social Security. All they wanted was a right to make it on their own, which meant they had the prospect of failing on their own, too.
Came again, and she arose straightway.
And when the capitalistic system was first introduced, they went crazy. They began to plant, began to care for their own parcels as well as the parcel they had planted to carry out their legal requirements. In 1623, with the planting work all done, each of them has a right to a second planting for themselves. Everyone is enthused. They plant more corn than has ever been planted before. So much so they get overboard with it. Now, there's a danger in capitalism, and that is it's twofold: power and greed. I'm not saying capitalism is without its faults, but the problem with communism and socialism is, look around the world and you'll see what the problem with communism and socialism is, and watch America in the next 10 years and you'll see it happen all over again right here. And that is the loss of liberty and the control of the government. But socialism has failed everywhere it's ever been attempted. Communism has never worked other than on a piece of paper. And these pilgrims had, in essence, attempted a communistic type rule, because they were all working for the goal of one person, and they were all taking according to their need. They were all contributing. It didn't work. When capitalism is introduced, they begin to work. But greed arises among them, and so God is at work. Remember, God kept the Spanish out. God kept the French out. God kept the English from getting established until the Pilgrims could arrive. And He's not going to let the Pilgrims be destroyed by this new concept, which is going to one day build the greatest nation on the face of the earth, called capitalism. He's not going to let capitalism ruin these Pilgrims. They get all their crops planted. They work hard. They labor to get those crops in the ground. Guess what God does? He stops the rain. For 12 weeks, rain does not come. The Indians come into the Pilgrims' village or the town and say, we've never had anything like this before. We don't understand what's going on. We've never had it so dry before. What is the reason behind this? The Indians are doing their rain dances and appealing to their gods, and nothing is happening. There is no rain for 12 weeks, other than maybe a spattering here and there. The statement is made that the ground springs up with these plants, and the ears of, or the stalks of corn are not even 2 or 3 feet high before they prematurely bring forth the ears and rot. Withering. Nothing can be done. The Pilgrims begin to realize that maybe there's something they've done wrong. That's one of the advantages of being one of God's people, is you eventually can get back to the source of the problem. It may take a while, but eventually we get to the source of the problem. And the pilgrims began to think, maybe we've done something wrong and God is withholding His blessings from us. It said here that this is Winslow who is recorded making this statement, quote, "These and the like considerations move not only every good man privately to enter into examination with his own estate between God and his conscience, and so to humiliation before Him, but also to humble ourselves together before the Lord by fasting and prayer to that end. A day was appointed by public authority and set apart from all other employments." In other words, the pilgrims and their leaders called the day of public prayer and fasting. The last time you heard America do anything like that? I guess they called for it a couple times, but when's the last time you saw it happen? A day of public prayer and fasting, and so no work was to be done. Everybody got a day off. Nobody went into the fields, and they carried out what they were to do. Matter of fact, Winslow goes on and says, "But oh, the mercy of our God, who was as ready to hear as we were to ask. For though in the morning when we assembled together, the heavens were as clear and the drought as likely to continue as it ever was, yet our exercise continuing some 8 or 9 hours." Last time we went to church for 8 or 9 hours. "Yet, before our departure, the weather was overcast. The clouds gathered on all sides. On the next morning, distilled such soft, sweet, and moderate showers of rain, continuing some 14 days. And mixed with such a seasonable weather as it was hard to say whether our withered corn or drooping affections were most quickened or revived. Such was the bounty and goodness of our God." Rains for 14 days off and on, mixed, I guess, with what they would call beautiful weather. The crops are revived in the fields. And one more important thing is noted, and that is that the Indians marvel at the God of the wilderness. The Indians make statements that even when we were able to get the gods to answer with our rain dances and they came with thunder and lightning and oftentimes would beat the crops on into the ground. But they said, your God sent the gentle rain that revived the corn, and the Indians stand amazed at the God of the pilgrims. What are you saying, preacher? God's at work. If you can't say anything else about the founding of this country, you have to admit that God was at work when this country was founded. Mr. Atheist, God may be dead now, but you sure can't say He was dead in 1620. And you're thinking maybe there is no God, but there was a God in 1620 because He was at work. And these pilgrims saw Him at work. The crop comes in with a greater abundance than they've ever had. Remember, there's 2 plantings that have been done now. 2 crops coming. Pilgrims have enough to trade and to trade with other Indians even that have had a bad year. They traded for tools because now they had the abundance of corn. Before, they'd been trading with the Indians and they'd been trading their goods and their tools to get corn to live off of. Now the pilgrims have enough corn and the Indians have suffered. And they can trade their corn now for some of the tools that the Indians can provide. And God enables them to do that. When the Thanksgiving season arrives, again, Bradford calls for another time of Thanksgiving. At this Thanksgiving, Bradford is married. Remember, most of those men had lost their wives. Bradford is married again. So this is a combination Thanksgiving marriage ceremony. They invite Massasoit, the Indian chief, hoping again that he would understand that he was invited. And he does understand that, but he also brings 120 braves with him again and shows up on the place. It says here, and now to say somewhat of the great cheer we had at the governor's marriage, we had about 20 tasty venison, beside other pieces of roasted venison, and other such good cheer in such quantities that I wish you some of our share. For here we have the best grapes that ever you saw, and the biggest and divers sorts of plums and nuts, 6 goats, about 50 hogs and pigs, also divers hens. A better country was never seen or heard of, for here are a multitude of God's blessings. End quote. That's the way they felt about their country. You see, God had blessed. Back in England, things are evolving. King James is getting old. As a matter of fact, in 1625, King James dies. Charles I comes to the throne. And as I've said before, while the separatists were persecuted and expelled from the country, the Puritans were tolerated under King James, because the Puritan philosophy was that we can exist inside this church. We'll try to reform it from the inside. We'll try to change the problems that are here from the inside. We're not going to leave the church. We're not going to forsake the church. We're going to stay true to the church. And the separatists said, not us, we're leaving. So the separatists are expelled. The Puritans are tolerated. When Charles I comes to the throne in England, he appoints William Laud as Bishop of London. That is the most powerful seat you can hold in the English Empire at this time. In 1628, Laud becomes the Bishop of London. The first thing that he does is he presents a king with a list of all the clergymen in England, so that he might know who could fill the offices and such things. Only Laud has done one other thing for the king. He has, behind each name, placed a letter. Either the letter O or the letter P. O standing for Orthodox, P standing for Puritan, indicating that Charles should not nominate those that are Puritans, and rightfully he does not do so. He appoints the Orthodox Church of England, high Anglican men to those offices, and for the first time the Puritans begin to see the handwriting on the wall, because now they become the object of ridicule. So much so that what is begun under Laud and King Charles is called the Great Migration. You see, God has established a tiny little foothold here on the coast of this country. But with less than several hundred settlers, it's not going to long withstand and build a great nation. There must be others to come. And so God now begins to stir up the nest as the eagle does, and he makes it a little more uncomfortable for the Puritans. Remember, they wanted to stay. And so the Puritans, because of the nomination of Laud to the position of the Bishop of London and his subsequent persecution against them, in the next 16 years there are 20,000 Puritans that come to New England. There are 45,000 that come to come down to Virginia and the West Indies. 65,000 people. You say, well, it's not that many people. Well, considering the population of England in that day, it would be somewhere around, if in America today, 3 or 4 million Americans left at one time. That's about what it'd be like. So it was a good part, a sizable part of the English population. In 1628, John Endicott lands at a place that eventually would be called Salem, Massachusetts, and establishes the first Puritan colony in this nation. He brings 66 men with him. In 1629, Higginson brings 200 more men with him and establishes or helps reestablish that colony or reaffirm up that colony. Now let me say this, the one thing that helped the Puritan settlement in this country was one of the first things that Charles did when he came to the throne. Of course, England is controlled by a parliament who passes the laws, and the king really is the monarch and rules the country, but all the legislation passed through the hands of the king. The Puritans, seeing the handwriting on the wall, realizing what was coming, took the defunct New England Company. In other words, the New England Company, we talked about the Virginia Company, which went bankrupt. There was a New England Company, and it also had gone bankrupt. Really, it was hard to get people to come and settle here because people died by the scores. The New England Company had gone defunct, and the Puritans got an idea. And so they reorganized the bankrupt New England Company into what was called the Massachusetts Bay Company. And they placed their charter before King Charles I, organizing this Massachusetts Bay Colony to care for the settlement of the New World. And they put together this big charter, and I read to you some excerpts from the charters last week from Virginia. Passed it through the Parliament, and King Charles signed it and got it out of it and forgot all about it. But the one stroke of genius in all of that was in the organization of the Massachusetts colony. They did not list where the meetings of the Massachusetts Company were to be held. And in essence, what they did was open a door to move the whole company to New England. And that's in essence where you establish your first form of American government, was the Massachusetts Bay Company, which became the Massachusetts Bay Colony in America. Charles is a real power-hungry fellow. Not realizing what he's done, you can see in subsequent events how hungry he was. In 1628, he dissolved Parliament and said he'd run the country himself.
And do thou likewise.
And poured over every piece of legislation to protect his own sovereign rights. But a few years before, just before he dissolved Parliament, this Massachusetts Bay organization came through and passed without his notice, giving in essence the Puritans an open door, not to break with England, but to move to America. Their thought was this: we don't want to break from England, we don't want to leave the church, but if we can get far enough away and control our own affairs, we can exist and still remain loyal to the English crown. You see, that was not the mentality of the Pilgrims who had come, but that was the mentality of the Puritans that were to follow. Let me read a quote to you here, if I can find it very quickly. When they were leaving, okay, here is a statement made by Francis Higginson. And again, Higginson comes in 1629. The year after John Endicott has arrived, Higginson comes, brings 200 more settlers with him. That's right after Charles has dissolved Parliament. And Higginson says this as they're leaving: we will not say, as the separatists were wont to say at their leaving of England, farewell Rome, or farewell Babylon. But we will say, farewell dear England. Farewell the Church of God in England and all the Christian friends there. We do not go to New England as separatists from the Church of England, though we cannot but separate from the corruptions in it. But we go to practice the positive part of church reformation and propagate the gospel in America. So you see the difference in the mentality of the Puritans and the Pilgrims. The Puritans just wanted to come to America and right what was wrong with the Church of England. The Pilgrims wanted to come to America and break with the Church of England. You say, why is that important? Because those two thoughts are going to meld together to give you what you have in America. As we'll see, maybe this week, probably not. Higginson comes in 1629. John Winthrop comes in 1630. John Winthrop is going to be one of the greatest names in American history. You probably don't know it, because it's not taught very much. But John Winthrop was the first governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. When Winthrop arrives in 1630, he finds that of all the colonists, about some 266 plus individuals that have arrived before, only 85 of them are remaining. 80 of the original settlers are dead, and the rest of them have packed up to go back to England and are either gone or are leaving. There are 85 that remain. When he arrives, he immediately goes to work on what's wrong and why. Now, let me digress just a little bit and tell you some things that are going on in England. I have used extensively while we were studying here a book called The Light and the Glory, written by Peter Marshall, who I believe is a past chaplain of the United States Senate or Congress. I would recommend it for everybody. Excellent reading. As a matter of fact, we're going to get some for our bookstore if you'd like to have a copy. And a great majority of what I'm teaching, I've used him as a basic source and filled in around his statements. But he says these things concerning England in the days. Remember, the Puritans are people that are very much opposed to sin. They are what we would call today conservative, reactionary, Bible-believing Christians. And here's what they faced in London. He says that it was gay, colorful, lusty, brimming with all the drama of the Elizabethan age. He says that's the picture that everybody wants you to see. But underneath all that was the filth and degradation of London. As a matter of fact, a well-perfumed handkerchief was more a piece of survival equipment than a mannered affection. You always see the people with the perfumed handkerchiefs when you think of the aristocracy. That was so you didn't have to smell the stench of the city. It says London was not the sort of place you would want to take your child for a walk, even in the morning. or you would have to walk warily to avoid drunkards and tosspots reeling and brawling in the narrow streets. The taverns did a roaring business around the clock, being the main source of public entertainment, especially if one were not in the mood for a hanging or a play, or watching dogs bait a bear or pull a screaming April cart. Running the taverns a close second were the trollops that hung out of the windows overhead, displaying their wares and pouring out a stream of commentary on all the past below. Cut purses abounded in the teeming street of pickpockets. Though robbery was a hanging crime, life had become so meaningless that it was worth risking just to steal money enough for a few days of oblivion in a grog shop. No wonder there were 137 capital offenses on the statute books. There had to be to maintain even a semblance of law and order. England is a mess. England is a mess. England had reached that place which would never recover. You see, God had blessed England. God had prospered England. And England had forsaken the God that had prospered her. God had given England His word, and England had turned their back on the God that had given them His word. England was not a place where you want to live. That was conducive to people wanting to come to this country. The fact that the Puritans came under the persecution of the state system made them more willing to come. What were the Puritans like? Let me tell you a little bit about John Winthrop to get an idea of what kind of people these people were. Find my notes here. Well, I'll read you part of what he said. He said, it would be a service. That's not what I want to read. I can't find one. Here it is. Thank you, Lord. Needed that. Found it. I desire to make it one of my chief petitions to have that grace and to be poor in spirit. I will ever walk humbly before my God and meekly, mildly, and gently towards all men. I do resolve first to give myself, my life, my wits, my health, my wealth to the service of my God and Savior, who, by giving Himself for me and to me, deserves whatsoever I am or can be, to be at His commandment and for His glory. That was the idea of John Winthrop. He wrote that when he was 24 years of age. Winthrop loved the Lord, as most of these Puritans did. He also said in 1616, O Lord, Thou assurest my heart that I am in a right course, even the narrow way that leads to heaven. Thou tellest me, and all experience tells me, that in this way there is the least company, and that those who do walk openly in this way shall be despised, pointed at, hated by the world, made a byword, reviled, slandered, rebuked, made a gazing stock, called Puritans, nice fools, hypocrites, harebrained fellows, rash, indiscreet, vainglorious, and all that naught is. Yet teach me, O Lord, to put my trust in Thee, then shall I be like Mount Zion that cannot be moved. Now that was the thought processes of the men that came. Winthrop was the first governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Deep-seated love and devotion to the Lord Jesus Christ. When Winthrop comes, as I said before, he finds the situation deplorable. But when he comes, he finds from Endicott some things that have transpired that would forever form the beliefs of this colony, and we have to quit this morning, so you'll have to wait on next week to get them. When he arrives, Endicott has had some dealings with the Pilgrims, and Endicott has changed some of his views to match some of those of the Pilgrims, forming a mesh between the two theologies. And you're going to find that when the Massachusetts Bay Colony is established, it is not established on Anglican order. And I'll explain that to you next week. We'll get on with it then. All right, take a break.
See, him and Adrian are husband and wife for the application. And he had his wife on my moderate so he could fuck with me. Cause Shane gets up his motherfucking feelings and emotions. By the way, not one motherfucker gonna tell me what to goddamn do on this application. You don't pay my motherfucking shit, okay? You're not my fucking boss. Period.
Hey, you know what? Angela told me that she's gonna send her people to come to your house and whoop your ass. Fucking punk.
You ain't got nowhere I will, first of all.
Alright, first off, we're gonna stop with this harassment shit. Alright? Like dead ass. He is not the one that physically came out of his mouth and said it. So therefore, nobody is gonna go to Jethro's house and do anything because I have 2 nieces in that house with Jethro. Plain and simple.
Yeah, I got no more problems on with that. But apparently, you're more aware.
I mean, you know.
Stop fucking bouncing him. I asked nicely already. Alright, you know what? You're done pissing me the fuck off. You being a pussy ass motherfucker because you keep bouncing him out the fucking channel. That's a cowardly way to fuck out, dude. You want people to sit there and fucking stop coming in here and attacking fucking people. Well, you know what? Now I'm gonna start fucking attacking you, you fucking no dick having ass bitch.
If taking thought can add to his stature 1.
This sounds very familiar.
Be not able to do that thing which is least. Why take ye forever to know who I am? How do the lilies, how they grow?
What the fuck you gonna do to me? Not a motherfucking thing. You faggot ass motherfucker.
I know who you are. I know. Sounds like something that's going on right now. But, I'm not quiet.
Oh, I don't see you keying up now. Why? Cause I'm a female? I'll give a flying fuck, dude. You got something to fucking say to me, key up and fucking say it. You're taking the pussy way out by bouncing somebody constantly out of a fucking channel. How about we bring all the heavy roasters right the fuck back in here, okay? And let them attack your fucking, sorry, pathetic, ugly looking, retarded ass.
I'll have to turn your
You know what, I'm going to see your chat now. You are being a pussy right now. And doing this shit with Jethro. You know what? I think I'm fucking playing. Huh. Taking a fucking pussy way out. I'll just keep letting them talk, dude. Now what? Play with me. You're a straight pussy, dude. Now what? I will sit right here, right on this, right where I'm at. I shouldn't be making
no freaking phone call. That was weird. Okay. Yeah, you think I'm playing around. Guess what? You're sadly mistaken. Sadly fucking mistaken. I see you're not doing it no more, huh? Pussy. Oh, you're definitely in your fucking emotions there, dude. You really are. You're a pussy. I really wish you would say something to me.
Man, I hate when I'm calling to bed and I gotta go to the bathroom again.
The mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law. And he said also to the people, when you see a cloud rise out of the west, straightway you say, there cometh a shower, and so it is. When you see the south wind blow, you say, there will be peace, and it cometh to pass. You hypocrites, you can discern the face of the sky and of the earth, but how is it that you do not discern this time? Yea, and why even of yourself judge you not what is right? When thou goest with thine adversary,
Yo, stop being a pussy ass. You know what? Why don't you come over to the Hell Yeah channel, dude? Come on over there. I wish you fucking would. So we can give you a taste of your own fucking medicine. Oh, like I said, I will be getting a hold of Chad. You will be losing your moderator spot. Get him fucking to you.
Yeah, and you know what? Angela's gonna be giving it back. So good luck on that.
And I'll tell Chad to tell Angela not to give it the fuck back to you. Because you're bouncing people out of here that didn't fucking do anything. And you even said it was because he wouldn't stop his heavy hitters from going after somebody.
And you know what? Angela, she ain't gonna listen to fucking Chad. She don't even like the fucking idiot anymore. So why don't you fuck off?
Well, I'll save that fucking recording some way, somehow. Matter of fact, I can save it. So therefore, you know, because either Jethro, I actually, you know, send it to Jethro through Facebook, and then I could just replay it for Chad tomorrow. I got that. Angela will be losing her star. Stop bouncing him off the fucking channel, dude.
What up, Christ followers? I hope God on the other behalf, I haven't been able to get on here for a while. I've been working. I work at a restaurant. Today I didn't go because I wasn't able to make it. But other than that, Monday through Friday. So mainly we're not really having mid afternoon.
Oh, hold on, I was going to sleep. I'm losing my star, my diamonds tomorrow. Okay, Chrissy, I don't give a shit. I really don't. I really don't give a shit. I don't even want to be on this channel. In fact,
Freedom, are you still my friend? Or do you hate me too?
Well, if you don't want to be on it, delete it. Like, seriously. This dude keeps bouncing Jethro out of here, and Jethro didn't do nothing. He said it's all because Jethro wouldn't stop the heavy hitters from talking crap to you.
Okay. Hate is a very strong word. I don't hate nobody. I
to be honest with you, I have no hate on him. But I don't hate him. I love everybody.
I don't really care. Like, it's almost midnight. Why don't you go to sleep? That's what I'm doing. That's what normal people do.
When you start paying my bills, you could tell me what to do. Until then, fuck you, you dirty bitch.
I think you're a dirty bitch, aren't you? Look at your picture. Oh my god, fuck.
Oh, look at my picture. Yep, I look good. You gonna take my picture and run around and drop it in channels? Be my guest. Listen, I'll go fucking do it for you. I don't care.
Whoa, what the hell's going on? I just got in here. What's the situation?
Nothing big, Lloyd. You and Logo were talking about something.
Verily I say unto you, ye shall not see me until the time come when ye shall say,
nothing.
Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord.
I don't care either. I'm not dropping anybody's pictures. I'm not like that. But I'll say that I'm gonna lose my. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get in touch with him. I could give a rat's ass what you think.
Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath day? And they held
It's something that's been on my chest.
him and healed him and let him go. And answered them, which of you shall
Yeah.
have an ass or an ox?
I kind of screwed up the other day. Yeah, just something that's been on my chest ever since.
My name is Angie and I thought like, oh my god, I'm fat. Oh goodness. Like, I don't care about this. I don't care about that. That's exactly how you fucking sound, dumb bitch.
Hey Angela, take away her damn moderator star. You don't deserve one.
Don't beat yourself up. All Christians make mistakes. We all fall back short. We're all going to make mistakes. We're not perfect. As long as you hold each other, you were wrong at some point. That's all that matters. Now you're taking your first step to knowledge.
You don't deserve one either. I'll give a fuck if my mouth gets taken away. Oh.
What did you say about Chrissy? You big fat pig, what did you say?
Pussy, 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 you prohibited faggot motherfucker. Why you won't prohibit me? I do not control no goddamn motherfucking body. Okay? Like I said, prohibit me.
That makes a lot of sense. It's so true.
And hey, Freedom, how you doing, sister? I know you probably heard me talking about going to work and stuff.
Nobody makes fun of my voice. I'm so sorry that you think that my voice is so intimidating, but you sound like a man.
Man, I just blocked their asses.
My God. You know, I was going to sleep, and this shit happens, and, you know, that big fat cunt, opens her cocksucker, so yeah, whatever.
Oh, and you feel, and you get a...
Oh, look, she has another account. Of course you do, you cunt.
And every single one of them that come up in here be blocked on the spot. Blocked on sight. But anyways. I'm sorry that they woke you up again.
forgetting your mama. We hope that you do good and get some good sleep. Hope all goes good for you. Hope Brother Michael Jordan will be in the hospital or wherever he's at now. Hope you feel better.
That's okay. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't like to talk about females being ugly, but that is one. Holy shit. I'm scared.
I don't care what anybody says about you. They're not ugly. If somebody wants to call you ugly, I tell them to go fuck themselves. I'll tell you what, they're idiots.
So Lloyd, what's up with you, buddy?
Oh, I got some gun. I got.
I never did anything to that, Chrissy or whatever her fucking name is. Never did anything to her. But she opened her cocksucker, so, okay, that's fine. Oh, good. All good. It's all good.
Ah, you messing with that angel dust, huh? Better be careful.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, you know, she started going after me first for bouncing Jetro. You know, she started going sideways at me. Then she wanted me to go into a channel, so that way, so she could basically bounce me. No thank you. I'll just stay right here.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got else to do. I'm gonna get you high today. And you know this, man.
Oh yeah, I got some gummies and I got some lot of medication.
That's what they do. They want you to come into a channel and then they're gonna try to destroy you and so forth. But yeah, she'll bring in another account pretty soon. All these fucking stupid roasters have multiple accounts.
Yeah, I wish I could do that, but I can't because, you know, my work.
I have to go and my kid went out, so I have to make sure the light's on and the door's open. You know, like a real mom does, not these pieces of shit that women that I don't even know. They're all a bunch of fucking whores.
But anywho, I gotta run to the store real quick, so I'll be back in about maybe a half hour or talking to you. Alright, guys. When I get back,
More on that. A lot of these people in here, they don't even know how to be a mom. They've never had kids. And all that crap. With that being said, you know, sometimes it's good to have kids, to tell you the truth.
Oh, I love being a mom. I really do. It's the best thing in the world. I always say it's the best gig in the world, and yeah. But when these are women that defend people that are just like totally rotten, you know, they have no motherly instincts or anything like that, and I can't relate to them. So yeah, I'm coming down. I have to go downstairs. And I guess I'm gonna be listening for a little while. Chrissy, you big fucking fat slob.
10-4 on that. Blame me there. Matter of fact, one of these days, I don't mind being a dad, to tell you the truth. But it ain't gonna happen yet. With my ex-girlfriend, man, she wanted to have a baby. She was always sitting there talking about it. You know, but I couldn't put up with it anymore. And hell, if I found somebody like you that had kids, I wouldn't mind being a dad to them. I mean, hell, even if me and you did happen to go out for some reason, I wouldn't mind it. I don't know.
How is it that I hear this indeed?
Sometimes kids, they need a father figure. You know, just like my dad's been a father figure to kids before. But just to let you know, no matter what happens, I'll always have your back.
Oh, who blocked her? Apollo. That Weight Watchers, wannabe. Bring her back in here, I want to play with her. Now I'm awake again because of this cunt.
Which one? The Chrissy 0011?
Yeah, bring her in here. They're waiting for her to be the next Weight Watchers celebrity.
10-4.
Except for she won't be. She has too much weight to lose. That's a shame. I guess a gastric bypass or whatever. I think that's what she should do. Just saying.
Yeah, 10-4 on that. I tell you, I get to fall asleep with every night. My cat, Rusty. I'll tell you what, he's a lot better than my ex. I tell you what he does. Every morning he comes up to me and he gives me kisses.
Oh yeah, I understand. Yeah, my cat, Sunny. Well, my kid, my youngest, has been at home doing Zoom classes because who the hell knows with this COVID, but yeah, if he wasn't here, the cat is like always right here on top of me, laying, and but yeah, oh my gosh, I love the kitty cat.
Oh man, my girlfriend, or my ex-girlfriend I should say, well, she didn't like cats until she came around me, and she only liked cats because I had cats. If it wasn't for me, then she wouldn't like cats. She didn't even want really nothing to do with my cat Rusty or the new kitten that we got, which is Abby. She didn't just like cats, man. I tell you what, she was always asking me, "Oh, can we have this cat?" And I'm like, "Really?" But now that I broke up with her, she don't like cats no more. She don't care about cats no more.
Well, either you like them or you don't. It doesn't depend on who you're with. I mean, I've been a cat fan. A cat fan, that sounds weird. But, yeah, I like cats more than dogs. I love dogs, but, yeah, I'm a cat person. And somebody bring that bitch back in here. Come on, invite her in. Let's have a chat with her. And by the way, making fun of my voice. Yeah, this is the only voice I know. This is what I have. God gave me this voice. What the hell? Cause I don't sound like that, like a man. I can't even do that.
Alright. Nah, shit. You shouldn't change your damn voice. I love your voice. I think you got a sexy voice. Just saying. I mean, damn. Who cares what people say about your damn voice? People make fun of my voice too. They think that I'm a freaking homo because of my freaking voice. Well, you know what? I don't really give a flying fuck.
And you shouldn't. Don't ever give a flying fuck about these people. Yeah. Ever since I was on this app, years ago, yeah, they think I'm like, yeah, this is my voice. It's the only voice God gave me, and I could give a shit, but, yeah, it's only women that ever make fun of my voice. Like, I don't get it. I really don't. But bring that, pig Chrissy back in here. I'd like to have a word with her.
I did unblock her. I don't have her as a freaking contact. But yeah, I think the reason why they make fun of your voice, because they know that your voice is, you know, I guess sexy in that matter. And they're jealous. That's all they are. It's just a big jealousy thing. They're like, oh, I wish I had a voice like her. I don't like my voice. I want her voice. Well, you know what? Be happy with what you got. Be happy with what God gave you. I mean, hell, there was a girl that I was talking to one time, didn't even like the body that she had. And I said, I think you look beautiful. You know, be happy with the body that God gave you. You know? I mean, he may have not have given you big tits and a big ass and all that shit, but who cares? You know? I know a lot of people want to sit there and they want to change their body. They want to go get bigger tits and everything. And they're fake. They don't last long. And then once them bags, once they pop or whatever, then they sag. And to me, it's ugly. Be happy with the body that you have. That's what I tell women.
Of course, Apollo, you have to be happy with yourself. If you're not happy with it, you know, some women or men and men, they strive to be perfect, and nobody's perfect. There's no such thing as perfection, and that's what people, you know, need to know. So yeah, but yeah, this is my voice. It's who I am. But yeah, I want her back in here so she could talk about me some more. Let her say whatever she wants to say.
Or you mind if I talk to you over there in your solo until she comes back? I mean, I got something that I want to say, but I don't want to say it in here. I mean, it's about me. I just don't want to say it in here because I don't want people to make fun of me. You know, I don't want to bring that on myself.
Well, it's fine, but I'm still trying to get her back in here. Especially for her making fun of me. So, yeah, you can say what you want to in my solo, but bring that bitch back in here.
I wish I had her as a contact her, I would.
Look who's back. Pussy's back.
Come on, pussy, get up. Here, pussy. Here's kitty. Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Do you know what, Chrissy? We actually had like a friendship. No, we didn't have a friendship. We just like were people on the app that got along. But yeah, and that's like a picture like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But yeah, you have fun with that and you make fun of my voice. Go right ahead. But sorry, I don't have a manly voice. Sorry. Plus, my goddamn, you are
Hello. How's everybody?
I don't know. She's ugly. Hell, I wouldn't even go out to tell you the truth. She's so freaking ugly. She needs to go to Weight Watchers. I'll tell you what, when she jumps into the freaking pool, the news calls it National Tidal Wave Alert.
Oh my god, I almost spit my water out.
I tell you what, her mama's so fat. Her mama plays pool with the frickin' planets. I got that off of Major Pain.
Could you imagine actually putting a picture up of that and, you know, thinking it's okay to put that picture up? Hey, Jesus Christ. It's like she was like in a meth house and whatever.
Yeah, 10-4. I tell you what, anytime I see her picture, I frickin' barf. I'd rather see a picture of you, Angela. You're a lot sexier than what she is, to tell you the truth. She's ugly. She ain't sexy. You know, she'd make a damn freight train take to a dirt road.
Adelante, adelante, 74-20.
Matter of fact, she looks like fucking Nancy Pelosi. Her and Nancy Pelosi both would take a freight train to a dirt road.
Nancy Pelosi looks better enough as a stretch because Nancy Pelosi is, her eyebrows are up into her forehead.
Yeah, right? Man, Nancy Pelosi, whew, good lord, she looks like a freaking witch. Me and my dad were thinking about sending her another broom just in case if one gives out. Maybe this witch needs another broom. So that way so she can ride along with Nancy Pelosi.
Tee up, Chrissy. You're down in the bottom. Tee up. Come on.
Hey, I'm gonna bounce her a couple times and then see if she'll key up. She'll probably key up once I bounce her a couple times.
No, she's trying to get her people in here. But the Weight Watchers, oh god, they're all sleeping right now.
The Weight Watchers are all sleeping right now. I tell you what, I bet you she goes and she lays down in the damn bed and the bed collapses. I bet you that bed says, ah shit, this dumb fat bitch I done collapsed.
So what, Chrissy, Weight Watchers called and they want their money back because you are a fat pig.
Yeah, you know, Weight Watchers basically told me that she needs to go to that, on that, I forgot what that TV show is. God dang, I forgot what that TV show is where they have all the overweight people. Yeah, that's where she needs to go. They got a really heavy scale. A scale that, you know, she won't break.
Why is she not getting up? Come on, Chrissy, come on. Talk about my voice. Oh god. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god.
I bet you wish that you would go to Colorado. We're fixing to go to Colorado in February. We go to Pagosa Springs, Colorado. That's our home away from home. We go there about every year.
Look, I made her a moderator. Weight Watchers told me to do that. They just informed me. They sent me an email. Make her a moderator. What, you don't have anything to say, Chrissy? Crazy Chrissy. Weight Watchers is counting on you. Yeah, they are.
Matter of fact, I finish working on my dad's truck tomorrow. Gotta finish putting injectors in there. Tell you what though, Angela, I don't get why, you know, people want to sit there and they want to make fun of your voice and all that crap. There's just no sense in that.
Just get rid of this cunt. She won't key up. I'm gonna key down. I have to go to sleep. I really do. But if you want to get rid of her. Wow, she's like a real, who the fuck does she think she is?
I don't know. But if you want me to get rid of her, you gotta remove her moderator star.
Yep, I'm going to. She won't key up. She's on probably other channels trying to get information and so forth. She's a fat cow. And she really needs to go on Weight Watchers or Nutrisystem. What's that called? Nutrisystem? I forget. But yeah, you need that. So go find yourself some money, maybe your income tax, and get yourself on a program that will help you be more healthier. Just I am.
Yeah, she's a freaking idiot, is what she is. But that channel that I made us, if you want to, you can put some more rules in there.
Well, she's done. Oh, okay. But anyways, I'm going to sleep. Too late for me. I like to have my sleep, and good night, everyone.
Good night, Angela. You have a good one.
What it do, what it do, what it do? G-Unit, I see you, bro. What's good?
So done with thinking through all the things I could have been, and I know you wanted to. All it takes is that one look you do, and I run right back to you. You cross the line, and it's time to say F you. What's the point in saying that when you know how I'll react? You think you can just take it back, but shit just don't work like that. You're the drug that I'm addicted to, and I want you so bad. Guess I'm stuck with you, and that's that. Cause when it all falls down, then whatever. When it don't work out for the better, if it just ain't right, and it's time to say goodbye. When it all falls down, when it all falls down, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You're the drug that I'm addicted to, and I want you so bad, but I'll be fine.
Why do we fight? I don't know. You say what hurts the most. Oh, I try staying cold, but you take it personal. All these firing shots and making ground, it's way too hard to call. But I still can't let you go.
Cause when it all falls down, then whatever. When it don't work out for the better, if it just ain't right, and it's time to say goodbye. When it all falls down, when it all falls down, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You're the drug that I'm addicted to, and I want you so bad, but I'll be fine.
Weight Watchers told me to do that, like, I'm Preppy, my name is Angie, and I like to talk shit when I have people on Prohibit. Sorry, bitch, I don't need Weight Watchers. Okay? I'm not a fat ass. Once again.
They answered that they could not tell whence it was. And Jesus said unto them, Neither tell I you by what authority I do these things. Then began he to speak to the people this parable. A certain man planted a vineyard and let it forth to husbandmen, and went into a far country for a long time. And at the season he sent a servant to the husbandmen, that they should give him of the fruit of the vineyard. But the husbandmen beat him and sent him away empty. And again he sent another servant, and they beat him also, and afflicted him shamefully, and said to him, and again he sent a third, and they beat him also, and cast him out. Then said the Lord of the vineyard, What shall I do? I will send my beloved son, may he be in the presence of him. When the husbandmen saw him, they reasoned among themselves, saying, They have become of his children, and the inheritance of the ours. So they cast him out of them, and killed him. What therefore shall the Lord of the vineyard do unto them? He shall come and destroy his husbandmen, and shall bring the vineyard to others. And the parents they said, Draw you in. And he fell down and said, What is this then that is in it? Because of the business of the things which have not heard of the morning. Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. And the priests and the scribes and the Pharisees to lay hands on him, and to fear them, for they believed that he had spoken the 7 days. And they wanted him to send forth spies which should say themselves shall to them, that they might take note of his words, that so he might deliver him over to the power of the Lord. And the hour came,
Hits the white coat, people just gotta smile. It's close to the face and solo for a while. Oh boy, twang the rhythm out on his cockatoo. And when it goes into a dance, double long as loose. Down on the corner, out in the street, where the folk boys are playing, singing this old happy beat. happy feet. You don't need a penny just to hang around, but if you got a nickel, won't you lay your money down? Go on the corner, there's a happy bird. People come from all around to watch the magic work. Down on the corner, out in the street, there the poor boys are playing, ringing nickels, happy feet. Down on the corner, out in the street, where the poor boys are playing, ringing nickels, happy feet. Down on the corner, out in the street, where the poor boys are playing, ringing nickels, happy feet. Down on the corner. To the heart, I never kissed a mouth that tastes like yours. Strawberries and something more. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Put the stick on my guitar, fill up the engine, we can drive real far. Go dancing underneath the stars. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss you right. I wanna drink that smile. I wanna feel like like my soul's on fire. I wanna stay up all day and all night. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And then you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we bring it right back. And they say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And then you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we bring it right back into the car. On the backseat of the moonlit dark, wrap me up between your legs and arms. Ooh, I can get enough. You know you could tear me apart, put me back together and take my heart. I never thought that I could love this hard. Ooh, I can get enough. Oh, you got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss you right. I wanna drink that smile. I wanna feel like my soul's on fire. I wanna stay up all day and all night. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we bring it right back. And we'll say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we bring it right back. Baby, you burn so hot, you make me shiver with the fire. You got this thing you started, I don't want it to stop. You know you make me shiver. Baby, you burn so hot, you make me shiver with the fire. You got this thing you started, I don't want it to stop. You know you make me shiver. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And then you're closer, give me the shivers. Baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. When they say the party's over, then we bring it right back. Oh no, like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. When you're closer, give me the shivers. Baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. When they say the party's over, then we bring it right back. Outside of Bethlehem, angels come to shepherds, ordinary working men. Not the high and mighty, Oh, the powerful and great. But those who feel unwanted, that the world is pushed away. I hear the call of Christmas, all you lost and left behind. The lonely and those longing with an emptiness inside. The forgotten and forsaken, I bring you good news. Oh, hear the call of Christmas, the Savior waits for you. All who feel rejected, unworthy and alone, feel also undeserving for the kindness we've been shown. Come behold the King of Kings, find rest to weary souls. Lay down all your burdens, He will mend and make you whole. Hear the call of Christmas, all you're lost and left behind. The lonely and those longing with an emptiness inside. The forgotten and forsaken, I bring you good news. Oh, hear the call of Christmas, the Savior waits for you. For all of those in need, come find your hope and peace. And do not be afraid, for He has come to save. He's come to save. Hear the call of Christmas, all you're lost and left behind. The lonely and those longing with an emptiness inside. The forgotten and forsaken, I bring you good news. Oh, hear the call of Christmas, the Savior waits for you. Hear the call of Christmas, all you're lost and left behind. The lonely and those longing with an emptiness inside. So the forgotten and forsaken, I bring you good news. Oh, hear the call of Christmas, the Savior waits for you. Oh, hear the call of Christmas, the Savior waits for you.
How many of you have memorized our memory verse to this point? Start, raise your hand. Psalm 33:12. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people whom He hath chosen for His inheritance. A good verse to memorize, a good verse to know, and the Lord blesses the nation that honors Him, and I think that's why we're in the problem. We're in trouble like we're in right now. There's a lot of thought as to who's causing the problems. I can tell you exactly who's causing the problem. The Lord is. You try to find which group or which philosophy is responsible for the problems in America. There's no such thing as a group responsible for the philosophy. You can find groups all over this country pointing fingers at one another, saying this is the problem. If we'd get rid of this group, or if we'd get rid of that, we'd be all right. That's a lie. And usually the group pointing the finger is the group that's the worst one in the bunch. The problem with this country is the Lord. You want to know where the problems are coming from? The Lord. And the fact of the matter is, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. We left off following the Lord. And when we left off following the Lord, when we left off His principles, when we left off His ideals, He started to work on us. And one of the best things God does is not to shoot lightning bolts down and fry people in the streets, and all that. One of the best things the Lord does to let man know what he's all about is just take his hand off. And that's what God's done. I remember a preacher talking, it's been several months ago when he was here, about the Challenger explosion. And somebody said, well, that's God showing us what he can do. God just slapped that Challenger and exploded. He said, no, that's not what happened. God just took his hand off. God show you how long man's technology will work without God's intervention. Man's technology and all of his ability is good for about 1 minute and 34 seconds before it explodes and blows everything sky high. And God just taken his hand off this nation. We were in a discussion yesterday, several preachers over in Indiana where I was at a meeting, and we were talking about the implications of the scandal, the newest scandal in the White House now, and the subpoena of White House staff and the subpoena even of trash and the trash cans. And they said, boy, they're finally going after him. And somebody remarked, well, if they do get him, what good does it do us? I mean, we got to take Gore. And if they get Gore, we get Foley. I said, well, if we dig low enough, we're going to get, some fellas that, we get Rostenkowski or Packwood, It doesn't matter how far down you dig, the system is corrupt. And the problem is we left off serving the Lord. And when we left off serving the Lord said, all right, America, I'll give you just what you want. You want a nation void of God and void of God's influence and void of morality? That's what I'll give you. And that's what you got. That's what you got. My father used to joke, he used to say we ought to vote Washington dry. And he wasn't talking about alcohol. He said we just vote everybody out of office and let it run on autopilot for 8 or 10 years. There's enough bureaucracy up there to last 8 or 10 years. And matter of fact, I ought to read that to you. Brother Mark, come here and get my keys if you can find this. I doubt if you can find it because I don't really know where it is. I think it's laying right on the front of my desk. It's on a little sheet of paper, and it's out of a laser printer, and it's got an article down it. There's 2 articles. The bottom one is about a new element found at a state university. If you can find that, bring it to me, all right? All right, we're back to history again. We're back at the 1600s, the early 1600s. We remarked, and we won't review a lot today, about the distinction between the Puritans and the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims were separatists. The Puritans sought to purify the Anglican Church from within. The only distinction between the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church in England or in Europe at this time is that the Anglican Church does not bow to the supremacy of the Pope. That's basically the only point there is an objection at. And they will not subject themselves to the supremacy of the papacy. They will not allow the papacy to rule over the affairs of England, not only religious but civil. Well, you did good. We'll have to... Oh, you want to raise, I'll double your salary. Remember that, Brother Jackson, twice nothing. He gets... this is more on a lighter note, so disregard everything I just said. We'll go back and get this done, and then we'll get in earnest about history. It says a new element has been discovered. The heaviest element known to science was recently discovered by physicists at the State University Laboratory. The element, tentatively named administratium, has no protons or electrons and thus has an atomic number of 0. However, it does have 1 neutron, 125 assistant neutrons, 75 vice neutrons, and 100 assistant vice neutrons. This gives it an atomic mass of 301. These 301 particles are held together in a nucleus by a force that involves the continuous exchange of meson-like particles called morons. Since it has no electrons, administratium is inert. However, it can be detected as it impedes or stops every reaction it comes in contact with. According to its discoverer, a small amount of administratium caused one reaction to take 4 days to complete, when normally it would have occurred in 1 hour. Administratium has a normal lifespan of 3 years, at which time it does not die out, but actually undergoes a reorganization in which the assistant neutrons, vice neutrons, and assistant vice neutrons exchange places. Some studies have shown that the atomic weight actually increases after such reorganization. Research indicates that administratium tends to concentrate in areas such as government agencies, large corporations, universities, and can be found in the newest, best-maintained buildings. If allowed to accumulate, it can destroy productive reasoning. Administratium can be controlled to prevent irreversible damaging, but its results are not promising. So there you go. That's what we got in Washington. It's called administratium. Now then, back to where we were a minute ago. Now we'll shift back into serious mode. The Puritans and the Pilgrims. The Puritans sought to purify the Anglican Church. They wanted to correct the corruptions that were there. They sought to accomplish that by means of working within the system. The separatists or the Pilgrims did not see any use in staying with the system, and they were the ones that said that there is no head of the church save Jesus Christ, and anyone that places himself as head of the church is usurping God's authority and is in essence the Antichrist, because that's Christ's rightful position according to Ephesians chapter 2. He is the head of the church. And so the argument was waged. The Pilgrims left, first of all, Holland and then England to come to America to flee the growing persecution that was waged against them. They left Leiden in Holland and came to England and then changed ships and came to America. They were fleeing persecution. They were very poor people. They had not a lot of clout politically, nor did they have a lot of finances. They were very weak and very unimportant as far as civil matters went. They did not represent a great block of people to contend with, so persecution was waged against them. They came to America to establish the colony in 1620 that we call Plymouth. Now, at that point in 1620, the Puritans were pretty well happy with where they were. They were not highly respected, but they had a lot of money. The Puritans represented a faction of English aristocracy, meaning that there were some lords and some barons and some of those guys that comprised the makeup of the Puritan people throughout England. They had holdings, they ran businesses, they had finances and lands. They were not the paupers that the separatists were. And so because of that, money in your pocket tends to make you willing to accept a little more. They were willing to abide some of the problems in the Anglican Church. They maintained their connection with the Anglican Church and again sought to change from within. At the ascension to the throne of Charles I, things changed. Charles I's first move was to appoint a new Archbishop of London, and the Archbishop of London made sure that the king would only elect those Orthodox individuals within the Anglican Church to positions of high authority. He notified the king who the Puritans were and who the people were that were not to be counted for any type of position in the church, and therefore began what later on was known as the Great Migration, was the persecution now of the Puritans. And we need to bear in mind, when they start persecuting the little guys. I don't agree with the Jehovah's Witnesses, I'll be honest with you, but I believe in religious freedom. And I'd fight just as hard to protect the religious freedom of Jehovah's Witnesses as I would Independent Baptists. Because if you're not careful, before long they come knocking on your door. I think it was Pastor Niemöller, was the Lutheran pastor in Germany, that talked about how when the Nazis came for this group, nobody said much because it was a small group, and then when they came for this group, nobody said much because they were leaving them alone. And he said after a while when they came for us, there was nobody else to say anything. And the truth of the matter is, religious liberty often involves you having to get along with some people you may not care for. That's what makes this country great. I don't have to agree with you theologically. As a matter of fact, I can stand in my pulpit and preach against you. And I do. There are a lot of churches that I preach against from this pulpit that I would gladly die to defend their right to believe what they believe. You say, I don't understand that. That's what Christianity is all about. And that's what religious liberty is all about. I don't want the Baptists ever to gain control of America. God help us. You think it's bad in Washington now. If the Baptist church ran this country, it would be belly up, flop, bankrupt, and destitute in 24 hours. That's about as long as it'd take the Baptists to mess it up. If you don't believe that, look at the Baptist churches. I mean, it would take 15 minutes after the president was sworn in office, he'd call out the National Guard and start shooting everybody else. It'd be a mess. I believe in religious liberty. What does that mean? I mean, you've got liberty to teach, preach, and believe what you want to believe, and propagate it. There's a growing movement now called an anti-propagation movement in this country, which says you can believe all you want to believe, just don't tell anybody about it. And the statement is, well, you know, if somebody is born into a religion, then you shouldn't try to convert them from that religion. Why? They didn't choose it. And if they did choose it, if it's wrong, why shouldn't I tell them the truth? That's like Clinton's health care plan. You're going to be born one day, and when you're born, you're assigned a doctor, and it's illegal for you to go find another doctor. And if the guy's a quack, it doesn't make any difference. There's liberty. The Puritans decide that their fate is inevitable, that their ability to work within the system is fast being impeded, and they are not going to be able to accomplish the reforms that they desire to accomplish, and therefore, because they have some wealth, because they are represented by a number of individuals who are businessmen and that type of thing, they don't turn tail and run, but they begin to formulate a very carefully concocted plan. Now, it's important that you realize this, because the Puritans, by and large, are the ones that settled this nation. The Pilgrims have the first colony, but it is the Puritans that establish this nation and bring it into existence. The Puritans establish a plan by which they will assume control of a defunct agency. Now let me explain to you again what these agencies did, like the Virginia Company and the New England Company. They were the ones who were basically made up of private entrepreneurs who financed expeditions and founded colonies in this new world. The king would grant them a charter. He would assign them so much land, and they would have a right to go and settle that land. And what they would then do is turn around to a group of people such as this, and they would say, listen, if you wanted to go over there on a ship and finance your own expedition, it would cost you $30,000 to establish housekeeping in the New World. What we'll do is, if you can come up with $5,000, we'll finance that other 20. It sounds like carpet sales, doesn't it? Car sales, whatever. Just the same thing going on today. We'll finance that other $25,000, and you in turn will become indentured to us for a period of 7 to whatever the agreed period of time was, normally 7 years, at which time all of the profits that you make in the crops that you plant and the things that you produce, all the profits will belong to us. At the end of 7 years, then the lands are taken, and for every share you buy at $5,000, we will divide that land up among the shares, and you'll become the landowners. Now, that's what a company was all about. That's how they made their money. They produced profits for those who invested in the company. Now then, most of those companies had gone bankrupt. We talked about the Virginia Company and the colony that failed at Roanoke, and then the massive death at Jamestown. And the problem was you didn't have anybody who wanted to come to America, because of the fact that death was almost certain. Jamestown's mortality rate or death rate was 90% several years. So you ran a 9-to-1 odds that you were going to die if you came to this country. Who would want to put up $5,000 of their own money to, inherit a 9-to-1 shot you were going to die? They wrote several pamphlets that were exposed as out-and-out lies, talking about the new land and how wonderful and how fertile it was. You hear the songs, for oh beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain. It wasn't that way when these people were arriving. It was not pleasant joy and stretch your hammock between two trees out on the bay and enjoy life. It wasn't that at all. It was a life of hardships. I read several years ago from a book that was discovered down. My wife is from central Ohio, down around Piqua and Versailles, Ohio, and they found a book in an attic that had come from a young girl from Germany, one of the first settlers, as near as they can understand, to come across the state of Ohio years ago, back in the 1700s. and she kept a diary. And it laid for years in an attic with somebody's papers from their family and memorabilia, and finally they took it down and had it translated. And she talked about coming through the state of Ohio in groups of people that were migrating westward, and said that for several days at a time they would go without seeing the sun because of the denseness of the forest. I mean, you drive from here down to Pickwood now, you don't see anything but flat, desolate land. I hate flat land. I despise it. I mean, I realize you got to have farmers, and farmers, I appreciate what you do, but I hate flat land. I like mountains and hills. And I went through Kansas one time, and I remember we looked at the map as we headed across Kansas. We were going east to west, and there on the map you could see one little S turn in the interstate about halfway across Kansas. And I kid you not, we knew when we got there, because the road just went straight as an arrow. It didn't move, it didn't turn. When we started, I said, well, here we are. I know where we are on the map. And you could look, if there hadn't been a haze, you could have seen forever. I despise flat land. I like forests, dense trees. I like mountains. I like hills and valleys. I love all of those things. You say, why are you in Toledo? The Lord constrains me. But she said as they came through here, the forest was so dense that when they wanted to build a cabin, they would simply cut the logs, and where the first logs fell, that's where they would put the other logs on top to build a cabin. You couldn't move them around. And they would clear a patch of land large enough to put a house and a garden and pray that by the next spring the forest would not have encroached back and claimed that land again, because they would die.
Comprehended it not.
And you, as we drive down through Ohio, we're looking at a process of several, I guess probably 100, 150, 200 years of clearing and cultivation that's produced what we've got here. And yet we tend to think, well, you know, when they got to this country, that's what it was like. You know, just we get this dances with wolves picture in our mind. This guy riding out there on his horse. Did you ever wonder where he got water from? Journeying out there across those beautiful prairies. Did you ever wonder what happened when they came across a prairie fire? You talk about fires in California, they're trying to put those out. What about the ones nobody tried to put out? You and I here, when we get to this part of our history, we live in the Wild West. There's nothing they can say about the Sioux and the Apaches out west that could hold a candle to what took place right here in this area of the United States. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, this is where some of the most fierce Indian fighting that ever took place. And you're talking forests and hills and crags and valleys. And this is where it was fought right here. It's exciting to live here, to remember what took place. Now, what I'm saying is when these people arrived here, they weren't met with open arms. As a matter of fact, when they arrived, oftentimes they were hated immediately. Because when they arrived with no support, they arrived with no supplies, and very oftentimes they arrived with no food. Which meant that the people that lived here were now going to have to take care of other people. They couldn't just get off the boat and look for the local inn in which to stay. There was no local inn. Oftentimes there were 8 or 10 little cabins that comprised the settlement. And those cabins sometimes were as small as 8 by 10 on the inside, where a family of 6 or 7 would live. And that included living space and kitchen and bedroom, and that's all the space they had. Sometimes if they could have pitched their roofs a little higher, they put a small loft upstairs where the kids could sleep. And when a ship would arrive with new settlers on board, those families would have to take those other families into their homes and allow them a place to stay till they can build their own place to stay. So I'm trying to give you a picture this morning of what people faced when they came to America. Was not the, let's get away from it, honey, type lifestyle. Let's sell our job and move to the Caribbean. It was not that kind of lifestyle at all. Nobody wanted to come. You say, why is that important? God protecting again. God protecting. And finally the Puritans said, here's what we'll do. They took over the defunct New England Company. In other words, they had gone bankrupt. Nobody wanted to come, and so they had gone bankrupt. And what they did is they were allowed to take the charter of the New England Company, and they formed it into the Massachusetts Bay Company. They went to King Charles of England and sought for a charter for this new company, or this assumed company, and King Charles granted it. The only thing that was a problem that he did not realize at that time is that charter did not specifically state where that company would be located. Now, if you charter an organization, you find one of the first two things you have to put in that charter is where that company is located. I guess we learned from King Charles. When we chartered this church, we chartered it as Hope Baptist Church. The next part, we had to tell where we were located. They want to know where you are. Well, wasn't anything in this charter about where they were to be located, where they were to hold their meetings, where they were to vote, and that was exactly what they were looking for, because now they had an opportunity to take their own company and move it to America and vote here and decide their company's policy here and enact their company's laws here in this country, away and distanced from the King of England. And the idea was this: we can pull away from England and still remain true, loyal English people. And you're not going to find any shades of seceding from England or throwing off the English crown until, I guess, probably the first was a Baptist preacher by the name of Roger Williams. We'll find out maybe a little bit about him this morning, and not even a lot then. As a matter of fact, most of the men that signed the Declaration of Independence did not want to sign it. They felt compelled to because they had no other choice. There were a few reactionaries. Listen, nobody wanted to cut off that benevolent king halfway across the ocean over there as long as he'd take care of them and help them. We kind of get the idea that everybody in America, voted 100% to break ties with England. England had probably as many loyalists here in the United States as we had the colonists when we broke with England. There were grounds. You talk about the North and the South separating brother against brother. The Revolution separated brother against brother. Ben Franklin, I don't believe, was ever inclined to break from England. I don't think he desired it. I don't believe a lot of those founding fathers desired it. I'm not trying to deride them, for certainly that even proves more their courage. That when they were forced into a corner, they were willing to do something they did not believe necessarily was in their best interest in order to maintain the religious liberty and the freedom they found in America. But these people came, they didn't want to break ties with England. Remember, these were Puritans. They wanted to purify the church from within. And so they wanted to maintain loyalty to the crown, the English crown. But the problem was, how could you maintain loyalty to the English crown when the English crown was trying to persecute you? The answer was obvious. You go an ocean away. You establish a colony where you can operate that colony under English rule, but at the same time making your own rules as you go along and still swear allegiance to the English crown. That was the answer. And so the prospect of settling this country in 1628, John Endicott, who was a Puritan, came to this country. He landed in Salem, Massachusetts with 66 men on board and to comprise his colony. In 1629, Higginson arrived with 200 more people. Just in time, because in 1629 Charles I dissolved the English Parliament and said he would rule the government himself. It became, England of course was a parliamentary governed body, and Charles said, I'll do the running of it myself. And boy, not much legislation got underneath Charles then. But God had preserved these people. He had allowed their charter to pass just prior to this. They had settled their country. In 1630, John Winthrop comes. And when John Winthrop comes, he finds that of the people that have come, which was probably 275 plus people, there are only 85 that remain in the colony. Why? They ran into the same thing that all of these other colonies ran into. And that was an extremely difficult lifestyle. so much so that people died. And over half of these people that had come turned back and went back to England. Remember, they were English aristocracy. Remember what we learned at Jamestown from the aristocrats? They didn't want to work. And when these aristocrats came over here and found out they were going to have to work, they were going to have to go pick berries just to live, that was not conducive to their lifestyle. So they sailed back to England. They'd rather be persecuted than have to work. And so they had returned to England, and there were only 85 that remained, and of those 85, the vast majority were preparing to set sail for England. They had given up. They said it wasn't going to be what they wanted. Now, let me read you a couple of ideas here, a couple of thoughts. The statement here said the Puritans had more than the Pilgrims, more money, more servants, more friends in high places, more education, more business experience. They had more of everything. So the Puritans were vastly different than the Pilgrims were. And that's important that you remember that, because of what's going to take place here very shortly. And so these people set sail. Here is a statement of John Winthrop. John Winthrop is the last to arrive in 1630 and to command the colony that is established there. John Winthrop is probably the greatest of the early colonists that ever lived. John Winthrop is largely responsible for the form of government and the system that is set up here that eventually spreads to all 13 colonies and brings in the freedom of the United States. Washington is called the father of our country, but I believe more so than that, some of these men here were the fathers of our country. And Winthrop certainly would hold a good place as a candidate for being the father of our country. He wrote a note to clarify why he felt it was necessary that the Puritans leave and abandon England. He said that it would be a service to the church of great consequence to carry the gospel into those parts of the world. His first reason was evangelism. Unlike the other charters that had mentioned evangelism that had never really occurred, he mentioned it first as a priority for abandoning England. He says all other churches of Europe are brought to desolation. And who knows but that God has provided this place to be a refuge for many whom he means to save out of the general calamity. Remember, the Counter-Reformation is going on in Europe. There will be some 70 million people who are Protestants die in Europe. You won't find any history books giving any account of that. La Rochelle, all right, the seaport bastion in which the French Huguenots had held out for 2 years had just fallen to Cardinal Richelieu, and every one of them are killed. Every Huguenot is destroyed. They held out for 2 years. And Cardinal Richelieu comes in at the head of the army and kills every French Huguenot there. And in Germany, Wallenstein was pulverizing the armies of the Protestants. I said the other day I've been to several of those cities. A little city by the name of Frohnleiten in Austria. Another city by the name of Rothenburg were all Protestant strongholds where they were trying to hold out. And every one of those Protestants were killed. They were all destroyed. He says, and seeing the church hath no place left to fly, but into the wilderness, what better work can there be than to go and provide tabernacles and food for her against that time when she comes thither? Witherspoon was convinced that the Protestants were going to lose in Europe, and they did. And he said, if we don't provide a place for them, all hope is abandoned. And so he came to America. This land grows weary of her inhabitants, so is man, who is most precious of all creatures, is here more vile and base than the earth we tread upon, and of less price among us than a horse or a sheep. All arts and trades are carried in that deceitful and unrighteous course, so it is almost impossible for a good and upright man to maintain his charge and live comfortably on any of them. The fountains of learning and religion are so corrupted as most children are perverted and corrupted. And on he went with his reasons for breaking with the motherland of England and establishing a homeland here in America. They believed they were going to die. They did not believe they could survive the Holocaust that was coming, and history records came in Europe. The destruction was massive and widespread. When they arrived here, at least when Winthrop arrived here, he found, as I said before, a colony that was falling apart. And he began to deal with Endicott and find out from Endicott what the problem was. You see, there were some inherent problems in these colonies. For some reason, they could not get established. They would die. Endicott had come to this country, as I said, as the first of the Massachusetts Bay Company to settle in the northern part of the country, about 40 miles north of where the Pilgrims were. He had settled in Salem and had gone through that same general sickness, and people had died, and they had almost abandoned all hope. And during that part of time, Endicott had sent down to the Plymouth colony where the Pilgrims were, requesting some help. And when he sent down there, William Bradford, who was the governor of the colony down there, sent Sam Fuller back north 40 miles to assist. Sam Fuller was a physician. And Sam Fuller came back and began to treat the Puritans that had settled there in Salem, and their overall morale began to rise a little bit. He began to treat them, they began to get better, and again, they were not out of the woods. This can be seen by the fact that 2 years later, they're all ready to leave. But more importantly than that, Fuller began to become the best friend of Endicott. And Fuller and Endicott began to bounce ideas or began to share their beliefs one with another. You see, Fuller was a Pilgrim, was a separatist. Endicott was a Puritan. Two opposing viewpoints. And yet Fuller was part of a colony that had existed almost 10 years and was beginning to flourish.
The woman of Samaria unto him, how is it?
And Endicott was the governor of a colony that faced starvation.
Of me, which am a woman of
And so Endicott paid particular attention to what Fuller had to say. Remember, most of the Pilgrims were people that lacked education, but not so with Fuller. He was a physician, one of the few that had education. Endicott was part of a group that nearly all were educated, and all were people of prominent means. And there probably would have been no reason for those two peoples ever to have gotten together had it not been for the sickness that invaded the Salem colony. Had it not been for the need of a physician, they probably never would have crossed paths other than perhaps only to antagonize one another. But now the Puritans were helpless. And Sam Fuller came and began to lend a hand. Endicott said concerning him in one place, he never knew a more godly man in all of his life. And Endicott and Fuller began a friendship that is to last. As a matter of fact, is to increase so that both colonies become friendly and, as a matter of fact, begin to share one with another their ideas. Let me give you three things that Sam Fuller helped the Puritans with as they came here. First of all, the first lesson that they learned was that of, in the words of Endicott, compassionate unity. Compassionate unity. They learned that the reason that the Plymouth colony was functioning and was surviving and even flourishing was the fact that everybody worked. And they all cared about each other. Remember, here's a colony of Puritans represented by English aristocracy who don't believe in work. They're about to face the same fate that Jamestown faced because no one would work. And Fuller comes and begins to explain to Endicott how the Bible teaches that everybody should work. How that none is above work. And when Winthrop shows up, and he and Endicott spend time on these, and eventually Winthrop says every man will work and every woman will work. We are going to all take care of one another. That was the idea that brought that Puritan colony from desolation to the point where in just a few years there's over 1,000 settlers in Salem, and they move on to Boston and found the second of the cities of that colony. And in just a few short years there are about 20 cities that have been settled in that little area of land up there. Why? They learned something from those Pilgrims. And the first thing they learned was compassionate unity. Now, those Pilgrims had learned it the hard way as well. Remember when they came, they planted the general crop, and they were to take that crop and to provide food, and they were supposed to work for the fellow back over in England to provide for him. After all, they were indentured to him. And after the second year, nobody wanted to plant the crops anymore. Why should they? That's where communism always ends up. Communism is a very noble thought, and there's just one problem with it. It doesn't work. And today, in this day and time, you hear about capitalism and greed. Listen, I believe greed is a sin, but I'm going to tell you something. Without greed, capitalism wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. You can get all upset with it. I'll tell you why a fellow started General Motors. He wanted to make money. I'll tell you why Kellogg's made cereal. They wanted to make money. Folks, it's time we got it through our head that the reason we've got it as good as we've got it is because of fellows that wanted to make money. And we now penalize people for having money. We say, well, those big, bad, mean, ugly guys. The rich corporations that control this country. I'd rather have a rich corporation controlling this country any day than Mao Zedong or Joseph Stalin. Any day of the week. Joseph Stalin took over and starved his people to death. Mao Zedong took over and killed his people. You let General Motors run, everybody have a job. We get upset at the corporations. Well, the big guys, they're just greedy. So are you. I mean, if you walk down the street today and saw a $50 bill laying alongside the sidewalk, you gonna leave it lay there? I don't think so. You know why? Because you're a greedy rascal. You know, you gonna pick it up, give it to the first homeless person you see. Amen. I remember that story with two colored fellows years ago walking together, and they began to talk one with another, and it's an ethnic joke, so you have to understand that. But they were walking down the road, and the fellow looked over at the other fellow, and he said, Leroy, he said, me and you good friends. Leroy said, man, you know me and you's good friends. We've known each other all our lives. And he said, how good friends is we, Leroy? He said, oh man, we're the best of friends. He said, Leroy, he said, if you had 100 acres of land, he said, would you give me 50? Oh man, he said, you know what good friends with me and you is? If I had 100 acres of land, I'd give you 50 in a heartbeat. He said, you know it's me and you's good friends. They walked down the road a little further, and he said, Leroy, he said, if you had $1,000, he said, would you give me half of it? Leroy said, shut your mouth, man. He said, you know, as good a friends as me and you is, if I had $1,000, I'd give you 500 in a minute. They walked a little further. He said, Leroy, he said, if you had 2 hogs, would you give me one of them? And Leroy said, shut up, man, you know I got 2 hogs. You know, we're real benevolent with what we don't have. But when push comes to shove, I want to tell you something. You're just as greedy as the next fella is. And I want to tell you something. The beautiful thing about capitalism is it channels greed into productivity. Because capitalism says, hey, you want $1 million? Work. You want $1 million? Invent. You want $1 million? Build a factory. You want $1 million? Invest. You want $1 million? Produce. That's the beautiful thing about capitalism. Why? It works. It works. Look around you. You know they say 5% of the world enjoy the majority of the world's wealth? America is a rich nation. I said the other day, well, what about them sheeps over there? And listen, them sheeps over there would still be eating camel steaks if it hadn't been for the ability to come to a capitalistic country and sell their oil.
But while I am coming, another steppeth down before.
I mean, we think, well, you know, those people over there, they got it just as good. They'd dry up and blow away if it wasn't for America. Their well-being is dependent on America. Capitalism, it works.
On the same day,
the Pilgrims didn't want to plant their crops. So Bradford and the leaders of the colony said, all right, here's what we'll do. We'll plant the crop that we are under obligation to plant. Once that crop is in the ground, we'll parcel the rest of the cleared land, and each family can raise their own parcel of land. And whatever they produce in that parcel of land is theirs to use in their own well-being, or to trade, or to sell. However they want to use it, it is up to them. And all at once, the Plymouth colony was revitalized, and they planted, listen, the second Thanksgiving Day was rejoicing over the abundance that they had. Not because of one crop being raised, but because of many crops being raised. The second Thanksgiving this country ever knew was the celebration of capitalism. That's quite a thought. God blessed their capitalistic venture. Those pilgrims now had the wherewithal to trade with Indians themselves. They didn't need to go through a centralized government. They could take what they had raised and go right to the Indian villages and trade themselves for what they needed. They became independent little corporations. God blessed it. But when the Puritans came to America, they still were enhanced by all of the rules of the English aristocracy. You bring somebody to work for you. You are a gentleman. You wear the ruffles on your sleeve, you know, the ruffles around your neck, a little powdered wig, and all. I mean, that idea of aristocracy. And while some of our forefathers someday in the future from here are going to appear to be that caste of men, they never were. Jefferson himself said that there are two types of aristocracy. There's an aristocracy that comes just by birth, which is invalid, and then there's an aristocracy that comes through ability. It is an earned aristocracy. It is an aristocracy of respect. And Jefferson believed that our country's president ought to come from that group of men. Because of that, he took a lot of blasting. People said, well, he believed in a higher class. Listen, don't you wish we had a fellow in Washington that had earned his respect? Don't you wish we had a fellow in Washington that we all agree was the best man for the job? It's a little different now when you get down the road. Compassionate unity. They had to all work or they would all die. And so that idea was brought by Fuller and given to the Puritans, and that's probably one of the only reasons the Puritan colonies survived. The second one was the separation of civil authority from ecclesiastical authority. And let me say again, briefly as I can, the separation of church and state was a brand new concept in America. There are no English countries that have separation of church and state. There are no countries to the south of us in America that have separation of church and state. America still stands as one of the few countries that admonishes the separation of church and state. You look at England, and England with its church system would have starved to death 200 years ago if it hadn't been for America.
A burning and a shining light. Ye were willing for a season.
You look at Europe, and Europe would have killed itself in World War II if it hadn't been for the Americans.
For the works which the Father hath.
World War II was a war when America pulled everybody else out. Why? Because those same people that were fighting were twined together with an ecclesiastical system that represented both sides of the conflict. I want to ask you a question. How are you going to be a church and represent both sides of an armed conflict? Mediators like we have in Mexico right now. Doing a wonderful job mediating, aren't they? The church system that existed in Europe brought Europe to its knees. You'll find wherever there is a church system, without one exception in the history of mankind, wherever there is a link between the church and the government, it always reduces the people to poverty. There is not one exception in all of history. And yet America is moving ever closer to that type of a situation. We've got this NAFTA free trade agreement. Help those people. I'll tell you what happened to those people. The best thing that happened to Mexico is if they kicked their church out of their government. If they'd run a bunch of black robe communists out of their country and say, get out of here and go back and pray and count your beads and quit running the voting booth, they'd have a better country. He says, that's kind of bigoted. Wait till I read you what Jefferson said. When Fuller came to a group of Puritans. Remember, the Puritans did not break their ties with the Anglican Church. And the Anglican Church believed in a state-supported church. But it was obvious here in America that the government of England was not going to send them any money for clergymen over here or to build churches. So without even thinking about what the situation was going to be like, they had flooded across here to America, and now they arrived at, how are we going to set up our churches? England was certainly not going to appoint bishops to come to this country, and they certainly were not going to allow those people free. What were we going to do? And Fuller, for the first time in Endicott's life, explained to him how Pilgrim Church was run. It had no civil authority backing it. It didn't receive any money from the community by way of taxation. It didn't get its preacher from some higher group that assigned clergymen to different places. And Endicott said, well, where's the power of the church? And he said, it's in the hands of the people. The people in the Pilgrim colony voted together as a body politic and elected their own leadership and then submitted to that leadership. That's a startlingly amazing idea that these Puritans think. They never heard of that before. The people actually elected their own preachers, and then they supported them themselves. And no church was responsible by means of civil law to help another church. If they chose to, it was out of benevolence. If they chose to, it was out of a heart of charity. They were not required by civil law to help or assist another church or another congregation. They were independent. I said, why are you an independent Baptist? I'm an American. The first churches that produced anything in this country, they weren't Baptist churches, but they were independent churches. The idea of an independent, separate civil authority from ecclesiastical authority. Now, the remarkable thing about that is that term has been used in America to mean that the church has no position at all in government. This idea of the separation of church and state, by the way, that term does not occur. Separation of church and state does not occur in any founding document of this nation. It's not there. You say, wait a minute, what about the Second Amendment? We'll look at the Second Amendment before we're done, but the wording of the Second Amendment does not say separation of church and state. It says Congress doesn't pick on the church. That's what it says. What was to be the result? The Puritans had one idea of government. The Pilgrims at Plymouth had another. Who was to be right? Well, Endicott was open to anything because his colony was failing and failing miserably. How do we separate these things? And the idea is this: the state does not sponsor the church. That's what took place. Listen, to this day, if you're born in Italy, you pay income taxes, and every year a percentage of your tax money goes to support the Vatican, whether you like it or not. You say, well, those people over there like it. You're crazy. 94% of the Italian people go to church twice a year. And 54% of the Italian population profess atheism. In England, it's 94% that profess atheism. But in England, they pay a tax to the Anglican Church. In Italy, they pay a tax to the Vatican. In Germany, they pay a tax to the Lutheran Church. In Greece, they pay a tax to the Greek Orthodox Church. In America, you don't have to pay tax to any church. That's what they meant by the separation of church and state. The state did not sponsor the church. You say, well, how can the church make it? How can the church live? What can I've had people ask me, said, how do you guys get enough money to exist? Look around. This is it. Somebody asked one time, well, did the convention send you any money when you bought this new building? I said, what convention? There ain't any convention. Nobody backs us. Nobody signs their name on the bottom line. Nobody says we'll stand behind these people in good faith. This is all of Hope Baptist Church there is. You say, how do you exist? You know, when we went to the bank to refinance our building about 2 years ago, you know what the banker said? He took our financial statements.
Verily, verily, I
He called me on the phone. He said, preacher, how much money do you want? I could call that bank today. I'm confident right now, I call that bank right now and get $300,000 this afternoon if I needed it. You say, what kind of clout have we got? We've got the highest per capita giving record of any church in Northwest Ohio right here.
Came down from heaven. If any man eat of this bread,
They called me in and introduced me to the board of directors. And they said, preacher, how do you guys do this? I said, we just teach giving. We just teach giving. That's all you got to do. They said, you got any rich people in your church? I said, to my knowledge, I don't have any rich people in my church. We just believe in giving. You see, America, our churches have always been afraid of this idea of an independent church. How can you make it? I got news for you. If you're not worth your salt, you ought not to make it. I can think of a lot of churches that ought to be bankrupt. The only reason they exist right now is because somebody's funneling money into them. They got nothing. Civil authority, distinct from ecclesiastical and congregational rule of the church. In other words, when they had a problem in the church, they didn't have to appeal to the bishop or the archbishop. Or when they had a problem in the church, they hashed it out for themselves right there in the church, and they voted and changed or amended whatever needed to be done, and that was it, fixed. You know, when you eliminate that ecclesiastical hierarchy, you eliminate about 90% of the corruption in any religious group. For instance, money that comes in here to go to missions. You know how much of it goes to missions? It all goes to missions. You know, the Southern Baptist Convention, I heard the statistics the other day, they tell me that $4 out of every $100 given to the Southern Baptist Convention Cooperative Program, which is their missions movement, $4 out of every 100 gets to the missionary. What are you saying, preacher? I'm saying you eliminate that hierarchy and you eliminate 90% of the graft and the corruption. People say, well, those are the godly people. Those are the people in league with the devil, as far as I'm concerned. Vicars of Christ, emissaries of God. No, money-hungry, money-grubbing thieves. You put $1 in the offering plate here, that dollar goes where it's supposed to get to. We don't send it, we send it right to the missionary. It goes right into his account. Matter of fact, we handle several accounts right here for missionaries. And when money comes in here earmarked for those missionaries, guess what? It doesn't, it goes into their account.
Therefore said unto him,
we don't sit back and say, well, you know, man, they made a lot of money last month. And we're having a hard time paying a light bill. Let's just take a little of their money and pay. No, it's not our money. It's not ours to do with. We believe in what we call an autonomous body of believers, and that means self-governing. Self-governing. When we need to get a parking lot done, we don't have to call Washington. We don't have to call the archdiocese. We don't have to call the convention headquarters and say, you know, we got some potholes out here. We'd sure like to get a little help doing this parking lot. We just get up and say, folks, we need to do the parking lot. And some people stand up and say, well, I'll help, and it gets done. What is that? That's autonomy. We haven't got anybody else to fall back on. What are you saying, preacher? I'm saying those are the rules that were governing the Plymouth colony. And when Fuller came to deal with Endicott, and then Endicott dealt with Winthrop, those were the ideas that were grasped by this new colony of Puritans up there, that even more isolated them from England, because now they had a different church system than the system they were trying to uphold in England. And now they begin to make some changes. I read all this last week. Let's move into some new areas. Let me give you this morning 6 things that became focal points of the Puritan colony. Some of them we've already dealt with, so we'll just breeze over them. 6 things that became focal points of the establishing of that colony there in Salem. Now, when I mention Salem, what immediately goes through your mind? Witches. Witches burned at the stake. Anybody know how many witches were burned in Salem? Huh? How many witches were burned in Salem? Well, I thought you people went to school. I thought they told you how terrible it was at Salem. Didn't they tell you how many witches were burned in Salem?
that the law of Moses should not be broken, are ye
There were less than 20.
me, because I have made a man every...
You know how many were killed in Europe during the Counter-Reformation?
Judge not according to the...
About 40,000 were accused of witchcraft and burned in Europe. I bet they didn't tell you that in school, did they? See, it's different as to who's running the burning. If it's the Puritans, oh, terrible people. If it's the papacy, we're protecting the church. Blood doesn't count. Less than 20 witches died in Salem. What went on in Salem? When I talk about puritanical ideals, what do you think?
I am from him, and he hath sent me.
You see how if you can manipulate a language, you can manipulate a people. When we want to say somebody's too strict, we say they're just puritanical. You hear the bias against the Puritans? This country would not exist. Any historian will acknowledge that, whether he appreciates it or not. Any historian will admit this country would not exist without the influence of the Puritan people. And yet there's a bias in history, there's a bias even in the language itself against the people that established our country. We say, well, that's just puritanical thought. What does that mean? Let me tell you what the Puritans were all about. Number one, the Puritans looked at their community as a family. After Fuller got finished and Endicott and Winthrop went to the people and began to develop this colony, which again in just a few years was going to exceed 1,000 people. Further colonization were going to be done with the establishment of Boston and other cities in the New England area by these Puritans. When they became established in what they were all about, number one, they looked at their community as a family. Everybody together. Kind of like we think of our church here. They looked at community as a family. They also looked at family then as a small community. Say, why is that important? I believe it was Cotton Mather that said, well-ordered families naturally produce a good order in society. They believed that each was responsible to his neighbor, but in turn they believed that the greatest accomplishment they could do was to raise their family with the right outlook on life and the right ideals in their hearts. They were very, very strong, family-oriented group of people. Secondly, the principle they adhered to was the despising of sin anywhere it occurred. Foremost in themselves. They despised sin. Their first magistrates used as their law book the Bible. The only book they had, book of law they had. They used the Bible. They were strict and they enacted laws that even removed temptation. And see, we look at them as puritanical. They had laws such as a law that prohibited young people from being out at night. We call them curfews now. I mean, it's real puritanical, boy, to have curfews, isn't it? But it's amazing when you start getting people shot on the streets how quickly Toledo goes back to a curfew. Why? Why did the Pilgrims do it? Because the Pilgrims didn't want drive-by shootings. They didn't want people robbing and raping and No. The Pilgrims didn't want their children to get into a place where they would be tempted to do wrong in the first place. It was an attempt to remove temptation from their lives. Many of the laws they enacted now, we call them blue laws. You know, we chuckle and laugh at them. Those laws were enacted to keep people from being tempted to sin. You see, the Puritans so despised sin that they didn't want you to get involved in it in the first place. Their laws were improvised so that if a person repented of his sin and acknowledged his wrong, most of the time he was let off. It's amazing when this country was founded. You know how many death penalty infractions there were? There were 3. 3 reasons. I think today there are probably over 100. fellow said one time, isn't it amazing that we enact every year thousands of laws just to enforce 10 commandments and still can't do it? The problem is not the law, the problem is the book. They despised sin. They were desirous of repentance. Many, many accounts are given where people were called into court. You know, they could even be put in court for lying. Can you imagine those silly Puritans? They believe the guy should be punished for lying. Unscrupulous business dealings. As a matter of fact, a guy got in trouble one time for winking at a gal in a barn where they were having a meal. And they was ready to take the guy and put him in jail till they found out that the people up above was knocking hay down on him, and he had hay in his eyes, and he was blinking his eyes because he had hay in his eyes. By the way, that's another point. The Puritans were one of the most fun-loving people that you'll ever find, and history does not paint them that way. History paints them as some gruff, rough exterior group of people. Never had any fun. I won't be able to finish all these, so I'll finish them next week, but I'll give you a little story before we close. The Puritans loved God so much and didn't want their lives to become drawn away after the things of this world that they hired a man to work in their services. He was called a tithing man, was his title. This was not somebody the preacher nominated to keep people awake. The church itself got together and hired one of their own, and his sole purpose was to ensure that they did not fall asleep. Again, this wasn't the preacher's idea. But see, they had a little different idea back then. They said it was not unusual for a preacher's sermon to have 30 points. Glory to God. The tithing man's job was to keep everybody awake, and his job was also to turn a big hourglass that stood at the front of the church. It ran an hour, and his job was to turn it over. And they felt that any preacher that could not go at least 2.5 to 3 turns of the hourglass was not worthy to be their pastor. Their idea was we would have a horse that couldn't run the track. We wouldn't have a horse that couldn't plow the field. Why should we have a preacher that can't preach less than 3 hours? And so the tithing man would come up and turn the hourglass, and the preacher would preach for 3 hours on Sunday morning. And the tithing man would move. Let me see if I can find this little story. This is kind of comical here. Here we go. This guy's name was Obadiah Turner, and he kept an account, 1646, in his diary, and he talked about the tithing man. It says, as he strutted about the meeting house, he did spy Mr. Tomlins sleeping with much comfort, his head kept steady by being in the corner, and his hand grasping the rail. And so spying, Allen did quickly thrust his staff behind Dane Ballard, and give him a grievous prick upon the hand. Whereupon Mr. Tomlins did spring up much above the floor, and with terrible force did strike his head against the wall. And also, to the great wonder of all, did profanely exclaim, curse ye woodchuck, he dreaming, so it seemed, that a woodchuck had seized and bit his hand. But on coming to know where he was and the great scandal he had committed, he seemed much abashed, but did not speak, and I think he will not soon again go to sleep in the meeting. These people were comical. They enjoyed a good laugh. They appreciated humor. But they loved God. And they found it.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let men their songs employ, while fields and floods, rocks, hills and plains, they beat the sounding joy, they beat the sounding
can't see that, if you don't realize that God blesses or judges a nation according to what that nation's stand or reflection is toward God, then you're going to miss out on a lot of history. And so I hope that more than just gaining information, you'll be learning what God had to say in the Bible about government. And our verse said, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." And this nation is not that nation. It is not that nation. But hopefully, if we can do this, and to be honest with you, my desire... Okay, nobody says anything about my drawing or whatever this morning. My desire is to try and teach a younger generation. And not many of that younger generation is in here this morning. But I can't begin to teach a younger generation without the help of parents and grandparents. And we have traditionally, for the last 75 to 80 years, allowed our children to go off to school and to be taught by people that we don't even know. And we've allowed them to be taught things that we don't even check up on, and we have just assumed that everything was all right. And to be honest with you, everything is not all right. And a lot of parents are going to give account to God for not checking up on the education of their children. And, there are different viewpoints on whether a child should be educated at home, or whether they should be put in a Christian school, or even whether they should be allowed in a private or public school. And that's not our point to argue those things. But no matter where your child is educated, as a parent, you owe it to your child to check up on what your child is learning. And we have always been intimidated by the thought that, well, I don't know all this stuff. Well, shame on you. I mean, if you're ignorant, the worst kind of ignorant is proud ignorance. Proud ignorance becomes arrogancy. And if you're ignorant of the history of this nation, or if you're ignorant in how to spell, or if you're ignorant in how to speak English, you need to learn that for the sake of your children. This is not a day and age when we want better for our children. Matter of fact, the statistics that came out just within the last year stated that this generation is the first generation in the history of America that upon graduation from high school actually know less than their parents did when they graduated from high school. So if you're a parent right now of a small child, you know more than your child does if they just graduated from high school. Now they think they know a whole lot more. And I'm not talking about practical experience. That's always been true. Parents knew more practically than their children did when they graduated. But, there we go. However, if you compare the academics, your children academically are less than where you were when you graduated. And we point out the fact that back in 1962, the SAT scores were 80 points higher than they are right now. And, of course, the world has set out to find any kind of an excuse that they can find for that. I'm not interested in excuses. I want my children to be educated. I don't want to hear why things are different now and why, because we've become a multicultural society, we have to adapt to other cultures, and that's garbage. I want my child to know that 2 and 2 equals 4. And I don't care how many other cultures, the problem, and we will address this hopefully in the last few sessions, we'll try to find some kind of a moral or an end to what we're teaching. But the idea is this: America, in order to adapt to all the cultures that are represented in this country, has lost its own culture of high standards in academics and morality. And that was never the intent of your forefathers. I'll give you some information on the separation of church and state and religious liberty, and both of those two things have been changed and destroyed from what the American forefathers wanted them to be. This nation was conceived as a Christian nation, with the Bible as its guidebook and the Bible moral values as the values that were to be in place for this nation. You say, well, how can we have religious liberty? Religious liberty merely allows anybody else that comes to practice their religion. It does not say that we don't have to have it. Religious liberty doesn't mean the absence of religion.
Did not hear that.
And this nation was founded as a Christian nation. As a matter of fact, you will not find any other nation on the face of the earth that allows religious liberty save this one, because of where it was founded. Yeah, it is the Christian people in this nation that came up with a concept of religious liberty, and the reason that a Mohammedan or a Jew or a Catholic or a Protestant is free to practice their religion unimpeded in this country is because this was a Christian nation. And now we've been taught that the reason everybody has problems is because this was a Christian nation, and those big, mean, ugly Christians didn't allow anybody to have any liberty. You think that's true? Go to Iraq, try to start a Baptist church. Go to Italy, try to start a Baptist church. Go to Mexico and try to start some type of a Baptist church or Baptist school. Give it a shot. And you find out in a hurry that the reason this nation has religious freedom is because it was a Christian nation and it was dedicated to that idea. Now that doesn't mean this nation didn't have a religious stance, you see. We were a Christian people. And we'll deal with those values as they came through. I've been reading John Locke this week. I've been spending a lot of time with old books. John Locke was a lawyer. And John Locke was a lawyer that was banished from England because of some of his viewpoints. But John Locke's great papers on toleration dealt with the separation of church and state. And I want you to be aware when these men write about the separation of church and state, be it John Locke, be it Thomas Jefferson, be it George Washington, be it Benjamin Franklin, they were concerned with two churches. Number one, they were concerned that the government be separated from the papacy. Thomas Jefferson was just adamant about it. Thomas Jefferson said, "I do not believe there would ever have been an infidel had there never been a priest." That's an exact quote from Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, as a matter of fact, stopped believing in the Trinity because he said it was an invention of the Catholic Church. And he was so opposed to the papacy that he renounced all ties to the Trinity. Now, I'm not going to go quite that far. I mean, if the Catholics tell the truth, bless God, they tell the truth. I can side with anybody who's telling the truth. But they did not want papacy established in this nation as a church state. Not only that, but they did not want the Puritan form of government or the Anglican form of government. You see, all the Anglicans was an offshoot of a church state. The Anglicans controlled the government or were involved in the government in the nation of England. And when the settlers began to come to this country, you need to realize they didn't have anybody to follow after. And when they came to this country, they had no idea of how to establish a government. Sometimes we think, well, boy, they just came over here and elected a president, and that's the way. It didn't work that way, folks. There had never been a nation set up. This is the first in history established like this nation was established. There was no other nation with a division of powers on three levels. There was no other country that had a Supreme Court and had a congressional house there to make laws and an executive branch. There was nothing like that anywhere. They came from countries in Europe where they had a king or a monarch or a parliament or a priest or a prelate telling them how to run the government. They didn't have anything in this world like they established in America. And one of the things you need to bear in your mind as we come through here is these people are sitting down and on their faces before God trying to figure out what is going to be the best way to run this colony at first, or this city at first, this settlement at first, and then expanding on to the colonies and the state, and eventually the 13 colonies, and then the United States of America. It was an outgrowth of men that honestly desired a goal but didn't know how to achieve it. They had no previous model from which to draw, and that's why you find that men like Charles Montesquieu and John Locke formed the opinions of these men because those men were ahead of their time, and both of those men suffered because of their stand, which said that the system we have in England, the system we have in France, the system we have in Europe is wrong. And they went on to tell why it was wrong. They went on to tell why the church had no right to dictate over the affairs of the conscience. I'll read some of John Locke's writings to you, and it'll amaze you how much insight that man had. It'll amaze you what he could see as far as what happens when a church gains control of the government. He distinguished between the civil government and the spiritual government, and said that neither has a right to infringe on the other. And so those men were worried about two forms of government. They were worried about that Puritan form of government, which in this country really had just copied Anglicanism. You see, they didn't just come over here and establish democracy where everybody voted and we elected. It didn't happen that way. When they came to this country, they established a form of government where people arrived here and they copied what they had left. And they tried to straighten out some of the things that were wrong with it, but by and large, they kept what they had left England or what they had left Europe with. And in less than 50 years, you got a mess. You've got a mess. Now, the map on the board this morning shows you really the birthplace of where this country actually originated. And although I'm not a good artist or anything like that, this will kind of show you Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. That's where this country basically came into existence. This little area right here on the coast where you'll find, see if I can get in here and point. That'll be good, right? I don't know which way to go. Right there is Plymouth. And Plymouth is where the first colony was established by the Pilgrims. Now, the distinction between the Pilgrims and the Puritans, I hope you remember it. What were the Pilgrims? Separatists. The Pilgrims were separatists. They had separated from the Anglican Church lock, stock, and barrel. Remember, they said there's no way of saving or straightening out this mess. And so they said, we just separate with it totally and completely, and they were called separatists. They were very poor people. They were very, basically, were not very educated. And they just were common, ordinary people, but the one principle they held to was the separation of church and state. They believed what was in England was corrupt. When the Puritans came, the Puritans believed in doing what? They wanted to change from within. They wanted to change the Anglican system from within, weed out those corruptions that they knew existed, and formulate really something that was right. The problem was they were working with bad roots to start out with. So when the Puritans came to this country and established their colony, they established a colony that basically was set up like that they left in England. Number one, they established a colony where the first problem they ran into was how are we going to run the churches? You see, in England and in the Anglican and also in the Roman Catholic and also in the Lutheran synods, and you'll find most every church is set up that way, there is a hierarchy, a religious hierarchy that oversees the church. They establish, sometimes it can go as far as establishing doctrine. It can be that strong in papacy. When the Pope makes a decree ex cathedra, if you're not a Catholic that believes what the Pope says, you're damned according to church doctrine. I've heard people say, well, we just don't believe all the Pope says. Well, according to the writings of Augustine and according to the writings of Boniface, you're damned. Now, I don't know what they tell you now, but, and I understand Vatican II supposedly undid all that, but you'll never find one vote on Vatican II or Vatican I that rescinded all the teaching of the church prior to that. As a matter of fact, I can show you a quote where they said they kept all of it intact. So if they kept their doctrine intact, then you're damned this morning if you don't side with what the Pope teaches is doctrine. You say that's pretty strong. It is. So is Lutheranism. Lutheranism got so strong you had a division. You've got the Missouri Synod and wherever the other synod comes from now. That came about because of a division, a split in doctrine. You've got a division, I guess the Mormons are even set up similar to that. You've got a division among the Mormons. And you've got a hierarchy set up there, and they govern the affairs of the church. And if you're a member of the church, you are obliged to believe what you're told. Now, I realize they wouldn't say it in those words, but you find an easier way to say it. You're obliged to believe what the hierarchy says. The hierarchy places the church, places in the church the rulers of the church on a local level. The hierarchy will place a preacher or a priest or a rabbi or whatever it might be. They'll place that individual in that church or that parish or that diocese, and when they're ready to move him, they'll move him. And they'll do what they want. And that's the system that was established in the Massachusetts colony. Now, the problem with that is this. Your hierarchy is halfway around the world. And not only that, but your hierarchy is upset with the Puritan movement in general. In other words, the Puritans were trying to change the system. Remember when Vaughan was elected as the bishop there, the Archbishop of Canterbury, whoever it was, under Charles, the first thing he did was to label all of the clergymen in England as to whether they were Orthodox or Puritan, and indicated that the Puritans were not to receive any type of promotions, they were not to receive any type of recommendations to good positions, they were to be persecuted. As a matter of fact, in 1625, the persecution began in earnest. But we're dealing now back much earlier, 1635, we're dealing much earlier than that now. These Puritans had come to America foreseeing that there was going to be trouble. The Pilgrims already knew what trouble was. They knew what persecution was all about. They had already lost their homes and their lands. They had already lost their right to vote because of separation from the Anglican Church. They understood persecution. The Puritans didn't. The Puritans jumped ahead of things. Now, in a lot of ways, their wisdom is going to save this country from some problems. And as a matter of fact, the Puritans probably kept this nation from becoming anti-other religions. Okay? As a matter of fact, if it had been left up to the Pilgrims, they never would have been Anglican and got into this country. They were that much upset with what had gone on over there. But when the Puritans came into this country and settled in Massachusetts, they brought with them a desire to continue that old church-state existence and run their churches as they had always run their churches. But they run into a problem because now they can't get the hierarchy to work with them. How can you be, in other words, if you represented this morning a group of Lutherans or a group of Catholics who had broke with the Catholic Church and said, hey, the Pope's full of beans and all that kind of stuff, and the Pope had excommunicated every one of you, you reckon if you wrote to the Vatican and asked them for a new priest, they'd send you one? That's the problem the Puritans are facing. They're on the outs with a hierarchy. Now, remember, in the first year of the establishment of this colony, they had some problems. And unlike all the other colonies that had gone before, their problems consisted of a general sickness. And in 1628, Endicott had come. They had a general sickness, which seems to be the rule of almost everybody coming from Europe to America for about the first 100 years of the existence of this nation. They just got deathly sick. And whether it was the voyage over or the change in climate or whatever it was, it's hard to understand, but it just happened on a common basis. And when Endicott had problems, he didn't have a doctor. Brought 66 men with him. They established the colony. They started dying. He didn't have a doctor. So he sent down to... I just need one to point with. You can't take any notes. You didn't take notes anymore, right? You can remember all this in your head. Endicott, up here at Salem, where his colony had been established, went down here to Plymouth, about 40 miles distance, where the Pilgrims had been established. And again, this little area here surrounded was where the Pilgrims and that first colony had begun. And he sent down there and got a fellow by the name of Fuller. Fuller was the surgeon. He was the doctor for the Plymouth colony down there. And he came back to help Endicott with the fellows that were sick. Now, there are two diverse ideologies here. Remember, the Puritans were people that wanted to purify the system, and the Separatists were people that did what with the system? They junked it. And while they were there, Fuller had such a profound influence on Endicott that he basically solved that problem for them. Matter of fact, he had such an influence that Endicott said he never knew a more godly man in his whole life, a more peace-loving man. As a matter of fact, he named the name of his colony, the colony there, Salem, which is Hebrew for peace. And largely because of the influence of Fuller did that colony receive that name right there in Massachusetts. But Fuller began to tell him the way the Puritans did things. And the Puritans had what was called a congregational system of operation. In other words, the congregation decided and voted and elected who their pastor was to be. They made that decision. They called their pastor. They asked him to come. And that's called a congregational form of worship. It's actually an early form of democracy. The people were allowed to vote and to decide who their leaders and who their leadership was to be. And because Massachusetts had no other means by which to govern their churches, they adopted that form of government. They became Congregationalists. And the Congregationalists then were allowed to elect their own preachers. They were allowed to elect their own leadership. They didn't need to go to a hierarchy. They didn't need to write back to the Vatican or to London. They didn't need to say, would it be all right if we had this guy? And they also didn't have to worry about those hierarchies pulling their leaders away from them. And so a congregational form of government was established. You say, why is that important? Because when your national government is put in place, it is this congregational form of church government that determines what type of national government that you have right now. You think about it for a minute. Isn't it amazing that people in this country want the right to vote on their own laws and elected officials, and yet attend a church where they can't? What could be more un-American than that? What could undermine the American way of life more than that? It was the congregational form of government. Remember, there is no such thing as a representative democracy anywhere in the world at this time. It doesn't exist. There's no nation all the way around the world where the people cast a ballot and elect their leaders. Nowhere. Well, where do we come up with that idea? You know, you figure there were other nations at this time in the history of the world that were having revolutions. France had one, Italy had a revolution about the same time that America had one, and yet each of those nations have been through a multitude of other forms of government since then. I think I told you when we came through there, Italy, I believe, had 51 changes to the structure of their government. At the same time that America has existed with one structure of government. Now you want to explain that? Where did they get that from? I'll tell you where they got it from. They got it from men like John Locke. They got it from men like Charles Montesquieu, but they got it from watching the church government in action in a democratic form in this country. Now then, these colonies were established. The only problem that continues to plague the Massachusetts colony, remember John Winthrop comes in 1630, and Winthrop, if you read his writings, was a very, very, very godly man. And Winthrop and the Puritans, in contrast to the Pilgrims, had an intent to establish something in this country. The Pilgrims were just, we would call them today, I don't know what we would call them today. What do you call those people who pack up and leave? Want to get away from it all. What is that? No, they want to get away from society. We got a word for it. Survival. How about that? We got some guys today that pack up, they buy a tent, they move 200 miles off into the wilderness, buy 2 months supply of food, and, walk around like Rambo and the Pilgrims, by and large, that's where they were. They just wanted to survive. They didn't have any desire necessarily to establish a nation over here or to establish anything that was similar to a country. But when the Puritans came, they had enough money, they were much more educated, much smarter, and when they came, their intent was to establish a colony and again, a colony in the eyes of England then would have been a great huge colony. They had an intent of establishing something here that would last and endure. And as they did, they set to work. The problem that existed was that, again, in contrast to the Pilgrims, the Puritans believed in connection between church and state. Remember, they're trying to reform what system? The Anglican system. The Anglican system was an offshoot of what system? The papacy. And so it was just a continuation of that hierarchy and control. And while they adopted a congregational form of government in their churches, it was because they had no choice. But still, they continued that link between church and state. To give you some ideas of how things were established here, in order to vote, 1630 in the Massachusetts colony, you see, you were allowed to vote. And you were allowed to elect your own religious leaders, but when it came to the civil government, which is not the church government, but the general government of the Commonwealth, you had to be a voter. And in order to be a voter, you had to be a shareholder. And in order to be a shareholder, you had to be a freeman. So only the freemen were allowed to vote in this country. And in the first original colony, there were, I think, scarcely 30 of those freemen in the original colony. And by the time they first experienced problems with it, they had over 100 freemen, but the largest percentage of the population were not permitted to vote. You had to be a freeman, you had to be a shareholder in order to vote. And those individuals together comprised what was called the General Court. And there was no House of Representatives, there was no Congress, there was none of that stuff. They comprised what was called a General Court. And that General Court voted on the laws that were to govern the colony. They voted on and elected the leaders that were to govern the colony. They had all the power in existence right there in their hands, just a very few type of individuals. And the interesting thing is that in order to be a freeman, you had to be a member of the church, which was the Puritan church. Now, while it was congregational, the Puritans were electing their own leaders in order to be able to vote on the civil side. In order to vote in the general court, you had to be, by law, a member of the church. You say, well, that don't sound like a half bad idea. It really doesn't to me. However, I can see the problems with that. Because you're going to deny a large segment of the voting population the right to vote. You're going to take away their liberty. That's one of the reasons I'm so proud to be a Baptist. Listen, the Baptists believed in separation of church and state before there ever were any children. That's the reason the Baptists were persecuted in Europe. You see, the Pilgrims came over here. They ran and came over here and established a system, and they didn't believe in church and state being connected. While back in England, back in London, back in Paris, back in Bohemia, back in those countries over there, what few Baptists remained alive adamantly rejected the idea of a church-controlled state. And they were persecuted for it. People say, why are you a Baptist? Because of my heritage. I'm opposed to church and state connection. I don't want a church state like they have in Mexico, like they have in El Salvador, like they have in Europe. I don't want that. I don't want the system Brother Bailey's in right now, Eastern Orthodox, where if you get caught passing out a tract, you can be deported out of the country.
And whither I go, ye know, and the way ye know.
They established their colony here.
We know that thou goest.
They established a system where, although they give the control of the church to the congregation itself, they do not give control of the civil government to the people. But that is still held in a church system. Now, it's interesting to watch this cycle go, because in order to vote for the civil authorities, you had to be a member of the church. And these churches, although they were congregational, and although they represented themselves, they would be what we call independents. These independents had kind of a written or an unwritten code of ethics and law that they subscribed to. And if your church didn't subscribe to these written or unwritten code of ethics, the other churches would kind of kick you out of the fellowship, so to speak. And really, to be honest with you, that's right where the independents are today. The independent Baptists in this country today have a little written Independent Baptist Handbook, and if you don't agree with that Independent Baptist Handbook, you're out the door. And yet we're all independents, mind you. It's very interesting to me, and I don't mean to sound bitter. I'm not bitter with individuals. I'm bitter with the system. I'm independent of the independent. I was at a meeting just several weeks ago where they had 2 or 3 great fundamentalist leaders. I'm going to tell you something right now. I know those men. And I know those men gained most of their reputation because they ran with the right people. That's where they got their reputation from. And in this nation, I know some other preachers that are some of the best preachers in this nation, and they believe exactly the same thing that those men I heard preach believe. But if they were to have those other men in the pulpit, they'd be disbarred. A little idea of fundamentalism. I'm an independent. Last year at our Bible conference, we had fellows preaching our pulpit that came from 9 different seminaries. I guarantee you're not going to find that in their church. Our church supports right around 70 some odd missionaries. We support missionaries from probably no less than, I would guess, 15 to 20 mission boards. You're not going to find that in their church. They're not independent. They have a name, but they're not independent. Now, these pilgrims down here, they're independent. They believe in separating church and state. But the Puritans didn't. So, in order to be a voter, you had to be a member of a church to vote on the elected officials. And the churches controlled what other churches were accepted in that little fellowship of independent churches. And if you wanted to establish another church, guess how you did that? The only churches that could be established were churches that were recognized by the civil magistrate. Now you see the tie? The churches, you have to be a member of the church in order to vote for the civil magistrate. The civil magistrate determines who can set up churches. See how it works? That's called a church state, and that's exactly what you're headed for in this nation. And that's exactly what you got in Europe. That's exactly what you got in Mexico. That's exactly, listen, the greatest enemy this country ever had, I don't mean to offend anybody, it's not my intent, the greatest enemy that liberty ever had was the Vatican. You say, and I told you when I started, you have to look hard and heavy to find me hating anybody that's a Catholic. I don't hate Catholics. I believe in religious liberty, but I despise the Vatican. You say, why? Go to Mexico. Go to Costa Rica. Go to Cuba. Castro's always been a member of the church. Still in good standing. Even though the same church Adolf Hitler was a member of. Never excommunicated. Goering, Goebbels, Himmler, Heinrich, all members of the same church. Never excommunicated. Interesting thought. You say, why are you so dead set against it? Because once, and I'll be honest with you, if the Baptists, you say, well, why are you not opposed to the Baptists? Baptists never tried to gain control of the devil. I don't want to gain control of the devil. I'm as opposed to the Baptists running this country as I am the Vatican. I don't want any church to control the government. And if I sound hard against the Vatican, that's because the Baptist doesn't have, the Baptist group doesn't have a civil government set up, doesn't have a political tie with other countries. The Baptist church doesn't have an ambassador to it. There's an ambassador from the United States in the Vatican right now, recognizing it as a political power. I'm opposed to that. I'll die opposed to that. I'll fight against that. Say, why? I'm a pastor. I'm crazy. But the Puritans now are kind of a combination because they've adopted some of the ideologies of the Pilgrims, but others they've kept in Anglican form, and now they've got this little catch-all that always exists in any church state. For instance, in Mexico, supposedly you have freedom of religion, unless you're an evangelical. What is an evangelical? An evangelical is anybody that teaches you don't have to take Mass to go to heaven. If you're an evangelical in Mexico now, you cannot get a permanent residency visa. I don't believe that. I got about 25 friends down there have to come out of the country. They pastor churches. They work with people down there. They feed people. They run orphanages. And they have to come out once a month or once every 6 weeks to get a new visa to go back in the country. Why? Because they threatened the government. How can you threaten the government if you're running an orphanage feeding children?
But because ye are not of the world.
It's not what they're doing, it's what they represent.
For the world hateth you. Remember the word that I said unto you.
You know, Mexico has free elections. They get to vote for the president. get to elect their president. But if you want to run for the president, you have to be a member of one church. You cannot run for president if you are not a member of the one church. You say, that's not democracy. That's a dictatorship. That is a dictatorship, and the dictator is a church.
I watched over you when you were asleep, and I looked at your fucking neck. I was that feeling.
That's what almost is established in Massachusetts. You have to be a member of the church. The church then can elect the magistrate, but then the magistrate determines who gets to start the church. And the church also has the ability to exclude other churches if they don't follow the guidelines that the church sets up. So you, in essence, have a church-controlled state. Now, you say, why is that important? Because when our Constitution is founded, the Massachusetts form of government was almost adopted on a national level. We came that close to having the Massachusetts form of government adopted on a national level, with the congregational form of government adopted in the United States of America. And I mean that close. Were it not for a group of people we're going to talk about just a minute, you today would have been paying taxes to support the Anglican or the American Anglican Church. You today would have, you now are still paying taxes to support parochial schools all over the state of Ohio, which is another thing. But you would still, to this day, be recognized as a church only if the state recognized you as a church and said you could exist as a church. And if they didn't say you could exist as a church, then you couldn't exist as a church, and you couldn't vote in an election unless you were a member of the church. See how that's cut out? Now, what takes place? Now, don't get me wrong. These people in Massachusetts were people just like you that love the Lord. See, sometimes when you talk about churches, people think you mean people. When I talk about the Vatican and the papacy, I'm not talking about Catholic people. I find Catholic people in most cases are just as decent and respectable as you and I are. But I'll tell you what you find. These people in Massachusetts were good people. They love the Lord. As a matter of fact, you read some of their writings about their love for the Lord, and it puts you and I to shame. These people were good, hard-working, industrious people that loved the Lord. And you know what they wanted? They wanted a country that was free from wickedness, that wickedness like they saw in England couldn't gain hold of. They wanted, all they knew over there was that they had seen a system in Rome that had killed millions and millions of people, and they didn't want that here. So what they did is they went in the other ditch. They said, well, we'll have an Anglican church here, and we won't allow those people in. I read to you the charters of Virginia. The first 2 or 3 charters forbid any papist from settling in Virginia. That's the kind of people they want. They said, no way, we are not going to let it in this country. But in so doing, you see what they're doing? They're establishing a system just like that. It wasn't the people that the papacy represented that made the system go bad. It was the system itself that made the system go bad. Absolute power does what? Corrupts absolutely. And when you put a church in control and set up a system like that, whether it be the papacy or whether it be these God-fearing people in Massachusetts, you're going to end up the same place every time. These people, John Locke talked about people who would come into a system and they would come in as the underdog, so to speak. They would suffer persecution. They would suffer resentment and sometimes even physical torture. But they would continue and they would win people to Christ. They would win people to God. And people would begin to get saved. And then before long, they were in a majority. And then they would turn around and make laws that said nobody else could come in who dissented from their viewpoints. And thereby cut off the same avenue by which they had gained control. And that's one of the things John Locke abhorred, was an establishment of a church state, which is exactly what happened in Massachusetts. A church state. Now then, they're hung. 1630, they set things up, begin to operate that way. They immediately have problems from the very onset. And the worries of men like Witherspoon and those men were, while we have a good system set up now, what happens in 20 years? What happens in 40 years? When we're gone, and when our children take our places and our grandchildren take our places, and they don't have the insight that we have, they don't have the wisdom that we've had, they don't have the resources that we've had, what happens to our government then? You see, absolute power corrupts absolutely eventually. You're seeing the same thing in America now. You're having a generation take control of your government that never fought for it, never paid a dime for it, and they're ruining it left and right. That's what's going on. As a matter of fact, within 50 years, I'll read you a little bit probably next week about the condition of the Plymouth colony and how the governors, Bradford and those men that looked at the colony they had 50 years later wept because of their children hadn't gotten saved. Their children had been raised as people that were hungry for land and hungry for this new ability to set up your own house. They hungered and thirsted after freedom so much that they forgot God. One of them, I can't remember exactly what the quote was, but I'll quote to you next week. Something about the effect that the church gave birth to liberty, and the daughter devoured the mother. That's quite a quote, but that's what happened. You have some dissenters here, and those who dissented were dealt with harshly. But some fellows that they couldn't just exclude. One of them was a fellow by the name of Roger Williams. And it's not the guy who plays the piano, all right?
I have finished the work which
you need to remember the name of Roger Williams. Roger Williams was a Ruckmanite, I really believe. From reading after Rotten, nobody liked the guy. The guy was arrogant and cocky. I pictured him as a Ruckmanite for some reason. You couldn't tell him he was wrong. He believed he was right and everybody else was wrong. Sound familiar? He probably was a member of our church, and we didn't even know it. But I read an account of one fellow yesterday, and he said he was God incarnate. That all he lived for was to please God and his will. He had some strange ideas, particularly to these people who didn't have those things. You know, any idea that's against what you believe is a strange idea. And so oftentimes things are said and stated that probably ought not to have been said and stated, but it is the people who oppose you that are given the representation. Roger Williams came to this country and he settled there in the Massachusetts colony. He was a preacher. Remember, in this day and time, the most educated people in the town were preachers. I mean, you could be a farmer without going to school back then. You can't do that today. You could be a lot of things without going to school, but you couldn't be a clergyman without going to school. And the greatest schools in England were Cambridge, which was a place where they trained preachers. And sometimes in the early settlements, the preacher was the only fellow that could even read. Now that's why the church basically was involved in education. I mean, who's going to teach your kids if the preacher doesn't do it? The first schools in this country were church schools. The Ivy League schools, every one of them except one was started as a seminary. Can you imagine Harvard and Yale being seminary? That's where they were founded. That's their purpose. You go to Princeton University to this day and look on the inscription out there of what the founder of Princeton University desired for the students, and you'll laugh when you look at the student body on Princeton campus. Founded as church school. The preacher was the most educated. I mean, you know, that's probably true today too. Sure, it's probably true. I'd be a fool to deny that, wouldn't it? But the most educated man far and away then was the preacher. And because of that, the people relied on him to not only teach them, but to give them information. He was the one, when they get a letter, he'd have to read it. When they would, when a government decision was made in England, he'd have to interpret it for the people and explain to them what it meant, because he had the education to do so. And because of that, they looked up to him, and clergymen were a respected commodity in the early colonies. And when Roger Williams came to this country, he came as a respected clergyman. The only problem was that when he got here, he just seemed to have, he had a bone to pick with somebody. He was one of those fellows that just never kind of seemed to fit in anywhere. And he went to the Plymouth colony, and as a matter of fact, one of the few friends that he had all through his life was Witherspoon, who was the governor of the colony in Massachusetts. Witherspoon loved him. He was a good man. You find Witherspoon saying a lot of good things about him, although his arrogancy and his determination that everybody else was. He's kind of a reaction. Cost him. As a matter of fact, he is so upset with Massachusetts because they will not break with the King of England. He is upset with them. And he believes that the church and the state ought to be separate, and he's upset because these Puritans here have not broken all ties with the Anglican Church. He said, you're over here, you've got your own form of government, you've got a church state established over here, you've got your people electing their own religious leaders over here. Why continue to bow and kneel before the English crown? He's all upset. And of course that's not received real well. Here's a young colony struggling for its existence. All they need is 10,000 British troops to arrive tomorrow to take care of one guy. And so Williams is kind of shunned. And because he's shunned, he leaves and he moves down to the Plymouth colony. And he's loved in Plymouth. William Bradford spoke very highly of him. He suspected him because of the fact that Roger Williams was very quick in his study of the Scriptures when he found some new doctrine to believe that everybody had to believe it or else they were all damned. You know, is that kind of an idea? It sounds like a rock and roll. It's like the way they are. And he believed whenever and a lot of times even without thinking, he'd establish some new thought. Now, let me say this in his behalf. He stayed in the Bible, he read the Bible, and he believed what he read. So much so that he was willing to make a radical departure. If he was here today and read something in the Scriptures that contradicted where he was, tomorrow he'd be over here. Just as dogmatic over here as he was over there. And you say, well, that's kind of stupid. No, that's what this country needs more of. I'd 10 times rather argue with a fellow who believed he was right and I was wrong than to argue with one of these monkey guys and be saying, well, none of us are really right, none of us are really wrong, we're really good and all, we're bad. Just get out of here. You can't establish anything with a guy like that. I mean, if you believe something, believe it's right. And if somebody shows you that it's wrong, believe what is right. There needs to be a seeking after the truth in this country, and we've lost it. Well, you know, we all get along, and since when does the truth have to get along with a lie? You say, well, how do you know you're right? Show me I'm wrong, and I'll side with you. I want to be right. He leaves and goes down to Plymouth, and while he's down in Plymouth, and of course, remember, the Pilgrims believe in the separation of church and state, so it seemed like he's right at home. But when he got down to Plymouth, lo and behold, he's received and recognized, it's not long before he's teaching in the churches there. And a very, very educated, very devout man, he's doing some good for the Plymouth colony, and lo and behold, one day, guess what he finds out? He finds out that the Pilgrim representatives in England, those who are representing their colony, remember they're still relying on English goods to get to the colony. So they've got some representatives in London. And he finds out that those representatives have committed the unpardonable sin. They have gone to the He says, how in the world who have left the have representatives representing us in England, buying our food and supplies, who are going to Anglican churches. And he said, bless God, it's time we broke all ties. Well, now he's an outsider, respected and loved as he may be, but those people in England are the ones that supplying the food and the tools and the clothing. And it's not long before he has to say bye-bye to the Plymouth colony because of his stand against wickedness anywhere he saw it. As a matter of fact, one fellow went so far as to say that by the time it was all done, the only fellow that he found pure enough to take communion with was his wife. And after a while, he wouldn't even take it with her. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but that gives you an idea of how this fellow was with wickedness. He just couldn't tolerate it anywhere. And I'm sad to say you have to learn to tolerate wickedness. That doesn't mean you have to love it. You can still hate it, but you're going to have to tolerate it. And Williams had a problem tolerating it anyway. So he goes back up to Massachusetts, and they take him into the Salem church. He becomes the pastor of the Salem church, and it's not long till he's back at it again. As a matter of fact, he's back at these Puritans. He comes to the point where he says, you know, this colony needs to repent of ever having been Anglican in the first place. And bless God, if you're not willing to get on your face and weep and cry to God and apologize for being an Anglican in the first place, you ought to be excommunicated. Well, here you go again. And Witherspoon eventually took him to civil court. Now then, see, here's the problem. When you combine church and state, here's the problem you get into. You remove the ability of the church to govern itself. And you also give to the government the right to judge cases of morality and ethics. Now that's fine as long as, like you had here in the Massachusetts colony, the religious leaders were in charge of the government. And those religious leaders had not themselves yet become corrupt. But eventually that system will corrupt itself. And so all at once you have a government, when you got a problem with a clergyman, you know what you do? You go down here and get the mayor, and you have him arrested, and you put him in jail, and you try him in a court, and you kick him out of the colony. That's never been the right of the civil government. The civil government has no jurisdiction whatsoever in the church. The church controls itself. You have problems with a pastor here, you vote. If you have problems with a pastor that goes into heresy, there's a method by which you take care of that.
Cried out saying,
it's not the government's job. You say, why? What's wrong with that? Look at where America is right now. The country for the last 20 years has been seizing control of the church. And right now the church is beginning to dictate, for the first time in the history, the government, is beginning to dictate to the church what they can and cannot preach. You say, where are we? You're right back in England or the Vatican. You're going right back to that church-state system. Right now, you see what happens is when homosexuality becomes a problem, you make it a civil matter. See, these homosexuals have rights, civil rights. And so when a preacher gets up and preaches against queers, he's violating their civil rights. Therefore, a preacher can no longer preach against queers because he can't violate their civil rights. You say, well, the Bible be hanged. That's the opinion of your government. That's what happens. Now, you say, well, that's terrible. Yeah, but it would have happened 150 years ago had not been for the separation of church and state. The problem with this country is in 1962, it redefined the issue of separation of church and state and destroyed what our forefathers intended and implemented their own ideology that has been resulted in less than 25 years in what you got right now. In 1962, in essence, the government said in order to maintain the separation between church and state, we're going to control the church. That's exactly what they did in 1962. Up to that point, it had been an entirely different setup. And so your government now is beginning to control the state. Williams had a hard time. Finally, in 1635, he is banished from the colony. Now, I will say that Endicott and these individuals still love Williams. Matter of fact, Endicott kept up correspondence with him until the day that he died. Continued to write and befriend him. But he was banished from the Massachusetts colony. He flees southward and establishes a colony down here at Rhode Island. Now, it's interesting to watch Williams as he grows older change his views.
Saith unto his mother,
now that's the wonderful thing about a pursuit of the truth.
Then saith he to the disciple,
you know, you get real angry with a fellow and say, well, he's obstinate and obnoxious and he believes he's right and everybody else is wrong. But if that fellow continues that way, those wrong views will amend themselves in time.
that the scripture might be fulfilled, saith,
There needs to be a wholehearted submission to the truth
and they fill the sponge with
and a following after the truth. Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after righteousness. Why? Because the good people know, for they shall be filled. And Williams changes a whole lot of his viewpoints from the time he was preaching down here in Plymouth and Massachusetts until the time that he died. As a matter of fact, they say that by the time what happened is Williams got out here and established his own colony, and he ran into the same problems that they were having in Massachusetts, and the only way to solve them was to do the same thing they're doing in Massachusetts. So he became guilty of doing some of the same things he was blasting them for back in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. For instance, he said, you have no reason to go and get a charter from the King of England to the Massachusetts. But when he established his Rhode Island, guess what he did? He had to go get a charter from the King of England to establish his colony.
He knoweth that he saith true, that ye might believe.
When he got there, because of his
that the scripture should be fulfilled,
reactionary, radical stand, every crackpot wanting to come to America came to Rhode Island. I mean, if they didn't like the rules imposed by the Massachusetts Bay or the Plymouth colony, they came to Rhode Island, and he had his hands full. I mean, he got some wing-dings. One of the major problems he had was with the Quakers. Now, I know how you people always say, well, who in the world could ever have trouble with Quakers? Those peace-loving people. Those people that refuse even to go to war. You don't know much about their early history. They didn't become peace-loving people that were opposed to war until about the time this country finished its revolution. You need to go back and read some pre-revolutionary history of the Quakers. They were about as radical a people as you have ever seen. They didn't think twice about coming in and disrupting church services with hollering and screaming. They were just radical. So much so that they were outlawed in Massachusetts. They didn't even want the people living there. They said, get out of here. They had people, everywhere they went, they tried to destroy. They had a persecution complex. They believed that the way to get close to God, remember Fox's Book of Martyrs? Fox wrote about all the martyrs. They had this idea that if you wanted to get close to God, you had to be persecuted. And how better to be persecuted than to cause problems in churches and in governments? And they went after it. I mean, they did everything in the world they could to antagonize. Poor old Williams is down here, and he's been telling everybody that the government shouldn't have right to oversee the affairs of the church, and now he's having to deal with these Quakers. And Williams, because God dealt with him so much, has to amend some of his viewpoints. And those that knew him closest said he came to a point where he broke. And from that point, rather than being so obnoxious and hateful, he became one of the most loving and endearing men that they ever knew in their life. He changed just like that. And spent actually most of the latter parts of his life showing why he was wrong in some of the views he espoused while he was younger.
The one at the head and the other at the
but always loving God and always loving purity. The Baptists found a home down there with Williams. The Baptists were not appreciated in Massachusetts because of their strong stand for the separation of church and state. As a matter of fact, they weren't even appreciated in Plymouth very much, although Plymouth basically had such a loving, kind disposition as a colony, they didn't throw anybody out other than the Quakers. Nobody got along with the Quakers. But most of the Baptists settled up around where Williams was, because he, in essence, began to espouse the same things they had believed all their lives. And that was that the government had no right to interfere with the functioning of the church. And conversely, that the church had no right to seize control of the government to provide for its own ends. And that's the viewpoint now that begins to grow up in Rhode Island. We've got to quit. Next week, I'm going to show you another fellow who went down into Connecticut. His name is Thomas Hooker. And Thomas Hooker went down and began to banish the notion that only 3 million church members should be able to vote. And we're going to find that God moved a little bit south and begins to establish 2 ideals that will build this country when it's finally established. All right, let's take a break this morning.
Hello.
Hola, buenos días, amigos, ¿cómo están?
Hola. ¿Dónde? Kicking back now, having a drink myself at the moment. Play a few tunes early.
You know what it's like under the city lights, riding
into the night, driving over the bridge, the same one we walked across as kids. You would never put it up like this. Old school. Seattle, there's hella honest in the I couldn't tell you about pain either. But I really wanted to tell you, so I put in the hours and rolled up over to the dealer and I found the guardian. It was a bottom with the speaker, got the keys. I was leaving us. One of my favorite songs from Snail Con.
Kelby.
What's up, you see the heavy? How you doing?
Morning star, let the stars
be glorious. Scripture verses. Now I hope you have these memorized, or at least one of them. Anybody want to stand and quote for me Psalm 33:12 this morning, other than Brother Strachan who did it last time? Psalm 33:12. I have anybody in this class that can quote one verse of Scripture this morning? Psalm 33:12. Mrs. Strachan, would you like to stand and quote that for us this morning?
Peter seeing him said,
Other people say, let's have a glorious blaze. And of course, we'll finish.
Very good. All right. Now then, next week, neither one of the strikers are going to be able to do this. So it would be in your best interest to memorize Psalm 33:12 by next Sunday. All right? Next week, I'm just going to call you at random. Okay? And so if you don't know it, I'm going to make you stand up and say, I don't know the verse. And I'll just go till we find somebody that does. So make sure that you memorize that verse. We are working on trying to teach you some of your godly heritage. And I hope and trust that you'll learn that. The Bible said the wicked shall be turned into hell and all nations that forget God in Psalm 9:17. And that's an admonition we need to pay heed to. All nations that forget God. I've been using some of this material. It's been interesting. I was just telling the folks in the tape room back there, preached several meetings here in the last few weeks, and I've kind of given the introductory class, that the class that I used to show you how the French came into North America and the Spanish came into South America, and yet for 120 some odd years God would not allow anyone to settle a colony on this continent, and I've gone through that with them. I've had about 8 to 12 orders for the full set of American history tapes. I'm amazed at, first of all, how ignorant the average American is of their history. There's no excuse for that. I'll guarantee you the Germans and the French and the Czechoslovakians and the Africans are not as ignorant of their history, excuse me, as you and I are. I run into people all the time say, well, I never did like history. Well, that's no excuse. Amen. I mean, there are a lot of things I don't like, but you kind of have to put up with them, you know, green beans, spinach, broccoli, and all that kind of stuff, because it's good for you. And the worst thing that can happen, matter of fact, this is a quote from a book called A Synthesis, or this is a synthesis, excuse me, of the Russian textbook on psychopolitics. Now, this is the Russian handbook on psychopolitics, and psychopolitics is the modern word for brainwashing. We don't use that word anymore. It's a modern country, and this is the Russian textbook translated into American. Here's what they say: if we could effectively kill the national pride and patriotism of just one generation, we will have won that country. Therefore, there must be continual propaganda abroad to undermine the loyalty of the citizens in general and the teenager in particular. That's what the Russians said 4 years ago, just before Gorbachev pretended like communism was dead. And so we believed all that, and America's fixing to fall apart. It definitely is. Why? We don't know our heritage. We don't know our history. And even more so amazing to me is the fact that Christians do not understand their heritage. The average Christian believes that television and news media reflect the attitudes of this country, and you're a fool if you believe that. The news media no longer reflect, or hasn't in the 20 years, hasn't reflected the average opinions of the people in this country. And if you don't believe that, you look at popularity of guys like Rush Limbaugh. Okay? And I'm not advocating Rush Limbaugh, but I say just look at the popularity of a guy like that. You know why? Because he's saying something the media hasn't said in the last 20 years. And he's tapped into mainstream America, although the media would like to convince you that they're telling you what the average person in America believes is not true. Not true. They'd have you believe the average person in this country is pro-homosexuals, and that's not true. They'd have you believe a lot of junk that simply is not true. But the sad part of that is when they begin to attack Christianity and the Bible and what we believe, we kind of feel intimidated by that. And the reason is we don't know our heritage. We have no concept of where we came from. We have no concept of what we're all about. And if you're here this morning and you're a Bible-believing Christian, you are more American than any college professor in this country. A college professor would line up closer to a socialist this morning and a communist than any of you would. And you'd say, well, I just don't believe that. That's because you're ignorant of history. And so we're trying to go through this, and we've come through a little ground. We want to go back. This morning's been a couple of weeks. We're not going to review a lot. We're going to press ahead. But we've come through back prior to 1492. We've looked at the history and the conditions of papal Europe. We've seen the control that the papacy had in Europe, that what it meant to have a church state or a state that was controlled by a church. And they all worked hand in hand. If you wanted to be a good member of the state, you had to be a member of a particular church. And then we looked at the colonization of America. We began by looking at the Jamestown colony. Then we went on, we looked at the founding colony at Plymouth in 1620. And then from there we went to the Massachusetts Bay Colony. And very briefly, let me state this. The English colony at Jamestown was a colony of greed. Those men came over here trying to make fame and fortune, and those fellows came over here. They represented what's called the English aristocracy. They did not believe that gentlemen should work, that they had slaves to do their work for them, and consequently that colony nearly starved to death. They established what later became fixed at a 90% mortality rate. That means 9 out of every 10 people that came to the Jamestown colony died in the first year they were here. Why? They didn't believe in work. As a matter of fact, it was 20 years after the Jamestown colony was founded before they planted their first crop. They would not get out in the fields and plant. And so that colony failed and failed miserably. In 1620, when the Pilgrims came over, the Pilgrims represented a second classification of groups, or of individuals, and these groups, or this group, was going to meld with the group coming later on to form the basis for the American government. The Pilgrims were separatists. The Pilgrims were separatists. When they left England, they left under this guise. The Church of England had, by and large, was a rehash of Roman Catholicism. And although there were points at which they disagreed with Roman Catholicism, most of it was in the hierarchy or in the ruler or governing of the church, had nothing to do with church doctrine. And the King of England had established himself as the head of the Anglican Church. The Puritans, being separatists, believed that God would not and could not work through the Anglican Church, and therefore they separated themselves from the church. They refused to be members. They sent in their notice or whatever it was and said, we no longer want to be members of that church, and immediately the response was persecution. Those people underwent persecution in England to the extent that they left England and went to Holland and established a place to live there in Holland, and they were doing reasonably well for about 10-12 years, and they began to notice that the way of life in Holland, although it was not one that restricted them religiously, certainly it was a lascivious, and the whole European way of life at that point was lazy and really, let everybody else do the work. They saw that reflecting in their children. They decided it was time to leave. The Pilgrims left Holland, thank you. I'm trying to think of what they did. They left Holland, went back to England, picked up a ship, and came to America, established the colony in 1620. They were separatists. It is imperative that you know the difference between a Puritan and a Pilgrim. Most Americans have no idea what either one of them are. The Pilgrims were those bunch of people with real stern faces that came ashore and had these funny-looking clothes on. The Pilgrims were as fun-loving a bunch of people as you ever want to read about. They were kind of crazy at most times. They enjoyed life. They enjoyed their family. They enjoyed their community. They loved to laugh, but they loved God more than anything. And when they came to this country, their point was to establish religious liberty. No one could tell anyone else how to worship. That was the point on which they came. Years later came the Puritans. The Puritans were a group of people that, although they were opposed to the Anglican Church, they believed that the Anglican Church could be purified. The Anglican Church could be purified by a process of working within the structure of the church. They believed that if they could get their fellows in the right positions, that they could turn around the things that were wrong and heretical in the church, and so they became known as Puritans. The difference between the Puritans and the Pilgrims were several. Number one, the Puritans were more educated than the Pilgrims were. And they had the opportunity to attend Cambridge and Oxford, some of those schools in England, and they were much better, a little higher class of people. Not that that means anything, but it did when they got ready to establish a colony. Secondly, they were much more wealthy than the Pilgrims were. And thirdly, they were not under persecution when they came to this country and established a colony. So those three things come into play. When the Puritans come, they could foresee the time coming when England would persecute the Puritans just as it had the Pilgrims or the Separatists. Foreseeing that, they said, we should take our funds, we should take our wealth, and we should establish a colony in the New World against such a time that's coming. And so they bought out the bankrupt charter of the New England Company and formed the Massachusetts Bay Company, came to America and established the Massachusetts Bay Colony at Salem. Now, you've heard a lot of talk about Salem, and I'll explain how it got that way before we're all done. But the Salem colony immediately incurred some problems. And the first problem they came to was the fact that they desired to remain loyal to the Church of England. The problem was that the Church of England, or the Anglican, was much like Roman Catholicism. The clergy were all appointed by the Archbishop. In other words, if a town needed a clergyman, the Archbishop sent that clergyman to that town, and he placed that clergyman in that church, and when he got ready to move that clergyman, he would. And so there was a hierarchy that was in charge of all the churches. That posed a real problem in New England, because now that they had left England, they were on the outs with the hierarchy. And there was no hierarchy going to place a clergyman in New England to take care of these people. So they encountered their first difficulty. They did not want to break with the Anglican Church, but they had to adopt some new type of policy, or else they would perish as far as the church was concerned. You remember how that during the general sickness that followed, whenever they got to this country, they sent down to the colony at Plymouth. And down at Plymouth, Bradford sent his surgeon by the name of Fuller up to help out with the sickness that the people at the Massachusetts Bay Colony were undergoing. Fuller was a pilgrim. He was a separatist. And while he was there, he began to tell the rulers of the Massachusetts Bay Colony how their church structure was set up. They were what is known as a congregational form of government. In other words, the congregation elected, or congregation voted on their own pastors and clergymen. That's the way they set things in operation. And because necessity is the mother of invention, when Wingate and some of the others got to the colony to take control of the colony, it was determined that that was the only procedure that would effectively help them carry out their church system in America. And so the congregational form of government was adopted in America. You say, all this is kind of boring. Well, it is, except that you're dealing now in the only country that has separation of church and state. That's never been tried. You have state churches in virtually every country in the world right now, in all of your major countries. And even Russia has a state church. Italy has a state church. Greece has a state church. France has a state church. England has a state church. So what does that mean? That means you pay taxes every year to support that state church. Whether you go to it or not, your money goes to it. America was an invention in something entirely different. And that is, there is no church supported by the state government of America. That's what the separation of church and state was all about. The separation of church and state was never intended to keep Bible believers out of high school. And we'll go into that when we get to the Constitution. I'll give you some stuff I'll guarantee you they didn't teach you in high school about your Bill of Rights, because they didn't want you to know about those things. But the separation of church and state was never, ever intended to keep you from going into high schools and preaching the gospel. The separation of church and state was never given to keep people from teaching creation alongside evolution. Never given. That's not what its intent was, and it was never in the history of America ever interpreted that way until 1962. That's the first time the separation of church and state was ever interpreted the way that it's interpreted today. Prior to that, in every court case, whether it be on a federal level or on a local level, in every court case, the separation of church and state meant only that the state would not support any one church, and one church could not control the state. That's what it meant. Now then, we got up to the Massachusetts Bay Colony. And we talked about their establishment there at Salem and how they built several cities around the Massachusetts area there. Plymouth was just 40 miles to the south, so they're still relatively compact. And although at that time 400 miles was probably synonymous with about 800 miles now. You're talking treacherous travel. You're talking difficulty in journey, and of course you're talking much slower travel time, and so there was difficulties that existed. Now then, the conditions that existed in Massachusetts led to several fellows to branch out on their own. The first one we talked about was a fellow by the name of Roger Williams. Roger Williams was kind of flaky. Okay? Actually, he was a Baptist, so, you know, he was kind of flaky. He ended up being a Baptist because nobody else wanted him. And I'm going to give you the bad points about him at first. You're going through what's called revisionist history. How many of you ever heard that term? See, that shows you how contemporary we are. Anytime you hear history talked about today, whether it's on ABC, NBC, or ABC, it's going to be called revisionist history. And what has happened is that the federal government of the United States has decided to rewrite history and remove everything that's objectionable to anybody that might get their feelings hurt. That's called revisionist history, folks. And I'm going to tell you something right now, the stupidity of Americans is going to cost you your country. The fact that you sit here in a group of 125 people and nobody ever heard that terminology shows you how ignorant. I bet everybody knows what Madonna did on David Letterman the other night. That's an amazing thought, isn't it? We can be lulled to sleep and entertained while our country's jerked right out from underneath us. Revisionist history is a process set up back in the 1980s by which the American history would be rewritten to remove everything objectionable. That means since you're a Christian and this is a nation which is a melting pot, everything that refers to God and Jesus Christ must be removed. And I mentioned to you in 1987 the fact that at Williamsburg, Virginia, one of the first colonies in this country, every placard in the entire park was changed to remove every reference to God and Jesus Christ. Who voted on that? Nobody did. Who said they wanted to do it? Nobody did. The Library of Congress right now is missing somewhere around 700-800 volumes, and all of them deal with religion in American history. They're being taken out. You're fixing to run into some real calamity. You know what the Russians said? If you can deprive one nation of its national pride and patriotism, you've got the country. And you're losing it, folks. If I were you, I'll be honest with you, I'd buy some books and I'd sit down and learn history and I'd teach it to my children and my grandchildren. I'd spend time with it. I'd work with it because it's going to be forgotten one of these days.
Lord, thou art God.
I have a fellow that comes by my office, I've talked about him a lot, who was a ball turret gunner in a B-17 Super Fortress during World War II. I've spent hours talking to that man. You say, why? I want to know what he's got to say. I don't want to read in some textbook what my government wants me to know. I want to know what the fellow that was there had to say. It's amazing what he has to say. You say, well, there are not many people like that around. The wealth of this nation is in its senior citizens right now. The last group of people ever won a war. America's been stalemated and beat unless we whipped up on some little guys. You know, we go whip up on some little nations and think we're big. The last group of people to win a war is these people running around here with gray hair. And you better learn something from them. They know what Christ's freedom is. Now, we're losing it. Roger Williams came to the Plymouth colony, excuse me, to the Massachusetts colony. And Roger Williams begins to mold. If you watch these things, you're going to see there is no America. There is no Constitution. There is no Bill of Rights. Realize all these people know about government. There's no democracy anywhere else in the world. And I think sometimes we get the idea these people came over here and said, hey, we're just going to elect a president. Folks, nobody, that was unheard of at that point in time. Every nation was governed by a monarchy or a parliament. These people had no model by which to form their American government. You say, why is that interesting? Because America is the longest lived form of government in the world today. America's older than communism. Communists didn't take over until 1917 in Russia. We're the granddaddy on the block. France went through a revolution. Shortly after ours, France has changed its political structure about 9 to 11 times since then. Italy has changed their political structure 50 times. And America hasn't changed its political structure, even though the fellows that established this country had no model by which to go. England had a king. France had a king. Spain had a king. And when they came to America, they had no idea how to govern. All they knew were some principles that had to be in operation. One of them was religious liberty. And that's the reason that the colonists came to Plymouth, and then they came over to Salem. Now, the mass exodus did occur in England for the Puritans. When Charles I came to the throne, or Charles II came to the throne, he immediately launched a persecution against the Puritans. And now the Puritans had to leave. And so the colonies over here grew by leaps and bounds, people being persecuted. Those people weren't coming to America looking for gold like the Spanish were. They weren't coming to America looking for fur trade like the French were. They weren't coming over here like the aristocracy to try and establish someplace where everybody else did the work like the English aristocracy. These people were running for their lives. And that's what founded the first colonies in this country. When Roger Williams comes at 1631, and when he gets here, he's a little bit unusual. I read to you a quote last week, I think probably the best quote to describe him, said that Roger Williams was God intoxicated. And I think that's a good way to describe a fellow. I'd like to be described that way. But his strong point became his undoing. You know, when you set your sight on holiness, you have to allow some tolerances in there. Because you're going to find out real quick people aren't holy, and you're going to find out inevitably and eventually that you're not holy yourself. And Williams hadn't learned that. Williams was a 28-year-old young man. Now think back, you know, when you're 28, you know, fresh out of Bible school, I guess, and in a new country, and got a lot of strange ideas. He comes and he's immediately offered the pulpit in Boston. Now, again, when I say Boston, some of you think, boy, this great, huge city, probably 7,000 people. No, folks, we're talking maybe 150 people live there. And he's offered this pulpit in Boston, and he refuses the pulpit. And the reason he refuses the pulpit is because the people there are not willing to repent for ever having been Anglican. He's so holy, he believes that not only should you leave the Anglican Church, but you should get on your knees and ask God to forgive you for ever having been a member of the Anglican Church. He's a little extreme in some of his viewpoints. And so he refuses to take the Boston pulpit. And he remains in the Massachusetts colony for a while. As a matter of fact, Winthrop becomes a very dear and devoted friend of Roger Williams. Even until the day he dies, Winthrop, who's the governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, remains on very friendly terms with Williams. And they correspond with one another. But because he refused that pulpit, he began a kick which was called his liberty of conscience. Liberty of conscience. That was his big deal. And that is, I'm free to think whatever I want to think. And I'm free to disagree with whoever I want to disagree with. Now, that's true. But I'll tell you why he was so adamant about it is because that's not what is believed by the state church in Italy. That is not what is believed by the state church in Germany. It's not what's believed by the state church in Spain. It's not what's believed in Mexico today. You do not have the right to think what you want to think under a Roman Catholic system. And if you don't believe that, I've got the papal bulls that were issued from the Vatican, and I can show you, you do not have a right to dissent from the Vatican teaching. If you're a good Catholic, you must accept what is taught by your church, whether you like it or not. And you say, well, that's not what Williams believed, actually. Williams believed you had liberty to think and to choose and to be whatever you wanted to be. Now, he was an extremist, but it was that extreme that fixed in the minds of the American colonies the right to think and to choose for yourself. And sometimes God will take an extremist. Because if they were just a nominal everyday person, nobody'd listen to them. So God will raise up some fanatic, some crackpot, some by all practical points and purposes, a fool. Paul said concerning himself, we're fools for Christ. Paul was probably an extremist. Why? If he hadn't have been, there would have been churches started all over Asia. And Roger Williams is a little bit of an extremist. But when he's done, the one thing that people remember is that nobody has the right to tell you what to think. You're entitled to your own opinions, at least until 1993. and now you are no longer entitled to your opinions. And you're in real trouble. I mentioned the fact last week that a fellow was being sued because of a remark he made about homosexuals. You have no right to have your own opinion anymore. The government has invented a new thing called hate crimes. I don't hate anybody, but I believe I'm entitled to my opinions. If you don't like them, lump them. I don't have to like you. You don't have to like me. What is this thing about America? We have to love each other. I don't care whether you love me or not. I don't give a rip whether you like me. You say, why? I got my opinions, you got yours. That's what makes America great, isn't it? I don't have to agree with you. You say, well, that's a hate crime. No, man, I'll sit down and eat a cheeseburger if you buy it. I don't hate you. I mean, you buy my dinner, I'll go out to eat. I'll eat a steak you buy. I'm not opposed to that. You say, well, why won't you buy me a steak? Because I don't like you. That's the great thing about being an American. I don't have to buy a steak for anybody I don't want to buy a steak for. We're all changing now. You say, why? Because we have removed our religious heritage and we're headed real quickly back to what's called pre-American history in Europe. And you ought to read up on it because you're going to live through it. Williams, a little upset, begins to make his writings on the liberty of conscience, and he is a real stickler for holiness. He believes people ought to live right, and as I said before, to an extreme. And yet in the end, he is such a stickler that he decides that the people of Massachusetts Bay are not holy enough for him. And since they're not holy enough for him, he decides to leave and go down to Plymouth, where the Pilgrims are. And when he gets down to Plymouth, it was not long before he is accepted, realizing this. He's educated as a minister. I mentioned to you several weeks ago, at this time in the history of America, the preachers are the most educated people there are. The preachers are one of the few that have to have a college education to carry out their work. They've been to college, and they know how to read and write. They are the ones that really dispense they don't have Sunday morning newspapers. You want to know what's going on in the world? You go to church on Sunday morning, and the preacher will tell you. You've got a letter, you can't read it, you're a farmer. What do I do with it? You take it to the preacher, he'll read the letter to you. And so any preacher is going to be accepted in these colonies. It's not long before Williams is accepted. He's earned his spot in the Plymouth colony down there, and he's teaching. However, in 1633, Bradford writes this. He this year began to fall into some strange opinions, and from opinion to practice, which caused some controversy between the church and him, and in the end some discontent on his part, by occasion whereof he left them something abruptly. Here was a fellow who believed what he wanted to believe, but he couldn't stand it when people disagreed with him. He didn't know how to respond when people disagreed with him. And so he left. He came to the Plymouth colony and stayed for a year or so, and just as abruptly left them and returned now to the Massachusetts Bay colony. Whether they had gotten right with God, I don't know. Probably since there are only a couple places he could go, he had to bounce back up to the Massachusetts Bay colony. And when he gets up there, he is called by the church in Salem to be the pastor. And he takes the pulpit at Salem and immediately launches into a tirade against the King of England, stating that the Massachusetts Bay colony had no reason to seek a charter from the King of England. He stated that the Indians owned the land before that the Puritans had come, and therefore it was not under the King of England's jurisdiction, which is a broad statement when the King of England rules everything. And he began his tirade. The only problem with that was that the government officials feared that the king would take reprisals against them. That's all they needed at that point, was to have 4,000 or 5,000 British troops show up and take over the colony. And so they were powerless to do anything. Why? Because under this system, the state had no control of the church. If that had been in England, the king would have sent down there and had the preacher's head cut off. That's exactly the way it would have been done in England. If it would have been in Rome, the Pope would have sent out and had the fellow's head cut off. That's the way it was done. Because the church and the state operated together. The armies of each were at the disposal of the other. But in America, in this setup, in this colony, the civil government or the church itself had no power to do anything. You see, the church was what's called congregational. And so the other churches could not even take action against it. And eventually they had to accuse him of heresy, and they had a court trial, had a civil trial, had to take him before the civil government to do anything about it, and they found him guilty. Let's see here, I can find what was written. They took legal action. They found him guilty of willful and persistent heresy and troublemaking. That's quite a law, amen? And he's banished. He is banished from the Massachusetts colony. Because he is banished, he leaves and he goes to a place called Rhode Island and founds another colony at Providence. And Providence, anybody know what the word Providence means? It means God's supply. That's what Providence is all about. And when he gets to Providence, God is going to supply him with some much needed education. He's going to learn some things that he would not learn because he was so bullheaded. I know he was a Baptist. He was bullheaded, he was stubborn, he was obstinate. He's going to learn some things now that he should have learned a long time ago, but he wasn't willing to learn. When he gets down to Rhode Island, in the first place, he realizes that if he doesn't have a colony, he's not going to be protected by anybody, so he goes to England and gets a charter, which was the very thing he was upset about at Salem. But he has to get a charter, so he gains a charter. And because of his belief in the liberty of conscience, guess who goes to Rhode Island? Everybody who believes you ought to be able to think what you want to think and do what you want to do. And before long, he has got his hands full up there because every road and every crumb that existed went to Rhode Island. The saying was, you want to do what you want to do, go to Rhode Island. And so he has such a problem in Rhode Island that he has to go back and rethink some of his theological positions. The biggest group he had trouble with were the Quakers. Now you and I think of the Quakers as a docile, peace-loving group of people. People that they're not even willing to fight. They're just so peace-loving. That was not the case in the 17th century. Okay? That was not the case in the 16th century. And you need to be aware of the foundations of Quakers. Those were probably the most radical people that existed. They were so radical that the Massachusetts Bay Colony banned the Quakers on penalty of death. Now I realize you wonder why in the world would they ban those peace-loving, wonderful little people who just love, just love peace and quiet. That was not the way they were. They were roughhouses. I mean, they were terrible. And there's instance after instance they had a persecution complex. How many of you have read Fox's Book of Martyrs? Fox was a Quaker. And because of their view on persecution, they adapted the philosophy that if you weren't being persecuted, you couldn't be very holy. And so in the event that there is no persecution, you invent your own. And the way to invent your own persecution was to cause trouble everywhere you could go. As a matter of fact, when they were banished from the Massachusetts colony upon penalty of death, more of them flooded in there than before. Why? That was what they were looking for. Somebody to persecute them. And so Williams began to learn some real interesting points in his life. As a matter of fact, before the end of his life, he reverses himself on most of this, what I would call hyper spirituality, where, he judged everybody by a plateau that really didn't exist. And he reversed most all of that. As a matter of fact, they say he became one of the most loving individuals at the end of his life that anyone would ever want to know. Not only that, but he befriended a group of Indians. They're called let me read it to you. Some of these Indians got some wonderful names. The Reagan sets. The Reagan sets must have been early Republicans. The Reagan sets. And Williams actually began one of the first missionary outreaches in the New World. He went to these Indians and began to preach to them, began to teach them, began to live with them and help them, and became one of the chief of this tribe's most trusted friends. The reason that's interesting, there are Indians all over the place. But these were one of the most hostile groups of Indians in that New England area at this time. And he went in and led a bunch of them to Christ, got a bunch of them saved, and the chief trusted him as his own personal friend, so much so that in a few years, when there follows what's called an Indian uprising, and we'll learn about that in a week or so, the Rhode Island colony is the only colony that's not raided by Indians. God spares the Rhode Island colony. Matter of fact, let me say that to you this morning. It pays to be involved in missions work. That's what saved the Rhode Island colony. As a matter of fact, Williams was able to warn the Massachusetts colony several times of planned massacres that the other Indians had because he was privy to that information and could get somebody there to warn the Massachusetts Bay Colony. So Williams not only saved the colony at Rhode Island, but was responsible for saving several other colonies because of information that he gained from these Indians that he befriended. So God used and worked on Roger Williams, and God brought him back to the place where he saw life clearly. He was no longer a hyper or an extremist, but God had used that extreme viewpoint, God had used that rebel to fix in the minds of these Americans, not only do we want religious liberty, we want freedom to think what we want to think. Two principles that became fundamental in your American way of life. Let me read something to you that Williams wrote concerning civil government and concerning religious liberty. Quote, that ever I should speak or write a title that tends to such infinite liberty of conscience is a mistake, and which I have ever disclaimed and abhorred. To prevent such mistakes, I shall at present only propose this case. There goes many a ship to sea with many hundred souls in one ship, whose weal and woe is common, and is a true picture of the commonwealth or a human combination or society. It hath fallen out sometimes that both Papists and Protestants, Jews and Turks may be embarked in one ship, of which supposal I affirm that all the liberty of conscience that ever I pleaded for turns upon these two hinges, that none of the Papists, Protestants, Jews, or Turks be forced to come to the ship's prayers or worship, nor compelled from their own particular prayers or worship, if they practice any. I further add that I never denied that, notwithstanding this liberty, the commander of this ship ought to command the ship's course, yea, and also command that justice, peace, and sobriety be kept in practice, both among the seamen and all the passengers. If any of the seamen refuse to perform their services, or passengers to pay their freight, if any refuse to help in person or purse towards the common charges or defense, if any refuse to obey the common laws and orders of the ship concerning their common peace or preservation, if any shall mutiny or rise up against their commanders and officers, if any should preach or write that there ought to be no commanders or officers, because all are equal in Christ, therefore no masters, nor officers, nor laws, nor orders, nor corrections, nor punishments, I say I never denied, but in such cases, whatever is pretended, the commander or commanders may judge, resist, compel, and punish such transgressors according to their deserts and merits. This, if seriously and honestly minded, may, if it so please the Father of lights, let in some light to such as willingly shut not their eyes. This he wrote at the end of his life to explain what he meant by freedom of conscience. And he used the analogy of a ship. And what he said was, on that ship there are Papists and Protestants and Jews and Greeks. They're all there. And every man had a right to believe what he wanted to believe. That was freedom of conscience. That didn't mean that he had a right to do anything he wanted to do, because freedom of religion demanded that no one be obliged or commanded to go somewhere to church they didn't want to go. In other words, they couldn't be compelled to go to ship's prayers. They couldn't be compelled to worship a certain way. That's religious liberty. Furthermore, he established the fact that the captain or the commander of the ship had control over that little society that existed in that ship. That's called civil government. And he shows how that all of those points can work together and not be opposed one to another. And so Roger Williams, whether you understand exactly what he's writing there or not, you ought to understand it. You ought to get it and read it until you do understand it. He is establishing what several years later, matter of fact, a little more than 100 years later, is going to be the foundation for the American government. Now, sometimes I think it's too simplistic for you and I, because we've grown up this way all of our lives. But realize again, what he wrote about here didn't exist anywhere in any nation on the face of the earth. Nowhere was there a place where there was religious liberty. Nowhere was there a place where there was freedom of conscience and action. Nowhere was there a place where the civil authority was limited into what it could do as far as oppressing its people were concerned. But Williams and several others laid the foundation that later on gave birth to the United States of America. So Roger Williams and his befriending the Indians actually becomes one of the greatest things that he ever did other than establishing his colony. Now then, number 2. You've learned Williams. Another name you need to remember is Thomas Hooker. Thomas Hooker, about the same time that Roger Williams is banished from the Massachusetts colony, is also in the Massachusetts colony. Thomas Hooker was trained at Cambridge, and it is said that he was the most popular Puritan preacher in all of England. One of the greatest preachers that ever lived at this time in history of England. And he left when he was placed on Laud's list. Remember when the king came to power? There began a persecution. Laud was made Archbishop of England. And when he went down through the list of the clergymen, and he wrote a little letter next to each name. He either wrote a P or an O. O standing for Orthodox, meaning these fellows believe what the Church of England teaches. P standing for Puritan. And the persecution began according to Laud's list. And Hooker left England and went to Holland. And after a couple of years, set sail to New England, where he arrived at the Massachusetts Bay Colony. He lived there and again befriended Winthrop, who was the governor of the colony, although there were some distinctions in what those two men believed. In particular, Winthrop stated that on the grounds of holiness and righteous living, loving God, there was none to compare with Hooker. The place where they disagreed was in the civil government. Hooker's belief was that all men ought to have the right to choose and the right to vote. You see, again, a cast back to Roger Williams. Let me tell you the way the government was set up at this point. The government was set up so that in order to vote, you had to be a freeman. In other words, if you did not own land, you were not qualified to vote. You could not vote in any of the elections. Not only that, but you had to be a member of the church in order to vote. So there are 2 qualifications. You had to be a freeman, and you had to be a member of the church in order to vote. You'll find that several agencies at this point when placed in operation were there for life. Kind of like the Senate of the United States of America. Today, you're elected and you're kind of elected for life because you go back and re-elected and re-elected and re-elected. What's the one thing we're all pushing for right now in the Senate? We're looking for term 1. Guess what Thomas Hooker established when he founded his colony? Isn't it amazing that when we rejected the teaching of these religious men, we got into trouble we got into? One of the things that was founded in the Articles of Confederation for the colony of Connecticut was the fact that no governor could rerun for his office immediately after he left his office. He could come back and run later on, but it was one term. But he advocated that people had the right to vote. This caused Winthrop and some of those in the Massachusetts Bay Colony a great deal of consternation because they said, man, if you let everybody vote, 51% of the people can decide the fate of the other 49%. And not only that, but you can always see people's minds and opinions swaying back and forth and back and forth. And they said this is dangerous to do it this way. Matter of fact, that's what your founding fathers believed as well. The exception of Thomas Jefferson and Massachusetts, who both believed in Hooker. That's the reason that the people in Washington, they see them away. And they interpret the Constitution for you, and you have no recourse. They can tell you the Constitution means there's no prayer allowed in school, and what do you do about it? So why it was placed there? Because your founding fathers didn't bring the people in. And neither did the Massachusetts Bay Colony. I didn't say America was perfect, I think it's good. But Winthrop and Hooker went back and forth on that system. And they said, why, how in the world can you allow servants to vote? How in the world can you allow people who don't even own land? I mean, they'll vote just for themselves and just for their pockets. And they did not trust mankind at large to do what was right. Winthrop received a letter from Hooker years later after the Connecticut colony was established. And he said this, I must confess, I ever looked at it as a way which leads directly to tyranny, and so to confusion, and must plainly profess, if it was in my liberty, I should choose neither to live nor to leave my posterity under such government. That's a government where people were not permitted to elect their officials. That's what Hooker believed. Hooker was such a good man, though. He was not banished. He did not stir up trouble. He was not the extremist that Williams was. As a matter of fact, he approaches the government of the Massachusetts Bay Colony and seeks permission to leave and to settle on the Connecticut River. He is such a good man, such a holy living man, that they grant him that right to leave, and he goes and establishes his colony on the Connecticut River. Now, I'll give you the fundamental order of the Connecticut Charter. There are 4 places that you need to be aware of. I know it sounds like a history class. It is. You better remember this. 4 places where the Connecticut colony differs from the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Why is that important? You're taking another step toward the formation of the American government. Now, folks, you need to get all this, but when we get to the Constitutional Convention, it's going to blow you out of the water. Okay? Stay with me. Stay with me when I tell you that when we get there, you're going to find out that the separation of church and state amendment has 4 or 5, actually about a dozen drafts before it came to the word we've got now. What you got in the Continental Bill of Rights is not the first wording that was formed. There are about 12 that preceded it, and those 12 will show you what is intended by the framers of your Constitution. They change the word here, change the word there, and eventually you got to what you got now. Here were the 4 places where it did. Number 1, there were no religious qualifications for voters. Religious liberty. You see, you don't have that in Mexico. You don't have that in France. You don't have that in Italy. You don't have that anywhere except America. Americans are stupid. They think it's the same way all around the world. It's not the same way all around the world. If you want to run for president or for government position in Mexico, you have to be a member of a certain church or you cannot run to be elected in Mexico. That's across the border. If you're not a member of that certain church, I don't care how good a politician you are not legally allowed to be elected the governor or the president of the country of Mexico. Check it out. People look at me, their eyes get about this. Oh, preacher, where'd you get that, a Mad magazine? Well, I get out things you don't read called history. Check it out and see. No religious qualifications to vote. When you came, they didn't see what kind of Bible you carried. They didn't see what church you were a member of, who your pastor was. If you were a citizen of that commonwealth, you were allowed to vote. That's what America's all about, religious liberty. Remember, there is no religious liberty at that time. You want to vote in England? You got to be an Anglican. You want to vote in the Massachusetts Bay Colony? You got to be a member of the church established in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. You want to vote in Plymouth? You got to be a pilgrim. You want to vote in Rome or in Italy? You got to be a Catholic. You don't have voting privileges if you are not part of that state religion. Booker says nothing to it. No qualifications on religion whatsoever. Anybody can vote here. Number 2, he put restrictions on the authority of the magistrate. You're not allowed to just go off into tirades and demand laws and things. Those laws are subject to the approval or disapproval of the people. No magistrate has a right to say, well, I'm going to do it this way and this is going to be the law. No, sir. It had to be approved through the people. Number 3, even servants could elect deputies to the court. Now, Hooker realized when you've got landowners and you've got non-landowners, you can create a problem. Because what happens when your slaves or your servants get to outnumber your landowners? And there's a vote that says we don't believe anybody ought to own private property anymore, and so all at once there is no private property. So he still restricted those that did not own land. Matter of fact, I think that's a good restriction today. We don't have it, that's why we keep getting fellows that boost welfare rolls and increase property taxes. People don't get upset about property taxes, I'll tell you why, they don't own any property. Now, he put the restrictions there and said that certain elements would not entitle them to vote for certain individuals. However, they were allowed to elect deputies to the court system, which would make the law. So they were represented. He entitled them to representation. Remember, you say, well, that's pretty restrictive. No servant anywhere in the world had a right to vote, but other than in Connecticut. That's the first. Nobody but a landowner could vote anywhere else. Nobody but a certain religious character could vote somewhere else. He undid both of those laws at one time. Number 4, the governor is limited in power and limited to no immediate re-election. He could not seek re-election. When his term as governor was done, he had to go back to the common life, and he could run again later on, but he could not serve 2 consecutive terms. And I suppose that one law right there would change probably 80% of the junk that's going on in Washington right now. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. I think the last 3 polls taken show that somewhere between 70 and 75% of Americans favor term limitations. And your representative Congress will never put it in operation. You say, why? What else would they do? They might have to get a job. And you'll never see it. Now, let me sum up this morning by saying this. You've come through a period of time when some colonies have been established in the New World. And with those colonies came hard times. Very, very hard times. As a matter of fact, death was the name of the game in most places. I mentioned the fact that when the Pilgrims settled at Plymouth, within a year's time of 18 entire families that came to the Plymouth colony, only 3 of them remained intact. Death had claimed 1 or many more members out of each of those other 15 families. They knew what it was to die. They knew what it was to plant crops in frustration. I told you about the drought that they had and how they went to prayer to God. And the answer to their problems was to go to God and to pray. The answer to finding what was wrong and correcting it was to get on their faces before God and pray. And because of that, when people begin to pray and they put some hard work and effort behind it, God begins to bless. And now you're coming to a period in the colonies where blessing has become the name of the game. Where a fella at one time in a colony might have had 3 acres of land, now he has 300 acres of land. Now his holdings, where he might have had 1 cow, he has cattle on his land. He has not just an adequate house, but a nice house he's begun to build. And you see, prosperity has begun to creep into these colonies. They've become to be a little bit more affluent. Let me read you a couple of things here that fellows began to write. Because of that affluence, they got in trouble. Cotton Mather said this when he wrote his history: religion begat prosperity, and the daughter devoured the mother.
In him shall receive remission of sins. While Peter yet spake.
So the quickest way to religious intoleration is wealth. And wealth causes people to be comfortable, and that's why most people don't come to church, because they got all they need, they got enough money to buy what they want, and they'll die and go to hell because all they want is a hamburger and a car in the garage. Judge Sewell said this, got to be one of my descendants. Prosperity is too fulsome a diet unless seasoned with some grains of adversity. What you'll find is within 1 generation of these colonies being established, they begin to forsake God. They begin to back away from the Lord. John Cotton said this: but when men thus depart, God usually followeth them with a bitter curse, either taking their lives away from them, or blasting them with poverty, or exposing them to scandal where they come, or in entertaining them with such restless agitations that they are driven to repent of their former rashness, and many times return to the church from which they had broken away. What happens is really the bottom drops out. From around 1635 to around 1660, the bottom literally drops out. They have blights, they have droughts, they have famines. They can't figure out what's going on. So much so that they call big conclaves of the churches to figure out what's going on. The civil government gets together and tries to decide, why so much problem? Where's all the disaster coming from? Might ought to be what America needs to do today. Cotton Mather summed it up just before his death when he wrote this: now 1 generation passeth away and another cometh, and these have had the managing of public affairs for many years, but are apparently passing away as their fathers before them. There is also a 3rd generation who are grown up and begin to stand thick upon the stage of action. Much more may we, the children of such fathers, lament our gradual degeneracy from that life and power of such fathers that was in them, and the many provoking evils that are amongst us. For these evils have moved our God severely to witness against us more than in our first time, by his lesser judgments going before and his greater judgments following after. He said we're going through now worse judgments than we did when we first came and established the colony. Michael Wigglesworth wrote a poem in those days called God's Controversy with New England. It's in what I'm reading you is a quote from The Light and the Glory, the book that Peter Marshall wrote. They're just 3 of the 31 verses that are in this poem. I'll read them to you this morning to give you an idea of where these colonies are. Our healthful days are at an end, and sickness come on from year to year because our hearts away from God are gone. New England, where for many years you scarcely heard a cough, and where physicians had no work, now finds them work enough. Our fruitful seasons have been turned of late to barrenness, sometimes through great and parching drought, sometimes through rain's excess. Yet now the pastures and cornfields for want of rain do languish. The cattle mourn and hearts of men are filled with fear and anguish. The clouds are often gathered as if we should have rain, but for our great unworthiness we are scattered again. We pray and fast and make fair shows as if we meant to turn, but whilst we turn not, God goes on our fields and fruits to burn. And that was the attitude, that's the condition that the colonies are in. And I want you to realize prosperity has nearly ruined this nation 3 or 4 times. And it's in the process of ruining it again right now. I'm not opposed to prosperity. I'm all for it. Matter of fact, I'd like as cushy a lifestyle. I'd like a Cadillac in every garage. Amen? I'm all for prosperity. But when prosperity causes you to forget God and forsake God, prosperity will not endure. It'll fade away and you'll go back into famine. All right, next week we'll continue then.
To explain to the people some of the great foundations upon which this nation was built. I think sometimes today that we forget that the liberty that we had, that we enjoyed this day, that the liberty that we had that allows us to stand here and sit here tonight and laugh and have a good time, was purchased because some other men died and paid an incredible price. So as we went to the people, as we went to those who were interested in the cause of Christian liberty this year, we felt that it would be appropriate to share with them one of the great tributes of America, the price that was paid for the flag. Most of us know, I'm sure, the Star-Spangled Banner by heart. At some early age you went to school, they taught it to you as a matter of rote memory. It's something that when you hear the familiar strains begin to sound, you stand, you sing, it automatically comes forth. Most of us sing that song and never realize what it says. We've never come to the point where we've ever sung it out of meaning rather than duty. We've never come to the point where we realize what the flag means to us. The Star-Spangled Banner is a song that our Congress has memorialized by calling it our national anthem. It's a song that was written by a man by the name of Francis Scott Key. He was, of all things, not a songwriter, he was a lawyer. The American government was engaged in the great fight for the colonies. The thing, could 13 independent states fused into a union that they said was God-breathed, could they survive? As the battle went on, suddenly the casualties grew heavy. Both sides, furious in principle, engaged in conflict and took prisoners. The American government came to Francis Scott Key and said, would you go and try to arrange a prisoner exchange? Could you go and see if you could arrange to have some of our American boys released and brought back to our colonies, to our soil? They said they have a large boat that lies just outside of Fort McHenry near Baltimore. And Mr. Key, in that boat they have our men, and you'll have to go to them and see if they'll agree to this exchange. Francis Scott Key was authorized by the newly formed government to go and offer one British soldier, one British prisoner, for one American, with the hopes that they would agree to that principle. As he made his way to that great boat once on deck, he realized the immensity of its size. He was ushered in the presence of a man who they called an admiral of Her Majesty's fleet. He explained the principle, one soldier for one soldier. They deliberated, they thought, they questioned, and suddenly Francis Scott Key heard what was music to his ears. Yes, sir, we will agree. You may take one soldier off of this boat for every British soldier that you now hold prisoner, who you will give to us in exchange. Francis Scott Key was beside himself. He said with happiness he'd come in all, not realizing whether he'd even have a chance to secure the freedom of these boys, and now suddenly he realized he was successful beyond his dreams. And then he realized no one had yet told these boys they would be free. He asked the admiral if he could have the privilege of going below that great ship's deck and telling the boys of their new freedom. The admiral said, why, sure. He made his way to the back of that ship. They unloosed a great, huge board, and they lowered Francis Scott Key into the great bowels of that ship. Then suddenly he saw what he said would never be taken from his mind. There in the dark caverns of that ship, chained to each other, every third one fastened to the floor, held in place. Young American boys. Most of them, he said, were broken in body. Some he was sure would not live out the night. Men, you're to be free. You're to go home tonight, tomorrow. We're going to reunite you with your loved ones. You're free. We've arranged for an exchange. You men are to be taken from these irons. You're to be restored. Do you hear me? He said they looked at him with glazed eyes. And then they asked a question which was positively stymied in his tracks. Mr. Key? Are you telling us that you want us out of here to the home? Yes. Mr. Key? Are we to be allowed to fight again? So let us fight. What's the matter with you boys? You don't want to fight. You understand something? You've paid too much already. My word, your country can ask no more of you. Look at the price you paid. Listen, you go home. Let us honor you. Let us make you heroes. We want you with your loved ones. We don't want you in the war anymore. But listen, then, for you, the fight is over. The battle's done. You understand? The key for us. The battle's not over till the cause is won. Until we've secured what we set out to do. Francis Scott Key was moved, couldn't believe the spirit of these boys. He made his way out of the great insides of that ship, and he found the admiral. He said, sir, I beg you with God's speed, get these boys out of here. Quickly, move with dispatch. And now suddenly the admiral's demeanor has changed. Mr. Key, the release of these boys is important anymore. It doesn't really matter what happens to them. Francis Scott Key gripped with fear. Somebody, what's the matter? You're not going to renege on your word. You're an officer. In the name of Her Majesty's fleet, you could not, as a gentleman, go back on your commitment and promise. No, Mr. Key, I'm not going to go back on my word to you. Mr. Key, there's not going to be an America tomorrow. It's all over. What are you talking about? It's all over. Mr. Key, come over here. I want you to look at something. As they stood on the port side of that great ship, he said, tell me what you see. I see America. over there, that's Fort McHenry. That's our flag. That's my land. That's the nation I represent today. Mr. Key, come over here. Stand to starboard and look out. Tell me what you see out here. I don't know. I don't see anything. All I see is a lot of ocean, a lot of sky, and a lot of water. Listen, Mr. Key, your eyes aren't trained. Look very carefully. Look right where the water meets the sky. Tell me what you see. You talking about those little black specks? Mr. Key, those little black specks are the British fleet. If the wind will go back, they'll lie anchored here. In this folded bay within a matter of 2 or 3 hours. My government, Mr. Key, has issued an ultimatum to your nation that this folly of independence is over. You're to be subject to Britain. And should you tonight not lay down those things you call the stars of the stripes, that flag of rebellion and insurrection, if that flag does not come down tonight, Mr. Key, our instructions with this fleet are to remove Fort McHenry from the face of the earth. You are literally blasted to the ground. Register Keeson, now listen, you're out of your mind. There's nothing at Fort McHenry that's of interest to you. That's manned predominantly by civilians. There's no armament there. There's nothing there. All they keep there is a lot of clothing and quartermaster materials. Leave that fort alone. Mr. McKee, tonight, sir, your flag comes down. Or we level that flag. Do you see that flag over there, Mr. Key, on the rampart? If that flag comes down before the sun sets, we'll lead your nation, and you'll return to the fold of Great Britain. But if that flag continues to fly, sir, it'll mean insurrection, it'll mean rebellion, it'll mean that you have decided not to honor reason and good sense and just common dignity of man, and you will bleed. Francis Scott Key sat there and watched as the ships began to come. He watched as they made their way. He began to count 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40. And as the ships in the wind passed to and fro, he realized he couldn't count them. Suddenly he realized the enormity of that great fleet that was going to set in for shortage. Now he watches as the gunmen begin to prepare the cannon. He watches as they bring out the sulfur cakes, as they bring out the charge, as they bring out the rams. Suddenly he realized what an incredible amount of armament. And he's reminded that no nation on the face of the earth has successfully withstood that fleet. He goes down below now, and he sees the men inside the ship again, the prisoners, and then he tells them of what he's seen, of the word of the admiral, of the fact of what's to happen tonight, of the fact of the presence of the fleet, of the fact that the flag is to be lowered, and if it's not, Fort McHenry is doomed. Mr. Key, listen, sir, you gotta do this for us. Somehow you gotta tell them not to lower that flag. That flag can't come down tonight, Mr. Key. Listen, boys, don't you understand that if that flag doesn't come down, you may never get out of here. You may die rotting here with your bones, you understand? Listen, Mr. Key, doesn't matter what happens to us. What matters is what happens to that flag. Mr. Key, that flag's our colors. That's the flag we followed in the charge. It's the flag we buried our brothers with. That flag's America. Mr. Key, don't you understand? She's God-breathed. You can't let them lower that flag. All the damn day, Mr. Key. Listen, I can't do anything about it, man. I'm not here. I'm stuck. I'm like you. Listen, Mr. Key, today,
You gotta let us know where that flag is. Mr. Kiwi, we gotta know. We're chained out here. We can't see lights and bars. We don't know whether it's day or night. Mr. Kiwi, tonight, you gotta let us know. There's some cracks in the decking. Mr. Kiwi, those that are not chained to the floor stand. Can you come over and you put your mouth on that decking and you scream at us, Mr. Kiwi? We gotta know. Don't leave us down here tonight without knowing what happened. Just can't see them back up on deck. As he looked out, they were all the sailors of the fleet, and he said all the eyes were trained. And one flag just furled in the wind. Everybody waited to see if someone would come forward and bring that flag down. He said as the sun began to set, he realized that that huge ball of fire which would soon signal night with its disappearance was about to burn darkness. And no man would come forward to lower that flag. The last that he saw was the dawn, when darkness and quiet settled completely on those ships. Wow! Suddenly there was more noise than ever heard in his life. Suddenly all of a sudden he heard these cannons discharge. Suddenly he realized that he'd never heard 100 cannons in unison before. He heard the orders, he heard the screams of the men as they moved to handle the hot handle of the iron. Lord, ram, charge, fire! And all of a sudden he realized, oh no! America's lost! Look at dead again. Hour and 10 minutes he watched. And he heard some screams. Mr. Key! Mr. Key! Do you hear us, Mr. Key? What's happening? Man, he ran over, put his mouth to that thing, and he screamed out, I can't see anything. It's dark, man. There's so much fire. There's so much noise. I can't see. Listen, Mr. Key, listen. Mr. Key, you wait. When those phosphorus bombs explode, we hear them. You'll see a red glare, Mr. Key. You watch. You'll see. And then in a red glare, he saw a flag. Still at the top. All through that night, they pounded that flag. And finally, at 3 or 4 in the morning, with all of their armaments spent to save their load, the men fell into quiet exhaustion and waited for the dawn. Now as the dawn came, there stood the flag at the top. America that night had not fallen. He made his way now quickly inside that great fort. Once inside, he said he saw no handful of dirt. Its original place, all of that huge amount of armament had literally torn that fort apart. And then he saw something which stirred his spirit. That flag on the rampart with all of that armament aimed at it had been hit again and again. And because of the successive beatings, it had dropped. And a patriot, a man whose name we'll never know, whose face you'll never see, ran from a place of safety and grabbed that flag and held it with his own body. He knew that all of those cannon were aimed at that flag and that pole. But if the colors were down, America was done. He knew he'd die. And he died quickly. Another man who saw what he had done raced from his place. And he too grabbed that flag. And another and another. Until by morning, what he called a cement of human bodies, mortar, held that flag in place. He took a pen and began to write, "Oh, say can you see, by
the dawn's early light, but so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming. You, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watch, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? God bless the patriot. God bless America. May that spirit live tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to this sermon by Attorney David Gibbs. Attorney Gibbs is founder and president of the Christian Law Association, a ministry of legal help to Bible-believing churches and Christians. Because CLA is a faith ministry, the legal work it performs is done at no charge to those helped or defended. You may contact the Christian Law Association by writing to P.O. Box 4010, Seminole, Florida 33775. That's the Christian Law Association, P.O. Box 4010, Seminole, Florida 33775. If you wish to call with a legal question or request for materials, our phone number is 813-399-8300. That's 813-399-8300. Again, thanks for listening, and may the Lord bless you richly, now and always.
Go ahead and hopefully get started. Who knows our memory verse this morning? Remember last week I said I was just going to call on people at random and make them stand up and say, no sir, I do not know the memory verse because I have not learned the memory verse. Who doesn't want me to call on them today? You're not even gutsy enough to admit that, are you? All right. Brother Ogle told me he knew it, so I stand up and put this verse for him. Very good. All right. Now, how many of you honestly still do not know that verse? Okay. This has been week number 9 this morning in our American history study, and I would think after 9 weeks you should be able to memorize a verse that has less than 15 words in it. Amen? Some of you have forgotten all about school, haven't you? You remember back in those days when you had to go and memorize words and learn spelling words and things like that. I'll bet you had to learn 15 a week. And how many of you got good grades in spelling? All right, that means you ought to be able to memorize Bible verses. And Brother Sandiford said last night at our banquet, and it really stuck home with me, what would happen if tomorrow they took your Bible away? How much would you teach your children from memory? Folks, you're dangerously close to that right now in America. Dangerously close to that right now. And you better learn some scripture. You better learn some scripture. And so I'm going to give you another week. What a great good preacher I am. Another week. Psalm 33:12. We're trying to draw a Bible parallel to the scripture. Obviously, American history is not a subject covered in the Word of God. I'll grant that. And people have strained for years trying to find America even in the prophecies of the Scripture. Some have said, well, this must undoubtedly refer to America, or this particular symbol must undoubtedly symbolize America, but nothing with any certainty or any accuracy. And that's the way it always is when you deal with prophecy. Anybody can look out there in prophecy and say, well, I think this is referring to whatever, but boy, there's no degree of accuracy until the thing is gone, and then it's not prophecy anymore. It becomes history. And I can't say with any certainty. I have a couple places where I believe perhaps America may be alluded to in the prophetic scriptures, but can't give you anything certain. You say, well, why in the world are you teaching American history in church? Because I believe it's not being taught anywhere else. And if it's not being taught anywhere else, then it's going to create an ignorance among American people. And that ignorance has given reason for the situation we're encountering today. If you don't know where you came from, how do you know when you're being led astray? The only way to convince men or to lead men into error is not to teach them the truth. Anybody will believe anything if they don't know the truth with which to test it. And so we've gone back and tried to establish in your mind not only the fact that there is a history. I'm not saying that history is not being taught, but the history that is being taught in the school systems of America, that's from grade K4 right on through college level history, about 70% of your history is being discarded to teach 30% and fabrications that have been inserted into that history. It's called revisionist history. And what that means, when you revise something, you change it. And you're having your history changed, and the idea is to change not by perhaps inserting fraudulent statements in every case, but there are some fraudulent statements being introduced, but by and large by emphasizing things to the neglect of other things that are more important. You have, we mentioned this last year, 2 to 3 years ago, 1992, was the anniversary of Columbus's discovery of America. And I don't know if you paid any attention to it, I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but all of the series, all of the documentaries, all of the historical things put out on Columbus's discovery of America, none of them portrayed Columbus in a good light. Columbus is portrayed as the one that first brought this scourge here, that killed the Native Americans and killed those that were here first and brought the diseases. And while a lot of that is true, they didn't tell you the rest of the story. You see what I'm saying? And by emphasizing that, you portray a bad picture. Listen, you better thank God Columbus discovered America. And whether he was a good man or not, I realize, and I've taught the fact that Columbus represented a European religious system that was a brutal murderer of any of its opposition. And whether that being true or no, thank God Columbus did what he did. Thank God that God allowed him to find what he found. Thank God that God kept him from getting any more than he got. And God opened the door so that 125 years later, some Protestants who were on the outs with England ever could come here and settle a country where you have religious freedom that's not found anywhere else in the world. So, good or bad, thank God that Columbus did what he did. But when you emphasize one area to the neglect of another,
they came thither also.
Okay? For instance, if we were to stand this morning and to read the history of your life and just exclude the part where you got saved, how'd you like that?
They had conducted Paul.
See, we could stand here this morning and tell the truth about you, couldn't we? This person used to do this before they got saved, and or not even say that. They used to be this, they used to be a drunkard, they used to do this, we could paint a pretty picture of some of you. And if we never gave God any glory or never gave God any credit, we'd be painting a false picture. Because when you got saved, things changed, and there's another side of the story. And the side of the story that's been left out of American history is the side that gives God glory. That's the side that's been removed, and because of that, we are probably the second generation America now. We're 2 generations deep into teaching kids nothing but mush and oatmeal as far as history is concerned. I read to you the account of the Russian textbook on propaganda and brainwashing, and their statement was if we can deprive one generation from their sense of patriotism and loyalty, we can have a nation. They got it. They got it. When did you ever believe, some of you that have been alive for 30 or 40 years, how many of you were in school, high school, at least 20 years ago plus? You went through high school. How many of you ever would have believed that if your teacher 20 years ago would have told you that America was going to turn socialist? You wouldn't have believed it. I mean, communism was the great enemy of America, wasn't it? And yet here we are today on the verge of socialized medicine. That's socialism, folks. That's what they had in Russia. And that's what we're all pulling for, or some of us. I guess some of you are pulling for it. Obviously somebody's pulling for it. I think somebody's trying to push it more than pull it. But it's amazing that America could come to that situation. We never would have believed it would have been there. How many of you would have believed 20 years ago that people would be turning in their guns and calling for the abolition of all guns in America? Boy, how quickly things change. And you say, what has created the change? Well, I'll tell you what's created the change. We can say, well, it's this group's fault. There's always a tendency to blame it on some group. You ever notice that? Well, you know, these guys, the guys in Washington. You voted for them. You elected them. You waved the flag when they went up there. You can always blame it on some group, but I'll tell you what it is. It's ignorance of your history. If you knew where you came from, if you knew why they gave you the right to bear arms in the first place, you wouldn't let that clown take it away from you. But if we can keep you in the dark as to why you were given that right in the first place, then we can take them away from you. And so we're teaching history, and we've come up through now the Massachusetts Bay Colony, and the colonies that have evolved or split from that colony and formed. We've talked about the Virginia colony and the foundation, the formation of the Virginia colony and its ultimate collapse and struggle because that it was not founded on the right principles. We've talked about the Pilgrims establishing the Plymouth colony, and the main focus to this point has been on the Plymouth colony and the Massachusetts Bay colony. One founded by the Separatists or the Pilgrims, the other founded by the Puritans. Two different ideological viewpoints, and yet very close in what they believe. Puritans believed they should break with the Anglican system, and it was junk and it needed to be discarded. The Puritans believed that although the system was junk, it could be corrected internally, and they fought to purify the church from within. Both of them ended up in America running for their lives. The Pilgrims running much earlier in 1620. The Puritans actually initially not coming to this country because they were running for their lives. The Puritans were much more educated, they were much more wealthy, and they saw the handwriting on the wall in England. And so they began to come to this country before the actual persecution began, knowing that it would certainly and it would ultimately begin. They came and established the Massachusetts Bay Colony, and through a great fluke there, under the auspices of the king, they were granted a charter that did not state where the meetings had to be held and where the headquarters had to be. If you've ever looked at English rules of meetings now, you know, we've got several individuals that put down meeting rules, and I'm trying to think of some of those guys desperately. Somebody give me, whose rules of order are there? Robert's Rules of Order. There are two or three that the Englishmen put together. I'll tell you why they put those together, because the king, after he messed up with the Massachusetts Bay, enacted some laws that said you're going to hold a meeting, it has to be held this way. You're going to put together a charter, it has to be done this way. And that was because of the problem that he had in organizing the Massachusetts Bay Colony. What happened is those men bought out the old defunct Plymouth, trying to think of the name of the colony. Well, anyway, I'm such a historian, forgot it. The defunct charter. They bought that out, and they had the king reissue it, and when he reissued it, they did not include in the charter where their headquarters would be or where their meetings would be held. They did that intentionally, because their idea was if he will pass this, we can all go to America and establish and run our own colony from right there. And that's exactly what they did. So those colonies began. We talked last week about a couple of individuals, Roger Williams, Thomas Hooker to be specific, and the men that God used to, again, refine. There's always a refining process to godliness. And you need to be aware of that. Godliness is never instantaneous. That's why your Bible is the product of several, the Bible said over there, purified in a furnace of earth, or purified 7 times. You find God taking a bunch of Greek manuscripts and then taking several English translations of your Bible and purging those so that in 1611 you've got what God wanted you to have. Put it that way. And it's a purification process. How many of you, when you got saved, were made instantly holy? Well, at least we're honest this morning, or else we're asleep. That doesn't happen. It's a refining process, isn't it? It's the Lord dealing with you. Sometimes in a church service like this, the Lord pounding you over the head and saying, hey, this needs to be straightened out in your life. It's a refining process, and as we submit to Him, I guess it would be safe for us to say we probably are more holy than we used to be. Certainly we ought to be able to say that. If we can't, we're going the wrong direction. And yet we certainly, if we could say that we're more holy than we used to be, still could not say that we are holy. It's a refining process. And when God brought those peoples to this nation and wanted to establish, and I believe heaven will tell the tale, that God had His eyes on this continent, God had His eyes on this country, and this nation existed through the providence of God and that alone. This nation was not the result of some keen minds that got together and came up with a real intricate system. This nation, when we're through, I believe we'll see clearly, was the product of the providence of God. And God brings those peoples here. We've got the Plymouth colony down there with the Pilgrims. We've got the Massachusetts colony with the Puritans. The Puritans wanted to remain loyal to the Church of England. And they wanted to conduct their own church here. They wanted to grant themselves some liberty. They wanted to have a say-so. It's kind of like you said, well, we want to run Hope Baptist Church, and so what we're going to do, we're going to get rid of the pastor and the deacons and the people. And we're going to run it ourselves. And when you did that, all at once you found out we don't have Hope Baptist Church anymore. And when the Puritans came to Massachusetts and settled, that's exactly what they're saying. We don't want the hierarchy of the Anglican Church telling us what to do. We don't want them intermeddling into our worship. We want to worship God the way we feel is right. And let me say this, I believe probably 99% of the Puritans were saved, born-again people by their own testimony. But they didn't want those people interfering, and when they got to America, all at once they realized, we want to remain true to the Anglican Church, but we don't even have the Anglican Church anymore. When they needed a clergyman, the idea was you go to the hierarchy and you say, we need an Anglican church clergyman here, and the bishop would send somebody there to be the pastor. They couldn't do that because they were on the outs of the church. They were compelled then to do something different against their will. And it was the Pilgrims that had an influence on them. They adopted a congregational form of religious worship in their services. They began with a congregational form of government, and that brought them one step closer to what you have eventually summed up in the Constitution of America as democracy. Their churches became democratic first. Before that time, nobody voted on a preacher. The bishop sent him. And if you didn't like him, too bad. You couldn't even leave the church, because if you left the church, you got excommunicated, and sure as the world, you're going to die and go to hell. So they had you in the palm of their hands. But now at once, as the first step in America to democracy, democracy came to the churches. And the people said, wait just a minute, we'll hire our own pastor. We'll elect our own pastor. We don't need some hierarchy to tell us about this. We're independent. And the first churches in America were independents, by the way. They weren't Southern Baptists, Northern Baptists. I had a fellow say, well, you know, the independent Baptists only exist because they broke off the Southern Baptist Convention years ago. I said, just a minute, pal. Independent Baptists are the first Baptists ever settled in this country. They were independent from everybody. As a matter of fact, the Presbyterians that settled over here first were independent Presbyterians. Every church that came over here initially was independent. They didn't have any choice. And so those colonies were established, but they weren't perfect. They weren't perfect in their civil government form. And because of that, some unrest began to arise. First of all, with Roger Williams, and I said this before, Roger Williams was a Baptist, but Roger Williams was kind of flaky. In fact, there's no doubt about it. He not only was kind of, he was flaky. And I thank God for him. I'm glad he was there, but he probably was a true Baptist in the true sense, because you look at him now and you realize how flaky he was. How many of you, when you look back over the time you first got saved, realize you were kind of flaky when you first got saved? See, that's the Baptist way. See, you may not have known it, but you were a Baptist even if you weren't a Baptist. And Roger Williams, he believed in a concept called the freedom of conscience. And he was adamant on that. And the reason for that is that was not represented anywhere in Europe. As a matter of fact, in Europe, you were not granted the freedom of conscience because of the religious system that existed in Europe. And the religious system there of popes and cardinals, they denounced that you were even free to think contrary to what the church taught. You dare not voice an opinion contrary to the accepted and established church teachings of Europe. If you did, like Luther and so many others, you were brought in and tried at a tribunal. And you could lose your life. And so you dare not even allow your conscience freedom to think thoughts that were contrary. Williams didn't believe that. Williams believed you had the freedom to think anything you wanted to think. Matter of fact, he went a little further and said you could do anything you wanted to do. Nobody had a right to tell you. And that was his big deal. And he first went to the Massachusetts Bay Colony, became acquainted with James Winthrop, who was the governor of the Puritan colony there. They became very good friends to the day of his death. They were very, very, very close friends and kept up correspondence even after he broke with the colony. But he began to teach some things about the Puritans. Remember now, the Puritans were really Anglicans that wanted to purify the church from within. When Roger Williams got there, of course they weren't in that existence anymore at all, because when they got here they couldn't exist that way. They had adopted a congregational form of government, and in essence they had become as pilgrimy as the Pilgrims were. But wasn't good enough for Williams. He said, bless God, you need to get on your face and repent because you are Anglicans. He said, that's a great sin. I mean, he went to an extreme. Some of you are sitting there thinking, yeah, they should have. Yeah, that's right. You probably descendants of Roger Williams. But he went a little overboard, and he began to push people a little further than he honestly should have. And before long, they did not like him too well, kind of gave him the cold shoulder, and he renounced everybody there as though they were hopelessly lost. None of them had been saved, and off he went to join the Pilgrims. He went to join the real people of God. He went down to where the Pilgrims were, and when he got down to where the Pilgrims were, it wasn't long before he showed himself. And again, there's never any question about his ability to preach or teach the Word of God. That was never in question. Williams was always recognized as a great Bible teacher and Bible preacher. And because of that, when he got down to where the Pilgrims were, he was readily accepted. It was not long before he was teaching in the Pilgrim churches. But once again, he found out something that startled him, and he found out this. The Pilgrims had some representatives. They had some agents that represented them in England. And they were the ones that were buying food supplies and tools and things like that as the Pilgrims needed them. They were there as an agent to represent the Pilgrims in matters of law, realizing the Pilgrims had a charter with the English crown. And in matters of law, in matters of supply, in matters of other pilgrims or people wanting to come to join the colony, they were the agents that represented the Pilgrims in England. And Williams found out that those guys had attended an Anglican church. And Williams just about went berserk. He said, we need to excommunicate them from the colony. We need to break all ties with them. And we need to ask God to forgive us for ever having them as our agents in the first place. Well, that's real good preaching. But the problem was, if you break with those guys, you starve to death. Because those guys are sending your supplies to you. You break with those guys, and the English crown sends a ship full of soldiers over here because those guys represent you in legal matters before the crown. And so the dirty compromising Pilgrims refused to take a bold militant stand with Roger Williams. And so Roger Williams left the Pilgrims. And he went back to the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Evidently, he figured they weren't quite as bad as the Pilgrims. He went back and he began to pastor a church in Salem. And remember, it was a congregational form of government. The congregation voted to bring him. The other churches didn't have any say. He began to pastor the church at Salem. He hadn't been there very long at all before. He was just, he was deriding the king. He was down in the king. And the king had no right to be in charge of these colonies. And God had given these colonies. And the problem was he was getting dangerously close to sedition. And while these colonists believed in religious liberty, and while they didn't appreciate all the Anglican government and rule over them, they knew better than to bite the hand that was feeding them. And the last thing they needed, as I said before, was a bunch of English ships with a bunch of English soldiers showing up to take over those colonies. And you're talking about cities where maybe 100 people live maximum. And they didn't need trouble or interference with the crown. But they were powerless because now the churches couldn't kick out Williams because his church had elected him. And he spoke on behalf of his church, and they were powerless to remove him, just like this is an independent church. If the church next door doesn't like me, that's too bad. The only people can get rid of this pastor is this people. And if every other independent Baptist church in America says that guy is a crackpot, it doesn't matter. The only church that has the power to remove the pastor of Hope Baptist Church is Hope Baptist Church. And that's the situation they were facing. So they took him to the civil court. And they found him guilty of heresy and of oftentimes troublemaking. Tremendous charge. And they banished him from the colony. Well, when they banished him, he went to Rhode Island. Still maintaining his freedom of conscience and freedom to say and teach and whatever he wanted to do. And you say, well, the guy was a flake. Yeah, but thank God for it. Because his flakiness gave you the right to freedom of speech. His flakiness gave you the right to freedom of conscience, and his flakiness eventually keeps you from being mixed up in a state church religion. Because you see, the Puritans were a state church religion. It wasn't Catholicism, but it was Anglicanism, or later on, Congregationalism. And when our Constitution was laid down, it was the Congregationalists and the Catholics who fought to gain control of America as far as being the state church. They both were fighting over who got to be the state church of America. The Congregationalists, obviously, you say, well, I'd have voted for them. Well, you'd have been crazy. Well, you say, well, the Congregationalists are more like what we believe. That's true, but you don't want anybody governing this country. No religion. And Williams and his followers had enough sense to realize that and fought adamantly for that principle. So while he was a flake, God, you see, was in essence moving him away from that colony to develop this other line of thinking that was going to play such an important role 100 years later when the Constitution of this country was formed. He moved off to Rhode Island and established Providence, Rhode Island. And again, realize this, his ability to preach and teach was never questioned. He was a great man of God, but he was a little flaky. And if you have any doubts about that, look around you today. There are a lot of great men of God in this country that are just a little bit flaky. And yet God used him. Now, when he got over to Rhode Island, the greatest thing that could ever happen to a preacher happened to Roger Williams. And that is, God mellowed him out. You say, how did God mellow him out? God mellowed him out by giving him a bunch of people just like him. See, that's why I believe the pastor is such a wonderful thing for some of these hot-fired, flaming preachers. Put them in a congregation and God will give them a bunch of people just like him, and before long, boy, they'll mellow right out. The worst thing in the world you want to do is pastor people just like you. And God Rhode Island became the haven for every Looney Tunes, every crackpot that came to America. People that weren't allowed in Massachusetts and weren't allowed in Plymouth came to Rhode Island and settled. And Williams got stuck with them. And they all professed freedom of conscience. And the guy was literally about to pull his hair out. He was going insane. He had people up there. His main problem was with a group called the Quakers. And I mentioned to you the fact that the Quakers, you know, to us seem like docile, peace-loving people. They won't go to war. They don't believe in fighting. They're conscientious objectors. And we think, who in the world could hate a bunch of people like that? No, no, no. You don't understand where they were at that point. At that point, those people believed that if you were a real Christian, you must endure persecution. Remember Fox's Book of Martyrs? George Fox was a Quaker. And he wouldn't even, listen, he wouldn't even call a building a church. He called it a steeple house. The church was too good a name for it. Bless God, you don't want to bring down God. He wouldn't even call the days of the week by their name, because they're all named after pagan gods. You may not have known that. Thursday is Thor's Day. Monday is Moon Day. And so he called it 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6 day, 7 day. I mean, just an advocate of absolute holiness, but looking for somebody to make a martyr out of them. That's what the Quakers were all about. They believed you had to be a martyr. And so the best way, if people are not going to make a martyr out of you, is for you to make a martyr out of yourself. And they did that by disrupting church services, disrupting town hall meetings, disrupting the harvest. Everything they could do, they got into it to cause problems. They wanted people to hate them because that made them feel like they were being persecuted. Hey, there's a lot of people in the Baptist church just like that today. They don't feel like they're close to God unless somebody's hating them. And so they make their own enemies, and that's what the Quakers were doing. I mean, you're living in a day here now, realize, of absolute strict moral purity. And there were several instances where people would come into church during the church service and jerk their clothes off and run out of the building. Quakers. And I guess now that's probably a part of religious worship in some churches in America. But you're dealing in a day and age with no television and no radio. That stuff was unheard of, and yet the Quakers would resort to that in order to gain their enemies. And Roger Williams inherited them all. So much so that Roger Williams went back and changed about 90% of all of the things that he had written. Not overturning it, but moderating it. Realizing that there was a limit, a sane limit to any ideology. And they say that Roger Williams in the later part of his life became one of the most loving people that could ever be known. I mean, he fell in love with people. They stated of him he was God intoxicated. I suppose that's probably one of the greatest compliments anybody ever paid you. And a lot of that came about as God moderated him or mellowed him out a little bit. And yet, thank God, God pulled him off here by himself. You see, this nation is the product of God working in Plymouth, God working in Massachusetts, God working in Rhode Island, and God, in essence, working in 13 colonies eventually to establish ideologies that would come together and found a great nation. And that ideology that God was at work on there in Pennsylvania, or excuse me, not in Pennsylvania, but in Rhode Island, was the ideology that said men are free to think and to practice their religion to a sane extreme. They're free to think and act and do according to the dictates of their conscience. And that, you can thank God for Roger Williams for that. Now, Thomas Hooker was another individual. And Thomas Hooker was recognized as the greatest Puritan preacher in all of England. And it's kind of interesting when you talk about founding these colonies, preachers keep showing up. That's one of the things that they're not teaching you in American history, is that these men that founded these colonies and held them together were preachers. And if they weren't preachers, they were deeply religious individuals, and the preacher played a prominent part in every one of these colonies. The only colony where the preacher didn't play a prominent part was in the establishment of the Virginia colony. And you remember what happened to the Virginia colony. They nearly starved to death. And so the preacher played a key role. Now you say, well, wait a minute, what about the separation of church and state? That wasn't a rule at that point. It was going to be. Well, why didn't it cause a problem there? Because you had good people, good preachers, working with the government. You see, there's not a problem between separation of church and state as long as you've got good preachers running the government. You say, if that's true, why are you opposed to the separation? I'm for the separation of church and state because you don't have any guarantee the preachers are going to be good preachers. History tells us these guys were good preachers. That means we're looking back. You can't look ahead and say that's a good guy to put in charge of the government. You don't know about that. I mean, look at Jimmy Swaggart. How'd you like to have, well, I guess him and Clinton probably been kindred spirits. But you got Brother Jimmy up there. I mean, what would have happened? What a mess. You can't put good, godly men in office because you don't know who good, godly men are until their lives are past. And that doesn't do you any good. But Thomas Hooker came to this country and settled in Massachusetts. And from the first time he was there, his problem was not with the spiritual side of the colony, but with the civil government.
He said unto me,
Thomas Hooker noted that in the Massachusetts colony, people were not allowed to vote unless they were freemen.
and they gave him audience unto
And a freeman was one who owned land.
Moses, and said,
So if you did not own land, you were not permitted to vote. He also noticed that you could not vote unless you were a member of the Puritan Church. There were restrictions on who could vote and who couldn't vote. And you had to be a Puritan, you had to be a landowner in order to vote. And he also discovered that people were being elected without any limitations on their term. The first advocate of term limits was Thomas Hooker, founder of Connecticut. And so Hooker, unlike Williams, who just broke and left in disgrace, Hooker went to the fathers of the colony and asked permission to leave and settle on the banks of the Connecticut River. He was so well beloved that even though they disagreed with what he advocated for civil government, he was so well beloved and such a great Christian that they said, you go ahead and do what you want to do without that. And Thomas Hooker settled Connecticut. And in the Connecticut form of government that he established there, you didn't have to be a member of a particular church in order to vote. There's religious liberty. And you didn't have to be a freeman in order to vote. Even the servants were permitted to vote in Hooker's Connecticut. Now again, God dealt with Hooker and let him see that every philosophy or ideology has a logical extreme. And the idea was this. Now wait a minute, you've got more servants than you do landowners. You see the problem? I mean, all the servants are liable to elect somebody that says, we're going to take all the land away. So he limited the power that a non-landowner had to vote. In other words, he could vote in several elections, but there was a level that you could not go beyond unless you were a landowner. You say, well, that seems unfair. No, it's very fair because remember, no slave anywhere in the world, no servant got to vote. These people were permitted to elect officials to a certain level and officials that would be involved in their day-to-day life. The only people they were not allowed to elect were the higher-ups who maintained landowners' rights and things along that line. Now, again, I'm not saying it was perfect, but you see the step that was made for granting everybody the right to vote. God began to work in these people. And when we closed out last time, we talked about what had happened as a result of all of this prosperity that was going on. People began to turn from the Lord. The reason America is so godless to this day is because it doesn't need the Lord. I had a preacher, I wrote it in the top margin of my Bible. I guess it was probably 15, 20 years ago. But he said the quickest route to Sodom and Gomorrah is the road of prosperity. The quickest route to Sodom and Gomorrah is the road of prosperity. The Bible said over there that Lot lifted up his eyes and saw the plain of Sodom and Gomorrah, that it was well watered. And that's the reason Lot headed down to Sodom and Gomorrah, because it offered more financially or materially than where he was. Let me tell you what's happened to you and I. We've been led down the path to where we are now by prosperity.
Priests and elders and said, we have found
As a matter of fact, I dare say you pick the place you live because of the money you make and not the church you go to.
He with the council signified to the chief captain.
See the difference?
He bring him down unto you tomorrow. As though
it's an amazing thing. We have forsaken our godly heritage for a materialistic heritage. I've mentioned, in fact, people move occasionally, and they come and say, boy, we're going to move, and we're going to go to this city because my husband got a great job, or my wife got a fantastic job, and so we believe the Lord is leading. And we say, well, What kind of church is there? Well, we don't really know, but we'll find one when we get there. You know what that tells me? That tells me that your primary concern is your materialistic viewpoint rather than your spiritual. Now, people, some of you sitting here looking at me like, wow, I never thought of that before. That shows you where we are in America. We don't even think about that. We don't even think about it. I know a fellow that pastored a church in Colorado. I think it was Durango, if I'm not mistaken. And that fellow had the 4 or 5 families in his church that lost their jobs because the great plant closed up there. And it was so much turmoil in the church that they picked up and moved the whole church to Austin, Texas. Every family in the church quit their job and moved to Austin, Texas. And you say, why in the world would people do that? Because they realize their spiritual well-being came first. And while they needed material providence, they needed to be provided for materialistically, their church came first, their spiritual environment came first. And that church down there now has got a Christian school, about 150 kids in it. Say, what happened? They said, hey, we're going to go where the church goes. Those people that, he said, I had to move the church. I talked to him, he said, I had to move the church because if I didn't, those men that lost their jobs, their families were going to literally starve to death because they were not going to leave the church. And he said, when we decided to move the church, what I was going to do, he said, I resigned the church. And he said, I'm resigning. He said, I'm going to go and start another work. And he said, my intent was to take these 8 or so families, the men that had lost their church, they had looked and they said, we're going to go someplace where we can find some jobs. And he said, listen, we can get jobs in Austin, Texas. And he said, I'll go down there and we'll start another church. He said, my concern was for those 8 individuals that were not feeding their families. So he said, I resigned the church. And he said, when I did, the church immediately turned around and took a vote, and they all voted, even the working people, hey, we're quitting our jobs, we're going to do it. The whole church.